Ding! The strongest villain system is bound. He traveled to a world where multiple novels merged together, became a wealthy villain, and his fiancée turned out to be the villain boss. In order to survive, Fong Yu chose to become a complete villain, plunder the protagonist's luck value and transform it into the villain's luck value. Ding! Constitution plus 50, ding! Charm plus 30, the ding! Gain the skill mind reading. Fong Yu, the protagonist's halo? What the hell is that? Wherever I am, it's destiny. The protagonist? I'll just kill them randomly. Abridged version: what if you become a villain at the beginning of the game? Waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 1, Stop Pretending, Let's Get Down to Business. Early morning, Haicheng City, Rising Sun University.as, one of the top 10 famous universities in Dongsha. Countless students have set it as their goal and tried their best to squeeze in. There are also many rich and powerful second generations among them. Crunch crunch, a harsh friction sound was heard, and a shabby bicycle was swaying towards the depths of Rising Sun University. The person riding the bike was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. The young man had a handsome face, as firm as a knife, and a pair of dark pupils that were dark and deep, revealing an indescribable charm. Waves in the waves, waves in the waves. The young man hummed a song and rode his bicycle to a cypress forest next to Yenshui Lake in the south area of the school. There was a girl standing. She has a slim figure and fair skin. Although her appearance is not the best, it is quite good, top-notch, and can be scored 89 points. Next to the girl, there was a handsome boy wearing a high-end suit and with a polite temperament. When people see it, a few words come to mind: rich second generation. Fong Yu stopped his bike and walked up to the girl. Jiang Yu, what's the matter with you asking me to come here today? Jiang Yu glanced at Fong Yu's worn-out bicycle, a trace of disgust and disdain flashing between her brows. Are you blind? Can't you see why I called you here? As she spoke, Jiang Yu leaned towards the boy next to her, then he said coldly, let's break up. Many people nearby noticed the situation here and stopped to talk about it with interest on their faces. Hey, isn't that the famous pretty girl Jiang Yu among the freshmen? The guy next to her, is that her recently rumored boyfriend Fong Yu? Well, he's quite handsome, but unfortunately, he looks like a poor bastard. Who is that man next to Jiang Yu? I don't know, but he looks very rich. Looking at this situation, Jiang Yu is hooking up with a rich second-generation guy and is going to dump Fong Yu? TSK, how pitiful. Everyone judged the situation at the scene almost instantly. A boy was indignant. I didn't expect Jiang Yu to be such a snobbish woman. I still think of her as a goddess. I'm so disappointed. This statement immediately attracted the agreement of several honest-looking boys, but several girls nearby immediately stopped doing it. Why, do you want us girls to suffer with you losers? Do you have any shame? That's right, we would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Materialism is not a crime, snobbery is justified. Who told you guys aren't rich second generation? Who do you blame? A series of harsh complaints came at me. The boys' faces turned red, but they couldn't refute. Everyone continued to look at Fong Yu and Jiang Yu, with playful smiles on their faces, ready to take a bite of this huge melon. Jiang Yu said coldly again, you are not worthy of me at all, so let's not waste each other's time. At this moment, a cool red Bugatti Veyron suddenly drove in along the path and slowly stopped. There was an uproar in the crowd. Many girls are envious and jealous. Jiang Yu really hooked up with a rich man. She's going to make a fortune now. Wow, I really hope I'm the one sitting in that car, even if I have to be the mistress. If she's lucky, Jiang Yu might be able to take this opportunity to marry into a wealthy family, and then we'll be in a completely different world from each other. The expression on Jiang Yu's face became even more proud. See, Fong Yu, we are not from the same world at all. Only this kind of life is worthy of me, and you can't give it to me. Jiang Yu now firmly believes it. Only money is eternal and supreme. She looked around with a boastful look on her face, and when she saw the envious and amazed eyes of the onlookers, she suddenly felt that her vanity was greatly satisfied. That's right, this is your own life. All eyes were cast on Fong Yu. Pity, regret, ridicule, malice, all kinds of emotions are mixed in. They all wanted to know, how would Fong Yu answer? Pleading? Furious, or perhaps, a furious roar? Okay, let's break up then. Fong Yu said calmly without any hesitation. There was a hint of a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. Everyone was stunned. Is there something wrong with this script? Jiang Yu dumped Fong Yu in front of everyone? How could he be so calm about such an embarrassing thing? Jiang Yu also looked confused. She never expected that Fang Yu's reaction would be like this. A nameless anger suddenly surged in my heart. Fang Yu's nonchalant look did not satisfy Jiang Yu's sense of superiority. In Jiang Yu's opinion, the other party should come forward and beg for mercy, and then be stepped on hard in the face by me. Fang Yu patted his clothes and smiled. Okay, stop pretending. Let me be honest. I'm actually a super rich second generation. Puff. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of suppressed laughter all around. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is Fang Yu a super rich second generation, a rich second generation guy wearing cheap clothes and riding a beat up bicycle? You must be kidding. In her opinion, Fang Yu is just trying to save face. It's just sad and ridiculous. Why should I be angry with him? We are destined to be from different worlds. Jiang Yu snorted coldly, and the expression on her face became arrogant again. Then, she moved forward and tried to put her arm around the boy's shoulder, but what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The boy actually swung his arm and pushed Jiang Yu aside. Jiang Yu was stunned. Dear, why are you? But the boy had already taken a big step forward, came directly in front of Fang Yu, and bent down deeply. The voice said respectfully, Master. The Bugatti Veyron started again and came to Fang Yu's side. Then, it slowly stopped. All those who were watching the fun with a joking attitude had dull eyes. Some people even let their phones slip from their hands and fall to the ground. What is going on, young master? That Bugatti Veyron belongs to Fang Yu. What fuck? This book is from a parallel world and has nothing to do with Earth. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Please do not automatically substitute them. The official forces that control the country that appear in this book are large conglomerates. New book, Hamster returns. There are a lot of classes at the beginning of the school year, so Hamster will use his free time to try his best to write for you. Also, I hope all readers will not hoard chapters before the 100,000 word mark, and try to keep up with the updates. This data is very important to the author. Hi everyone, I'm the author of Wandering Hamster. A new book is here. Does the title of the first chapter sound familiar? Ha ha. Chapter 2, The Strongest Villain System. Jiang Yu's face turned pale. She suddenly understood everything. The other party was testing her, but she was so ridiculous that she didn't realize it. She even showed off proudly in front of the other party. She thought she was hooking up with a rich second-generation man, but it turned out that he was just his subordinate, Pa. The boy in a high-end suit respectfully opened the car door for Fang Yu and gestured with his hand. Master, please get in the car. Fang Yu nodded slightly. At this moment, Jiang Yu, whose face was pale, trembled. She quickly stepped forward and said frantically, Fang Yu, I'm just joking with you. You won't believe it, right? Give me another chance. Do you believe this yourself? Fang Yu was almost amused. He smiled calmly and said, Thank you for giving me such an interesting show. Jiang Yu's face suddenly turned pale. She knew she was finished. Just as Fang Yu was about to get in the car, a figure suddenly blocked the way. It's a girl, wearing denim shorts, with a slim waist and long legs. She has a standard internet celebrity face. Her face was heavily made up and looked enchanting. The internet celebrity-looking girl leaned half of her body on Fang Yu's Bugatti Veyron, one hand on her head, the other on her waist, with a charming smile and an extremely coquettish posture. She said delicately, Handsome boy, can you take me for a ride? I've never ridden a Bugatti Veyron before. There are crazy hints in the words. Obviously he saw an opportunity and planned to take advantage of it. Fang Yu said calmly, Why, do you think I'm a trash can? I take in all kinds of trash? If you haven't ridden a Bugatti Veyron, then you're good to go to bed. What can you dream about? The internet celebrity-looking girl's expression froze. The boy, dressed in a high-end suit and with an elegant demeanor, walked up to her and pushed her away. Then, he opened the car door for Fang Yu. Master, please. Fang Yu had already put one foot in the car, and suddenly turned his head and smiled at the girl. The girl with the internet celebrity face thought that Fang Yu suddenly became interested in her. I couldn't help but feel overjoyed. There's hope. She twisted her waist even harder. As long as I can hook up with Fang Yu, even if I can't marry into a wealthy family, I will definitely get benefits. Fang Yu smiled and said, By the way, I suggest you go to the hospital for a test to see if you have a genetic mutation. The way you squirm, you look like some kind of cesspool creature. After saying that, he got in the car. Let's drive. Fang Yu ordered coldly. Yes. The young man said respectfully, and glared at Jiang Yu coldly before leaving. The driver started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Only the girl with the internet celebrity face was left standing alone and disheveled in the wind. Oh no, there is also the green tea bitch Jiang Yu who was messy with her. The surrounding students looked at each other in confusion. The sudden turn of events is too outrageous. There is no doubt that this bombshell news will quickly spread throughout the entire Rising Sun University. In the car, Fang Yu closed his eyes and thought, then he suddenly said in his mind, "System." A ball of silver light suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yu, and then unfolded into a panel that no one else could see. The strongest villain system host, Fang Yu personal wealth, 1.9 billion charm, 13, normal person is 10, upper limit is 30, constitution, 12, normal person is 10, skills, cello, advanced, piano, advanced, literature appreciation, intermediate, villain value, 0 current trigger book. The master of coming down the mountain in the city. Fang Yu is actually not a native of this world. Although he has retained his original name, body, and memories, he is actually a time traveler. The world he is in now is a combined world formed by the integration of multiple online novels. A parallel world that is similar to Earth in some ways, but actually has many differences. The name of the book currently triggered is called The Master Who Comes Down the Mountain in the City. Detailed information about the book was transmitted to Fang Yu's mind at the same time as he traveled through time. And Fang Yu himself had read this novel before. His current identity is actually a villain with the same name and surname as himself who appears throughout the early and middle stages of the novel. Fang Yu, the only son of the Fang family, a top wealthy family in Haiqing City. The Fang Group is a large group involved in multiple industries such as biology, film and television, and real estate. It is a behemoth with assets worth hundreds of billions. Even in the entire Dongxia, he is definitely not a small character. If it were in other novels, Fang Yu might also be a protagonist, but in the book The Master Who Comes Down the Mountain in the City, it is because of the conflict with the protagonist Chen Yi that he gradually turns evil and ends up with a tragic end of his family being broken up. Definitely high-level cannon fodder. Until the moment of his death, he was still begging for mercy from Chen Yi like a dog, but he still died tragically in the end. Crunch. Fang Yu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were cold and stern. If nothing is done, it will all happen to him. Eventually he gets slapped in the face by the protagonist and lose everything. Since he has traveled to this world and replaced the other person's identity, he will not let this happen again. Actually think about it carefully. If we remove the sense of immersion that is poured into the protagonist from the beginning, are all the villains in those urban cool novels really hated by God and the people and must die? That may not be the case. In the final analysis, it's just a matter of winners and losers. Under the halo of the protagonist, there is destined to be no room for villains to survive. As for Fang Yu, he doesn't care whether he is the protagonist or the villain, or whether he is righteous or evil. He just wanted to survive. So, Chen Yi, Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping his fingers rhythmically on his knees. For me to survive, you better die. He is not the fool who has money and power and is in an absolute advantage, but keeps making stupid moves and eventually loses his life. Since I have replaced his identity, then I am the true destiny of this world. A gleam of light flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. What's more, I have my own system. Fang Yu paused and looked towards the system panel. The other things are easy to understand, but what is eye-catching is the so-called villain value. Fang Yu just clicked casually, and the explanation that he had already memorized appeared. The host can plunder the protagonist's luck points by stealing their opportunities, changing the fate of plot characters, and so on, and convert them into villain points. Villain points can be used to add points to attributes such as physique and charm, extract skills, increase skill levels, and enhance the host's abilities. The system will open more functions in the future, so stay tuned. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 0, and the protagonist's current luck value is 15,000. Staring at the system panel, Fang Yu muttered, "It should be about time." Sudden bite. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot's direction and slapping the green tea bitch Jiang Yu in the face in advance. You gain plus 200 villain value and minus 200 protagonist luck value. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 200, and the protagonist's current luck value is 14800. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the plot for the first time. You've received the newbie gift pack. Choose 2 out of 3 rewards. Reward 1, Business Management, Mastery, Heavy Multiplication x1. Reward 2, Skill Upgrade Card Heavy Multiplication x1. Reward 3, a Hamster Heavy Multiplication x1. Chapter 3, The Fiancé is the Villain Boss, Really? A smile appeared on Fong Yu's lips. Jiang Yu is a minor villain in the book. She was originally supposed to be exposed as a green tea bitch by the protagonist Chen Yi, and then be slapped in the face. Now he has been replaced by himself. So the plot was changed, and he gained 200 villain points, while Chen Yi's luck value was reduced accordingly. The luck value can actually be understood as the protagonist's halo. Relying on the protagonist's halo, the protagonists in the books can be unscrupulous and invincible, and when Chen Yi's luck value drops to 0, the protagonist's halo will be completely stripped away and he will lose his identity as the protagonist. The newbie gift pack is a pleasant surprise. It's great. Fong Yu's eyes moved and he looked at the 3 options. You can only choose 2. Business management, mastery, a skill upgrade card, and a hamster? What the hell is a hamster? Can this be considered a reward? Fong Yu was speechless, with an expression of disgust on his face. System, what does this mastery mean? The system quickly replied, skill levels are categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, proficient, and perfect. Advanced is generally the limit of what an average person can achieve under normal circumstances, while proficient is enough to outperform others. So that's how it is. Isn't this reward awesome? Fong Yu suddenly realized it and felt a little surprised. Then he chose the skill upgrade card in business management skills, mastery, without hesitation. Skills are being transferred. Fong Yu felt a huge amount of information coming down and directly penetrating into his mind. In an instant, all the knowledge and experience about business management turned into his memory. It feels like I have gone through countless studies and practices. It's all natural. Ding! The skill upgrade card reward has been placed in the storage space. The host can view and use it. Fong Yu thought about it and reached into the storage space attached to the system. At this moment, there was indeed a shining card inside. Just take a quick glance and the introduction information will appear before your eyes. Skill upgrade card, used to upgrade a skill by 2 levels. I won't use it for now, so let's put it aside for now. Fong Yu withdrew his thoughts, pondered for a moment, and began to think about his next movie. Escape is impossible. It is impossible for him to choose to be a rich second generation in peace and stability, because the will of the world will force Chen Yi and him to collide in conflict. There is no possibility of friendly coexistence between the protagonist and the villain. If you don't take the initiative, you will definitely die in the end. Then the goal is clear: change the plot, rob the protagonist of his opportunities, completely plunder Chen Yi's luck value, deprive him of his protagonist halo, and finally, make him disappear from this world. As for sending someone to assassinate Chen Yi directly and shoot him in the head, in the early stages of the book, the protagonist is far inferior to the later stages in terms of strength and power, so it seems like a viable option if Fong Yu had this idea a long time ago, but the system poured a bucket of cold water on him. The system has clearly told him that before Chen Yi's luck value drops to 0, that is, before the protagonist's halo is completely stripped away, if he wants to forcibly eliminate the other party will survive due to various accidents. Instead, there is a risk of exposing yourself prematurely, or even putting yourself in a dangerous situation. The gain does not outweigh the loss, and even if he was lucky enough to kill Chen Yi, he would not be able to obtain enough villain value to enhance his abilities. When the next book is opened, the protagonist will definitely be more powerful, and his situation will undoubtedly be very dangerous. So this tricky method won't work. Fong Yu's advantage lies in his identity, and he is temporarily hiding in the dark, and most importantly, his familiarity with the plot. Fong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. I am the book, The Master Who Came Down from the Mountain in the City. The protagonist Chen Yi was an orphan without parents. He was accidentally taken to the mountain by a mysterious old man and learned various skills such as medicine and martial arts. After returning from the mountain, he became very successful with his background and abilities, and now, there are still 7 days before the other party comes down the mountain. You can still make a lot of preparations. Do you have any plans for today? Fong Yu let out a long sigh, looked at the young man in a high-end suit beside him, and asked. The young man's name is Lung Han. He is Fong Yu's personal secretary. He has been specially trained by his family since he was a child, and his loyalty can be guaranteed. Master, you have to play golf with Miss Song Chaoyu of the Song family on the golf course at 3 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Fong Yu's expression suddenly froze. Song Chaoyu, that's undoubtedly the heroine of the book. At the same time, he is also the biggest villain. 2 seemingly contradictory identities appear on one person at the same time. Song Chaoyu has been disguising himself and accumulating strength. In fact, she has already secretly controlled most of the power of the Song family, and will later swallow up many forces in Haiqing City and continue to expand outward. Even the protagonist Chen Yi was obsessed with her beauty and was manipulated and exploited by her for quite a long time. Song Qiaoyu used her as a stepping stone to help her reach the peak step by step. In the later period, he turned evil and started a full-scale war with the protagonist. He is the supervillain boss of the whole book. I don't know what's wrong with the author's brain, but his ideas are very clear, and now Song Qiaoyu has another identity, that is, his fiancée. 3 days later, the two will hold a formal engagement dinner. The Fong family and the Song family plan to form a strong alliance through marriage, so the two families have been trying to bring the two together, and the same is true for their appointment to play golf together today. Fong Yu glanced at his watch. It was almost 2 o'clock and it would take some time to get to the agreed location. Then let's go straight to the golf course. Fong Yu gave the order calmly, a hint of coldness flashing across his eyes. In the original plot, the destruction of the Fong family and the death of Fong Yu were closely related to the second lady of the Song family. Today, let's go meet this Song Qiaoyu. Chapter 4, Temptation. The Bugatti Veyron sped along at lightning speed. About half an hour later, they arrived at the place where they had agreed to meet with Song Qiaoyu, the Qingting Golf Club on the outskirts of Haiqing City. A strict membership system is implemented here and ordinary tourists are not accepted. If you want to maintain your membership, you need to pay a membership fee of 2 million per year. Those who are qualified to come here are either rich or noble. As soon as the Bugatti Veyron was parked in the parking lot, a manager of the club hurried over. The supervisor personally opened the car door for Fong Yu. With a respectful and flattering smile on his face, he bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Fong, as soon as I heard you were coming, I immediately dropped what I was doing to welcome you. The venue and equipment have already been prepared for you." Fong Yu's feet landed on the ground in the parking lot. He replied indifferently, glancing at the club manager. "Well done." He does not reject flatterers, at least he does not feel disgusted. There are very few noble people who absolutely do not like others to please them. At least Fong Yu himself is not that kind of person. "This is what I should do." Fong Yu's praise made the supervisor look happy. He immediately added, "Miss Song also just arrived and has entered the venue in advance." "I see." Nodding, Fong Yu walked into the venue, entered his own exclusive suite, and changed his clothes with Leng Han's help. Then we took a golf cart to the golf course. Soon, a graceful figure came into Fong Yu's sight. The woman had a cool and clear face, bright eyes, white teeth, thin and distinct eyebrows, and fair skin that was as delicate as a baby's. Her nose is delicate and straight, and her lips are red like rose petals. The black hair falls down clearly like a waterfall, as cold as a spring on the snowy mountain, showing an ethereal and aloof temperament, which is breathtaking. Wearing a white sports miniskirt, she shows off her curvy figure to the fullest. A breeze blew, ruffling the black hair. She carries an air of nobility and splendor. Song Qiaoyu. Even Fong Yu was slightly stunned, but the next second, he quickly came to his senses. As the book describes, beautiful women are a source of disaster, captivating people's minds. No wonder even the protagonist, Chen Yi, couldn't resist her temptation and was used by her. Fong Yu's heart trembled secretly, and he became more alert. "Are you here early?" Walking up to Song Qiaoyu's side, Fong Yu spoke first and greeted him. "I just got here not long ago." Song Qiaoyu turned around, looked at Fong Yu and smiled slightly. Those eyes seemed to contain the sea of stars, are brilliant, mysterious, and captivating. "In that case, let's get started." Fong Yu simply picked up the golf club and walked forward without saying anything more. If it were the Fong Yu of the past, he would have rushed forward to please him. After all, it is difficult for almost anyone to resist Song Qiaoyu's nearly perfect appearance and extraordinary temperament, not to mention that the original owner was a typical villain licker. Unfortunately, no matter how much the villain flatters, he will never win the woman's heart, not to mention Song Qiaoyu, the villain boss in the book, who even the protagonist Chen Yi failed to defeat. Song Qiaoyu frowned inadvertently. She always felt that this young master of the Fong family seemed a little different from before. In the past, Fong Yu was a playboy, always carrying the arrogance of a rich kid. When he saw me, he liked to come up to me and show his courtesy, taking the opportunity to glance at me. But this time, the other party just glanced at me for a few seconds and then looked away. She was addressed in a neutral manner as Miss Song. This made Song Qiaoyu feel a little uncomfortable and a little weird. Is it an illusion? With her back to Fong Yu, Song Qiaoyu frowned slightly. Or, her eyes moved slightly to it seems like he has thought of a possibility of Fong Yu. Is he deliberately trying to attract his attention in this way? Nowadays, many boys do like to use this kind of anti-routine of playing hard to get and attract girls' attention by pretending to be indifferent and indifferent. Song Chaoyu's impression and evaluation of Fong Yu became even lower. How childish and ridiculous. However, Fong Yu still has great value. Now is far from the time to fall out with him or the Fong family. Song Chaoyu restrained his expression and followed Fong Yu's steps, slowly catching up. Ride a golf cart. The two soon arrived at the starting point. Let's play a game, stroke match or hole match? Fong Yu asked. Let's play hole. Ladies first, Miss Song, please go first. Song Chaoyu didn't hesitate and took the golf club directly from the waiter. Time flies, and several hours pass quickly. Buzz. At this moment, Song Chaoyu's pocket vibrated slightly. She frowned slightly, took out her cell phone, and said, "Wait a minute, I'll take a call first." Immediately, the call was connected. "Hey, what's going on?" "What?" Song Chaoyu's face darkened slightly, and he said, "Well, I understand." Fong Yu asked, "What happened?" "My father was a little unwell again just now, but the family's private doctor took timely measures and he is now fine." Song Chaoyu turned off his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Fong Yu said, "In that case, Miss Song will definitely go back to visit, right?" Song Chaoyu shook his head. "My dad said that he is not in serious trouble and that there is no need for me to go back specially." Hearing this, Fong Yu's eyes narrowed. Song Guofu, Song Chaoyu's father, is the current head of the Song group. However, it is rumored that because he is in charge of such a large industry, he has suffered from chronic illness, and his condition has been getting worse in recent years. That's why, therefore, Song Guofu has been working hard to promote the marriage between the Fong and Song families, because Song Guofu has no sons, only 2 daughters, and the eldest daughter died unexpectedly a few years ago. There is only one Song Chaoyu left in the younger generation of the Song family. I am the traditional concept of this large family. Song Chaoyu, a woman, is not qualified and capable of managing the family unless marriage. Song Guofu needs to rely on the power of the Fong family to maintain the status and rule of his own lineage. To ordinary people, wealthy families may seem very prosperous, but they also have many troubles, such as brutal fights between internal factions. If Song Chaoyu cannot marry into the Fong family, people from other branches will try every means to seize the rights of their lineage. This was something Song Guofu could not tolerate. He is a person who values family interests very much and even puts family interests above his own. So even when the disease broke out, he still asked Song Chaoyu to continue staying here to avoid any accidents in the marriage between the two families. Song Chaoyu picked up the golf club again, but seemed a little uneasy, as if he was worried about his father's health. After looking at Song Chaoyu meaningfully, Fong Yu suddenly said, "Is Uncle Song's illness really just due to being too busy and tired?" Song Chaoyu's hand holding the golf club trembled slightly. She leaned on the golf club with her hand and slowly straightened her body. Her eyes seemed to contain the gleam of swords and were extremely sharp as she stared at Fong Yu. "What do you mean?" The tranquility and gentleness in those eyes disappeared. Instead, there was an extreme chill and coldness, as if it could pierce through a person's body and soul. Chapter 5. How can I allow others to touch my things? Fong Yu looked at Song Chaoyu fearlessly with a smile on his face. "That's just what I mean. Uncle Song took on the responsibility of running the Song group when he was young and worked hard all year round, but he also paid great attention to exercise and has always been in good health. In recent years, why did things take a sudden turn for the worse? Is there something fishy going on here?" Song Chaoyu stared at Fong Yu closely, with a cold look in his eyes, and finally, his expression slowly faded. Suddenly he smiled. "Mr. Fong, you're overthinking it. Don't I know my father's health?" "Really? Then maybe I'm just overthinking it." Fong Yu chuckled and spoke casually, but in his heart he couldn't help but sneer. "I don't believe you." He knew very well that Song Guofu's illness was caused by Song Chaoyu alone. The private doctor who was specifically responsible for Song Guofu's condition was also Song Chaoyu's man. If I remember correctly, after the engagement ceremony between Song Chaoyu and me, Song Guofu's illness relapsed under her control. Treatment was ineffective, and he eventually died suddenly. Then, the Song family, which has already been largely controlled by her in secret, will completely become her possession. But Fong Yu frowned secretly. Song Chaoyu is worthy of being one of the most powerful villains in the book. He is indeed mentally strong. If it were anyone else, they would have panicked after being tested so suddenly by me, but it only took her a few seconds to adjust her mindset. That's good, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. But Mr. Fong, there are some things that you still can't say carelessly. What do you think? Song Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, like a flower blooming on the top of a mountain. Her beautiful face seemed to eclipse everything around it. The waiter who was serving on the side, wearing a white coat and black tie, couldn't help but look up and took a look, and then he felt as if he was completely captivated by it. Looking at Song Xiaoyu's almost perfect figure, a trace of greed could not help but flash across the waiter's eyes. If he could have a kiss with a beauty of this level, it would be worth dying for. Suddenly, the waiter felt a chill, then I reacted instantly. He secretly thought that this was not good, but Fong Yu was still beside us. Song Xiaoyu was the other party's fiancé. I often stare at the fiancé of the eldest son of the Fong family blatantly. Isn't this seeking death? Quack. The waiter turned his neck stiffly, and then he saw Fong Yu's expressionless face and that cold gaze. My body suddenly froze. Where are your eyes looking? As expected, Fong Yu's emotion without any warmth came. And no matter what, Song Xiaoyu is now his nominal fiancée. She belongs to him. How can he allow others to get involved in his things? Even just a glance is not allowed. The waiter felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly bowed repeatedly, sweating profusely, and said, Mr. Fong, I was wrong. I definitely didn't mean it. I am willing to accept the punishment. Because of nervousness, I even stumbled when speaking. At this moment, the waiter felt extremely regretful. Am I stupid? How could I make such a stupid mistake? A scolding is absolutely inevitable. Not only will it be embarrassing, but your salary might even be deducted. Of course, the waiter was not too worried, because in his opinion, Fong Yu's temper is quite good, so he actually doesn't take it seriously in his heart, and doesn't think Fong Yu will do anything to him. If Fong Yu's expression didn't change at all, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, since you are willing to accept the punishment, I won't make it difficult for you. Resign and get out of Haiqing City. What? The waiter was stunned. Resign and leave Haiqing City. The waiter's face suddenly turned pale. No, Mr. Fong, are you kidding? My whole family is in Haiqing City. Fong Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light, captivating him. Do I look like I'm kidding you? If I see you in Haiqing City again, I'll have your eyes gouged out. How could you covet my things? Under that gaze, the waiter's body went limp and he fell directly to the ground, his face pale. Completion. I was just confused for a moment and took a second look, which ruined my future and destiny. Everything I have worked so hard for in the first half of my life, all gone. No, Mr. Fong, if you give me one more chance, I won't dare to do it again, never again. The waiter crawled to Fong Yu, hugged Fong Yu's thighs, and kept begging for mercy, but Fong Yu kicked him away impatiently. Get lost. Master Fong, is it really necessary to go to this extent? A crisp sound came from the side, which made Fong Yu turn his head to look. Song Xiaoyu said this with a calm expression, but a hint of anger flashed deep in his eyes. The other person's tone. It's as if I am his property. Fong Yu walked closer to Song Xiaoyu, until he was in front of her. Of course it's necessary. Some people always fail to recognize their position and don't know what they are facing. Naturally, they will pay a heavy price. Isn't that right? Words that seemed to have deep meaning came out of his mouth. Song Xiaoyu's eyes changed slightly. The other person's tall and straight figure, sharp eyes, and overbearing and arrogant language actually gave her a subtle sense of oppression. Is this still the same playboy whom I never took seriously? The feeling the other party gave her today was indeed different. I'm tired today, so let's stop here. Fong Yu turned around, took a towel from the side and wiped the sweat off his face. After saying that, he turned and left. Ding! The host successfully changed the plot. Host's villain value plus 500. Protagonist Chinya's luck value minus 500. Chapter 6, Increase Charm. First, Fong Yu was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. I actually added a full 500 villain points to myself. As expected of the villain boss in the book, the weight he holds in this world is not comparable to a minor character like Zhang Yu. It was just a single encounter with Song Xiaoyu that caused a slight change in the plot and had some impact on her mentality, and I earned 500 villain points. Fong Yu's mouth curled up slightly, feeling happy. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 700, and the protagonist's current luck value is 14,300. Fong Yu pondered. However, there's still a long way to go before I can completely plunder Chinya's luck. Unless Chinya's protagonist halo is completely stripped away, the other party will always be a huge threat. The villain value is now 700, you can use it once. The system prompts again in a very humane way. Villain points can be used to add points to attributes such as physique and charm, extract skills, increase skill levels, and enhance the host's abilities. The system will open more functions in the future, so stay tuned. Fong Yu asked in his mind, how many villain points do these functions require? 100 villain value can increase 1 point of constitution or 1 point of charisma. Randomly extracting skills requires 500 villain points, and targeted extraction of skills requires 1000 villain points. When extracting skills in a targeted manner, the host can view the search skill list. Upgrading skills requires different villain points depending on the skill level and the strength of the skill itself. Fong Yu pondered, 100 villain points can increase 1 attribute point, and extracting a skill requires 1000 villain points. The villain points I have now are not enough. As for the random extraction skill, he simply ignored it. It sounds completely useless. Unless you are crazy or have too much villain value to use, you will not do a random lottery. If Fong Yu looked at his system interface, the strongest villain system host, Fong Yu personal wealth, 1.9 billion charm, 13, normal person is 10, upper limit is 30, constitution, 12, normal person is 10, skills, cello, advanced, piano, advanced, literature appreciation, intermediate, villain value, 700 current trigger book, the master of coming down the mountain in the city, the original master Fong had. Quite a few messy skills, but almost none of them were practical, and the option to upgrade his skill levels was directly past. Fong Yu's eyes were on her physique and charm. A physical fitness is a comprehensive concept that includes strength, agility, resistance to blows, and even mental strength. The attribute of charm value not only improves appearance and temperament, but also affects the favorability of characters in the plot. To put it simply, it is somewhat similar to some of the abilities of the protagonist's halo. In the book, the protagonist usually just stands there, and all kinds of beauties and big men come forward to get acquainted with him, and he can easily gain their trust and support. Very outrageous. Fong Yu quickly made a choice. This time, I'll increase my charm first. Although charm seems illusory, it is actually very important, especially when facing plot characters. Passers-by A, B, and C may throw themselves at me and be respectful to me because of my appearance and status, but this may not work when I face important characters in the plot. Moreover, the book The Master Comes Down the Mountain in the City does not mention ancient martial arts or even the more exaggerated cultivation of immortals. Although the protagonist Chen Yi is quite skilled, he is not famous for his martial arts skills. He is best at medicine, and he also dabbles in feng shui, physiognomy, and other strange skills. Fong Yu thought to himself, besides, my advantages lie in my status, money, and position. I wouldn't be so foolish as to go head-to-head with Chen Yi. If I were to resort to fighting Chen Yi alone, it would mean I'd be at the end of my rope and struggling to survive. System, all villain points are used to increase charm points. Bite. Host's villain value is -700, and his charm value is +7. As soon as he finished speaking, the number behind the charm value changed and became 20. If someone stood in front of Fong Yu at this moment, they would be able to sense that the invisible aura and magnetic field of the other person were changing. The upper limit of charm value is 30 points, and 20 is already a very high number. Fong Yu returned to the reception hall of the club. The driver quickly drove the Bugatti Veyron out of the parking lot and took Fong Yu away, leaving Qingtung Golf Club. Fong Yu sat in the car, his eyes closed in deep thought. His personal secretary beside him asked coldly, "Master, where are you going next?" "Go home first." Fong Yu closed his eyes slightly and spoke, then he stopped talking and began to recall the whole process of meeting Song Chaoyu. As described in the book, the second young lady of the Song family is indeed a very tricky person. Even though the other party is in a dormant period now, their strength should not be underestimated. We should not be greedy and rush into it, but should proceed step by step. Today, Fong Yu only made a few attempts and did not expose himself too much. There are still 7 days until the protagonist Chen Yi arrives in Haiqing City. During this time, we should cut off as many opportunities as possible and eliminate hidden dangers as possible. Fong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. I will never give Chen Yi a chance to rise. Those villains in novels who like to strategize and want to wait for the protagonist to reach the peak before defeating him are simply idiots, and their graves would have rotted long ago. The other side, after Fong Yu left, Song Chaoyu stood on the court with a gloomy and uncertain face. She was the only one in the huge field. Fong Yu today seemed like a different person, becoming unpredictable. Song Chaoyu thought carefully throughout today's meeting. It seemed that the initiative was in Fong Yu's hands, and he was always being led by the nose. Also, what exactly did Fong Yu mean by that? It feels like there's something to it. Song Xiaoyu's eyes were deep and cold. It's impossible for a person to change so much in such a short period of time. Could it be that someone is behind this? But who could it be? A figure came silently behind Song Xiaoyu. Mississippi. After a long silence, Song Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Go, help me investigate whether Fong Yu has had any contact with any suspicious people recently. Yes. The figure responded respectfully, then said, Miss, do you suspect there's something wrong with Fong Yu? If so, why not just, idiot? Song Xiaoyu's voice suddenly turned cold. Is he just a street thug? Can you kill him if you want? Not to mention the possibility of success, what if he is exposed and affects my plan, causing everything to fail? Can you bear the consequences? Do your own thing. Yes, I made a mistake. Hearing what the other party said, the figure trembled, lowered his head, and dared not say anything more. Song Xiaoyu stared into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 7 Cheap Parents. Haiqing City, Fong Family Villa. After Fong Yu returned home, he took a hot bath and changed his clothes. After doing all this, it was time for dinner. Fong Yu walked into the spacious and bright restaurant. There were waiters standing in a row nearby, ready to take orders at any time. When they saw Fong Yu walking in, they all bent down and bowed slightly. Master. The dining table is in the style of Italian postmodernism, simple, dignified and majestic. At this moment, a man and a woman were already sitting at the table. The man had a calm complexion, shiny black hair, and a resolute and tough face. He looked 70% similar to Fong Yu, except for the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the gray hair around his ears, which added a bit of vicissitudes and wisdom to him. Chairman of Fong Group, Fong Qi-xiong, without any background or resources, he started from scratch and built a huge business tycoon in just a few decades. He is a business genius. Even Fong Yu couldn't help but secretly admire his cheap father. The other woman with the temperament of a noble lady is Fong Yu's mother Jiang. Fong, although she is already middle-aged, she still has charm and a gentle smile on her face. Jiang Fong married Fong Qi-xiong before he became successful and has been supporting him till today. The two of them have always gotten along very well, support each other. Although he is not young anymore, he still likes to show off his love from time to time, making Fong Yu look like a single dog. Dad, Mom. Fong Yu stepped forward and greeted him. Xiao Yu is here, come and sit down. Jiang Fong asked Fong Yu to sit down, her eyes full of doting. Fong Qi-xiong also nodded slightly towards Fong Yu. Fong Yu sat down at the dining table. He did feel a little hungry, so he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Did you meet Zhao Yu this afternoon? Jiang Fong smiled and said, how was your conversation? Haven't you always liked Zhao Yu? Fong Yu smiled meaningfully. It's okay, Jiang Fong continued, I'm telling you, when you're with a girl, you have to put in some effort to make her happy. Girls need to be pampered. You can't be like your father, a blockhead. Fong Yu shrugged. The original Mr. Fong was very considerate and meticulous. He served him all day long and asked him all kinds of questions. Unfortunately, he just licked the dog and ended up with nothing. Of course, the original owner of the body was also mostly greedy for the body. Fong Qi-xiong coughed violently. What are you saying in front of the children? His originally dignified expression suddenly became unsustainable, and he turned around and glared at Jiang Fong. Why, isn't what I said true? Jiang Fong glared back at him without any hesitation, and her voice became louder. Mr. Fong immediately became intimidated and said no more. Fong Qi-xiong, who looks extremely majestic, is actually a henpecked husband. The waiters standing next to him all narrowed their eyes and looked upwards, looking at the scene in front of him. Fong Yu couldn't help but laugh and touched the tip of his nose, but it seemed like he thought of something. He sighed secretly again. According to the original plot of the book, after Fong Yu and Chen Yi officially fell out, Jiang Fong and Fong Qi-xiong, who loved their son dearly, stood on Fong Yu's side without hesitation and were eventually implicated. Jiang Fong was unable to accept the news of Fong Yu's death and suffered severe mental trauma. She was admitted to a mental hospital and acted crazy all day long. After Fong Qi-xiong's company went bankrupt, no one was willing to help him and risk offending the protagonist. This former business tycoon eventually ended up working on a construction site. Fong Yu had no expression on his face. From the perspective of the protagonist, Chen Yi is undoubtedly a qualified protagonist. He is blessed with good fortune, and he is ruthless and does not leave any trouble for himself. Such a plot will also be very enjoyable and comfortable for readers who put themselves in the role of the protagonist, but this time, none of this will happen again. Dinner ended quickly before leaving. Zhang Fong and Fong Qishong looked at each other with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Finally, Zhang Fong couldn't help but ask, "Son, I feel like you've changed a lot recently. You're not the same as before." Fong Yu shrugged and said, "Really? Maybe it's maturity." Zhang Fong and Fong Qishong looked at each other. Everyone separated and went to rest, but Fong Yu, who returned to his room, did not rush to sleep, but kept thinking about his next move. Chapter 8. Let's take action. The next day, early in the morning, Tianyu Media Company. This is a media company under the Fong Group, with assets worth billions, and is currently managed by Fong Yu. Chairman's office. Fong Yu lay back on his own leather seat, looking lazy. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Fong Yu said, "Come in." Lung Han walked in from outside. "Master, what do you want me to do?" Without saying much, Fong Yu picked up a document from his desk and threw it in front of Lung Han. Lung Han took it and looked at it, a little surprised. "This is a list." Fong Yu said calmly, "What you need to do is find all the people listed above," and then, he gave orders for what needed to be done. If necessary, the power of the family can be mobilized. This list is a list of some supporting characters compiled by Fong Yu based on the plot of the book. This group of people will, at some point in the future, either help the protagonist in various ways or be recruited by the protagonist. They are all minor characters that are relatively simple and easy to deal with in the early stages of the book. If they were picked out individually, each of them would be like an ant in front of the Fong family and could be destroyed with a flip of the hand. However, if there are too many ants, they can kill an elephant. Not to mention that with the blessing of the protagonist's halo in the future, the threat level of these people will be magnified exponentially. Before the protagonist Chunyi officially appeared, Fong Yu didn't mind cleaning them up to avoid any trouble for himself in the future. Yes. Lung Han did not raise any questions about this task. This was a habit he had developed since he was a child as Fong Yu's personal secretary. Ask less, do more. He didn't need to understand Fong Yu's orders, he just had to execute them. On the sidewalk outside a residential complex, a middle-aged woman in a red coat was walking her dog when a young man wearing a sun hat and white work clothes immediately ran up to her. In his hand was a stack of what looked like flyers. "Congratulations, ma'am." The middle-aged woman stopped and pointed at herself, looking confused. "Yes, our travel company has opened a branch in Haiqing City. To celebrate the opening, we're randomly selecting 30 people to give away 14-day travel vouchers to Hawaii, including food and lodging. We'll also help with passports and other documents. All you need is for you to promote our company afterward." "Really? There's such a good thing." The middle-aged woman looked surprised and felt that she had received a stroke of luck. The staff member smiled slightly and said, "Of course it's true. Our company is very well known and you can find official information on the internet. You can rest assured. Do you accept this invitation? If you agree, come with me to the company to register, and we can arrange the trip right away." I accept." The middle-aged woman was ecstatic and hurriedly left with the staff, taking her dog with her. She didn't know that according to her original trajectory, she would suddenly develop a malignant illness on the road soon. Then Chen Yi, who was accidentally bumped into, showed off and slapped an expert doctor in the face, but now, she accepted an invitation to go on vacation to Hawaii, so this incident naturally could not happen again. As for whether she would get sick in Hawaii, that depended on God's mood, which was not something Fong Yu considered. He is a villain, not a saint. What does the life and death of these irrelevant people have to do with him? Ding. Host's villain value plus 200. Protagonist's luck value minus 200. Chapter 9. Get out of Haiqing City or die. Haotian Entertainment Center, one of the most famous comprehensive entertainment venues in Xiqing District. It is packed with customers and bustling with people every day. The boss's name is Feng Yang. He is quite powerful in the surrounding area and almost everyone will give him face. Normally no one dares to come here to cause trouble. Today, a black car slowly stopped at the entrance of Haotian Entertainment Center, and then burly men wearing sunglasses swarmed out from inside. They rushed directly into the entertainment center hall. All the guests were shocked, but were frightened by the evil aura of this group of people and stood still, not daring to move. Several security guards came forward and said, "Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is?" "You." Before he could finish his words, the leader, a burly man with a body like an iron tower, glanced at him coldly and said, "Get lost." Several security guards shut up instantly because at that moment, they sensed the undisguised murderous intent in each other, which was terrifying. This group of people rushed all the way and came directly to the most luxurious room on the top floor, which was the office of the boss Feng Yang. Bang! The door was violently slammed open and Feng Yang, who was overweight and slightly bald, was sitting at his desk. He was startled by the loud noise and his face darkened. "Who are you? How dare you? The boss of Haotian Entertainment, Feng Yang?" The strong man asked. Feng Yang said angrily, "Since you know who I am, how dare you come and cause trouble?" The towering leader stepped forward and said calmly, "I'll give you 2 days to shut down Haotian Entertainment and leave Haiqing City. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Shut down the entertainment city within 2 days? Leave Haiqing City? Feng Yang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, thinking, are these people crazy? This is not a small shop. Although Haotian Entertainment is not a large enterprise, it has assets worth hundreds of millions. How could it be closed just like that? You are dreaming. Get out of here right away, or I won't be polite. Feng Yang had a gloomy face and was about to call the security guard to come up. Think carefully about the consequences before you speak. We are here on behalf of young Master Feng. The leading strongman said lightly. Feng Yang's pupils shrank. Which Feng Shao? The burly man sneered. In Haiqing City, apart from that person, how many others dare to call themselves Master Feng? The burly man had hinted so clearly, and Feng Yang was not a fool, so he naturally understood who the other party was talking about. A Feng Yu, the eldest son of the Feng family in Haiqing City, that is a top-notch wealthy family in Haiqing City, and it is indeed not something a small boss like him can compare to. But why would that person suddenly come to embarrass me? His face was gloomy and uncertain. Even if it's Master Feng, you can't shut down my Haotian Entertainment without any reason. Buzz. At this time, the strong man's cell phone rang. He glanced at it casually and smiled. Master, yes, we have come to the Haotian Entertainment Center to meet Feng Yang, but he seems to have some opinions. Well, okay. As he spoke, the burly man turned the phone screen towards Feng Yang and said coldly, "My young master wants to talk to you." Feng Yang's expression tightened, but then he thought of the value of Haotian Entertainment Center, which was his life's work. So I gritted my teeth, mustered up the courage and cried out, "Mr. Feng, there shouldn't be any connection between us, right? I don't remember ever offending you. Why are you asking me to close down the Haotian Entertainment Center just because of a disagreement? Well, you haven't offended anyone yet." Feng Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone, "But you must leave Haiqing City within 2 days. No reason is needed. Boss Feng, I gave you 2 days of buffer time. Isn't that merciful enough?" Mercy your sister. Feng Yang was almost so angry that he got a stitch in his side. Why did it sound like he was taking advantage of something? Mr. Feng, you're going too far. This is the foundation I've built my entire life on. You want to destroy it with just one sentence? Your Feng family is indeed powerful, but I, Feng Yang, am no pushover either. Even a desperate dog will jump over the wall. Feng Yangqi's face flushed red and he felt a little confused. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the entire room seemed to suddenly drop, becoming icy cold. Feng Yang shuddered suddenly. The body suddenly stiffened, because there was a hard object pressing against Feng Yang's forehead. Boss Feng, be careful with your words. The leading burly man's face was filled with an undisguised coldness, as if Feng Yang would be killed if he said one wrong word again. There was silence on the other end of the line. Cold sweat began to drip from Feng Yang's forehead. The silent pressure almost broke him down. If the strong man's fingers shook, his life would be gone. A few seconds later, Feng Yu's voice came with a long sigh. Boss Feng, is there some misunderstanding? A desperate dog will jump over the wall? Since you know you are a dog, you should act like a dog. Look at me, do I look like I'm negotiating with you? His voice was cold as he issued a final ultimatum. Tell me, do you want to get out of Haiqing City or die? Feng Yu didn't need Feng Yang's opinion, and he wasn't here to discuss things with him, who was Feng Yang in front of the Feng family. Since you are in an advantageous position, the best way is to do everything possible to utilize all the resources at your disposal, even if the means are despicable and they bully others by taking advantage of their power. If you're a villain, you have to act like a villain. I am not one of those villains whose IQ has been lowered and who use stupid tricks all the time. They give experience packs to the protagonist and his men all day long. They seem to be smart, but in fact they are complete idiots. For him, he had to use his own power to strangle the enemy in the cradle from the very beginning. Cold sweat oozed from Feng Yang's head. At this time, Feng Yu slowly said, "Boss Feng, please don't make the mistake. Even for the sake of your daughter Feng Xiaoxiao, you should think carefully, you." Feng Yang suddenly looked up with a look of disbelief. Of everything he has today, Feng Yang has done a lot of shameful things and offended many people, so for safety, he has always concealed his daughter's true identity. This is to avoid enemies taking the opportunity to retaliate. Even the people closest to him did not know the identity of his daughter. When the other party directly said his daughter's name, Feng Yang's last line of defense finally collapsed, being stared at by the leading strong man with bloodthirsty eyes like a hungry wolf. Feng Yang finally said tremblingly, "Okay, I promise, I will leave in the next 2 days." "Isn't that good? Boss Feng, you made a smart decision." Feng Yu smiled. "If we both reach an agreement peacefully like this, without resorting to violence, won't we both have a bright future?" Looking at the gun still pointed at him, Feng Yang's mouth twitched as he echoed, "Yes, yes, Master Feng, what about us?" The leading strong man spoke into the phone of Feng Yu said, "Retreat, you have other tasks to do." "Okay, let's go." After hanging up the phone, the burly man put away the gun in his hand, then said something, and a group of people left the room in a mighty manner. Feng Yang suddenly collapsed in his chair, feeling as if his body weighed 1,000 pounds, his lips turned pale. After a long time, he pressed a button on the table. A man with middle-parted hair walked into the room. "Boss, you looking for me?" He is Feng Yang's confidant and is deeply trusted. Feng Yang said weakly, "We need to count the assets and lay off the employees. We have to leave Haiqing City." "What?" The confidant was shocked and said with a pale face, "Boss, this is not allowed." Boom. A potted plant on a desk was smashed hard on the henchman's head, leaving him bleeding and completely stunned. Feng Yang's face was ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared, "Do as I say. If you don't want to die." "Yes, yes." The confidant was completely frightened, covering his head and hurriedly fled the office. The anger on Feng Yang's face slowly dissipated, and he sat down dejectedly again. At the same time, in the office of the chairman of Tianyu Media, Feng Yu hung up the phone. Feng Yang's daughter Feng Xiaoxiao is one of the concubines of the protagonist Chen Yi in the book. She met the protagonist at Rising Sun University. After a cliched heroic rescue, she was impressed by Chen Yi's charm and strength and joined the protagonist's harem. As a result, Feng Yang became connected with Chen Yi. At Feng Xiaoxiao's request, he provided him with a lot of support, which played a significant role in the early stages, and now, when Feng Yang leaves Haiqing, he will definitely take Feng Xiaoxiao with him. The connection that was supposed to exist between the two was severed. Ding! Host's villain value plus 1,000. Protagonist's luck value minus 1,000. Chapter 10, The Villains Are Coming One After Another. Feng family dinner. The people sent by Feng Yu were constantly moving around in various places in Haiqing City, and the small supporting characters in the early stage who were easy to deal with were found one by one. The methods used are also different, including threats, guidance, and temptation. Ding! Host's villain value plus 100. Protagonist's luck value minus 100. Ding! Host's villain value plus 200. Protagonist's luck value minus 200. Ding! Host's villain value plus 50. Protagonist's luck value minus 50. In the company office, Feng Yu was handling affairs, and the system prompt sound kept ringing in his ears until he let out a long sigh and put down the documents in his hand. Feng Yu possesses proficient business management, and it is naturally easy for him to handle these things. At this moment, the voice in his ears finally disappeared and became calm. Feng Yu's eyes moved. "Looks like that's all." He casually called up the system panel. The strongest villain system host, Feng Yu personal wealth, 1.9 billion charm, 20, 10 for normal people, capped at 30, constitution, 12, normal person is 10, skills, cello, advanced, piano, advanced, literature appreciation, intermediate, villain value, 2500 current trigger book, the master of coming down the mountain in the city. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 2500. And the protagonist Chen Yi's current luck value is 11,800. Although they are all small characters, and the most powerful one among them is just the boss of Haotian Entertainment Center, but accumulating over time, these people have brought Feng Yu a total of 2,500 villain points. Before the protagonist Chen Yi officially appeared, Fang Yu had already deprived him of a total of 3,200 points of luck. This made Fang Yu very satisfied. Of course, luck value is something illusory, invisible and intangible, and Chen Yi himself cannot perceive it, otherwise he would be extremely depressed. Fang Yu first spent 1,000 villain points to increase his charm value to 30 points, reaching the highest value. As for the remaining 1,500 villain points, Fang Yu directly added all of it to his own physique. Things like power, status, money, etc. are ultimately external forces, only one's own strength is one's own. Although the masters who came down from the mountains did not show up in the city with ancient martial arts or even more outrageous fantasy cultivation, their martial arts level could not override the rules, but when it comes to strength, the stronger the better. Ding! Villain value minus 1,500. Host's physique plus 15. Along with the mechanical sound of the system, a warm current suddenly emerged from the abdomen, transforming into a violent force that filled the limbs and bones, shaping the tendons, skin, and bones. Along with the slight pain comes an indescribable comfort that seems to come from the soul. It's like being reborn. Fang Yu let out a long breath, feeling that his muscles had become slightly stronger and his body was filled with surging power. I even felt like I could blow up the earth with one punch. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by the rapid increase in strength. He looked around and found that his perception of the outside world had become much clearer. He could even see a small insect on the green leaves of a potted plant in the far corner of the room clearly. It's so effective. Fang Yu's expression changed as he looked at his system interface. The strongest villain system host, Fang Yu personal wealth, 1.9 billion charm, 30, 10 for normal people, upper limit, 30, constitution, 27, normal person is 10, skills, cello, advanced, piano, advanced, literary appreciation, intermediate, villain value, 0 current trigger book. The master of coming down the mountain in the city. Fang Yu clenched his fist and punched it forward, stirring up a gust of air. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. I feel like I can easily defeat 5 or 6 people by myself now. I'm so strong with only 27 points of physical fitness. If I completely deprive Chen Yi of his luck, how strong will I be? After I kill the next protagonist, will I be strong enough to ignore pistols and even artillery shells? Fang Yu felt an uncontrollable excitement in his heart, feeling the power filling his body and tasting the sweetness of increased strength. Fang Yu's thoughts of obtaining strategy books and killing the protagonist gradually changed from being forced to taking the initiative. In his mind, Chen Yi at this moment is no longer a human being, but a walking villain. Chen Yi alone can provide 11,800 villain points. Fang Yu's eyes were a little fiery, but at this moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Host, I need to remind you that when your physical fitness reaches 50, the villain value required to increase your physical fitness by 1 point will increase. A basin of cold water was poured directly down. Fang Yu frowned slightly. That's right. If the exchange rate between villain points and constitution points remains unchanged, then increasing one's strength would be too easy. You still have to eat one bite at a time. You can't become fat in one bite. Now let's focus on dealing with Chen Yi. My previously restless mood gradually calmed down. Fang Yu pinched his chin and thought, tomorrow night is Song Jiayu and I's engagement dinner. The protagonist Chen Yi will also arrive in Haiqing City shortly after that, and the plot will officially begin. Time is running out, but even if Chen Yi is a dragon crossing the river, I will turn him into a dead reptile when he arrives in Haiqing City. According to the original novel, there's a major event at the engagement dinner that will affect the Fang family in the future. We need to prepare in advance. The next day. Dusk. The Fang family villa was brightly lit and decorated with lights. The dazzling lights pierced the silent darkness, and luxury cars from all directions came in succession, almost crowding the area outside the villa. Behind the golden fountain, on the towering steps, the gate of the villa slowly opened, and rows of waiters came out and stood on both sides of the gate. With a polite smile and a bow, a road paved with soft red carpet was revealed in the middle. Ding dong. The melodious sound of ritual music rang out, accompanied by the elegant and soothing music. Important figures in Haiqing City walked into the courtyard one after another, after the security guard at the villa gate carefully checked the invitation. Only distinguished guests were allowed to enter. No one was surprised by the grand scene and the clamor of welcoming guests at the door, and under the strict security and inspection, no one dared to express the slightest dissatisfaction, simply because today is a dinner party jointly hosted by the Fong family and the Song family, two of Haicheng City's top wealthy families. Fong Yu from the Fong family and Song Chaoyu from the Song family will officially announce their engagement at this grand dinner. The Fong family, which is vying to become the #1 family in Haicheng City, has joined forces with the Song family, which also has a deep foundation. No one dares to underestimate them. Therefore, almost everyone who received the invitation decided to come. The upper-class circle was only so big, and many people knew each other, so they gathered in small groups of 3 or 4, chatting and laughing as they walked in. Chapter 11 Song Chaoyu's investigation. The lobby on the first floor of the villa, the interior has already been decorated luxuriously and elegantly. The purple crystal chandelier hangs, emitting a warm and bright light, illuminating the huge and exquisite oil paintings around it, revealing a gorgeous and elegant aristocratic atmosphere everywhere. Drinks and snacks were placed on a long table covered with a white silk tablecloth, and guests could help themselves to them. The beautiful piano sound echoes like the gurgling water, pleasant and crisp. Just when the hall downstairs was noisy. In a room upstairs, Fong Yu was lying on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand, wondering what he was thinking about. Crunch. Lung Han pushed the door open and walked in, standing beside Fong Yu. Fong Yu opened his eyes. Is there any movement over there with Song Chaoyu? I should have asked you to send someone to keep an eye on him. Lung Han hesitated for a moment, then said, It seems someone has been investigating young master recently, and their methods are very sophisticated. However, according to your instructions, we have managed to catch some of them. If we follow the clues and continue investigating, we will definitely gain something. Oh. Fong Yu sneered. As expected, Lung Han is very smart and cautious, so he didn't say it explicitly, but Fong Yu immediately understood that the person investigating him was Song Chaoyu. The test he made on the golf course would inevitably arouse the other party's suspicion. Given Song Chaoyu's character, he would definitely find a way to investigate his situation. Fong Yu chuckled and thought to himself, that woman likes to resolve all uncertainties and control everything. How could she let a suspicious guy like me go? If this wasn't a critical moment and she didn't need to avoid complications, she would probably just attack me. In this respect, she's a lot like me, but as the saying goes, when you stare into the abyss also stares into you. Song Chaoyu sent people to investigate Fong Yu, which to some extent exposed himself. Fong Yu was familiar with the plot of the book, so he could use the same tactics against the opponent and find out detailed information about him. As for himself, Song Chaoyu had no idea of finding anything useful, because the real secrets were all in his mind. Fong Yu shook the goblet in his hand, the scarlet wine sloshed. Keep watching Song Chaoyu and report to me if anything happens. Yes. Lung Han responded. Fong Yu added, by the way, how's the information I asked you to prepare? It's going to be used tonight. A trace of admiration appeared on Lung Han's face. Master, just as you expected, the information has been investigated and it is exactly as you said. Fong Yu smiled slightly. Very good. Lung Han reminded, Master, the guests are almost all here. Isn't it time for you to come out? Well, let's go, it's time. Fong Yu drank the red wine in the glass, slowly got up from the sofa, and walked downstairs. Tonight, there's a good show, a wonderful show. Lung Han closed the door, then he turned his head and looked at Fong Yu's back. In the past, Fong Yu had a playboyish personality and was a bit weak, but now he acts with a sharp and domineering attitude. Just like those big men who truly hold tremendous power, he is calm and cold, seemingly gentle and lazy, but intimidating without even getting angry. It is hard to imagine that such a drastic change could happen in such a short period of time, like a metamorphosis. It's unbelievable. However, no matter how hard Lung Han tried, he could not have imagined that the young master in front of him had been replaced by another person. Chapter 12 Dongcheng District Project. In the lobby on the first floor. Originally, the crowd was chattering, but suddenly his attention was drawn by the sound of footsteps. Snap, snap, snap. He was wearing a custom-made high-end suit, had a tall and straight figure, and on his handsome face, a pair of black eyes that were so deep and sharp that one dared not look directly at them. Fong Yu walked slowly down the stairs and instantly became the focus of the entire banquet. Many people came forward, holding wine glasses in their hands, trying to get close to Fong Yu, the young master of the Fong family, and clinking their glasses with him. Mr. Fong, I'm the chairman of Wenlong Company. We've met before. Mr. Fong, I'm the president of Shirwei Company. We've worked together before and we've even had a drink together. Mr. Fong, I wonder if you are free this weekend? I would like to treat you to a meal. Mr. Fong Yu smiled indifferently and dealt with it casually. Besides being afraid of their own identities, there is another reason why these people are so enthusiastic. Dongqing District Project. A playful smile appeared on Fong Yu's lips. The Dongqing District Project is a large-scale development project led by Haiqing city officials. It aims to construct and develop a large amount of valuable wasteland in Dongqing District and create a new prosperous urban area. The scale of investment is huge. It is a big cake that everyone covets. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. This newly built urban area will surely become the economic center of Haiqing City in the future. Once the new urban area is completed, all investors will gain immeasurable benefits. As the leading family in Haiqing City, the Fong family naturally could not miss this huge business opportunity. Relying on their status, influence and smooth operation, they directly took over nearly one-third of the projects. This naturally attracted countless people's envy. Even with the strength of the Fong Group, it is impossible for it to take on a full one-third of the projects alone. Therefore, Fong Group issued a tender notice to find a capable company to cooperate with. As soon as the news came out, many families and wealthy people in Haiqing City were jealous, and they used various means to prove their connections and strength. Desperate to get this opportunity to cooperate with the Fong family. At this year's dinner, in addition to Fong Yu and Song Chaoyu announcing their engagement, the Fong family will also officially announce the winning company. Most of those who came up to Fong Yu to get close to him were families and companies participating in the bidding. In their opinion, if they could please the eldest son of the Fong family, there would undoubtedly be a glimmer of hope. Fong Yu dealt with the person in front of him. His face was as dark as water. The Dongqing District Project was originally a great thing for the Fong family. With this opportunity, they might be able to move to a higher level and completely establish their position as the number one family in Haiqing City. But Fong Yu's expression was somewhat gloomy. Knowing the plot of the book, he naturally knew that the Dongqing District Project not only failed to make the Fong family prosperous, but instead caused the entire Fong family to fall into big trouble and even fell into the abyss. Mr. Fong! A loud shout of surprise was heard. Fong Yu looked up and saw a fat, middle-aged man with greasy hair running towards him, panting. The moment you see each other, the memories in Fong Yu's brain began to screen and compare, and he immediately confirmed the other party's identity. Then, a hint of coldness appeared deep in his eyes. It's here as expected. Gao Jianmen, chairman of Dongqing Group, has considerable assets. The building materials and real estate companies under the group are leaders in the same industry in Haiqing City. According to the plot of the original book, he was the partner chosen by the Fong family in this Dongqing District Project, but in fact, due to poor management, Gao Jianmen's Dongqing Group has long been on the verge of bankruptcy, owing money to many companies and even huge amounts of usury. Gao Jianmen has been concealing the company's financial situation, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and barely maintaining the company's existence. Gao Jianmen knew that if his true financial situation is exposed, those who lent him money will never let him go, and he will be killed without a burial place. Finally, he turned his attention to the Fong family. In the original book, Gao Jianmen took away a large amount of working capital from the Fong family under the guise of cooperation. After paying off his own loan, he ran away with the remaining money. This eventually led to the Fong family's capital chain being broken and they suffered a heavy blow. When the Fong family heard the news, they were naturally furious. Fong Qishong even sent people to hunt him down everywhere, and even declared that if he was found, he would be torn into pieces. But in the end, the cunning Gao Jianmen managed to escape. The Fong family was severely damaged and had to shrink its industries and power. For this reason, it became the first target that Song Chaoyu targeted after he took control of the Song family. Song Chaoyu took advantage of the conflict between Chen Yi and Fong Yu, and eventually made this first-class wealthy family in Haiqing City complete destruction. Gao Jianmen ignored everyone else and went straight to Fong Yu. With a flattering and fawning look on his face, he said, "Mr. Fong, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Why haven't you come to play with me during this period of time?" He secretly put his head next to Fong Yu. "I have a few new people over there, they are very good, I guarantee you will be satisfied." The coldness in Fong Yu's eyes became even more intense. With the original plot in mind, he certainly knew what the newcomer the other party was talking about. Gao Jianmen's group owns a film and television entertainment company, which has recruited many beautiful young stars. He started this company not to cultivate stars and make money, but to bribe some powerful people, just like Fong Yu in the book. He is a frequent visitor there, and often has a lot of fun playing with the stars under Gao Jianmen. Gao Jianmen, who tried every possible way to please Fong Yu, was also trusted by Fong Yu and said many good things about him in front of Fong Qishong. This also has a lot to do with Gao Jianmen's success in defrauding the Fong family. Fong Yu was speechless when he saw this. If this idiot doesn't die, who will? Mr. Fong? Gao Jianmen called out tentatively, feeling a little puzzled. If I had talked about this kind of thing in the past, Fang Yu's eyes would have lit up and he would have pulled me aside for a private talk. What happened today? Fang Yu patted Gao Jianmen's shoulder with a smile and whispered, "Thank you for your kindness. Go wait over there. You still have a part tonight." Gao Jianmen was overjoyed from the sound of it. "I think I have a chance this time." The expressions of the people around him were not very good, and they looked at Gao Jianmen with some unfriendly eyes. Everyone present was a prominent figure. Although they wanted to please Fang Yu, they also had dignity and limits, and Gao Jianmen was completely shameless and licked it like a dog. But Gao Jianmen was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he looked very proud. There is an art to flattery. Different methods are needed for different people. Do you really think that you can just lower yourself and lick their hands to please them? The Gao Jianmen felt contempt in his heart, but he immediately thought, this Fang Yu is also a fool? Just give him some small favors and seduce him into doing things for him. The pit has already been dug, and I'm just waiting for the Fang family to jump in. After they've wiped their butts with me, I'll slip away. Ha 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 ha. Gao Jianmen couldn't stop laughing in his heart. Chapter 13, each with his own agenda. Fang Yu walked towards the center of the hall. There stood 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in luxurious attire and exuding a majestic aura. The man and woman are naturally Fang Yu's parents, Fang Qishong and Zhang Fang. The other burly middle-aged man is the current head of the Song family, Song Qiaoyu's father, Song Wufu. Dad, Mom. Fang Yu strode forward and greeted Fang Qishong and Zhang Fang first. Oh, Xiao Yu is here. Song Wufu coughed twice and spoke, his face visibly pale. Uncle Song. Fang Yu's face was filled with concern. How are you feeling lately? Song Wufu waved his hand. Same old, no improvement, just hanging on for dear life. I won't be surprised if God takes me away anytime. Fang Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled and said, Uncle Song, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Yes, in-laws, today is a happy day. Why are you saying such depressing words? Fang Qishong and Zhang Fang also said this. Song Wufu laughed dumbly. I know the condition of my body well. Just as a few people were talking, there was a sudden silence in the hall, followed by an uproar, because a figure walked out from the side corridor. Song Dynasty reign. She was wearing a black dress tonight, dotted with stars, and a golden ribbon tied around her waist, perfectly outlining her figure. Under the light of the amethyst chandelier, a pair of phoenix eyes shone with light, and her stunning face bloomed with charming colors. Under such a beautiful face, the guests present couldn't help but hold their breath. The women in the meeting hall were filled with jealousy and even showed signs of inferiority. Comparing people will make you die. Comparing goods will make you throw them away. In comparison, they are just a bunch of vulgar people, disgusting to the sight. As for the young second generations who came with their uncles and fathers, they were all pressed down hard on the head by their elders, and only then did they suddenly wake up from their stupor. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. How could they keep staring at the young master of the Fang family's woman? Especially on this occasion, if my previous gaffe was accidentally noticed, not only would I be doomed, but my family might also be implicated and face catastrophic disaster. Come on, Zhao Yu, come here quickly. Fang Qishong and Zhang Fang were both grinning from ear to ear, and were extremely satisfied with their future daughter-in-law. Fang Yu frowned secretly. Song Qiaoyu was so good at disguising herself that everyone else was fooled by her, even Chen Yi fell for it. Xiao Yu, why are you still standing there? Today is the day you two officially announce your engagement. Zhang Fang urged. Fang Yu collected his thoughts and stepped forward to meet him. Now is not the time to break up with the other party. We need to be patient and wait for the right opportunity. And Song Qiaoyu also smiled gently, elegant, dignified and polite. There is nothing wrong with it, but his eyes were filled with coldness. I've already sent people to investigate him, but there's no useful information. What on earth does this guy know? Then the two people, each with their own ulterior motives, looked at each other and smiled harmlessly. At the same time, out on a high-speed train heading to Haiqing City, a pure, lovely girl with curvy breasts was sitting in her seat reading a book. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the side. My lady, there's no one next to you, right? Do you mind if I change seats and sit here? The girl turned her head to look. Standing next to him was a handsome boy, about 20 years old, with a gentle smile on his face. He wore a white shirt and washed-out jeans. His clothes were simple, even shabby, but he had a special temperament. The girl's heart moved, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Yes, sure. Thank you very much. The boy sat down next to the girl, smiled politely, and said, "Hello, my name is Chen Yi." "And you?" "The walking villain." Oh no, the protagonist has appeared. Chapter 14 Ding. Favorability drops to 75%, Fong family villa. The dinner continued in a noisy atmosphere of Fong Qishong then stepped forward to the center of the hall and said in a deep voice, "Everyone." Everyone in the hall fell silent tacitly, knowing that the highlight of tonight's dinner was about to begin. After a pause, Fong Qishong said loudly, "First of all, welcome everyone to the dinner jointly hosted by our Fong and Song families. Thank you all for coming. Today, Quanzi and Zhao will officially get engaged." Many words of praise came immediately. "Ha, Mr. Fong, you're too polite. How can we not come to support Master Fong and Miss Song's engagement party? You're right, it's all as it should be. I wish Miss Song and Mr. Fong a harmonious and everlasting relationship." Zhang Fong gave a wink, and Fong Yu straightened his clothes and walked forward, come directly to the front of the crowd. Fong Yu and Song Chaoyu stood side by side, one handsome and resolute, the other beautiful and elegant, forming a beautiful landscape. At this time, Fong Yu's mouth corners curled up slightly. Then, he suddenly reached out and held Song Chaoyu's hand, and pulled her into his arms. Song Chaoyu's body is as soft as boneless, with a faint fragrance, which is enough to make any man's heart wander. Although the original Mr. Fong was nominally Song Chaoyu's fiancé, in reality the two had never had any intimate contact. Even when the protagonist Chen Yi was obsessed with her beauty and was exploited, he was unable to have sex with her and was kept hanging. In the book, Song Chaoyu is like a cold flower standing on the top of a snowy mountain. She is extremely aloof and ambitious. How could she possibly be obsessed with love? In other words, no man can catch her eye. But now, Song Chaoyu was embraced in front of everyone by a guy who had always been a bootlicker, cowardly, fearful, and never dared to make a move. Song Chaoyu's body became a little stiff, a hint of shock and anger flashed across his eyes, and the temperature around his body seemed to be dropping. But in public, Song Chaoyu couldn't openly vent his anger, so he just uttered a few words that only Fong Yu could. "Here, what do you want to do?" The tone was so cold that it made people feel a chill on their necks. Warning, the plot character Song Xiaoyu's favorability towards the host has dropped to negative. Song Xiaoyu's favorability towards the host has dropped to minus 20%. Song Xiaoyu's favorability towards the host has dropped to minus 35%. Song Xiaoyu's favorability towards the host has dropped to minus 45%. Warning. If your favorability towards the host drops to a negative number, it means hostility. If it drops to minus 100%, it means murderous intent, and there is a high probability that you will attack the host. The system has this function, to detect favorability? Fong Yu was a little surprised, but he acted as if he didn't hear anything. He had no intention of letting go and completely ignored the system's reminder in Song Chaoyu's warning. Song Chaoyu wanted to struggle faintly, but Fong Yu's physical fitness has reached 27 after improvement. Even if there is a strong man in her arms at this moment, he will definitely not be able to break free, let alone her, a woman. She felt as if her body was firmly held in an iron clamp, unable to move at all. The bastard. Song Chaoyu gritted her teeth, her lungs almost bursting with anger, but she still maintained a natural smile on her face. Only if you observe very carefully can you detect a hint of stiffness in that smile. When Song Bufu, Fong's father and mother saw this scene, they smiled with relief on their faces. What they were most worried about was that Song Chaoyu and Fong Yu would not get along with each other. Now it seems that we were worrying too much. Many of the guests present were a little surprised. There were rumors before that Fong Yu pursued Song Chaoyu like a dog, but the other party responded indifferently. Now it seems that it was just a nonsense rumor. Look how affectionate they are. Some of the materialistic and powerful women present showed jealousy and regret, and were extremely envious. In this way, wouldn't they have no chance to climb up the big tree of the Fong family? Ding. Host's villain value plus 700. Protagonist's luck value minus 700. The curve of Fong Yu's mouth turned even higher. The purpose of Fong Yu's behavior was, of course, to gain villain value. He had no feelings towards Song Chaoyu. After all, not everyone can conquer this cold-blooded and vicious villain. Moreover, as a typical traitor, most of her allies along the way were killed by her in the end, and only the protagonist Chen Yi survived her backstab. Fong Yu doesn't want to do such a thankless task. He actually provided 700 villain points. Not bad, not bad. He is indeed worthy of being the villain boss in the later period. His every move and change of mind may cause the plot to distort. Fang Yu released Song Chaoyu from his arms, feeling in a good mood. Then, he glanced at her and said in his heart, "System, check the favorability." Song Chaoyu's favorability towards the host, minus 75%. TSK, is it really that serious? This favorability is about to break through minus 100%. Fang Yu sighed inwardly, but when I thought of the description of Song Chaoyu in the original book, I felt relieved. In the original novel, Song Chaoyu has a setting, that is, she has body cleanliness obsession, and it is especially serious for men. In order to highlight Song Chaoyu's characteristics, the book specially created a young man from a powerful foreign country in the middle and late stages. When they met to discuss cooperation, the other party actually gave him a warm hug in accordance with local customs. In the end, the young man did not return alive, but was assassinated by people sent by Song Chaoyu. Certainly, the current Song Chaoyu is not as strong and violent as he was later, but Fang Yu's behavior obviously completely angered her, but Fang Yu didn't care. The two of them didn't have a friendly relationship to begin with, so what if their favorability was even lower? It would be better to say that Song Chaoyu, who joined forces with Chen Yi to destroy the Fang family in the original book, is his undisputed enemy at present. After Fang Yu and Song Chaoyu made a brief appearance, Fang Qishong continued, "Everyone, at today's dinner, in addition to the engagement ceremony of our Fang and Song families, we will also announce the Fang family's partner in the Dongcheng district project." As soon as Fang Qishong said this, the atmosphere at the scene became tense. They knew that the highlight was coming. The marriage between the Fang and Song families is certainly eye-catching, but the Dongqing district project is more related to their vital interests. All the companies and families participating in the bidding looked at Fang Qishong with bated breath and serious attitudes. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever gets this opportunity to cooperate with the Fang family will soar to the sky. At this time, Fang Qishong did not keep the secret, but directly announced, "Then I declare that the winning bidder is Dongsheng Group." Upon hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Gao Jianmen with jealousy and resentment. "Ha ha, it's me." Gao Jianmen walked out of the crowd triumphantly, his heart already filled with joy. The first step of the plan has been a complete success. The next step is to use the Fang family to help him clean up the mess and get away with it. He sneered in his heart. The Fang family is indeed powerful, but when I flee abroad, what can the Fang family do to me? Besides, that person promised to help me leave when the time comes. Chapter 15. Sign your mom. While Gao Jianmen was thinking about how to cheat the Fang family, he also did not forget to provoke others. "Everyone, thank you for letting me." He waved to the crowd and laughed. Everyone was so angry that their teeth were itching and their faces turned ashen. Arriving in front of Fang Qishong, Gao Jianmen said humbly, "Thank you, Mr. Fang, for giving me this opportunity. Let's sign the contract now, shall we?" The waiter had already prepared the letter of intent and was waiting for Fang Qishong to announce the results and then conduct the on-site signing ceremony. Gao Jianmen's tone seemed a little anxious. No matter how well he concealed it on the surface, he knew it very well in his heart. "I'm at my wit's end now. Delay will lead to changes. The Fang family is now his only lifeline." "Don't worry." Fang Qishong stretched out his hand and said, "Let Xiaoyu conduct the contract signing ceremony on behalf of our Fang family today." Everyone's eyes flickered to Fang Qishong. "Are you planning to hand over the Dongqing district project to Fang Yu? This project is obviously intended to increase Fang Yu's reputation and qualifications, and prepare him for taking charge of the Fang group in the future." Everyone began to think in their hearts that their attitude towards Fang Yu might have to change again in the future, and they had to build a good relationship with him. After all, you never know when this huge Fang family will be handed over to Fang Yu. Gao Jianmen's smile widened when he heard this, that if he were facing Fang Qishong, he would still have some doubts in his heart. After all, he was a well-known business tycoon. But to trick Fang Yu, wouldn't that be easy? He looks elegant on the surface, but in fact he is lustful, cowardly, stingy, and loves to be flattered. He is a typical playboy. Gao Jianshong laughed, walked up with a glass of red wine in his hand, and raised his glass to Fang Yu. "Ha ha, then please take good care of me from now on, Mr. Fang. Come, wish us a happy signing." Fang Yu also picked up a glass of red wine from the waiter's tray next to him. Pa pa pa. The applause at the scene was as loud as thunder. No matter what they thought in their hearts, no one dared to lose face for the Fang family at this time. So, amid warm applause, Fang Yu extended the wineglass forward, facing Gao Jianmen's flattering smile, and poured the red wine on his head. He said calmly, "Sign your mother's contract." Ahem. The wine flowed down his face and into his nose, and Gao Jianmen started coughing violently. The red liquid stained his expensive suit, making him look extremely embarrassed. The whole audience was silent, there was complete silence, you could hear a pin drop, everyone present was completely confused. What was going on? Gao Jianmen was even more furious. What's wrong with this kid? He's completely embarrassed, but he managed to force a smile. Mr. Fong, what do you mean? Fang Qixiong also said in a deep voice, Xiaoyu, what's going on? Fang Yuqiu waved his hand and said calmly, Dad, there's something wrong with Gao Jianmen. Gao Jianmen's heart trembled, the original anger seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and was extinguished instantly. All that was left was the rising cold and fear. Impossible, does he know? No, he must be testing me. Gao Jianmen frantically comforted himself in his heart, and then said, Mr. Fong, there must be some misunderstanding. Fang Qixiong, who had experienced decades of ups and downs, quickly calmed down. Although he was surprised, he still said calmly, do you have any evidence for this? In such a situation, every move concerns the reputation of the Fang family. He believes that Fang Yu will not speak nonsense, and looking at Gao Jianmen's guilty look, it seems that he really has something to hide, hee. Fang Yu smiled faintly and said abruptly, 3 months ago, we built the headquarters building of a real estate company together. 2 months ago, at 8 p.m., you met with the lone shark at the Flying Eagle bar. 3 weeks ago, Fang Yu kept talking with a blank expression on his face. With every word he spoke, Gao Jianmen's face became paler. Dongsheng Group's financial situation is already in tatters, right? If any one link goes wrong, it will collapse. Are you planning to drag the Fang family down with you to clean up your mess? Gao Jianmen, you're so bold, Bumi. Gao Jianmen felt as if his brain was being hit by a huge hammer, beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, his face quickly lost color, and he was filled with panic. How is this possible? Those were the exact times and places where he made appointments with people when he was borrowing money from everywhere. How could Fang Yu know them, unless he has been sending people to follow me, or, there is a traitor? Gao Jianmen felt a little cold. It felt as if I was completely exposed to the sun, being stared at by a pair of invisible eyes, with no obstruction and open to scrutiny. Gao Jianmen's face was distorted, and he screamed hoarsely, no, someone is framing me. These are not evidence. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Fang Yu sighed, adjusted his tie, and said, take a look at the contract next to you. Weren't you in a hurry to sign it just now? Now take a closer look. What exactly is it? Gao Jianmen's pupils suddenly contracted. He picked up the contract with trembling hands. That was not a cooperation agreement at all, but detailed investigation materials on him and Dongsheng real estate, every flow of funds, every deficit, every high-interest loan, and even various photo materials are all available. There is absolutely no denial. Fang Yu's tone was cold. You want to use the Fang family to help you get out of this, and then leave the mess to us to clean up? That's a really good idea. Gao Jianmen went completely crazy. He threw the information in his hand aside and kept shouting, this is all fake. I don't admit it. The information was thrown right next to Fang Qixiong. Fang Qixiong took a look at it and was immediately shocked. If they really cooperated with Dongsheng Group according to the original plan, he simply didn't dare to think any further. Gao Jianmen was still yelling, but while he was roaring, his feet were moving backwards, and then he turned around and ran. Bang! A muffled sound. Gao Jianmen looked up at the burly bodyguard he had bumped into, and his expression gradually stiffened. A few seconds later, Gao Jianmen was dragged over like a dead dog. Master, what should we do? The bodyguard whispered. Fang Yu turned his head and glanced at Fang Qixiong, who said in a deep voice, the project cooperation has been handed over to you. Make your own decision. Fang Yu nodded slightly. He walked up slowly, stood in front of Gao Jianmen, who was held in the bodyguard's hand and had a dejected face, and looked down at him. The dark eyes were indifferent and emotionless. Gao Jianmen felt as if he was bitten by a wolf and couldn't help shivering. Mr. Gao, it's truly regrettable that things have turned out this way. If you had chosen someone else, perhaps I would have praised you for your courage and bravery, but you shouldn't have extended your hand to the Fang family. Update is coming. Chapter 16. Clues. Gao Jianmen roared fiercely but weakly, asshole, let me go. What do you want? You want to kill me in public? Of course not. Fang Yu smiled and said, today is the day to entertain all the guests. How can you do such a vulgar and violent thing? Besides, our Fong family also pays attention to its own image. Gao Jianmen breathed a sigh of relief, but Fong Yu's next words made Gao Jianmen feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. However, if your true situation were revealed, those who lent you money would surely be very happy to have a friendly conversation with you, right? Those who lend high-interest loans to Gao Jianmen are not good people. Most of them have backgrounds in underground forces, and they will not show mercy when they take action. Fong Yu sneered, beat him up severely, throw him out of the Fong family villa, and then spread the information. Yes, master. The burly bodyguard responded. No. Master Fong, I was wrong, let me go. Amidst panic shouts, Gao Jianmen was dragged away by bodyguards, followed by faint screams. The hall was completely silent. There was a hint of fear on the faces of everyone present. Is this the dude? The coward? The good-for-nothing? The good-for-nothing? This is complete nonsense. The aura of the other party made even those of them who had been struggling for decades feel a little nervous. Fong Yu suddenly smiled. Everyone, continue eating, drinking, and chatting. What just happened was just a small incident. As for the candidates for project cooperation, the Fong family will reselect them later. As soon as these words were spoken, the heavy atmosphere gradually dissipated. The atmosphere in the venue gradually became familiar again. There was a hint of fear deep in everyone's expression, and at the same time, a hint of excitement. While they were gloating over Gao Jianmen's misfortune, what concerned them more was that the position of cooperation was now vacant again. Didn't this mean that they had another chance? Fong Yu held a wineglass in his hand, taking in the eagerness in everyone's eyes, and couldn't help but chuckle. These people didn't know that even without Gao Jianmen, they would have had no chance from the beginning, because of the choice of cooperation if Fong Yu had already made up his mind. In addition, Fong Yu frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. He just noticed a detail. Before Gao Jianmen was taken away, his eyes seemed to drift in one direction intentionally or unintentionally, and he looked like he was about to say something. In the end, it seemed that he held back. Fong Yu inadvertently turned sideways and looked in the direction Gao Jianmen was looking at before, and then he saw Song Chaoyu talking to Fong's father and mother. His eyes were extremely deep. In the original book, Gao Jianmen's role ended after he tricked the Fong family and successfully escaped abroad, and he never appeared again. Now it seems that there may be a hidden story behind this. The Fong family was severely damaged by Gao Jianmen's incident, which gave Song Chaoyu an opportunity to take advantage of and join forces with the protagonist to destroy the Fong family. She can be said to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this incident. In the book, Song Chaoyu did, intentionally or unintentionally, ask the former Master Fong for a lot of relevant information, and think about it carefully. Although Gao Jianmen may be a bit clever, how could he have hidden himself from the Fong group's financial investigation? And how could he have successfully escaped Dongxia amidst the Fong family's furious manhunt? There are indeed many suspicious aspects in this. Thinking of this, Fong Yu waved at Long Han in the distance and called him over. Young master, find someone to keep an eye on Gao Jianmen. His every move must be under our control. Also, who were the people that the Fong group sent to investigate the Dongxing group? Find them for me. Chapter 17: The Butterfly Effect. The protagonist arrives early. Yes, I'll do it right away. Long Han nodded slightly, accepted the order, and left in a hurry. After explaining the situation, Fong Yu came to Fong Qishong's side at his signal, and the two walked to an empty corner. At this moment, Fong Qishong's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of anger that was difficult to conceal. There was a long silence, which eventually turned into a long sigh. I never thought that after being so smart all my life, I would be almost tricked by a jerk like Gao Jianmen. It's really shameful. Fong Yu quickly comforted him. Dad, everyone makes mistakes, just like horses stumble. Just relax. Fong Qishong shook his head and asked, what about Gao Jianmen? Rest assured. Fong Yu said calmly, I've already sent people to keep an eye on him. Even if he manages to escape those people, I will make him pay the price. Fong Qishong nodded, and then felt a little relieved. Before he finished speaking, he instantly understood what he meant. It seemed that his son had really grown up. Fong Yu chose to deal with Gao Jianmen at the banquet, and he handled it very appropriately. Although the occasion seemed inappropriate, he took advantage of the fact that everyone was present to create a deterrent effect. If they dared to do anything tricky with the Dongqing district project, Gao Jianmen is a lesson for them. As for how Fong Yu obtained the information about Gao Jianmen, Fong Qishong didn't care. Fang Yu started to have his own secret channels, which only made him happier. That's what really worried him. Instead, it was Fang Yu's cowardice and incompetence that ultimately led to the Fang family having no successor. Fang Group was founded by him, so he naturally didn't want his life's work to be destroyed. Fang Qishong breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had made up his mind. Xiaoyu, you should also attend the next board meeting. Fang Yu had a look of surprise on his face. But in fact, Fang Yu had no ripples in his heart, because all this was within his expectations. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Qishong intends to hand over the Fang Group to his own hands in advance. As expected, Fang Qishong nodded and said, I plan to hand over the chairmanship to you at the next board meeting and introduce you to the group's directors. I originally planned to let you gain experience and reputation through the Dongqing district project, and then slowly take over the group's affairs. But now it seems that you have done better than I expected. I should be able to retire early. A smile appeared on Fang Qishong's face. He was not the kind of person who liked to hold on to power all the time, and he was indeed tired after working day and night for decades. Seeing this, Fang Yu did not make any false excuses, but nodded solemnly. I will definitely manage the Fang Group well and lead the family to new heights. Well, Fang Qishong's face was full of relief. In the past few days, whether it was Fang Yu's display of his proficient management ability or his actions at the dinner tonight, they were all for this purpose. Although the eldest son of the Fang family has a noble status, he is not the real controller of the group after all, and the resources he can mobilize are limited. And if I take charge of the Fang Group myself, I can do a lot of things without any hesitation. I know the plot and have the system, so I can lead the group to avoid many disasters and grow rapidly. At least for a long time to come, I will still need to rely on the power of the Fang family, unless I want to open a book that is power above the secular world. Fang Yu said secretly in his heart. Buzz. At this moment, Fang Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. He walked to a deserted place, answered the phone, and asked lazily, Hello? Mr. Fang, the target person has appeared on the train you asked us to monitor. What did you say? Fang Yu was stunned, because the target of the mission mentioned by the other party was none other than Chen Yi, the protagonist of the book The Master Who Comes Down the Mountain in the City. Although Chen Yi's storyline has not officially begun, Fang Yu has already made preparations according to the plot in the book. Chen Yi will take the train to Haiqing City Station. So the first thing Fang Yu did after his rebirth was to send people to travel back and forth between the starting points to ensure that there were always his people on that train 24 hours a day. This makes it easier to track the protagonist's whereabouts and take action as soon as he appears. It seems so now. This decision is undoubtedly the right one. Fang Yu's face was as gloomy as water. But according to the original book, Chen Yi should have arrived in Haiqing City 4 days after the engagement dinner. How could it be now? He asked in his heart. System, what's going on? The system responded, the host's change of the plot will trigger a butterfly effect, causing the subsequent direction of the plot to change, and the self-correction of the worlds will make the plot move closer to the original trajectory. The host's actions caused the plot to start earlier, but under the correction of the worlds Chen Yi will still take the same train to arrive in Haiqing City. That's actually the case. Fang Yu took a deep breath. Come to think of it, the distortion of the early plot will inevitably lead to changes in the direction of the subsequent plot. The correction of the worlds is also very limited. If the plot can be corrected 100%, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Luckily, I was cautious enough and sent people to keep an eye on the train. I never thought that the actions in Haiqing City would affect Chen Yi, who was so far away. Knowing the plot is not everything. As the plot changes more and more, the situation will inevitably turn into an unknown direction. I almost let him get away, but now, Fang Yu sneered, since you've fallen into my surveillance, don't even think about causing any more trouble. Thinking of this, he asked the other end of the phone, how long will it take for the target to reach Haiqing City? The train is expected to arrive at 10 o'clock, there's still an hour and a half left. Fang Yu said, what is the target doing now? Now Zhong Liang was sitting in a position behind Chen Yi. He wore a white baseball cap and wireless earphones in his ears. He glanced ahead and whispered. The target approached a girl and was chatting with her. It seemed like they were getting along very well. To avoid being followed and arousing suspicion, he bought an entire row of 3 seats so no one could hear him. Anyway, Fang Yu will reimburse all the mission expenses. As the eldest son of the Fang family, Fang Yu has personal assets of nearly 2 billion, so it is impossible for him to be short of this little money. After hearing what Zhong Liang reported on the other end of the phone, Fang Yu felt speechless. Hooking up with a girl so quickly, he is worthy of being the male protagonist of an urban harem novel. The protagonist's halo is awesome. Etc. Fang Yu's expression suddenly changed. If he remembered correctly, in the original book, Chunyi did hook up with a girl in the car. Could this be it? Chapter 18 Big surprise. Fang Yu said in a deep voice, "Tell me what that girl looks like." Zhou Liang narrowed his eyes, reflecting off the train window, and quickly described the man's appearance to Fang Yu. He's not tall, has an oval face, and the front is very large and round, and that's all right, that's all right. Fang Yu stopped the other party from tasting it in detail. Zhou Liang's description had confirmed that the other person was the girl who traveled with Chunyi in the original book. I guess this is the corrective effect of the world's will. Time has changed, but many things have not changed. Of course, if Fang Yu found the girl in advance and kidnapped her, the plot would change completely. As long as the distortion is large enough, then everything can be completely reversed. At this moment, Fang Yu suddenly revealed a somewhat weird smile. He asked Zhou Liang, "Please help me find two tall and thin people in the carriage behind the target. One of them has a mole on his face." Ah? Yes. Although Zhou Liang didn't quite understand, he still moved quickly, walked through the rows of seats and came to the back carriage. He glanced around casually, then he actually found the two people Fang Yu mentioned in a corner. "Master, I found it. It's really in the last carriage." Zhou Liang hurriedly lowered his voice and said the two men were tall and thin. One of them had a mole at the corner of his mouth, and both had shifty looks, and didn't look like good people. Fang Yu smiled. Sure enough, none of these things have changed. Although the two people he asked Zhou Liang to find did not have specific names in the book, they were also minor supporting characters. They are professional scammers, but unfortunately they were deceived by Chunyi, who has the aura of the protagonist. Naturally would not fall for such a trick, and even took away the wallets of the two people. This is the first little thrill in the book. Fang Yu planned to use this incident to give Chunyi a big surprise. He ordered Zhou Liang, "Just do as I say, yes." After explaining everything, Fang Yu found an excuse and left through the side door. After giving the order, a driver drove the car out of the garage and waited at the door of the villa. "To the station," Fang Yu said. Although he is confident, he is not arrogant. He cannot be careless when dealing with the protagonist Chunyi. Even though he had already made plans, Fang Yu decided to go to the scene in person so that he could feel at ease. The car started slowly and drove towards its destination. Boom boom, with a whistling sound, the train entered the station. "Dear passengers, the train is heading to Haiqing City. Passengers going to Haiqing City, please get ready and get off from the right door." The car doors opened one by one. Countless people squeezed off the train in the surge. A handsome young man also got off the bus with the crowd, carrying a large, rustic backpack. Although he was wearing cheap clothes, he couldn't hide his special temperament. "We're finally here in Haiqing City," Chunyi thought to himself. At this moment, the girl sitting next to him on the train came forward, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of admiration, and little stars twinkling. Chunyi, can you leave me your contact information?" Chunyi smiled slightly. Of course, how could he refuse when a beautiful girl took the initiative to make such a request, so he immediately took out his cell phone and added the girl's contact information. "That's great." The girl looked excited. The two of them walked together along the platform all the way to the waiting hall. "Well, the person who picked me up said to wait for me at gate 3. While chatting with the girl, Chunyi glanced at the messages on his phone. "By the way, Chunyi, those two people at the station were obviously scammers. Why did you really give them 1,000 yuan? The girl suddenly couldn't help but ask. Even she could see that the two men's tricks were very crude, and she almost couldn't help but call the flight attendants. But Chunyi actually believed it. Chunyi burst out laughing. He took off his large backpack, unzipped it, and showed her what was inside. "Look, what is this?" The girl leaned over curiously and took a look. There was actually 1,000 yuan in cash and two black wallets. "This is," Chunyi smiled and said, "that 1,000 yuan is what I gave them before. I took it back myself. As for the two wallets, they are just gifts." The girl was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Those two liars are so miserable, but they deserve it. Who told them to cheat? And Chunyi, you are so amazing. I have no idea how you did it." Hearing the beautiful woman's praise, Chunyi smiled slightly with pride. He took the two men's wallets not only to punish them slightly and let them know the price of cheating him, but also to show off in front of the girl. "Oh, what's so serious? Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. Chen Yi and his sister turned their heads and saw several inspectors in uniform standing in front of them. The leader said coldly, "Someone has reported you for suspected theft. Please show us your ID and come with us." Chen Yi was confused. What the hell is going on? Chapter 19: The convergence of the protagonist and the villain. Chen Yi's brain froze for a while. Report yourself for theft? Who reports it? When I took the wallets of those two people, I was seen by someone. Logically speaking, with my methods, ordinary people would never be able to detect it. Could it be that I failed today? Chen Yi was a little depressed. My brain was working rapidly, and I quickly made up a relatively reasonable reason, and then I started to quibble. Anyway, you can never admit that your wallet was stolen. Mr. Inspector, but before Chen Yi finished speaking, the girl next to him had already flushed with anxiety and frantically explained for Chen Yi, "Mr. Inspector, these two wallets belong to bad people. Chen Yi stole them to punish evil and promote good. You have to trust him." Chen Yi's face darkened. "If you can't speak, just say less. Who is she trying to frame?" Originally, she was the suspect, but now that she's involved, the crime is confirmed. Big breasts and no brains, as expected. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the leading inspector said coldly, "You punishing evil and promoting good? Who gave you the right to do that? Stealing is stealing. Young lady, your words will serve as testimony." Then he turned and looked at Chen Yi. "Come with us." Chen Yi was speechless. What kind of thing was this? He had just arrived in Haiqing City and was about to go in? You can't do this." The girl looked anxious, but couldn't say anything useful. Chen Yi remained silent, but his hands in his pockets moved quickly, editing a message and sending it out. This time, he breathed a sigh of relief and said lightly, "Okay, I'll go with you." Chen Yi actually had the thought of escaping by force, but he suppressed it in an instant. With his skills, if he wanted to leave, the ordinary people in front of him would not be able to stop him. However, if he fought with the inspector, things would get out of hand, and Chen Yi did not want to become a wanted criminal. He had just contacted the contact via text message and briefly explained the situation. The other party should be able to get him out soon. So there's no need to take risks. "Let's go," the inspector said coldly and handcuffed Chen Yi directly. Chen Yi did not resist, but a hint of disdain subconsciously appeared in his eyes. This kind of thing can't trap him at all. If he wants to, he can easily break free. Chen Yi shrugged and took a step forward to follow the others and leave, and just at this moment, Chen Yi suddenly felt moved, as if drawn by some mysterious energy, and turned to look behind him. On the second floor of the waiting hall, a tall and handsome young man was standing there, looking at this place coldly. The two faced each other, their eyes suddenly collided across the void. Chen Yi believed that this was the first time he met this person, but he inexplicably felt uncomfortable in his heart. Several inspectors urged, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and go." Is this an illusion? Chen Yi withdrew his gaze, put the matter behind him, and continued walking leisurely. He looked extremely relaxed and didn't look like a suspect at all. On the second floor, Fang Yu watched Chen Yi disappear. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The reason why Chen Yi was reported and taken away by the inspector for investigation was naturally his doing. Ding! Host's villain value plus 800. Ding! Host's villain value plus 100. Fang Yu smiled slightly. Summon the system interface. It will the strongest villain system host. Fang Yu personal wealth 1.9 billion, charm 30, 10 for normal people, upper limit 30, constitution 27, normal person is 10, skills cello advanced, piano advanced, literary appreciation intermediate, villain value 1600. Current trigger book The Master of Coming Down the Mountain in the City. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 1600, and the protagonist's current luck value is 10200. Chapter 20. Zhao Family. Zhao Shiyu. Fang Yu's actions completely changed the plot of Chen Yi's appearance, so it is not surprising that he gained 1000 villain points from him. As for the 100 villain points, they should come from the girl next to him. There was originally going to be some plot between the other party and Fang Yu afterwards, but now, it will never happen again. Thinking of Chen Yi's nonchalant look before he was taken away, Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh. They are indeed the protagonists. They are full of confidence and courage no matter what the situation. They don't care because they almost never fail. They will always be able to overcome danger and have someone to help them. A cold light flashed across Fang Yu's eyes. The reason why Chen Yi was fearless when being taken away by the inspector was that he believed in his own strength. In the book, although his strength is limited and cannot be as terrifying as practitioners of ancient martial arts or even magic, he is definitely not someone that ordinary people can deal with. Another source of Chunye's confidence was that he knew someone would come to rescue him. Ha, how could I possibly let you deal with it so easily? Now, go meet your contact. Fangyu smiled indifferently, slowly left the second floor and went down to the first floor. He went straight to exit 3, and as soon as he stepped out, he heard a burst of noise. There was a huge crowd of people outside, but 99% of them were staring in the same direction. Some people even accidentally bumped into the pillars because they were so engrossed in looking. I saw a red Ferrari parked in the square outside the station, shining brightly under the lights. Even more eye-catching was the woman standing next to the car. The woman was tall, with a fair complexion, pretty and delicate features, and a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. She was definitely a great beauty. So it attracted the attention of passers-by, especially many young boys, who were at the age of full vigor, stared with their eyes wide open and stunned. Beautiful women with luxury cars, she is simply the perfect goddess in their hearts. If they can get her, they will never have to worry about anything in their life. A few brave ones, or those who are confident in their appearance and family background, mustered up the courage to go up and chat with them directly. "Hi, beautiful." The woman just glanced at them coldly, as if she was looking at the air. Several tall bodyguards beside him immediately surrounded him with unfriendly expressions and snorted, Several boys who tried to chat her up were so scared that their faces turned pale and they all left in shame. They didn't expect that this beautiful woman they met by chance, although charming and beautiful, had such a cold personality. After many setbacks, no one dared to approach anymore. However, there are still many people stealing glances from a distance. A beauty of this level, even if you just look at her a few more times, is a pleasing and relaxing thing. These guys, why don't they look in the mirror and see what they are like? They actually want to hit on me? It's ridiculous. Zhao Shiyu snorted coldly. She was in a bad mood at the moment. She didn't know why her grandfather insisted on asking her to pick up Shenyi, who was said to have been in the mountain all the time. Moreover, his tone was full of appreciation and praise, and all kinds of compliments could be heard. This made Zhao Shiyu feel a little jealous. As my grandfather's most beloved granddaughter, I have never received so much praise. Why did that poor boy whom I have never met deserve this, and the most infuriating thing is that Grandpa actually asked me to communicate more with that guy. It seemed like he wanted to bring the two of them together. What a joke. Even before they met, Zhao Shiyu was already filled with disgust towards this guy named Chen Yi and was extremely annoyed. Zhao Shiyu glanced at her watch impatiently. Why haven't you come yet? If it wasn't for her grandfather's order, asking her to pick up Chen Yi, she would have driven away long ago. Drop. At this time, Zhao Shiyu received a message on her mobile phone. She clicked it and found that it was Chen Yi's mobile phone number. Something happened. Do you want me to go to the inspectorate to get him out? Browsing the messages on her phone, Zhao Shiyu began to grow exasperated. How long has this guy been here? Why was he taken away by the inspector? It really brings trouble to myself. At this moment, Zhao Shiyu, who was looking down at the message, found that the light dimmed and a figure appeared in her peripheral vision. Many boys who were looking over here in the distance had sarcastic expressions on their faces. In their opinion, this meant that someone who didn't know the situation was going to come up and chat with them. Although the clothes this person was wearing looked very expensive, there had been cases where a rich second-generation man had relied on his status to try to pester someone, but he was almost beaten up by Zhao Shiyu's bodyguards. At this moment, Fang Yu approached Zhao Shiyu without knowing his own limitations. Many people began to gloat over the misfortune. Hey, brother, someone was about to speak up to remind them, but was glared at by the others, and immediately shrank his neck and dared not speak. These people had all been rejected when they tried to approach Zhao Shiyu before, so they were happy to see Fang Yu being scolded or even beaten. More people have the same experience as me. This can bring some comfort to their traumatized hearts. Zhao Shiyu thought he was here to chat her up again, so she frowned and didn't even bother to raise her head. The bodyguards also quickly stepped forward. He planned to skillfully go through the process of scolding plus intimidating plus driving away, and directly drive the person away, but when they gathered around, opened their mouths slightly and were about to start scolding, they finally saw the figure under the street light. I was suddenly shocked that he quickly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Mr. Fawn, Mr. Fawn? Zhao Shiyu paused and raised her head. At the same time, Fang Yu's joking voice sounded. Miss Zhao, you're so arrogant. I'm here, but you didn't even look up. And these bodyguards under you, are you planning to chase me away? The bodyguard said awkwardly. Mr. Fong, you're joking. How dare we attack you? Fang Yu glanced at them coldly, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Then get out of here. The bodyguard looked embarrassed and stepped aside. The faces of several boys next to him who were grinning and ready to laugh at Fang Yu suddenly froze. What is going on? Why are you here? Zhao Shiyu stared at Fang Yu with a stern expression and said coldly, if we're talking about arrogance, I think young Master Fang is a bit more arrogant. He even orders my bodyguards around casually. At this point, she glanced at her bodyguards angrily. Waste. The bodyguards dared not say a word and could only smile bitterly. Chapter 21 Hidden Truth. Fang Yu didn't care. The other party's attitude was within his expectations. Zhao Shiyu, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in Haiqing City, the Fang family has been showing signs of becoming the #1 family, and the only family that still has the strength to compete with the Fang family is the Ji family, which is also a top-tier wealthy family. The Ji family and the Fang family have always been at odds. In recent years, the friction has increased and the conflict has become almost public. In this situation, other small families will undoubtedly have to make their own choices, to stand on the side of the Fang family, or to stand on the side of the Ji family. The Zhao family is also a considerable family in Haiqing City, with assets of nearly 10 billion. Although it cannot be compared with top families like the Fang and Ji families, it is still an absolute behemoth in the eyes of ordinary people. The Zhao family is a staunch supporter of the Ji family. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for Zhao Shiyu to give Fang Yu a good face. Of course, she didn't dare to go too far. If she really angered the Fang family, the Ji family might not be able to protect her. In addition, the Zhao family also occupies a considerable role in the book. Zhao Xinrui, the old man of the Zhao family, had received the help of Master Chen Yi in his early years and was saved by Master Chen Yi with his extraordinary medical skills. However, Zhao Xinrui suffers from a rare and stubborn disease, which cannot be cured overnight. It requires another treatment after a long interval to eradicate it. Chen Yi's master also promised this matter, and now, many years have passed, and Chen Yi, his favorite disciple, has completed his studies and come down the mountain. One of the reasons is to get out and see the world and explore the world. On the other hand, it was also to fulfill the promise made to his master that year and completely cure Zhao Xinrui's illness. Therefore, Zhao Xinrui did not dare to neglect Chen Yi at all, and could be said to be very courteous to him. After all, his master had saved his life in the past, and if he wanted to truly cure his illness, he needed to rely on Chen Yi to help him again. Zhao Xinrui also intends to match his granddaughter Zhao Shiyu with Chen Yi and bring her into the Zhao family. Fang Yu reviewed the information in his mind again, then withdrew his thoughts and looked at Zhao Shiyu again. He asked knowingly, "What's going on? What are you doing here, Miss Xiao, so late at night? Waiting for others. This has nothing to do with Master Fang, right?" Zhao Shiyu replied stiffly, but when this matter was mentioned, she couldn't help but feel angry. That bastard Chen Yi. Oh, waiting for someone? It really has nothing to do with me, I'm just asking casually. But since Miss Zhao came to greet me personally, I'm really curious about this person's identity. Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, "Oh, by the way, I just saw a good show in the hall. A thief who stole someone's wallet was caught on the spot by the police. Ha, it was so funny. It's a pity that Miss Zhao didn't get to see it with her own eyes." Hearing this, Zhao Shiyu's expression changed slightly, becoming even uglier. Combining Fang Yu's words with the information she just received, she instantly thought of Chen Yi. She originally thought that the other party was accidentally involved in some incident and was taken away for questioning. The result was that he was caught stealing. Is this the Chen Yi that Grandpa always boasted about being so great and outstanding? He even called him a miracle doctor? And yet he's actually doing such sneaky things. Zhao Shiyu felt furious. Grandpa must have been deceived. Let's just keep that bastard in his own inspection station. Ding. Host's villain value plus 200. Protagonist's luck value minus 200. Fang Yu's lips curled up slightly and the villain value was successfully obtained. Isn't the main purpose of coming here specifically for this? This Zhao Shiyu is one of Chen Yi's ambiguous concubines in the book. Fang Yu glanced at Zhao Shiyu, who had a gloomy face, although she disliked Chen Yi and was very hostile to him at the beginning. With the rise of Chen Yi and the influence of the protagonist's halo, Zhao Shiyu gradually changed her attitude and was included in the harem. But now, under my influence, Zhao Shiyu's attitude towards Chen Yi is even more disgusted than at the beginning. Chen Yi may not have a chance. Once again harvested a wave of villain value. It made Fang Yu in a good mood. Cool. Chapter 22 Iron Guard. By the way, let me give you a reminder. Fang Yu leaned forward and stared at Zhao Shiyu. It would be best if the Zhao family didn't get too close to the Ji family. Otherwise, you'll regret it sooner or later. Don't pin your hopes on any noble person, because they might not bring you good fortune, but instead drag your Zhao family into the abyss. Zhao Shiyu frowned slightly, not quite understanding what Fang Yu meant, but out of respect for her position, she still said coldly, "This is our Zhao family's business, so please don't worry about it. Besides, let your father talk about this." What he said was a mockery of Fang Yu, saying that he was not qualified to represent the Fang family. Of Fang Yu's lips curled slightly. Oh, qualifications? But he was too lazy to explain to the other party. There's no need for that. That's all I have to say. I hope your Zhao family can be smarter. At this time, the driver had already driven to Fang Yu and respectfully opened the car door for him with his white-gloved hands. Fang Yu stepped into the car and drove away. Fang family villa. At this moment, the dinner was over and everyone dispersed. When Fang Yu stepped into the living room, there were only Fang Qishong, Zhang Fang, and a servant standing there to serve. "Xiao Yu is back?" Zhang Fang asked. "What did you do just now?" "I have some things to deal with," Fang Yu said casually, taking off his clothes and handing them to Long Han, who had walked forward. Zhang Fang smiled helplessly. "You kid, you seem to be becoming more and more mysterious. Is there?" Fang Yu scratched his head. This time, Fang Qishong extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I waited for you to come back because I have something to tell you." "What's the matter?" Fang Yu asked. Fang Qishong said slowly, "Since I intend to let you inherit the group at the next board meeting, some things should be handed over to you. I have officially handed over the command of the Iron Guard to you. They are still carrying out their mission outside, but they will be back soon." Iron Guard. Fang Yu's eyes suddenly fixed. Being familiar with the plot of the book, he was certainly familiar with this name. Fang Qishong asked his friend to select a small number of people from the security company under the Fang group through layers of selection, conduct secret training, and send them to the real battlefield for baptism. In the end, they were trained to be the elite among the elite, warriors with terrifying strength. Although there are only 8 of them, they can be regarded as the Fang family's sharpest weapon in secret. Only a few people know of their existence, and they have solved many troubles for the Fang family. Fang Yu once mobilized the Iron Guards to assassinate Chen Yi under the pretext of Qishong's order, thus officially becoming his mortal enemy and laying the groundwork for his own tragic death and the demise of the Fang group. But no matter what, it couldn't hide Fang Yu's excitement at the moment the 8 Iron Guards were handed over to him. "I now have a lot more people available under my command, which makes things much easier." Fang Yu calmed down and said, "Dad, thank you very much. It was originally yours." Fang Qishong waved his hand and said, "When the news of you inheriting the group gets out, it's inevitable that some people will have some ulterior motives. With the Iron Guard by your side, you'll be safer." "I see." Fang Yu nodded. He was a man who valued his life and took his own safety very seriously. He planned to equip himself with an elite team of bodyguards in the near future. Although his physical condition has improved a lot now, he is still an ordinary person after all. A few people at close range may not be able to do anything to him, but one bullet can take his life. Now that I have the Iron Guard, I can save myself a lot of effort. This time, Zhang Fang, who had been silent before, spoke up. "Xiao Yu, no matter what you do, you must pay attention to your own safety." His face was filled with deep concern. "I know." Fang Yu nodded, but he sighed in his heart. They could never have imagined that the person in front of him was no longer the original eldest son of the Fang family, but this thought only flashed through my mind. After all, Fang Yu had only spent a few days with this pair of adoptive parents, so he didn't have any feelings for them. If we really develop a deep bond after knowing each other for just a few days, even if the brain is sick, the only thing Fang Yu could do was to change their tragic ending in the original book. This is not only for them, but also for yourself. After chatting with Fang Qishong and Zhang Fang in the living room for a while, Fang Yu returned to his room. At the same time, the Zhao family Zhao Shiyu has already driven back from the station. Chen Ye's affairs are no longer something she can handle on her own. She came to the door of a study and knocked. Boom, boom, boom. "Enter." A strong and powerful voice came as Zhao Shiyu pushed the door open and walked in. There were 2 people sitting on the sofa. The middle-aged man among them was Zhao Shiyu's father, Zhao Ting. Although he usually had a dignified demeanor, he now lowered his head respectfully, as if listening attentively. Facing the opposite side was an old man with white hair, a dignified face, and a cane in his hand. Zhao Xinrui, the real head of the Zhao family. Although Zhao Ting is the nominal patriarch of the Zhao family, everyone knows who has the final say in the Zhao family. Seeing Zhao Xiyu coming in alone, Zhao Xinrui asked in a deep voice, "Xiyu, what's going on? Didn't I ask you to pick up Chen Yi? Why are you the only one coming back?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiyu became furious. "Grandpa, don't mention that Chen Yi. Who are these people you asked me to pick up? And you said this guy is our Zhao family's benefactor. It's ridiculous." Zhao Xinrui frowned. "Tell me more specifically, what happened?" Zhao Xiyu then told the whole story. How could such a thing happen? Zhao Ting looked incredulous that he didn't know what happened back then, so like Zhao Xiyu, he also didn't understand why the old man valued Chen Yi so much. After listening to what Zhao Xiyu said, he was even more confused. So he couldn't help but say, "Dad, I think Chen Yi is just a liar, right? What kind of ability can such a person have?" "Oomph, what do you know?" Zhao Xinrui slammed his cane on the ground and snorted coldly. "Chen Yi is that man's proud disciple, how could he be mediocre? With his ability, why would he do such shady things to make money? There must be some misunderstanding." But Zhao Xiyu said with an unwilling look on her face. "Okay, stop talking." Zhao Xinrui said firmly, "Zhao Ting, find some connections as soon as possible and rescue Chen Yi from this. Our Zhao family must establish a good relationship with him and forge this good relationship." "Yes, father." Zhao Ting responded repeatedly, not daring to refute. Since Zhao Xinrui had made the decision, no one in the Zhao family could disobey it. Seeing this, Zhao Xiyu stopped talking and said, "There's one more thing." This time she was talking about her meeting with Feng Yu. "The playboy from the Feng family?" Zhao Ting's face was icy cold. "How dare you threaten our Zhao family? How ridiculous!" In terms of strength alone, the Zhao family naturally cannot be compared with the Feng family, but the Zhao family has the support of the Ji family, so they are naturally hostile to the Feng family and can speak without any scruples. Zhao Xinrui frowned slightly, then quickly put the matter behind him. In his opinion, it was just a small matter. Let's ignore this matter for now. Feng Yu is just a young boy. What kind of waves can he make? He's just bluffing. The most urgent matter is Chen Yi's matter. Zhao Xinrui's eyes were sharp. He believed that as that person's disciple, Chen Yi would become famous in the future and his achievements would be limitless. The dragon enters the deep sea, rides on the clouds and gallops into the sky. What the Zhao family needs to do is to take advantage of Chen Yi's rise and rise up. By then, what will happen to the Feng family and the Ji family? Their Zhao family will definitely take their place. The dear bosses, please give me 5-star praise and reward. Dear readers, happy National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. Here are 3 updates first, and more in the afternoon or evening. Chapter 23 Interrogation. The next day, Feng Yu left the villa early and went to the inspection bureau where Chen Yi was detained, because he guessed that the Zhao family would go to rescue Chen Yi soon. In the original book, the Zhao family was Chen Yi's loyal follower. Even when the protagonists lost power, they never left him and supported him with all their strength. He can be called the #1 bootlicker. After Chen Yi became rich, he did not treat the Zhao family unfairly, but gave them many benefits. I have to say, to some extent, Zhao Xinrui, the old man of the Zhao family, did have a sharp vision. He hugged Chen Yi's big and thick legs tightly and refused to let go. Certainly, this is based on the premise that the plot develops according to the original book. As for now, Feng Yu sneered, the Zhao family will pay a heavy price for their decision. Although he had warned Zhao Xiyu last night, he knew very well that the probability of the Zhao family betraying Chen Yi and turning to him was almost 0. Feng Yu never thought of surrendering to the Zhao family. He revealed a somewhat cruel smile. Let's start with the Zhao family. Destroying the Zhao family would have a similar impact on Chen Yi as severing one of his arms. It would greatly affect the trajectory of his rise to power. When the time comes, will you rise up again and show me? Thinking of this, Feng Yu called Long Han. Is everything ready? Don't worry, master. They've already rushed over and are waiting for you there. Feng Yu sneered. Very good. When Feng Yu arrived at the door of the inspection bureau, 2 people were already standing there. Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng. Both of them greeted respectfully. The man in the black suit stepped forward first and introduced himself. Mr. Feng, I am a lawyer from King and Wood Malisons. Another bald man in a white coat immediately said, I am Zhang Qiming, the director of Shuxin Psychiatric Hospital. Oh, Dean Zhang. Seeing the other party's flattered expression, Fang Yi shook hands with Zhang Qiming. I'm sure you're clear on what I need you to do today, right? Certainly. Zhang Qiming touched his bald head and said seriously, I promise to cooperate with Master Fang to complete the task. Chu. Behind the iron bars of the inspectorate's detention room, Chen Yi suddenly felt a chill running through his body, causing him to sneeze uncontrollably. What's wrong? Have you caught a cold? Chen Yi rubbed his nose, feeling a little confused. With his physical condition, it should be difficult for him to catch a cold. What's more, he himself possesses superb medical skills. This is also the main weapon that enables Chen Yi to roam freely in the book Going Down the Mountain Master and to slap people in the face and pick up girls. Although he also possesses other miscellaneous strange skills, they are mostly just auxiliary. His most important ability is medical skills. That's strange. Chen Yi carefully checked his body and after confirming that there was no problem, he put the matter behind him. Looking at the dark and cramped environment around him, Chen Yi felt a surge of irritation in his heart. No one would feel comfortable staying in the inspectorate, and he was no exception. However, Chen Yi was skilled and brave, and he knew that someone would come to rescue him, so he was not worried. Since there was nothing to do anyway, Chen Yi just lay there and thought about random things. Life in the mountains is too monotonous. Fortunately, I am gifted and my medical skills are close to perfection. That's why my master allowed me to venture out into the world and seek opportunities for further breakthroughs in my medical skills. I must carve out a place for myself in this bustling and vast metropolis. Chen Yi stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, full of passion. But why haven't the Zhao family come to rescue me yet? They're really taking their time. And just at this moment, crunch. The door was pushed open, and several inspectors came in and opened the prison door. Chen Yi, interrogate. Chen Yi's face showed helplessness. Brothers, didn't I tell you a long time ago that those two guys are liars? I was just stealing. No, I was collecting evidence. You have to believe me, I am really a good citizen who abides by the law. Chen Yi's face was full of innocence and righteousness. Chapter 24. I could tell at a glance that he was not a normal person. Stop talking nonsense. Who is your big brother? Be honest. You are now a suspect. Chen Yi shrugged helplessly. I followed several inspectors to an interrogation room. After a harsh and boring interrogation, Chief Inspector Chang Jian slammed the table fiercely, pointed at Chen Yi, and said angrily, You still don't admit it, kid? I'm telling you, leniency for confessing, severity for resisting. Chen Yi said lazily, I've already said that those two guys are scammers. I took the wallet to collect evidence of the crime, but you guys have been unwilling to believe it, and, his eyes suddenly turned cold, I hate people pointing fingers at me, understand? As the protagonist of this urban novel, Chen Yi is not a good-tempered person. Chen Yi was taken to the inspection bureau just after arriving in Haiqing City and before he had a chance to do anything. Naturally, he was very annoyed. Under Chen Yi's gaze, Chang Jian subconsciously took a step back. At that moment, he felt a huge sense of oppression coming towards him, and even had a vague illusion that he was the one being interrogated. It took several seconds for Chang Jian to come back to his senses, and he couldn't help but get angry again. It was the first time he had seen such an arrogant guy. At this moment, an inspector hurried in from outside and said something in Chang Jian's ear. What? Chang Jian's face changed, and after saying keep an eye on this guy, he hurriedly left the room. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. It looks like the Zhao family is here. I can finally get out of this damn place. If they had come any later, I would have been unable to resist and escaped from here. After Chang Jian hurried out, he came to a reception room at the end of the corridor. He pushed the door open and walked in, scanning the room before quickly locking onto a young man who was calmly drinking tea. He strode forward and asked tentatively, Mr. Fang? Fang Yu stood up from his seat, extended his hand towards Chang Jian, and said with a smile, Are you the chief inspector here? Yes, my name is Chang Jian. Chang Jian replied cautiously. He kept his posture very low. This world is different from Earth. Big conglomerates and big families have enormous influence. Dongxia is no exception. In Haiqing City, it is no exaggeration to say that if the Ji family is excluded, the Fang family is the king here. Sit. Fang Yu pointed to the chair next to him, indicating Chang Jian to sit down and chat. Chang Jian did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with Fang Yu's behavior of taking the initiative. and sat down on the chair obediently. Fang Yu said calmly, Dean Zhang, please explain the situation. Yes. Dean Zhang Qiming immediately spoke up. Chief Inspector Chang, did you arrest someone named Chun Yi yesterday? Chun Yi, Chang Jian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Isn't this the boy he was interrogating just now? Could it be that the boy is related to the Fang family? Thinking of Chun Yi's relaxed and fearless attitude during the interrogation, his expression turned slightly ugly. If the other party is related to the Fang family, then he is definitely not someone he can afford to offend. Zhang Qiming saw that Chang Jian seemed to have misunderstood, so he quickly explained. Chief Inspector Chang, it's like this. Chen Yi is actually a patient at our Shuxin mental hospital. Chang Jian was a little confused. How come that guy named Chen Yi became mentally ill again? Zhang Qiming said with a look of shame. Or this Chen Yi has been a patient in our hospital for a long time and has a strong tendency towards violence. Previously, due to the negligence of one of our nurses, he took the opportunity to escape. We followed the clues all the way and found out that he had been arrested by the Inspection Bureau and had committed the crime of theft. It's really shameful. At this time, lawyer Jean Du stood up at the right time and placed a thick file on Chang Jian's desk. Here are the relevant certificates. All the formalities are complete. We need to take Chen Yi away now. Chang Jian was still a little dazed. Mental illness? I think Chen Yi is quite normal, but at this moment, he happened to see Fang Yu's meaningful look. Fang Yu said calmly, Chief Inspector Chang, many times, mentally ill patients look just like ordinary people. Don't be fooled. Chang Jian's brain worked quickly and he reacted immediately. If it really was a mentally ill person who escaped, how could he have alarmed the eldest son of the Fang family? Chang Jian is not a fool, on the contrary, he is a very smart person. Although he didn't understand the hidden story, he instantly realized that Fang Yu just wanted to find an excuse to take Chen Yi away. He suddenly slammed the table and said in a loud voice, no wonder, I could tell at first glance that the boy wasn't a normal person. Since the paperwork is complete, Master Fang, just take him away. Very good. Fang Yu smiled, his expression was kind and as gentle as a spring breeze. At the same time, in the interrogation room, Chen Yi was lying on the chair with his legs crossed, looking arrogant, waiting for the Zhao family to come and take him away, but for no reason I felt my body go cold. More updates coming. Chapter 25, Arrest. In the interrogation room, Chen Yi sat up from his chair and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Something seems to be wrong. At this time, the door was opened from the outside, and Chen Yi saw Chang Jian leading a man in a black suit and a man in a white coat. And Chang Jian pointed at Chen Yi and asked, Is it him? Dean Zhang Qiming narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Yi carefully, with a look of certainty. Yes, it's him. Then, he took a step forward. Mr. Chen Yi, I was sent by Mr. Zhao to take you away. Come with us. Only then did Chen Yi finally feel relieved and said lazily, You guys are too slow. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Yi. Zhang Qiming bowed repeatedly, as if apologizing for coming too late. All right, let's go. Chen Yi stretched out his hand and let the inspector take off the shackles on his hands, then walked leisurely outside. When passing by Chang Jian, he even said sarcastically, You are such a dog that looks down on people. Then he strode away. Dean Zhang Qiming and lawyer Jean Du followed closely behind and left the inspection bureau with Chen Yi's. Chang Jian looked indifferently at the direction where everyone was leaving, with a strange look on his face. Outside the inspection bureau, Chen Yi and others walked out. A spacious black car was parked in front of my eyes. The driver opened the back door, and 8 burly bodyguards stood on both sides, as if to welcome Chen Yi. Chen Yi's eyes lit up and he smiled. Mr. Zhao is thoughtful, the master really didn't lie to me. It seems that as long as I have the Zhao family, I won't have to worry about my life at all. Chen Yi walked through the bodyguards with a smug look on his face, but at a certain moment, he paused, feeling that something was wrong. Intuition, in a crazy warning. Seeing Chen Yi hesitate and stop moving forward, the 8 bodyguards no longer hesitated, showing their hostility and suddenly pounced on him. What's going on? Chen Yi was shocked, and his mind raced as he realized that these were not from the Zhao family. Facing the 8 bodyguards rushing towards him, Chen Yi subconsciously launched a counterattack. He growled and punched out, and one of the bodyguards flew out like a kite with a broken string. The remaining 7 people looked stern, growled, and rushed forward to hug Chen Yi. Roll. Chen Yi's eyes were filled with anger, and he suddenly stretched out his arms. The 7 elite bodyguards felt their bodies tremble and were directly shaken away. That moment, they felt as if what they were holding in their arms was not a human, but a ferocious beast. 8 elite bodyguards couldn't even hold Chen Yi back for a few seconds. Just when Chen Yi was about to escape, he suddenly felt a slight pain in his arm. When he looked closely, he found that it was a tiny needle. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and then he felt dizzy before fainting. I only saw the bald middle-aged man in a white coat holding a tranquilizer gun in his hand, and said regretfully to Jean Du next to him, "Look, I've already told you this guy has a serious tendency towards violence." Soon, the unconscious Chunyi was tied up and put into a car. Snap, snap. Fang Yu walked out of the alley next to him and said to Zhang Qiming, "Well done. I promised you the investment, and I'll also find someone to help you get the senior management qualification certificate for your hospital." "Thank you, Mr. Fong." Zhang Qiming looked delighted, looking at Chunyi in the car. Fang Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly had an impulse to kill Chunyi right now to avoid any more trouble in the future. Chapter 26 Chunyi escapes hostility from the protagonist. Fang Yu finally suppressed this thought, and the evil spirit on his body slowly dissipated. He thought of the system's reminder. Before Chunyi's protagonist halo was completely stripped away, if he wanted to kill him directly, there would almost be a 100% chance that an unexpected situation would occur and he would escape death. Also, it's easy to put yourself in danger. For example, now, if I take out my pistol and point it at Chunyi's forehead, maybe a master will suddenly jump out from somewhere and not only save Chunyi, but also attack me. Even if he was extremely lucky and really killed Chunyi, that would not be the best option. After all, the other party still had a large amount of luck waiting for him to plunder. If the protagonist dies, it means the end of the plot of the book. All these luck points will be lost, and you will not be able to convert villain points to further enhance your strength. This time, if the next book is opened, I will undoubtedly lack many trump cards in confidence. So considering all factors, taking action against Chunyi now was not a wise choice at any cost. Fang Yu inexplicably felt unhappy. It's really a bit difficult. But on second thought, I felt relieved. After all, the other party is the destined protagonist of this world, and I am just a bug, an anomaly who relies on the system to kill the protagonist and change my own destiny. You have your own system, know the plot, and have an absolute advantage in resources and power, so there are definitely some limitations. Like Chunyi, he had already plundered thousands of luck points before he even showed his head. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yu calmed down. Then, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Let you live for a while. I'm still counting on getting villain points from you. However, not killing you is one thing. Now that you've fallen into my hands, if I don't charge you some interest, it would be too cheap for you." Fang Yu ordered coldly, "When we get there, before you detain him, break his hands and feet." He didn't want to give Chunyi any chance to turn the tables. "Yes." Several bodyguards responded with a grin. What happened just now also made them very angry. Fang Yu then instructed Dean Zhang Qiming, "Make sure you keep an eye on him. Don't be careless at all." "Mr. Fong, don't worry." Zhang Qiming smiled nonchalantly. "The dose of anesthesia I gave him is several times that of an average person. I'm afraid this guy won't wake up for several days." "I told you, don't be careless." Fang Yu frowned and his voice turned cold. "If you let him get away, I will hold you responsible." In the book, Chunyi possesses superb medical skills, and things like anesthetic needles cannot hold him back for long. The slightly heavier tone made Zhang Qiming's heart tremble. He bowed hurriedly and said, "Yes." Fang Yu left in a car. The black sedan quickly drove Chunyi away from the inspection bureau and headed towards the Shushin Psychiatric Hospital in the suburbs. It was only an hour's journey, but in order to avoid being noticed, we deliberately took a few detours and walked a longer distance. After spending several hours, finally, I found the location of Shushin Mental Hospital and drove straight towards it. In the car, Dean Zhang Qiming sat in the passenger seat, with his assistant driving next to him, while 8 bodyguards sat in the back, guarding the unconscious Chunyi. The 8 bodyguards are all elite and trusted personnel trained by the security company under the Fang Group. They are well trained and have extremely high loyalty. At this moment, he was guarding Chunyi without any slackness. Zhang Qiming noticed the atmosphere in the car was somewhat subdued, so he turned to the bodyguards and said with a smile, "Everyone, Chunyi has been injected with several times more anesthetic than an ordinary person. He will definitely not wake up. There is no need for you to be so nervous." The bodyguards frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Zhang Qiming didn't get a reply, so he could only turn back awkwardly, but then turned around and asked, "Everyone, what grudge does young Master Fong have against this guy? He broke his limbs and kept him under strict supervision. Given the status of the Fong family, it shouldn't be difficult to make someone disappear from the world. Why would Mr. Fong go there in person?" No one noticed. At this moment, Chunyi, who was tightly bound, trembled slightly. If someone could examine his body at this moment, they would find a special warm air that was constantly dissolving the effects of the anesthetic. The anesthetic that was enough to make an ordinary person sleep for a few days had disappeared completely. Chenyi is now sober. Be careful with your words. One of the bodyguards shouted in a low voice. Yes, yes. Zhang Qiming was startled and turned his head away quickly. I spoke out of turn. This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Fong, nothing at all. Despite this, I was secretly muttering in my heart. There's no one else here, and that guy is still sound asleep. Why are they so cautious? These guys are really rigid. At this moment, Zhang Qiming thought about the conditions that Fong Yu had agreed to, and felt very happy. Once those promises are fulfilled, you will benefit endlessly. The black car continued to drive. It is only a few kilometers away from Shishin Psychiatric Hospital. Sudden Chenyi, who had been motionless, suddenly jumped up. The shackles on his body had been broken free at some point. Chenyi ignored the shocked bodyguards beside him and punched the driver's seat in front of him hard. Bang, bang. The base under the seat broke, and the assistant who was driving leaned forward involuntarily. Caught off guard, his head hit the steering wheel hard. The moving black car lost control and rolled sideways, in front of the inspection bureau where Chenyi was previously detained. A red Ferrari came speeding, slowly stopped, and a tall beauty walked out of it. Zhao Shiyu, following the old man's instructions, Zhao Ting did not dare to delay. She had already asked someone to greet them, and now she was here to pick them up. After parking the car, Zhao Shiyu explained her purpose and soon met Chief Inspector Chang Jian, who had previously interrogated Chen Yi. What, the person was taken away? Zhao Shiyu's voice was sharp. What's going on? Sorry, Miss Xiao, Chen Yi was taken away before you came. Chang Jian said politely. Zhao Shiyu was a little mad and asked coldly, who is that person? Chang Jian glanced at her carefully and said, the other party said that he was from the Zhao family. What? Zhao Shiyu was stunned. Someone had actually impersonated the Zhao family and taken Chen Yi away early? Who on earth would do this? She was a little exasperated. Turn up the surveillance for me. I want to see who was so bold as to impersonate our Zhao family. Chang Jian smiled bitterly. Sorry, Miss Zhao, the surveillance camera in our inspection bureau has been broken these days, and we are preparing to repair it. Zhao Shiyu stopped talking and looked at Chang Jian coldly. She's not stupid, there are too many loopholes in Chang Jian's speech. Chief Inspector Chang, are you shielding those who took Chen Yi away? Chang Jian had an innocent expression on his face. Miss Xiao, that's not true. Our inspection bureau's surveillance is really broken. Chang Jian thought very clearly that the Zhao family was indeed powerful, but it was still far behind the Fong family. If the Zhao family attacked him out of anger, the worst that could happen was that he would ask Fong Yu for help. After all, he was doing this for him, but if I reveal Fong Yu's existence in front of Zhao Shiyu, then no one can protect me. The ending will definitely be the body sinking to the bottom of the river or disappearing from the world. Chapter 27, No Mercy You. Zhao Shiyu raised her eyebrows and said coldly, okay, very good. She didn't argue and just turned and left angrily. As soon as I walked out of the inspection bureau, the anger in my heart was replaced by irritation. I couldn't find that Chen Yi, and my grandfather would inevitably talk about me again. Why is that guy so annoying? Zhao Shiyu thought about the incident at the station again, and her disgust towards Chen Yi increased again. Bite. Host's villain value plus 100. Protagonist's luck value minus 100. On a highway in the distance, Fong Yu was driving a McLaren P17 at lightning speed. The wind whistled in my ears. The roar of the engine, which represents the burning money, makes people feel pleasant and comfortable. Bite. At this time, Fong Yu received a prompt from the system, and his villain value increased by 100 points. Well, what's going on? Fong Yu felt a little puzzled. Why did he suddenly gain 100 more villain points? He was thinking in his mind. At this point in time, the villain value is increased, and the value is not large. Suddenly, a person's name emerged in my mind. Zhao Shiyu? Fong Yu burst out laughing. The only possibility is that Zhao Shiyu just went to rescue Chen Yi, but found that Chen Yi had been taken away, and then the original harem's favorability towards the protagonist Chen Yi decreased again. It seems that the words I said casually at the station last night were still useful, because only the plot changes and opportunities caused by Fong Yu himself will earn him villain value. Indirect actions do not count. Zhao Shiyu had already provided 200 villain points last night. Fong Yu thought that was all, but unexpectedly, another 100 came. As a famous writer once said, villain value is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, you'll always get more. Fong Yu was thinking, could he try to fleece those little villains who had already been fleeced again in the future? What if there is more? Just when Fang Yu was eager to try, the system prompt sounded again in my ears, but this time, it is no longer a reminder that the villain value has arrived. Warn. The protagonist's favorability towards the host has dropped to negative, and he has become hostile. Fang Yu's expression suddenly changed. What? He had just driven off the highway when he slammed on the brakes and stopped by the roadside with the sound of tires rubbing violently. The shrill phone calls rang at the same time. Hello? Master, I'm sorry. I'm incompetent and let Chen Yi get away. The bodyguard's voice came from the phone, sounding a little weak. What's going on? Tell me clearly. Fang Yu said in a deep voice. I don't know what happened to Chen Yi. He had clearly received such a large dose of anesthetic, but he woke up very quickly. He somehow broke free from his shackles and attacked the driver, causing the car to flip onto the side of the road. He then escaped through the window. Fang Yu's face was gloomy and uncertain. How are you guys doing? The brothers were all seriously injured, but none of them are in life-threatening condition. Only Dean Zhang Qiming is seriously injured. If he is not treated promptly, he may be in danger. Have any of you ever told me anything? This time, Fang Yu's voice was a little cold. It is impossible for Chen Yi to be hostile to me for no reason. He must have heard something. These bodyguards are elite members of the Fang Group's security company and are loyal to the Fang family. However, if anyone says something they shouldn't, Fang Yu will definitely not show mercy. Dean Zhang Qiming mentioned your existence in the car, and then we scolded him. I wonder if Chen Yi heard it. Ahem. The bodyguard started coughing violently and seemed to be seriously injured. Fang Yu laughed in anger. Asshole, this useless guy is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. I am incompetent. The bodyguard said ashamedly. He let out a long sigh. Fang Yu finally calmed down. It's not all your fault. I was a little careless as well. Stay there. I'll send an ambulance to pick you up right away. Just take good care of your injuries. This will be considered a mission injury. Each of you will go to the finance department and collect 500,000 yuan. Just say I said so. Thank you, master. The bodyguard was immediately moved and said that Fang Yu not only did not blame him and others for failing to perform their tasks, but was so caring and considerate. He secretly made up his mind. In the future, I must try my best to repay Fang. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yu immediately contacted Fang's Hospital, a subsidiary of Fang's pharmaceutical company, which has a large number of experts and advanced treatment equipment. The pharmaceutical industry is one of the two pillar industries of the Fang Group, including hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and even affiliated high-tech laboratories. Mr. Fang, how come you have time to call me? The director of Fang's hospital said respectfully, his tone tense. He was in an important meeting just now, and then his secretary said that Fang Yu's call was transferred in. He immediately left the meeting and rushed to his office. Send an ambulance to this place and pick up a few people. The director of Fang's hospital said hurriedly. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. By the way, there's a man named Zhang Qiming among them. His injuries should be quite serious. We guarantee to use the most advanced equipment and do our best to rescue. No. Fang Yu said calmly, I don't want to see this person again in this world, understand? The dean was stunned, but then he reacted, don't worry, Mr. Fang, doctors are not gods. There are patients who die in the hospital every day. Yeah, that's it. After explaining the situation, Fang Yu pinched his eyebrows. After all, Chen Yi is the protagonist with the halo of the protagonist. Even if he knows the plot and has the system, he must always be cautious. The progress has been smooth during this period, and he has indeed been a little lax and careless, but then again, who would have thought that the guy could escape like this? Unfortunately, although the command of the Iron Guards had been transferred to him, they were still on a mission and had not returned. Otherwise, if those 8 people had taken action, Chen Yi would not have been able to escape today. Chen Yi must have become much more vigilant this time when he escaped, and he will definitely go to the Zhao family for help. However, the Zhao family has the support of the Ji family, so it will not be so easy for them to take action against Chen Yi. In addition, his own existence was also exposed. However, Chen Yi and I are destined to be rivals, so what's the harm in starting a little earlier? Fang Yu slowly straightened his body. Hostile? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly smiled, but his eyes were filled with indifference. Then now, you are officially my enemy. I will snatch away all your opportunities one by one, strip away your protagonist's halo bit by bit, crush everyone around you to death one by one, and then send you to hell for free. Fong Yu restarted the McLaren P17. Amidst the roaring sound of a wild beast, the car turned backwards and then rushed out like a flash of lightning. Target, Rising Sun University. The situation has changed and some arrangements need to be made in advance. Chapter 28. The Power of Identity. Asahi University. The school gate was still as bustling as usual. Most of the students in this school came from wealthy families, so luxury cars worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars could be seen everywhere. Boom! The engine roared as Fong Yu arrived driving a McLaren P17. It immediately caused a burst of exclamations. The McLaren P17 is priced at nearly 50 million, and it is a limited edition McLaren Collector's Edition. It is not something that can be bought just by having money. It also represents a deep background. In comparison, other luxury cars pale in comparison. Fong Yu naturally ignored these people, but drove straight into the school under the respectful salute of the security guard. Finally, we arrived at the office building at the deepest part of the campus. Walk into the building, take the elevator, and go to the principal's office on the top floor. The elevator is ascending. Fong Yu narrowed his eyes and began to list the plot in his mind. According to the original novel, after Chen Yi contacts the Zhao family, he will become a guest of honor of the Zhao family. After that, he was first arranged to enter the Rising Sun University, where he flirted with girls and acted cool for a while. Of course, the time is short. After all, Chen Yi came down the mountain after completing his studies mainly to make a name for himself and build a career. It was impossible for him to waste too much time in an ivory tower like a school. During his time at school, Chen Yi flirted with girls everywhere and engaged in ambiguous relationships, and his life was extremely erotic. In fact, all the protagonists in harem novels have some scumbag attributes. However, if you put yourself in the position of the protagonist, with constant romantic encounters, 3 wives and 4 concubines, and a large harem, you would feel very happy. The first thing Fong Yu did when he came here today was to resolve this matter. However, he has no intention of conquering the harem on behalf of the protagonist. Although that is indeed effective, it is too troublesome. After all, Chen Yi has a large number of concubines, and most of them are made-up characters with no plot, so the villain value that can be gained is probably not much. In this case, just change your thinking. Fong Yu doesn't need to conquer the concubines in the harem, he just needs to prevent them from having the chance to hook up with the protagonist. For example, wouldn't it be simpler and easier to just kill them? Fong Yu's eyes were cold and revealed cruelty. Of course, he is a villain, not a murderer, so he would not go to such an extent unless necessary. Even with his status, he still has to be cautious. Drop. As the thought flashed through his mind, the elevator had already reached the top floor and slowly opened. Fong Yu strode out of the elevator. Go directly to the principal's office opposite. As soon as I entered the door, a thin, bespectacled middle-aged man came to greet me in high spirits. President of Rising Sun University, Li Wenbin. Mr. Fong is here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and even brought out my treasured Longjing tea. On the way, Fong Yu had already greeted Li Wenbin. So the other party knew Fong Yu was coming. Although Li Wenbin is the president of Shiri University, he doesn't dare to put on airs in front of Fong Yu. In front of the behemoth Fong family, he is nothing. Mr. Fong, sit down. Li Wenbin attentively guided Fong Yu to sit down, and then made him a cup of Longjing tea that had been brewed in advance. That's thoughtful. Fong Yu smiled slightly, sat down on the sofa, then picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. He closed his eyes and savored the tea for a while before praising it. Not bad. Li Wenbin looked up at Fong Yu and said cautiously, Mr. Fong, why are you here today? Fong Yu put down his teacup and asked, has someone named Chen Yi been assigned to Sunrise University recently? Chen Yi? Li Wenbin was a little confused when he heard this, not knowing what the name meant, but he immediately called to inquire. Director Li, please help me check the admissions records. Is there anyone named Chen Yi recently? Director Li hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone and said, there is indeed such a person, but what? Director Li whispered, that person was arranged by the Zhao family. I've reported to you before. It's this Chen Yi. Hearing this, Li Wenbin's expression changed slightly. The one from the Zhao family. He knew the relationship between the Fong family and the Zhao family, so Fong Yu specifically asked about the people arranged by the Zhao family. Li Wenbin suddenly felt a headache. Principal Li? Fong Yu's voice interrupted Li Wenbin's contemplation. He came back to his senses and said hurriedly, Mr. Fong, this Chen Yi did complete the enrollment procedures not long ago. Then things will be easy. A playful smile appeared on Fong Yu's lips. This Chun Yi was originally in the College of Arts, right? Transfer him to the mechanical engineering department. Also, find someone to keep an eye on him and report his every move to me. In universities, the proportion of female students in the liberal arts college is very high, and the liberal arts college of Asahi University is even more famous as a gathering place for beautiful women. She accounts for half of the top 10 beauties in the school. In the original book, 2 of them were in love with Chun Yi, and they were jealous of each other and quarreled over him. So the problem can be easily solved by just changing his major. As he thought about it, Fong Yu felt a little emotional. The protagonist's halo is really scary. How many women does this guy have? This Li Wenbin hesitated for a moment, feeling a little conflicted. The Zhao family is a shareholder of Shuri University and invests a lot in Shuri University every year. If the Zhao family is offended because of this matter, it will be a huge loss, and behind the Zhao family is the Ji family that is a behemoth that is not much weaker than the Fong family. Fong Yu's expression suddenly turned cold. Why, you can't even do this little thing? Li Wenbin's breath stagnated, but he still said tentatively, Mr. Fong, to be honest, this Chun Yi was actually arranged by the Zhao family. This matter is a bit, for Li Wenbin, not offending either side would naturally be the best outcome. Fong Yu remained silent. He just stared at the teacup in his hand and played with it casually. As time passed, Li Wenbin felt as if the enormous pressure was about to crush him, and cold sweat broke out on his head. Why is there such a strong sense of oppression on Fong Yu? At this time, Fong Yu finally spoke. President, I know the Zhao family is a shareholder of Rising Sun University. The school needs to rely on the Zhao family for many investment issues. He suddenly changed the subject and said indifferently, but if the president of Rising Sun University is replaced, then no matter how good the school's performance is, it will have nothing to do with you. Li Wenbin's expression changed. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, I understand, very good. Fong Yu nodded with satisfaction. There is one more thing. When Li Wenbin heard this, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. Besides, seeing the other party's reaction, Fong Yu couldn't help but smile and said, Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with the Zhao family. I just need a student's file, no problem. Li Wenbin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fong Yu said, There should be a student named Wei Ziyu at Shuri University, right? When the name was mentioned, his eyes became serious. Actually, this is his real purpose for coming to Rising Sun University today. Everything else, whether it was changing Chinya's major or arranging for Li Wenbin to find someone to keep an eye on him, was just incidental. Chapter 29. Second female lead, Wei Ziyu? Li Wenbin frowned slightly and muttered, Why does this name sound familiar? Oh, I remember it. Li Wenbin slapped his thigh hard. A look of realization appeared on his face. Isn't this the girl from yesterday's school commendation meeting? Fong Yu raised his eyebrows. Do you know her? That's right. Li Wenbin nodded and explained to Fong Yu, yesterday, the school held a freshman commendation meeting to reward students with outstanding academic performance and character. Wei Ziyu was one of them. Because it happened not long ago, I still remember it. I still have the information of those commended students. As he spoke, Li Wenbin took out a document from a pile of documents next to him and handed it to Fong Yu. Fong Yu took the file, just one glance, and he confirmed that the other person was the one he was looking for. In his mind, some descriptions of the other party in the book suddenly emerged. Wei Ziyu is the second female lead besides the villain Song Chaoyu, and is also the main wife of the protagonist Chun Yi. She is an extremely important female character in the book. Wei Ziyu's family background was miserable. She was abandoned at a very young age and grew up in an orphanage. Later, she was adopted by her current adoptive father and brought home, where she lived a relatively peaceful life, but fate played a joke on Wei Ziyu. When she was in high school, her adoptive father became paralyzed in both legs due to a car accident. Later, to make matters worse, he suffered from kidney failure, a disease that would not kill him in a short time but was extremely expensive. Wei Ziyu relies on her family's savings and part-time odd jobs to subsidize her tuition and medical expenses, and barely maintains her current situation. But after going to college, the medical expenses for her adoptive father increased, and she gradually became unable to make ends meet. Wei Ziyu fell into deep confusion, and at the darkest moment in Wei Ziyu's life, Chun Yi, the messenger of destiny who exudes the aura of a protagonist, descended from the sky and used his superb medical skills to cure Wei Ziyu's adoptive father's illness without performing a kidney transplant operation. Wei Ziyu was naturally grateful to Chun Yi, and Chun Yi was also moved by her strength. The relationship between the two gradually warmed up and became a natural outcome. In the end, she became Chen Ye's official girlfriend. Later, Chen Ye discovered Wei Ziyu's talent in singing and helped her enter the entertainment industry. With her voice and appearance, she quickly became famous all over the country and won the title of Queen of Singing. Wei Ziyu provided a lot of help in the protagonist's later career development. Even Fang Yu wanted to applaud, sighing in his heart, "They are simply made in heaven, a perfect match, a golden boy and a beautiful girl. It really makes me want to break them up." A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Li Wenbin asked, "Mr. Fang, do you need me to find this Wei Ziyu?" "If you need me, I will send someone immediately." "No." Fang Yu waved his hand indifferently, interrupting Li Wenbin's courtesy, "I'd better go there myself." Wei Ziyu, the second female lead in the book, must be treated with caution to avoid any further trouble. Li Wenbin was stunned and muttered to himself, "Is it possible that young Master Fang has taken a fancy to Wei Ziyu and is planning to seduce her? That little girl is indeed very beautiful. However, it is not his business to interfere in the private affairs of such a rich young master." As he spoke, Fang Yu stood up from the sofa. Seeing Fang Yu was about to leave, Li Wenbin hurriedly stood up and sent Fang Yu to the door. "Mr. Fang, take care." Fang Yu turned around and reminded him with a half smile, "Principal Li, don't forget what I told you." Li Wenbin said solemnly, "Don't worry, Mr. Fang, I will definitely get it done." After leaving the office building, Fang Yu walked along a secluded path lined with green plants and flowers. The end is the side entrance of Rising Sun University. There was a small street stall cart at the door, and there seemed to be a lot of people gathered around it. It seemed that the business was pretty good. "Found it." Fang Yu's expression changed and he looked in that direction. Inside the stall, there was a girl wearing an apron. Dizzying around. The girl is tall and wears tight jeans that perfectly outline her beautiful thigh curves. Her hair, tied with a headband, is draped behind her, and she has a hairpin on the side of her ear. Her skin is round and delicate. She has an otherworldly aura that seems to be out of this world. Such a girl should be loved and radiant, but at this moment, he was huddled in a narrow stall, his apron covered with grease and dust, busy serving customers. There was a distressing look of fatigue on his face. In order to make money, Wei Ziyu would set up a stall outside the side door of the school every morning and noon, selling hand-pulled pancakes, grilled sausages, etc. Without much hesitation, Fang Yu walked towards the stall. This moment, several students are queuing. The front of the line was a boy with bangs. "Here, your hand pancake." Wei Ziyu packed the prepared hand-pulled pancake in an oil paper bag and handed it to the boy. When the boy with bangs took the bag, he took the opportunity to deliberately touch Wei Ziyu's smooth and delicate hand. Wei Ziyu was startled and took a few steps back, then stared at the other person angrily. "Sir, please respect yourself." The boy with bangs was originally smiling playfully, but when he saw Wei Ziyu was angry and everyone's eyes were focused on him, he seemed to feel ashamed and immediately got angry. "Damn it, is this how you treat customers? If you don't apologize today, this matter will never end." The boy with bangs was shouting, spitting everywhere. Someone behind him couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go up and teach him a lesson, but at this time, the boy with bangs turned around and glared at them fiercely with an extremely ferocious look. Seeing the other person's tall and strong appearance, those people immediately became timid and did not dare to move forward. They could only stand there awkwardly. "Bah! A bunch of cowards." The boy with bangs spat, turned his head away with disdain, and continued to aggressively say, "Apologize, or this matter will not end." "It's not my fault, why should I apologize?" Wei Ziyu looked at him stubbornly, pursing her lips, but her slightly trembling hand showed that she was not as calm as she appeared. Suddenly, Wei Ziyu looked up in surprise, looked behind the boy with bangs. The boy with bangs was confused, and then his body suddenly stiffened, because a hand was placed on his shoulder. The boy with bangs turned around suddenly, only to see a palm gradually getting bigger in front of him, and finally, under the gaze of his shrinking pupils, it came into close contact with his face. Bang! The slap was powerful and heavy. The boy with bangs was so dizzy that he lost several teeth and fell to the ground, completely stunned. Then, a shadow descended. The boy with bangs covered his face and looked at Fang Yu, who was looking down at him in horror. Fang Yu reached out and grabbed the boy with bangs' slightly flirty hair and lifted him up. A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. Fang Yu grabbed the boy with bangs by the hair and lifted his head in front of him, staring at his face, which was distorted by pain with his dark pupils. "Is bullying girls your only skill?" As he said that, he kicked out suddenly, kicking the boy with bangs several meters away. Roll. The boy with bangs showed fear on his face, and he seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body. He stood up and staggered away. I didn't even dare to turn my head. Chapter 30 Signed the future singing queen. Wei Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief and said to Fang Yu sincerely, "Thank you." Her voice was melodious and clear, like the gentle breeze. Fang Yu didn't say anything, but walked straight to the stall and picked up the scallion pancake that the boy had not taken away. He picked it up, took a bite, and chewed it. After a few seconds, he swallowed it and couldn't help frowning. "It's really disgusting." Wei Ziyu seemed a little at a loss. In the past, no customer had ever said that the hand-pulled pancakes she made were bad. Instead, they all said they tasted great and praised her highly. Fang Yu smiled, looked around, and said, "Don't you understand? The reason they come to buy your pancakes is not because they are delicious, but simply because you look good." Upon hearing this, the people in the queue showed embarrassment on their faces and looked a little evasive. Seeing this, Fang Yu shrugged. "See, so, close the stall, you are not suitable for this." Wei Ziyu bit her lips tightly. Without this income, how could she earn money to treat her father's illness? A hint of gray flashed in her eyes. Although she is at an age when she is carefree and youthful, Wei Ziyu is carrying too many burdens, and the weight makes her breathless, confused and helpless. "I feel that the future is dark and chaotic. Don't set up a stall anymore, this one isn't for you." Fang Yu repeated it again, and then said, "I have an option that is more suitable for you, a place that is more suitable for you." Hearing this, Wei Ziyu raised her head in confusion. "A better choice, yourself." She didn't know what else she could do, but the young man standing in front of him was so confident. He chuckled and said, "Let me introduce myself again. I am Fang Yu, the only son of the chairman of the Fang Group. I can give you a chance to change your destiny now." An upscale cafe next to Rising Sun University. Fang Yu and Wei Ziyu sat opposite each other. Wei Ziyu seemed a little restrained, and kept looking around nervously. To her, this kind of place seems so unfamiliar. In order to save money, she is always very frugal. As a girl, she is reluctant to buy clothes for herself, let alone spend money to go to high-end cafes. Not to mention Wei Ziyu looked at Fang Yu, who was sitting opposite her, and the tension on her face became even more intense. The eldest son of the Fang Group, a person of that level should have been as dazzling as the sun hanging high in the sky, out of reach for her, but now, the other person was sitting not far away, with a leisurely expression on his face, drinking coffee with him away. Ziyu's mind was a mess. Why would he help me? What does he need me to do? Fang Yu noticed Wei Ziyu's mood, took a sip of coffee, and smiled gently. "Miss Wei, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions, but I sincerely want to help you. I can pay for all the expenses your adoptive father needs for treatment. He will receive the best medical equipment, the best expert doctors, the most attentive care, and even the most suitable kidney donor." Wei Ziyu's eyes lit up, and her body trembled with excitement, but she still pretended to be calm and said, "So, what are the conditions?" She knew that there was no free lunch in the world, and Fang Yu was not related to her, so it was impossible for him to provide her with so much for no reason. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it mutual benefit. Fang Yu took out a contract from his pocket and pushed it to the other side. "All you need to do is drop out of Rising Sun University and join the entertainment company under the Fang Group. There, you'll begin learning singing and stage performance techniques. With your qualifications, we're confident we can push you to the pinnacle of the music industry. As for the profits, we'll split them according to the proportions in the contract. However, within 10 years, you're not allowed to leave the company under any pretext. How about that?" Fang Yu crossed his arms and smiled. "I can cure your father, but you will need 10 years of his time." "Is that all?" Wei Ziyu was stunned and felt a little surprised. She had thought Fang Yu would ask for something excessive, but she didn't expect it to be such a condition. After carefully reading the contract, I found that there was no trap set up for me to fall into. On the contrary, it was too generous. Her share is as much as 30%. You have to know that she has nothing now and knows nothing. If Fang Group wants to make her famous, it will need to spend a lot of resources on teaching, packaging and publicity. She doesn't have to pay anything and can just wait to get benefits from the Fang Group. Isn't Fang Yu afraid of losing money? Wei Ziyu was a little self-doubting. Was she really worthy of this? She pinched the hem of her skirt and said hesitantly, "Mr. Fang, are the conditions given to me in the contract too high?" Fang Yu burst out laughing. "Not if it were someone else, they would probably want to sign it directly, fearing that the cooked duck would fly away." And Wei Ziyu actually worried that she had taken too much and felt guilty? Considering her background and her need for money, it was truly commendable that she could still say such words. Fang Yu said, "Miss Wei, are you doubting my judgment?" Wei Ziyu was stunned. She noticed that Fang Yu's temperament had changed. From being gentle just now, he gradually became fierce and arrogant. If I say you're worth the price, then you're worth the price. I never do business at a loss. Fang Yu said calmly, Miss Wei, please think about it. There's no need to agree right now. I can give you plenty of time to think about it. After a few seconds of silence, Wei Ziyu took a deep breath and said, Don't think about it, I agree. The conditions offered by Fang Yu were already generous enough, and he himself was not qualified to negotiate with the other party. At first, Wei Ziyu was worried that Fang Yu had some dirty thoughts, but she soon figured it out. With his status, what kind of woman could he not find? I'm afraid that once the news is released, many celebrities will want to climb into his bed. Why go through so much trouble to find me? And Wei Ziyu bit her lip. Her adoptive father's condition has recently worsened and the situation is not optimistic. The doctor has proposed several new plans, but she is simply unable to afford them. She needs money badly now. Therefore, Wei Ziyu signed her name on the contract without hesitation. A hint of joy flashed across Fang Yu's heart. It's done. Wei Ziyu pushed the signed contract back in front of Fang Yu. Mr. Fang, the contract has been signed. Fang Yu picked up the contract, glanced at it casually, and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Wei Ziyu, who is known as the Queen of Singing, signed the youngest singer who will become famous all over the country with a 30% profit share. Her heart is already dark enough since he promised to cure her adoptive father's illness and signed a contract equivalent to a 10-year indenture. It undoubtedly severed the invisible thread connecting Wei Ziyu and Chen Yi. Drop Chen Yi's harem 1. Chapter 31 Favorability surges. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Moreover, in the book, Wei Ziyu isn't just Chen Yi's wife or the future superstar singer. She will be of great use to me in the future. As for why they didn't come to Wei Ziyu, who plays such an important role, from the beginning, the reason is simple. The timing is not right. According to the description in the book, Wei Ziyu's adoptive father's condition will worsen in the next few days and require a lot of treatment expenses. This is the time when Wei Ziyu is most vulnerable and helpless. Putting forward conditions at this time would be the easiest way to enter Wei Ziyu's heart. After signing the contract, Wei Ziyu looked at Fang Yu secretly. Suddenly, the image of him standing up to me when someone was harassing me emerged in my mind. When I was most desperate and gloomy, he stood up and told myself, I can give you a chance to change your destiny, and really deliver on it. Fang Yu, whose charm value has reached the peak, has sharp features, a handsome face, and bright eyes. He reveals confidence and sharpness, which makes people feel indescribably at ease. Inadvertently, Fang Yu's figure has left a faint mark in Wei Ziyu's heart, causing a small ripple. Only then did Wei Ziyu realize that she was staring at Fang Yu in a daze. When she came to her senses, she couldn't help but laugh at herself in her heart. What are you thinking about? Fang Yu is the eldest son of the Fang group. Compared with himself, there is a world of difference between them. If he hadn't met me by chance and recognized my potential, our destinies would never have intersected. Fang Yu looked at Wei Ziyu, who was a little nervous in front of him. How could the other person's emotional changes escape his eyes? Moreover, the system can detect the degree of favorability. Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has increased to 30%. Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has increased to 50%. Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has risen to 65%. After a short while, Wei Ziyu's favorability rose to 65% and remained there. At this time, Wei Ziyu's cherry-like mouth opened slightly, her hands clenched, as if she wanted to say something. Fang Yu noticed Wei Ziyu's strange behavior and instantly understood what she wanted to say. Don't worry, Miss Wei. Since the contract has been signed, I will fulfill my promise. You should first take care of the school affairs and complete the withdrawal procedures. Tomorrow I will bring people to transfer your father to Fang's hospital and provide him with the best treatment conditions. Wei Ziyu said hurriedly, Thank you, Mr. Fang. The name Mystery Fang is a bit too formal. Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, We are both freshmen at Rising Sun University, so we can be considered classmates. Just call me Fang Yu. This request made Wei Ziyu feel a little uneasy, but being stared at by Fang Yu, she still said in a mosquito-like voice, Thank you, Fang Yu. Fang Yu smiled lightly, Let's go back to school and handle the withdrawal procedures first, I will say hello. He went outside and called a taxi for Wei Ziyu and took her to school. I returned to the cafe and sat in my original seat. Soon, a system prompt sounded in my ears, Bite. Host's villain value plus 1000. Protagonist's luck value minus 1000. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 2900, and the protagonist's current luck value is 8900. Chapter 32 New Skills. Fong did not rush to check the system, but continued to sip the unfinished cup of coffee and turned his head to admire the scenery outside the window. About 10 minutes later, the door of the cafe was pushed open, and a tall figure with bangs walked in from outside. It turned out to be the boy who had just embarrassed Wei Ziyu beside the stall and was then severely punished by Fong Yu. The boy with bangs walked straight up to Fong Yu and sat down next to him, his expression respectful, one could even say with a hint of awe. Fong Yu was still looking out the window. After a long while, he slowly turned around, took out his cell phone, and tapped it a few times. Quickly drop. The boy with bangs looked at the text message payment notification on his phone and showed a happy expression. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Fong Yu suddenly asked, are you Zhou Wenlong's subordinate? Yes. The boy with bangs didn't dare to neglect and said with his head down. Fong Yu nodded, tell him when you go back. I have something else to do later. Yes, I will definitely pass on the message. Fong Yu waved his hand, let's go, don't let anyone find us. The boy with bangs stood up respectfully, left the cafe, looked around, and then left with peace of mind, staring at the other person's leaving figure. Fong Yu's eyes were deep, even with a hint of indifference. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and summoned the system, the strongest villain system host, Fong Yu. Personal wealth, 1.9 billion, integer calculation, charm, 30 constitution, 27 skills, cello, advanced, piano, advanced, literary appreciation, intermediate, villain value, 2900 current. Trigger book, the master of coming down the mountain in the city. I already have 2900 villain points, which can be used to increase my physical fitness. Fong Yu's expression changed slightly. The system has said before that after the physical fitness reaches 50, the villain value required will increase for every increase in physical fitness, and 2900 villain points are enough to increase your physical fitness to above 50. However, after a little thought, Fong Yu decided to keep 1000 villain points as a backup. After all, no one knows what will happen. System, increase physical fitness by 19 points, byte. Villain value minus 1900. Host's physical fitness plus 19. A power even more violent than last time descended from nothingness, spreading and diffusing within Fong Yu's body, soaking his limbs and bones, and internalizing the surging power into the texture of his muscles. Snort. The pain this time was obviously more intense than last time. Fong Yu couldn't help but close his eyes and groan. The biggest difference from last time is that Fong Yu clearly felt the improvement of his mental strength. A slight chill emerges from the brain, making people feel indescribably comfortable, and the perception of the outside world becomes extremely clear. He suddenly had a feeling, it seems that I can already weakly mobilize my mental strength. Fong Yu suddenly opened his eyes, bright as torches. In front of him was a young man typing on a computer. Scratching his head in distress from time to time, as if he was working on his graduation thesis, the young man picked up the coffee next to him and was about to take a sip, but suddenly he felt dazed and the cup fell from his hand. Bang! There was a sound of breaking, and the young man came to his senses and was startled. The light in Fong Yu's eyes dimmed. This. He was a little moved, and then suddenly looked at the system, the strongest villain system host, Fong Yu. Personal wealth, 1.9 billion, charm, 30 constitution, 46 skills, cello, advanced, piano, advanced, literary appreciation, intermediate, villain value, 1000 current. Trigger book, the master of coming down the mountain in the city. Suddenly, a new line of small words appeared behind the skill. Deterrence, intermediate. Chapter 33 Chen Yi appears. Deterrence, intermediate? Fong Yu was a little confused, but in the spirit of asking if he didn't understand, he asked in his heart, System, what's the matter with this new skill that suddenly appeared? System, shock is a skill automatically generated when the host's mental power reaches a certain level. It is the most basic application of mental power. It can shock the target's mind, causing a momentary trance. The effect depends on the target's mental strength. If upgraded to a high level, it will become the skill hypnosis. A skill generated by increased mental strength? Fong Yu's face showed a thoughtful look. This skill is quite effective. At some point, a moment of distraction can cost you your life. Moreover, this skill is only at the intermediate level now, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. If it is upgraded to the advanced level, it will become the skill hypnosis, and there should be more room for improvement. System, how much villain value is needed to upgrade this skill to a high level? To upgrade from Intimidation, Intermediate, to Hypnosis, Advanced, you need to spend 3,000 villain points. When Fang Yu heard this, he was speechless. 3,000, I only have 1,000 villain points left, which is not enough. Host, I need to remind you that skill upgrades not only consume the system's villain value but also increase with the host's own status. According to the system's calculations, when the host's physical fitness reaches 55 points, due to the increase in mental strength, this skill will automatically upgrade to Hypnosis, Advanced. Fang Yu nodded to show his understanding. Just like the skills I have, such as playing the violin and appreciating literature, I can improve them through learning. The same principle applies here. As long as one's mental strength is improved, upgrading this skill will be a natural process. My constitution is currently at 46, and it's not far from 55. I'll just have to wait. Although I'm curious about the effects of this hypnosis, there's no need to spend an extra 3,000 villain points on it. Thinking of this, Fang Yu had an idea and put away the system panel. Boss, check out. 1 minute later, Fang Yu walked out of the cafe and planned to drive to the company. Fang Qixiong had recently begun to gradually transfer the group's affairs to him, so he had a lot of things to do. After that, he had to go to Fang's hospital in order to arrange for the treatment of Wei Ziyu's father. Fang Yu did not dare to be careless or negligent, as this matter concerned the important role of Wei Ziyu. The cafe was not far from the school, and Wei Ziyu quickly returned to Shiri University. When she stepped into the familiar campus again, she felt that everything before her seemed to have changed. The sun was shining brightly, everything around was filled with bright colors, and I felt a sense of relief. Wei Ziyu knew that her future was undergoing tremendous changes. There is a chance that my father's illness can be cured, and I don't have to struggle for life anymore, and the future is no longer confusing. All this is because of that one person. With a happy smile that came from the heart on her face, she walked towards the school building. At the same time, at the main entrance of the school, a red Ferrari slowly stopped, and a young man in his early 20s opened the door and jumped out. Chen Yi. But at this moment, he was no longer wearing the cheap clothes he wore before, but carefully matched branded casual clothes and an expensive watch on his wrist. Chen Yi had a faint smile on his lips, which, combined with his already handsome and delicate face, made him look respectable and extraordinary. I'll post one chapter first, and then go out for dinner with my roommates in the evening. If I come back early, there might be another chapter, but I'm not sure. Chapter 34. Second confusion. Is this Rising Sun University? Chen Yi looked at the spacious and imposing gate in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Buzz. At this time, the Ferrari's window rolled down, revealing Zhao Shiyu's face full of displeasure and hostility. She reminded impatiently, "Don't cause any more trouble, okay?" After saying that, without waiting for Chen Yi to answer, he stepped on the accelerator and turned into a red lightning and left. Chen Yi felt somewhat helpless. This Zhao Shiyu seems to have a lot of opinions about me. How have I ever offended her? Shaking his head, he walked towards the school. As he walked, he thought about the time when he was almost kidnapped and sent to a mental hospital, and his face gradually became gloomy. Afterwards, he learned from Zhao Xinrui what the name Fang Yu actually meant: the eldest son of the Fang family, one of the top wealthy families in Haiqing City, a typical son of a powerful family. But Chen Yi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He had no grudge against Fang Yu, so why did he want to go after him? But that doesn't matter anymore. Since you attacked me, I won't be able to swallow this anger if I don't retaliate. Chen Ye's eyes flashed. As the protagonist, how could he possibly swallow his anger when being bullied? Most protagonists are vindictive. Basically, if you touch me, I will kill your whole family. Of course, Chen Yi is not a fool. He has just arrived in Haiqing City and has no roots here. Naturally, he will not rush up to confront Fang Yu now. The Fang family is so powerful that not only he but even the Zhao family behind him is far from being able to compete with them. They still need to rely on the power of the Ji family. When I make a name for myself with my medical skills, make friends with some bigwigs, and build up my power, what can the Fang family do? I can destroy them with one hand. Chen Ye's eyes were cold. Just wait, I will get back at you sooner or later. But soon Chen Ye's attention was attracted by the beauties passing by on campus, and his heart gradually became restless. I have been in the mountains for so many years, living a Buddhist life with no desires or demands. Now that I have come down from the mountain, I naturally let myself go. In the book, the protagonist Chen Yi can be said to have been surrounded by many beauties and had many romantic encounters, including school beauties, teachers, and mothers. There was no woman he could escape. Chen Yi was wandering around the campus doing nothing, admiring the beautiful women's thighs, feeling comfortable and leisurely. Just like that, I arrived at the side door of Rising Sun University. At this moment, Chen Yi saw someone walking in front of him. He looked up and his heart suddenly jumped, his eyes widened. What a nice view! If the full score is 100, Chen Yi feels that the beauty in front of him can at least get 98. The girl who amazed Chen Yi was Wei Ziyu, who had just completed the withdrawal procedures. I had left in a hurry with Fang Yu before, and my stall was still left at the door, so I planned to come over and take it away. Wei Ziyu was packing up while feeling a lot of emotions. From now on, I don't have to endure the strange or pitiful looks from my classmates to do this job. She wanted to rush to the hospital immediately and tell her father what happened today so that he could also know the good news. Hi, beautiful. At this moment, a magnetic voice sounded from the side. Wei Ziyu looked up and found a handsome boy standing in front of her with a gentle smile on his face. Beautiful lady, I want, 10 hand-pulled pancakes. Chen Yi finally managed to move his gaze away from Wei Ziyu. In his opinion, he should first take care of the other party's business, and then use this as a starting point to gradually deepen the conversation. Let the chat begin. Wei Ziyu shook her head and said, the stall has been closed. The chat is over. Oh, I see. When will you set up your stall next time? I'll come and buy from you then. Chen Yi said somewhat embarrassedly. Wei Ziyu smiled slightly. I won't come here again. I found a new job. Chen Yi's expression froze. This isn't a smooth start, however. As the male protagonist of a harem novel, Chen Yi will naturally not give up easily. Wei Ziyu is exactly his type. Chen Yi's eyes rolled, a plan came to mind, and he smiled and said, beautiful lady, you must be a student of Rising Sun University, right? I just enrolled here and am not very familiar with the place. Could you please show me around the campus? Chen Yi really admired himself for being able to come up with such a clever reason. Perfect, Wei Ziyu said politely, but I've already dropped out, so classmate, you should find someone else. I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to leave first. After saying that, he pushed the stall cart and left in a hurry. Dropped out of school. The corners of Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Why? Seeing Wei Ziyu leave, he stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to say something, but finally let it go helplessly. In this case, no matter how thick-skinned Chen Yi was, he was too embarrassed to continue to strike up a conversation with her. Forget it, there are plenty of beautiful women out there, why bother to love just one flower? There are so many beautiful girls in school, why would you hang yourself on a tree? Chen Yi muttered to himself to comfort himself, but he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Wei Ziyu's leaving figure. He turned away reluctantly, with an inexplicable feeling in his heart, as if he had missed something important. What's going on? Chen Yi shook his head, then took out his phone and made a call. Director Li, where is my classroom? Please send me a class schedule. Soon, the class schedule and classroom information were sent to Chen Yi's mobile phone. Chen Yi immediately rushed there excitedly. Of course, he was not going to class, but was eager to pick up girls. Here I come, happy college life. Not long after, Chen Yi walked into a teaching building on the southwest side of the campus and stopped in front of one of the spacious tiered classrooms. I checked the information on my phone. This should be the place. Chen Yi straightened his clothes slightly, put on a self-proclaimed handsome smile on his face, and then walked in. The next second, the smile froze on his face. The entire classroom was filled with the scent of male hormones, and that masculine energy was so strong that it could ward off evil spirits. All the men looked up at the same time and cast their eyes on Chen Yi's face. Chen Yi was confused. What the hell is going on? Chapter 35, Yundian Villa, Intruder. In the evening, after arranging the matters of Tianyu Media and Fang's hospital, Fang Yu drove home, but this time he did not return to the Fang family villa, but to a newly purchased villa. The Yunshan community is built on Yunshan Mountain in the suburbs. What Fang Yu bought was the Yundian Villa, the #1 villa in Yunshan community, located at the top. The selling price is as high as $200 million. Of course, residence represents status and face. Fang Yu doesn't care about this little money. After all, he is about to inherit the Fang Group. Sudden ding. Host's villain value plus 100, protagonist's luck value minus 100. Ding. Host's villain value plus 200, protagonist's luck value minus 200. Fang Yu listened to the mechanical system sound ringing in his ears and immediately smiled. Oh, the arrangement at the school must have worked. That guy really showed up at Rising Sun University. At this time, someone from Li Wenbin called to report the news about Chen Yi. Fang Yu was not surprised by the other news, but when he heard that Chen Yi had met Wei Ziyu by chance, He couldn't help but frown. These two people actually met, Fang Yu asked in a deep voice. What happened between them? It's like this. The person on the other side recounted the story of how Chunyi tried to flirt with Wei Ziyu, but failed and then left in embarrassment. Fang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sneered. This bastard protagonist Halo was really hard to deal with. He's trying every possible means to bring Chunyi and Wei Ziyu together. Luckily, I got there first. Once Wei Ziyu's father's illness is cured and his favorability is raised a bit, Chunyi will no longer have any chance. This is just the beginning. He will get the remaining luck points of Chunyi bit by bit, and then send him on his journey with peace of mind. In your next life, don't be the protagonist anymore. Keep watching Chunyi, don't let your guard down. Fang Yu gave an order and then hung up the phone. Fang Yu was driving into Yunshan community. The security guards they met on the road all saluted respectfully. They had already been specifically informed in the meeting that Fang Yu was the mysterious rich man who bought the Yundian villa, therefore, they were extremely respectful and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. The last section of the journey to the top of the mountain was not accessible by car, so Fang Yu walked up along the path. After a while, the outline of the huge villa came into view. Yundian villa covers an area of nearly 10 acres. It is exquisitely decorated with a classical and grand style, showing a graceful demeanor. When Fang Yu swiped his card and walked into the exaggeratedly spacious courtyard, his brows suddenly furrowed. Fang Yu, whose physical fitness has reached 46, has also seen a surge in mental strength, and his perception of the outside world has already reached a very sharp level. He discovered it the moment he entered. There is someone in the villa. Fang Yu's face was as gloomy as water. He had just bought the Yundian villa and had not yet assigned bodyguards and servants. There should definitely not be anyone inside. Thief? No, that's not right. Fang Yu remained calm, concentrating on sensing his surroundings. There are various alarm systems set up here, including infrared and gravity sensors. If it were an ordinary thief, he would have been caught by the security guards long ago. And it seems there are more than one of them. As if he thought of something, Fang Yu was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He stepped forward and said loudly, "Come out. There's no need to hide anymore. Everyone from the Iron Guard." There was silence and stillness all around. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from the darkness. "How did Master Fang find us?" Silently, several figures walked out from the darkness and stood in front of Fang Yu. There were 8 people in total, 7 men and 1 woman. The oldest was no more than 30 years old, and the youngest was only in his 20s. Iron Guard, they abandoned their own names and only had code names from Tie to Tieba. They swore lifelong loyalty to the Fang family and possessed extremely high loyalty. It is the Fang family's sharpest secret weapon, a dagger that can pierce the enemy's heart at a critical moment. The Iron Guards all have strong individual strength, but they are not reckless men with only strength. Assassination, disguise, reconnaissance, each of them has various specialties, and when 8 people work together, the destructive power will increase exponentially. Chapter 36 Testing Strength. Mr. Fang. All 8 of them said this, their faces grim and murderous aura on their bodies. The 8 Iron Guards stood together, their auras resonating and blending into one. If you didn't perceive them carefully, you would even think they were one person. The faint sense of oppression caused by the entanglement of chi was so strong that even Fang Yu felt a little chest tightness and depression. Fang Yu was secretly shocked, as expected of the Iron Guard who almost pushed the protagonist into a desperate situation in the book. The former eldest son of the Fang family used the Iron Guards to assassinate Chunyi. Although Chunyi survived in the end, he was seriously injured and unconscious and was admitted to the hospital. At that time, the protagonist Chunyi had already obtained a great opportunity, and his strength and medical skills had greatly improved, but in the end he was still no match for the Iron Guards. Of course, what Chunyi is best at is medicine, not martial arts. In the later period, he gathered a group of experts around him, so he didn't have to do it himself. It's a pity that the Iron Guards were not there during the previous operation, otherwise, Fang Yu couldn't help but think this, but quickly shook his head. It's useless to think about this now. Besides, even if we sent out the Iron Guards at that time, it might not have succeeded. His eyes were deep and calm. Afterwards, Fang Yu reflected carefully on that action and finally came to the conclusion, what a coincidence. Although Fang Yu didn't know how dangerous Chunyi was, he was not a fool. Why did he suddenly mention himself in the car? Chunyi attacked the driver at that time, and the vehicle just overturned towards the empty side of the road. Chunyi just happened to climb out of the window in advance and was almost unharmed. Afterwards, when they checked the shackles that bound Chunyi, they found that there was a problem with the quality. Otherwise, Chun Yi would not have been able to break free in such a short time. The protagonist's halo, this is the only explanation. Before the protagonist's halo is stripped away, if one wants to kill the other party by force, the world's will interfere, causing various accidents and failure. This is what the system clearly tells me. If you think about it carefully, the same logic applies to wanting to imprison the protagonist forever. The will of the world will not allow this to happen. Therefore, even if the Iron Guards were sent out at that time, there was a high probability that they would fail. The only way is to seize opportunities, change the plot, and strip off the protagonist's halo. Chun Yi will be nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. At the mercy of others, Feng Yu collected his thoughts and scanned the 8 Iron Guards one by one. When he saw Iron 8 at the end, his gaze paused slightly. Tiaba, the only woman in the Iron Guard. He is in his 20s, not much older than Feng Yu. His specialty is assassination. Although his facial expression is indifferent and cold, his figure is well proportioned and his appearance can be rated above 95 points. Feng Yu's eyes looked a little strange, because in the original book, this Tiaba actually likes that Feng Xiao. However, due to the gap in their identities, she never revealed her feelings. She just liked to secretly observe Feng Yu when she was not on a mission. When Feng Yu died at the hands of Chun Yi, Taiba was furious and went to assassinate Chun Yi alone, but eventually died tragically. He is also a tragic character. At this moment, Tai Chi suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Mr. Feng, how did you find us? As soon as these words were spoken, not only Tai Chi, but the other Tai guards also looked over. They were also very confused about this matter. With their abilities, not to mention ordinary people, even experts may not be able to detect it. Feng Yu did not answer, but raised the corners of his mouth. He suddenly felt eager to try. Ever since he had improved his physical fitness, he had not yet tested the extent of his current strength. After all, ordinary people could never be his opponents, and the Iron Guard in front of us, isn't he the exact object of the test? Then, Feng Yu grinned. I feel the fighting spirit rising in me. He hooked his finger at Tai Chi and said, want to know how I found out? It's simple. Fight me. If you win, I'll tell you. Tai Chi frowned. Mr. Feng, are you kidding me? How could I possibly fight you? Feng Yu had a blank expression on his face. Why, are you scared? The atmosphere was almost frozen. Finally, Tai Chi sighed, took another step forward, and the evil spirit on his body spread. In that case, I'm sorry for the offense. I will stop at my limit and will never hurt Master Feng. It was obvious that they were not serious in their words. Their casual attitude was as if an adult was playing with a child and no problem. Feng Yu smiled and twisted his wrist. Then be careful. Tai Chi laughed dumbly. Mr. Feng, just go ahead and do it. He had never heard that Feng Yu had learned any martial arts, and observing his posture and subtle body movements, it was obvious that he was a layman. Maybe after learning some online kung fu for a few days, you think you're invincible? Ha, really? Tai Chi shook his head. Well, here I come. Feng Yu slightly bent his body, stepped out with his right foot, and his body crashed out like a wall. Tai Chi's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously raised his arms to block in front of him. The next second, he flew backwards and slammed into the wall not far away. Ahem! Tai Chi coughed violently, as if his body was about to fall apart. He slowly slid down the wall with a look of horror on his face. What is going on? Feng Yu straightened up and said calmly, from now on, I won't show any mercy. Tai Chi's expression became extremely solemn, and he didn't dare to look down on others anymore. The power Feng Yu had just displayed was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Bang! The two men stomped their feet on the ground, their figures rushed out almost at the same time, and then quickly merged together. The dull sound of collision continued to ring out. The two men punched and kicked together, fighting continuously. The more they fought, the more aggrieved Tai Chi felt. It was clear that Feng Yu had no skills or methods, but he relied on his strong physical fitness and a barrage of punches to unreasonably suppress him. Every move of the opponent made his body shake violently, as if the one fighting against him was not a human, but the most ferocious beast. If Tai Chi had not undergone special training and had a strong body, he would have collapsed by now. Bang! Feng Yu's right arm smashed down, and Tai Chi stretched out his arm to block it, but the terrifying force bent his knees directly, and a crack appeared faintly on the ground. Roar! Tai Chi resisted the urge to vomit blood, seized a flaw in Feng Yu, stepped forward, and let out a low growl. While tensing your muscles, extend your fists forward to jab, but at this moment, Feng Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. Deterrence, intermediate. Tai Chi's expression suddenly became dazed, and his body became still. When he suddenly came to his senses, Fang Yu's hand was already on his throat. There was a half-smile on his face. Tai Chi's eyes were filled with horror, but he finally sighed, "I lost." Chapter 37 Targeted Extraction. The last moment. Although Tai Chi didn't understand what had happened, there was no doubt that it was Fang Yu's doing. The guards watching the fight nearby were all stunned. Tiechi actually lost. Each of their iron guards is the elite among the elite, with strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Tai Chi is not the strongest among them, but he is definitely not the weakest, Fang Yu said to Tai Chi calmly. Return to the team, yes. Tai Chi said respectfully, and returned to the line in a flash. There was a hint of more awe and less arrogance in the eyes of the iron guards when they looked at Fang Yu. For them, being strong is the easiest way to gain respect. But at this time, Fang Yu's phone rang. It was Fang Qishong calling. Xiao Yu, have you seen the iron guard? Fang Qishong smiled and said, I asked them to sneak into your villa ahead of time. I wanted you to see their abilities. What do you think? Yes, I've seen it before. Fang Yu glanced at Tai Chi meaningfully. Tai Chi felt his old face burning and extremely embarrassed. With Fang Yu's strength, there was no need for them to show off their skills in front of him. Fang Yu remained silent. After all, he is a player with a systematic cheating system, and the value of the Iron Guard is far more than just individual strength. They are not thugs who go out on the streets with knives to fight each other. Instead, they are experts who are active in the dark and are responsible for protecting and carrying out various tasks. Fang Qishong gave a few more instructions, and finally reminded Fang Yu not to forget about the board meeting, and then hung up the phone. Fang Yu waved his hand towards the guards in front of him and said, Stay alert around the villa. I'll contact you anytime if there's a mission, yes. The Iron Guard responded respectfully. After what happened just now, they were completely impressed by Fang Yu. Fang Yu walked into the villa alone, sat on the sofa in the hall, and thought about the battle just now, taking the Iron Guard as a reference standard. With the help of the system, his physique has undoubtedly begun to crush ordinary people. I in the book Going Down the Mountain Master, which focuses on miracle doctors and picking up girls, although Tiewei's strength is not the best, he is also in the first tier. However, I have a strong physique but lack the corresponding combat skills. If I hadn't used the shock just now, I'm afraid Tai Chi would have really taken advantage of the flaw and turned the tables. Fang Yu pondered. I in the fight just now, he just relied on his physical fitness to smash around. Tai Chi's attack was not a big threat to him, but he could make the opponent's blood boil with one punch. If it were the same body, I would have been defeated long ago. Moreover, the Iron Guards did not use any weapons. If he used cold weapons or even the more familiar hot weapons, Fang Yu would definitely not be able to compete with the Iron Guards. If Fang Yu summoned the system, I need to fill the loopholes in this area, and the method is to extract skills in a targeted manner. System, I want to extract skills related to combat techniques. Ding. Searching. The skill combat has been matched. Do you want to extract it? Extract. Fang Yu said without hesitation. Ding. Villain value -1000, host learns fighting skills, advanced. Fang Yu was delighted. Advanced. The skill level obtained through targeted extraction is randomly selected from the 3 levels of elementary, intermediate and advanced, and Fang Yu was lucky enough to obtain the highest initial skill level this time. Advanced is the pinnacle that ordinary people can reach. A huge amount of information emerged from his mind out of thin air and turned into Fang Yu's instincts, including fighting skills, lurking skills, force skills, firearms skills. In short, all combat skills were unlocked. Muscle memory also emerged without warning, embedding itself seamlessly into the skin's texture. There was no longer the empty feeling of the previous surge in strength, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. Fang Yu clenched his fist lightly, feeling it and sighing. The system is really powerful. Unfortunately, the villain value is not much now. But villain points are meant to be used. If they're not converted into strength, what's the point? And, he smiled faintly and said, if there's no villain value, can't we just take it from Chunyi? Thanks to Shadow's little whip. ***, Shin Pingin's inspiration capsule. Sofa and Zadian's update reminders. LSP, Wangshi Suifeng, Douyu Song Wenru's chicken-loving mountain climbing invitation. Woloi, Emoluo, Eichi Tanga, Hamster King, Shuianshin, Wakaka, and Lazi Hao Xianga's mooncake likes. Chapter 38 The Horrified Lu Ping. The next day, morning, Haiqing Jing'an Hospital is a bottom-tier hospital in Haiqing City. Its only advantage is its relatively low cost, therefore, many poor families who cannot afford to go to big hospitals for treatment choose to come here for treatment. An inpatient ward on the 5th floor of the hospital. Wei Ziyu was sitting in the ward, peeling an apple, and lying on the bed was a man about 50 years old, wearing an oxygen mask, with a slightly sickly pale face. It was Wei Ziyu's father, Wei Xingyan. Looking at Wei Xingyan, a trace of worry flashed across Wei Ziyu's face. Wei Xingyan's condition had suddenly worsened before, and he was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. He was finally pulled back from the brink of death. They are still in a coma, however. When she thought of Feng Yu's promise, Wei Ziyu smiled again. Feng's hospital is the best hospital in Haiqing City, and even the best in the whole Linzhou. At this time, a doctor in a white coat, about 30 years old, walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he smiled and said, "Miss Wei, please go outside and talk about your father's condition." When Wei Ziyu saw the doctor, her eyes were immediately filled with anger. Lu Ping, Wei Xingyan's attending physician, has an uncle who is a director. Because he was attracted by Wei Ziyu's appearance, he put forward a condition that if Wei Ziyu could be with him, he would help Wei Xingyan reduce his medical expenses. How could Wei Ziyu agree? Naturally, he angrily rejected the other party's conditions. So Lu Ping was very angry and felt that Wei Ziyu was ungrateful. He began to deliberately make things difficult for Wei Ziyu in various matters and even threatened her. Wei Ziyu also reported the situation to the hospital, but the matter was suppressed by her uncle Lu Ping and was always left unresolved, and she didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. After all, Wei Xingyan still needs to be treated here, but this time, Wei Ziyu was not afraid at all. "Okay, let's talk." The two went downstairs and came outside. As they walked along the road, Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Miss Wei, what do you think? Would you like to consider my conditions?" "Of course, I've thought about it." Lu Ping's smile widened. "Oh, I wonder what Miss Wei's choice is. I refuse." Wei Ziyu said coldly. Lu Ping's expression suddenly darkened. "Miss Wei, your father's condition has been very bad recently. You must think things through." In his opinion, the other party was too ungrateful. Wei Ziyu said, "Don't worry about that. I will arrange for father to be transferred to another hospital immediately." Lu Ping sneered, "Oh, transferred to another hospital? Where can you transfer to?" "Feng's hospital." Lu Ping was stunned for a moment, then he stopped and burst into laughter, almost crying, "Ha, Feng's hospital? Miss Wei, are you kidding me? Do you know what level Feng's hospital is? It's a subsidiary hospital of the Feng Group. You can't even afford to stay in our Jing'an hospital. Where else do you want to go?" Buzz Wei Ziyu's phone rang. She picked up the phone and heard Feng Yu's voice from the other end. "I'm here." "Are we there?" Wei Ziyu looked around in surprise, but couldn't find Feng Yu. "I've already seen you." Feng Yu chuckled. "Look up, and move aside a little." Lu Ping was still sneering beside him. "Ms. Wei, I advise you to think about it again." The sound stopped abruptly because he had already heard the loud roar coming from the sky. Lu Ping looked up and his face was suddenly stunned. Above the sky, a huge monster tens of meters long was flying in the air, blocking out the sunlight and casting a hideous and cold outline on the ground. The helicopter propellers were stirring up a strong wind. What shocked Lu Ping even more was the logo on the helicopter, a logo that was known to everyone in Haiqing City, that represents the Feng Group. The word count is too high, so I'll put it here. Thanks to Dark Knight Killer System, CX330, Xingfeng, G, the online dating godfather Mata Chuan, Chaos Clear, Chen Pingan, Past Goes with the Wind, Hold Down Shin Xiujin's Coffin, Supreme Gang Chanda, A Little Bookworm, The Moon in the Sea is the Moon in the Sky, and Lin for the likes and mooncakes. Thanks to everyone for their support. Chapter 39, Strong Desire to Survive. Boom. The helicopter slowly landed on the lawn of Jingyang Hospital, and the violent airflow raised dust. What's going on? Lu Ping felt that he could hardly open his eyes. When he was able to see clearly again, he found a young man wearing a full set of custom-made one-set suit walking down from the helicopter. He had fair skin, a resolute face with sharp edges and corners, and a pair of dark eyes that were deep and calm. As if nothing could attract his attention, Lu Ping looked at the other person carefully, and then was suddenly shocked. Isn't this Feng Yu? The eldest son of the Feng Group. Previously, by chance, when he followed his uncle to attend an academic exchange meeting, he had the honor of meeting Feng Yu from afar. So now I recognized it instantly. Lu Ping straightened his clothes and ran forward with trepidation, intending to greet Feng Yu. As long as you can leave even a little bit of a good impression in this person's heart, at some point in the future, this may become your chance to make a breakthrough. But Wei Ziyu ran over before him. Fang Yu, you're here. Lu Ping was completely frightened, the bad premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Wei Ziyu had said before that she wanted to transfer his father to Fang's hospital. Was it true? What was even more ridiculous was that the person who came to pick him up was Fang Yu, the two of them. Couldn't they be in that kind of relationship? Lu Ping's lips trembled. He actually threatened Fang Yu's woman to follow him. In fact, Fang Yu had already noticed Lu Ping, who was in a panic. Although he didn't seem to pay attention to it, he understood it in his heart. In the book, when Shen Yu was treating Wei Ziyu's father, he seemed to have taken down a few villains along the way. This guy should be Lu Ping, right? So, Fang Yu asked knowingly, who is this guy? Wei Ziyu bit her lip and opened her mouth, but finally said, "Oh, fine. Anyway, Wei Xingyan and I will soon leave Jingyang Hospital and go to Feng Hospital to leave this disgusting Lu Ping. Fang Yu has helped her enough. She didn't want to cause Fang Yu any extra trouble, and she didn't want Fang Yu to think that she wanted to use his identity to take revenge." Fang Yu sighed, staring into Wei Ziyu's eyes. He spoke word by word. "Since you've signed the contract, you're now my employee. I have an obligation to take responsibility for your affairs, so there's no need to feel any psychological burden. If you have anything, just tell me." Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has risen to 70%. Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has risen to 75%. When Wei Ziyu heard this, she felt a warm current surge in her heart. She felt steady and at ease for the first time in a long time. At the same time, her mood was a little complicated. She was happy because Fang Yu cared about her and was willing to spend time on her affairs, but what made her eyes a little dim was Fang Yu's definition of their relationship. It just concern for subordinates, but seeing Fang Yu's determination, Wei Ziyu told him everything about Lu Ping. "That's right, how can I earn villain points if I don't do this?" Fang Yu smiled and said, "Go arrange to transfer your father to the helicopter first. We will be leaving soon." Wei Ziyu nodded, looking slightly excited, and rushed towards the ward. Only then did Fang Yu look up. He looked coldly at Lu Ping, who was standing not far away. When Lu Ping noticed Fang Yu's gaze, he was almost scared to death. His legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Lu Ping was panicked. "Mr. Fang, I was wrong. I didn't know anything before. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if I had 10 times the courage." Fang Yu walked slowly towards Lu Ping. With every step closer, the fear in Lu Ping's heart grew greater. He didn't know what he would face next. The unknown is often the most terrifying. Fang Yu had already stood in front of Lu Ping, staring at him with a pale face, without saying a word. "Mr. Fang." Lu Ping's body was trembling. "I heard that you wanted to force Wei Ziyu to obey you?" Fang Yu spoke lightly while adjusting his suit, his eyes not even on Lu Ping. It was as if the other party had no qualifications at all. Lu Ping was sweating profusely. I was just confused for a moment." "Confused for a moment? Okay, then I'll help you become smarter." Fang Yu snapped his fingers. Tai Chi appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Master Fang, what are your instructions?" Now, the Iron Guards have been using their own methods to hide around Fang Yu and keep a close watch in secret. "Come, cut off his third leg for me. This is a hospital, so it's convenient for treatment, yes." When Tai Chi heard this, his expression did not change at all, as if this was just an ordinary task. He walked straight towards Lu Ping. No. Lu Ping struggled frantically, his heart filled with boundless regret and fear, and he was so scared that tears were streaming down his face, but Tai Chi still lifted him into the corner like a chicken. 10 seconds later, a shrill scream was heard. Then, there was no sound. It's so quiet. Fang Yu scratched his ears, then took out his cell phone and made a call. The other party answered the call instantly. "Are you the director of Ginyan Hospital?" "I'm Fang Yu." The sound of running could be heard from the other side, followed by a breathless voice. "Mr. Fang, why didn't you tell me beforehand when you came to our hospital? I could have prepared in advance. I'm on my way over now." "There's no need to greet him," Fang Yu said calmly, "but there's a small matter for you to take care of." "Is there a chief physician named Lu Ping in your hospital? He also has an uncle who's the director, right?" "Both of them should be fired, yes." The director of Jingyang Hospital didn't even dare to say a word and agreed directly. He knew that Lu Ping must have provoked Fang Yu for some unknown reason. He was almost downstairs and had actually heard the faint, shrill scream, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. Instead, he was filled with resentment towards Lu Ping. This bastard usually turns a blind eye for the sake of his uncle, but now he has offended young Master Fong. What if I get implicated? Mr. Fong, actually Lu Ping has a sister who also works in the hospital. The director of Jingyang Hospital added cautiously. If Fong you found it a little funny, this guy really has a strong desire to survive. Why is he so eager to distance himself from the matter? But this was just a small matter, so Fong Yu casually said, then fire them all. Oh, send someone to bring a stretcher over. Lu Ping accidentally cut himself while walking, and you can still try to save him. Sometimes, being alive is the real hell. The director of Jingyang Hospital twitched his mouth. He was walking carelessly. Who was he trying to fool? His heart was trembling. From now on, I must never provoke Fong Yu. Chapter 40 Excited Chun Yi Ding. Host's villain value plus 100. Protagonist's luck value minus 100. Chun Yi dealt with Lu Ping and his uncle on behalf of the protagonist, and lost the opportunity to show off and get slapped in the face, so he received the villain value. Of course, the other party is just a minor character and doesn't have much villain value, so it's better than nothing. Fong Yu waited downstairs for a while, but Wei Ziyu still didn't come out, and he couldn't help but frown. Why so slow? At this time, Wei Ziyu called. Fong Yu picked up the phone and immediately asked, "What's going on? Hasn't it been dealt with yet?" Wei Ziyu said hesitantly, "Master Fong, there's a man here who claims to be a doctor. He's now insisting on taking my father for a physical examination, saying he can easily cure my father's illness, doctor?" Fong Yu was a little confused. Where did Jingyang Hospital find doctors of this level? Etc. His expression changed immediately and he asked, "What does that person look like?" "He's a young man in his early 20s. Fong Yu didn't listen any further, his expression suddenly frosty. "Hold him back, wait for me to get over." "That doctor is Chun Yi, Ms. Wei, your father's illnesses." Chun Yi checked Wei Xingyan's body while talking to him about my heart is filled with excitement. "I didn't expect that when I came to Jingyang Hospital today for some things, I would meet the beautiful girl who had been haunting me at school. More importantly, the other party has a seriously ill father in bed, so," he casually pointed out a few minor flaws of Wei Ziyu, gained her trust, and then took the opportunity to ask Wei Xingyan to diagnose her. This was simply an opportunity arranged by God for him to show off and flirt with girls. Although Wei Xingyan's illness was serious, it was not a big problem for him at all. He had already begun to imagine that he would cure the other person's father and win the girl's heart. Chun Yi said a lot of things, but Wei Ziyu was completely confused. Chun Yi also noticed Wei Ziyu's confusion and smiled. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. All you need to know is that I can cure your father's illness. As long as I prescribe a few doses of medicine and combine it with some treatment techniques, he will be cured soon." Real? Wei Ziyu was a little skeptical. After all, the doctors at Jingyang Hospital said that her father's condition was very difficult. The other party said it so easily. Logically speaking, medicine is a discipline that requires practice and experience. Experts and professors who have achieved accomplishments in medicine should all be elderly people with gray hair. Chun Yi looks about the same age as me, so how could he really be a miracle doctor as he claims? Seeing Wei Ziyu's suspicion of him, Chun Yi smiled faintly and said, "Miss Wei, were there any mistakes in the minor illnesses I pointed out to you before?" "There is indeed no mistake," Wei Ziyu nodded hesitantly. If not, she would have kicked Chun Yi out long ago. How could she let him come into contact with Wei Xingyan? For her, she will not give up easily even if there is a slight chance or possibility. "So, Miss Wei," Chun Yi said calmly, "you can trust." Bang. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly kicked open. Chun Yi was so frightened that he almost fell off his chair. When he looked up and saw the face of the person coming, his pupils subconsciously contracted to Fong Yu. Chapter 41 Continue to harvest. Since the last kidnapping incident, Chun Yi had investigated a lot of information about Fong Yu, so he could naturally recognize him now. Fong Yu turned his gaze towards Chun Yi, then deliberately showed a look of surprise on his face. "Aren't you the thief that was caught by the inspector at the station that day? Oh, now you've changed your career to become a doctor. You really have a wide range of services." "Thief?" Wei Ziyu looked surprised. "Yeah," Fong Yu said with a half-smile, "I just happened to run into him at the station that day." TSK, he was taken away by the inspector on the spot. Shenya's expression changed slightly that he remembered that Fong Yu was the man on the second floor of the station that day. Could it be that he was taken away by the inspector because of him, and now he comes to ruin his good deeds again? Damn it! Shenya's chest was filled with anger, and he said coldly, "I have no grudge against you. Why are you slandering me?" "The slander?" Fong Yu smiled contemptuously and said, "Do you dare to say that you weren't arrested by the inspectorate for stealing a wallet before?" "Of course I didn't." Feeling Wei Ziyu's suspicious gaze, Chen Yi subconsciously refuted, and then said loudly, "Besides, what does this have to do with you? You're not too nosy, are you, relation?" Fong Yu smiled and suddenly pulled Wei Ziyu into his arms. "Do you think it has anything to do with me?" Bang, bang, bang. Wei Ziyu's heart began to beat violently and her brain was in a daze. She was held in Fong Yu's arms, feeling Fong Yu's broad and strong chest and the masculine aura that came towards her. Her face couldn't help but turn red. She had never had such close contact with a boy before. Wei Ziyu subconsciously wanted to struggle, but in the end she stopped for some unknown reason and let Fong Yu hold her in his arms. Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has risen to 80%. Chen Ye's expression froze. Wei Ziyu is Fong Yu's woman. He instinctively had some doubts. After all, the marriage between the Fong and Song families was already known to everyone in the upper circles of Haiqing City, but when Chen Ye looked at Wei Ziyu's expression and found that she did not resist, he felt disappointed. Chen Ye's expression was slightly distorted. It turns out that the thing I have been chasing is a second-hand item. His heart was filled with resentment that Wei Ziyu, whom he had been obsessed with, had actually thrown herself into the arms of another man in front of him. Not at the same time, deep jealousy also arises. I'm jealous that Fong Yu can have so many women. Both Song Chaoyu and Wei Ziyu were rare beauties, but he got them both. But when I want to pick up a girl, I keep hitting a wall. Okay, very good. I'll remember what happened today. Just wait. Chen Yu was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so he left with a grim face. Only then did Fong Yu let go of Wei Ziyu in his arms. Wei Ziyu seemed to have just realized something, exclaimed softly, and quickly ran to the side, the heartbeat even faster. What were you doing just now? She didn't even resist at all, as if she just liked staying in Fong Yu's arms. Wei Ziyu felt a little nervous. Would Fong Yu think that she was a very casual woman? Fong Yu sighed. You believe this kind of liar? Seeing that Fong Yu seemed to have forgotten what happened just now, Wei Ziyu's tension eased a little and said, but he got some of my minor ailments right. He even knew when I would have period cramps. How naive. If you're willing to find out about something like this, how difficult is that? Fong Yu said calmly, let me guess, this guy must have seen you before. Ah, how did you know? Wei Ziyu said this subconsciously, but as soon as she said it, she felt a little stupid, and then her face turned angry. That bastard. Under Fong Yu's guidance, she naturally thought that Chen Yi had deliberately investigated her information after meeting her, and then pretended to be a doctor to get close to her. Wei Ziyu felt surprisingly angry, even more than herself. She couldn't stand the fact that someone was deceiving her about her father's illness. Wei Ziyu's impression of Chen Yi suddenly became extremely bad. Bite. Host's villain value plus 500. Protagonist's luck value minus 500. Fong Yu smiled slightly. These 500 villain points come from the change in Wei Ziyu's attitude towards Chen Yi, and when Wei Ziyu's favorability reaches 100%, he should be able to gain another wave. Of Fong Yu reminded, there are many bad people in this world, so you must be careful to distinguish them. Wei Ziyu was still a little frightened. If it weren't for Fong Yu, she would have almost been cheated by Chen Yi. Be more careful next time. Let's go find a doctor first. Transfer your dad to the helicopter, and we'll go to Fong's hospital. Wei Ziyu nodded obediently and ran outside. After a few seconds, the smile on Fong Yu's face slowly disappeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. When dealing with the protagonist, you really can't be careless at all. In order to gain the final villain value, it seems that I need to find someone to keep a close eye on. Wei Ziyu. This kind of accident must not happen again. Fong Yu's lips suddenly curled up into a cruel smile. They're almost ready to take action, right? Chen Yi, what on earth gave you the illusion that after threatening me, you could leave unharmed? Chapter 42. Broken Leg. Chen Yezheng walked out of the hospital with a gloomy face. Fong Yu. He gritted his teeth, his expression gloomy. I've never offended this guy, but he keeps giving me trouble and biting me. Does he really think I'm easy to bully? No matter whether he was implicated because of the Zhao family or for some other reason, Fong Yu was undoubtedly his enemy now, a plan gradually took shape in Shenya's mind. He couldn't swallow this, Shenya sneered. His medical skills could save people, but they could also harm people. The miracle doctor can plot against or kill people without even being noticed. He planned to disguise himself, wait for Fanyu to come out, approach him quietly, and do something to him. He believed that no one except himself could solve the methods he used. What does it matter if you're rich and powerful? What does it matter if you have a great background? In the end, you can't escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. A somewhat arrogant smile appeared on Shenya's lips. This is a miracle doctor, and this is the reason why he has the confidence to live in Xiaoyao City. Even if he holds immense power and is as wealthy as a country, he still demands that he come before him and treat him as a guest of honor. For example, Zhao Xinrui from the Zhao family is well known in the Zhao family for his unquestionable authority and extreme dominance. Even the clan leader Zhao Ting dares not to be presumptuous in the slightest, but you still have to be polite to yourself. Why? It's simply because they value their potential, and more importantly, they're afraid of death. Only Zhao Xinrui himself can cure his illness. The Zhao family was the first to curry favor with him, but they were definitely not the last. The Ji family, the Feng family, Haiqing City, and even the wider Linzhou would eventually be trampled under his feet step by step. Chen Yi imagined his bright future and felt much more relaxed. By then, what would the Feng family be? Just an ant. As for now, I'll collect some interest first. Chen Yi sneered, and planned to disguise himself and wait for Feng Yu. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition emerged, an intuition issued a warning. Chen Yi suddenly stopped, looked around, and his face darkened. He was so engrossed in his thoughts just now that he had actually walked into an abandoned warehouse with few people passing by. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of footsteps broke the silence, and silently, 8 iron guards had surrounded Chen Yi. Tai Lu approached step by step, teasing, "The sky really cares about us, running away to this deserted place." Chen Yi said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Are you a fool? Why should we tell you?" Tieba smiled lightly. Chen Yi felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, with cold sweat even breaking out on his forehead. If they were ordinary people, he would not be afraid of such a few people, but the auras of the 8 people in front of him intertwined and resonated, even causing a slight sting on his skin. Absolute master. Old 8, old 6, stop talking nonsense with him. Tai Yi touched his crew cut, looked at the panicked Chen Yi with an indifferent expression, and grinned. "Don't worry, although I don't know why, the order we received was not to kill you, it's just breaking your legs." 10 minutes later, Wei Ziyu's father has been transferred to a helicopter, and a doctor who has been assigned to the helicopter is taking care of him. Feng Yu also stepped onto the helicopter drop. At this moment, a message was received on the mobile phone. There were only 4 short words on it. "Mission accomplished, very good." Feng Yu smiled, his eyes deep and profound. Ding! Host's villain value plus 500. Protagonist's luck value minus 500. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 1400, and the protagonist's current luck value is 7500. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The protagonist's luck value has dropped to 7500, and the protagonist's aura has been stripped away by more than 50%. Please keep up the good work, host. Chapter 43. The Clown, huh? Have you already plundered half of your luck points? Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. But, that's all? No reward at all? The only response was a series of silences. Forget it, stingy. Feng Yu shrugged, eyes slightly closed. The luck value is only half left. Then Chen Yi can start the countdown of his life. There's a lot of villain value again, so I can use it. Feng Yu looked at the 1400 villain value in his hand and first added 4 points to his physical fitness. After all, the system said that after the physical fitness reaches 50, the exchange rate will change. Byte. Host's villain value minus 400. Constitution plus 4. Energy emerged from nothingness, flowing through Feng Yu's body, shaping his flesh. It was obvious that his strength had increased a little bit. Ding! The host's physical fitness has reached 50 points. The exchange ratio between villain value and physical fitness points has been adjusted. For every additional point of physical fitness, 200 villain value is required. Feng Yu gasped. Increase it by 2 times, so cruel? But there is no way, no matter how evil you are, you still have to add constitutional points. There are still 1000 villain points left, which is just enough to increase your constitutional points to 55. Then, deterrence, intermediate, will be upgraded to Hypnosis Advanced. Fong Yu is quite interested in this skill. As a skill recognized by the system, it can't be a scam. Bite. Hosts villain value -1000. Constitution +5. The system energy washed and transformed Fong Yu's body, and there was also a slight cool feeling in his brain, making him feel refreshed. The shock, intermediate, in the skill column of the system quietly changed to Hypnosis Advanced. Fong Yu suddenly looked up. Look at Wei Ziyu, who was opposite him. Noticing his movements, Wei Ziyu also raised her head and looked at Fong Yu. Then the light in Fong Yu's eyes disappeared, as if turning into two dark whirlpools. Wei Ziyu's figure suddenly became still, her whole body motionless, her pupils dull and lifeless. There was no one else around them, so they didn't worry about being noticed. Fong Yu's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "What's your name?" "Wei Ziyu." "Who is your father?" "My father is Wei Xingyan." Fong Yu asked several questions in a row, and Wei Ziyu answered them dully. Then, he suddenly asked, "Who do you like?" "The person I like is..." Wei Ziyu was halfway through her words when a trace of struggle suddenly appeared on her face. "Who is it?" The darkness in Fong Yu's eyes became even darker. Wei Ziyu's expression became dull and lifeless again. "The person I like is Fong Yu." Fong Yu let out a long sigh and withdrew his mental power. The confusion in Wei Ziyu's eyes disappeared, and she gradually regained clarity. "What's wrong?" Wei Ziyu was a little nervous and hurried. "Why are you staring at me?" "Nothing." Fong Yu smiled slightly, but he quickly began to analyze in his mind. "Well, after being hit, I completely lost consciousness and have no memory of what happened afterwards. When asked sensitive questions, my mind would fluctuate, and I needed to increase my mental energy consumption to maintain my state." Fong Yu felt a little tired. The hypnosis skill he had just used up nearly a third of his mental energy. "Because it's my first time using it, I'm not proficient enough yet, so some of my mental energy is wasted. I should be able to reduce some of the consumption after I become proficient." Not long after, the helicopter arrived at Fong Hospital. Along the way, Fong Yu gained a better understanding of hypnosis skills and his proficiency level was greatly improved. The experimental subject is naturally Wei Ziyu. When arriving at the hospital, Wei Ziyu frowned in thought, feeling as if she had forgotten something. Moreover, time seemed to have passed too quickly on the helicopter. Fong's hospital had already prepared a VIP ward according to Fong Yu's instructions, and equipped it with a luxurious team of experts to treat Wei Xingyan. If Fong Yu had originally planned to stay a little longer, but Fong Qishong called, his tone somewhat hurried and low. "The board meeting has been moved up and will be held this afternoon. You need to come to Fong Group immediately." Fong Yu frowned. "What's going on?" "I've been gradually handing over the group's affairs to you recently. Perhaps someone with ulterior motives noticed this, so they couldn't wait to jump out." Fong Qishong's voice was a little cold. "I see." Fong Yu said, "I'll be there right away." As a large group with assets of hundreds of billions, the Fong Group naturally has many conflicts of interest. Although Fong Qishong holds great power, there are other factions within the group, especially since Fong Yu was once a notorious playboy and a hopeless case. In this situation, naturally many people were ready to make a move, and now that Fong Qishong intends to hand over the group to Fong Yu, someone is bound to be restless. I originally wanted to let these jumping clowns jump around for a while." Fong Yu smiled coldly, "But since they are looking for death, let's deal with them first." For readers who feel that it is not enough, there are already millions of completed old books. Click on the hamster avatar to see them. I will also work hard on writing Hamster's new book. Update is here. The 5th update. A full day of classes, my head hurts. Chapter 44. Media gathering. Before leaving, Fong Yu seemed to have thought of something and called Lung Han. After a few seconds, the call was connected. "Master, how's the investigation going? When Fong Group was investigating Gaoshan Group, why didn't they find such a big loophole?" Lung Han smiled bitterly and said, "I followed your instructions and found the person in charge and several employees who went to investigate Dongxing Group at that time, but, explain." "They all committed suicide recently, and the investigation concluded that it was due to excessive family stress and depression." Fong Yu's eyes suddenly turned colder now. He can be basically 100% sure that Cao Jianmen's affairs are definitely related to Song Chaoyu. Be ruthless and leave no room for future trouble. This is exactly Song Chaoyu's style. Fong Yu continued to ask, "What about Gao Jianmen?" Lung Han immediately said, "Gao Jianmen was arrested by a group of loan sharks. He's been tortured these past few days and is on the verge of collapse. Fang Yu frowned. Keep watching, don't let up. If Song Chaoyu wanted to erase all traces, she should have killed Gao Jianmen first. Why didn't she do it? If that's the case, then there's something wrong. Yes. Lun Han said hurriedly after hanging up the phone. The helicopter quickly rose slowly with a roar and flew into the distance. Its destination was Fang Group headquarters located in the most luxurious area of Haicheng City. It can be said that every inch of land is worth a lot of money, but the wealthy Fang Group has occupied an entire park here. Fang Group headquarters building, Westside helipad. A lot of people had already gathered in the open space. Most of them were reporters carrying equipment and holding microphones, with excitement on their faces. Longting News, Poi News, World Affairs. Various well-known media outlets have all come, and there are countless small media outlets, including even Dongxia Daily. The lineup is luxurious and exaggerated, just because half an hour ago Fang Qishong, the current patriarch of the Fang family and chairman of the Fang Group, issued an official announcement. He will officially step down as chairman at the board meeting held this afternoon at the Fang Group headquarters building and hand over the position to his son Fang Yu. As soon as the news came out, the entire Haicheng city was shaken, and even all the big families in Linzhou received the news. The Fang Group is definitely a top-tier giant in the entire Dongxia, and its every move naturally attracts much attention. So these media rushed over as soon as they heard the news. They want to be the first to get the most first-hand information and take advantage of the popularity. Boom! A roar came from afar. The helicopter carrying Fang Yu descended from the sky and landed on the lawn. Here they come. All the reporters were shocked. Pa. The helicopter opened, and a pair of brand new Luobu carved leather shoes stepped on the ground. In order to attend the board meeting, Fang Yu specially changed into a gray suit, which was tailored according to his body shape and paired with an elegant tie, looking imposing. It makes people tremble with fear. Reporters immediately rushed forward. Mr. Fang, is the news that you will succeed as chairman of the Fang Group true? Why was the news released so hastily? Under your leadership, will the group make large-scale personnel changes or adjust its industrial policies in the future? Mr. Fang, reporters asked questions at once. Suddenly, a somewhat sharp voice appeared. Mr. Fang, do you think you are capable of leading such a large Fang Group? After all, the outside world says you don't understand business management at all. Chapter 45. Throw it out. The noisy scene suddenly became silent for a moment. The reporter looked stunned. Who could ask such a rude and bold question? The crowd dispersed slightly, revealing the figure of the questioner. It was a male reporter with an arrogant and complacent look on his face. Fang Yu also paused to glance at him sideways. After seeing the logo on the other party's reporter badge, he immediately understood that Shenghong Media was a company acquired by the Ji family. His main job on weekdays is to discredit the Fang family and the Fang Group. Fang Yu looked at him with a smile. I can't do it, so how can you, a dog who only knows how to bark at its master, do it? The reporter's expression froze. I thought Fang Yu would be angry and embarrassed, and I could take advantage of the opportunity to perform well, but I didn't expect that the other party would not play by the rules. Fang Yu suddenly asked, do dogs are allowed to enter the Fang Group headquarters? A bodyguard nearby cleverly followed up. Fang Group headquarters has a clear ban on bringing in any wild animals. Fang Yu said coldly, then kick this dog out. People from the Ji family actually came to the Fang family's territory to cause trouble. It's simply outrageous, yes. The two bodyguards immediately walked up with a grin, roughly grabbed the male reporter, and walked outside. I'm a reporter, you can't do this, asshole, I'm a reporter. The male reporter's impotent and furious voice gradually faded away, followed by a bang and a howl. The reporters present were silent, and some of the more excited ones suddenly became much more obedient. Mr. Fang, several reporters still wanted to ask questions. Waving his hand, Fang Yu said coldly, I'm very busy. If you have any questions, please wait until the group press conference later. The reporters were immediately disappointed, but Fang Yu suddenly turned around and revealed a somewhat strange smile. But don't worry, everyone, I will tell you big news later. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of all the reporters lit up. Big news. But Fang Yu had already turned his head and stopped talking, and the bodyguards had already surrounded him and led him into the building. After getting rid of the annoying group of reporters, Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he still admired Fang Qishong's wisdom and decisiveness. Ginger, after all, is still spicy when it's old. That group of clowns wanted to disrupt Fang Qishong's original plan to resign, so they organized an early board meeting to make trouble. However, Fang Qishong acted decisively and took the opportunity to issue a notice and contact the media to set the tone of the matter. those guys must be feeling as disgusted as if they had eaten shit. As soon as we entered the lobby of the group, a pair of female receptionists at the front desk, dressed in work clothes and with first-class figures and looks, hurriedly bowed and said, Mr. Fong. Lung Han, who had been waiting on the side, hurried over and said, Master, would you like to take a rest first? Or, Fong Yu glanced at his Patek Philippe watch and saw that it was almost time. Let's go straight to the meeting room. Drop. He took the elevator to the 20th floor of the group building. In front of a conference room at the deepest part, Lung Han walked forward and opened the door. Fong Yu strode in. The meeting room was completely silent and the atmosphere was heavy. All the directors looked up and looked at Fong Yu, who walked into the room. Some of them had blank expressions, some looked anxious, some were sarcastic, and some seemed indifferent. In short, their expressions are different. Xiao Yu is here, sit down. Fong Qisheng gestured with his hand and placed another chair next to him, allowing Fong Yu to sit at the top with him. The attitude and meaning expressed are very clear. Fong Yu didn't hesitate and simply pulled over a chair and sat down. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at everyone. He wasn't just looking around randomly, instead, he was using the system to check the favorability of the directors present towards him. As a result, a group of people swept down. Except for a few of Fong Qisheng's confidants, the favorability of quite a few people is around 0%. Certainly Fong Yu was not surprised by this situation. After all, these directors are not familiar with me, and I am too young, so I will definitely be looked down upon. Few people like a young boy to ride on their heads. Fong Yu himself was not so arrogant as to think that he could shock everyone by just showing up and shaking his tiger body. If you immediately have a strong liking for someone the first time you meet them, then he will start to suspect whether there is something wrong with the other person's sexual orientation. However, there were still a few people who caught his attention. For example, a man in his 50s with gray hair is looking at the teacup in front of him, looking as if it has nothing to do with him. The other party's favorability is negative. A low favorability does not necessarily mean disloyalty to the group, but a negative favorability definitely means hostility towards you. Fong Yu sneered. Favorability minus 60%. Very good. Lu Zhiyong, a director of the Fong Group, is a veteran who worked with Fong Qisheng to build the group in its early days and has profound qualifications and prestige. Apart from Fong Qisheng, few people can suppress him. He looks gentle and Buddhist, but in fact, as he gets older, his greed increases instead of decreases, and a large amount of company assets has been pocketed by him. Fong Yu's eyes were cold. Lu Zhiyong made great efforts when Song Chaoyu and Chen Yi joined forces to destroy the Fong family. He cooperated with the insiders and outsiders, betrayed the group and made profits for himself. A complete traitor. Apart from these, the people around Lu Zhiyong are all his die-hard subordinates, and their favorability ratings are all negative. Chapter 46 Hostility. Ahem. At this time, Fong Qisheng coughed and said, Is everyone here? In that case, let's get straight to the point. I have decided to resign as chairman of the group and transfer this position and all my shares to Fong Yu. Does anyone have any objections? Great. If not, let's start the signing ceremony now, etc. A voice sounded, and the tone became sharp because of excessive anxiety. Ruan Wenchang, Lu Zhiyong's right-hand man, the dark-skinned middle-aged man, slammed the table and stood up with an angry look on his face. Chairman, this is against the rules. You should give everyone a chance to express their opinions. Oh, didn't I ask for your opinion? Fong Qisheng said slowly. Fart. Ruan Wenchang cursed in his heart and was about to swear. You're talking so fast, giving us no chance to express our opinions? You're definitely doing this on purpose. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Ruan Wenchang shouted, I don't accept this. Lu Zhiyong took a sip of tea and said nothing, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Fong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, Director Ruan, do you have any opinion about me? Ruan Wenchang snorted coldly. Director Fong is the founder of the group and has led the group step by step to where it is today. We all naturally obey him, but Mr. Fong, what makes you think you can lead us? When we followed Director Fong to conquer the world, you probably weren't even born yet. The tone is aggressive. Fong Yu smiled. Why? Just because I work 1,000 times harder than you do on this reincarnation thing, and you, unfortunately, are just a son of a bitch. You. Ruan Wenchang was furious, but he couldn't think of any words to refute. When it comes to swearing, how could he be Fong Yu's opponent? Everyone calmed down. At this time, Lu Zhiyong put down the teacup in his hand and slowly said, Chairman, Fong Group was founded by you, and it is only natural for Mr. Fong to take over. We actually have no objection. But isn't this a little early? You're still young and energetic, smart and capable. It won't be a problem for you to lead the group for another 10 or 20 years. Although Mr. Fong is a man of great talent and vision, he does lack experience. How about starting by gaining experience at the middle level of the group? Young people always need to broaden their horizons. One plays the bad guy, the other plays the good guy. Lu Zhiyong and Wan Wenchang's cooperation can be said to be seamless, especially Lu Zhiyong. His words were flawless. At the same time, he flattered Fong Yu and Fong Qi-xiong, and expressed his opposition in a tactful way. Look, I am not against Fong Yu taking over, it's just that the timing is not right. In another 10 or 20 years, I will definitely support it with both hands and feet. Yes, what Director Lu said makes sense. Mr. Fong is indeed too young. He should gain more experience. Once he has enough qualifications and experience, we will definitely not object. That's right. Many directors echoed this sentiment. After saying this, Lu Zhiyong regained his relaxed look, looking as if he was sure of victory. What an old fox. Fong Yu said expressionlessly, but unfortunately, I chose the wrong opponent. I don't have time for you guys to scheme against each other and test each other's boundaries. I'd rather just flip the table. He is not Fong Qi-xiong, so he does not need to worry about the face of these so-called elders. Fong Yu has no scruples about what Fong Qi-xiong cannot do. Chapter 47. Who is in favor and who is against? Fong Yu stood up with a smile. In that case, let's take a vote. The minority must obey the majority. What do you think? This way, I'm sure no one will be dissatisfied anymore. Ruan Wenchang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Mr. Fong is right. If we vote, I have no objection. Lu Zhiyong said leisurely, I have no objection. It seems like a sure win. Fong Qi-xiong frowned slightly and signaled Fong Yu with his eyes, but Fong Yu waved his hand slightly, indicating that he had other plans. Pa. Fong Yu snapped his fingers. The next second, Leng Han pushed the door open and came to Fong Yu's side, holding a laptop in his hand. Fong Yu asked, Is everything ready? It's ready. Very good. Fong Yu's lips curled slightly. Then let's get started. Yes. Leng Han walked to the huge display screen on one side of the conference room, took out a USB flash drive from his pocket, inserted it into the computer, and finally connected it to the display screen. Then, he placed the laptop respectfully in front of Fong Yu. The directors present were somewhat puzzled. I don't know what Fong Yu was up to. Lu Zhiyong narrowed his eyes slightly. What did he want to do? But soon, he stopped paying attention. At this time, even if Demosthenes was invited here to give a passionate speech, it would not change the outcome. Fong Yu touched his chin and raised his head. A warm smile. Then let's start the vote now. Who should start? Director Lu, Ruan Wenchang, and the others, you guys should make the decision first. Fong Yu said with a smile. The people he appointed were all from Lu Zhiyong's faction. Ruan Wenchang stood up directly, looked directly at Fong Yu without fear, and sneered, I object. In his opinion, Fong Yu's behavior was ridiculous. Was he trying to put pressure on them? Childish. Lu Zhiyong also said leisurely, I'm sorry, Chairman, Mr. Fong, I also object. This is all for the future of the group. At this time, I still don't forget to say a few nice words. Abnormal hypocrisy. I object. I object too. The people named by Fong Yu all spoke one after another. However, when it came to the last person, there was a slight accident. The director actually voted in favor. This surprised everyone, and Ruan Wenchang stared fiercely at the traitor who changed his mind at the last minute. The director's face was pale, and he kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't dare to meet Ruan Wenchang's gaze. As a member of Lu Zhiyong's faction, he should have voted against it, but at the last moment, he suddenly had a bad premonition, so he changed his mind temporarily. The director prayed silently in his heart. If you bet wrong, you're doomed. Lu Zhiyong looks gentle and refined, but in fact his methods are extremely cruel and he will definitely settle accounts with himself afterwards. Fong Yu smiled and said, very good. He tapped a few times on his laptop and then hit the enter key. Ruan Wenchang had a look of contempt on his face, but when the content appeared on the screen, his face was suddenly filled with a look of shock, his eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Bang! The teacup in Lu Zhiyong's hand fell out of his hand and shattered on the floor. Those who voted against it just now also turned pale and felt dizzy. Various account records and company documents suddenly appeared on the display screen, which contained evidence of each of them embezzling company assets, accepting bribes, and falsifying accounts, except for the director who suddenly changed his mind and voted in favor. The criminal evidence of everyone else is all on it, without missing a single one. For Fang Yu, who knew the plot, it was very easy to find these things, as they were all described in the book. Do you really think no one knows what you did? Idiot. Fang Yu's voice was devoid of warmth. It's just that I didn't bother to pursue the matter because of your contributions to the group. Unfortunately, you seem to be increasingly unable to recognize your place. You even dare to meddle in my inheritance of the group? How dare you? You may have forgotten that everything you have now was given to you by the Fang family. These people all looked terrified. Lu Zhiyong's lips trembled, and he lost his composure. He roared, "These are all false accusations." False accusations. This is all something you fabricated in order to succeed the chairman. Fang Yu said calmly, "Framed you? Lu Zhiyong, you think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you're nothing but a clown. As for whether it's a false accusation, don't worry, someone will help you figure it out." He clapped his hands, the door of the conference room was opened, and several inspectors in uniform walked in quickly with stern expressions. "Come with us." "No, how could this happen?" Lu Zhiyong was stunned. "I thought Fang Yu produced these evidences just to threaten them and use them as leverage," but unexpectedly, Fang Yu was even more vicious than they thought. He wanted to send them all in. Destroy everything they had. Lu Zhiyong was shaking with anger, pointing at Fang Yu and roaring hysterically, "I am a veteran of the Fang group. Without me, there would be no Fang group today. How dare you do this, you bastard, how dare you, let me go, let me go." This group of people were angry, frightened, and begged for mercy, but they were still handcuffed one by the inspector. Some of them tried to escape, but were directly pinned to the ground and controlled. Many people begged Fang Qishong for mercy. "Director Fang, give us another chance." But Fang Qishong just watched coldly. These people deserved it entirely. Out of consideration for their past experiences, he had turned a blind eye for a long time, but this group of people was becoming more rampant day by day. Bang! The door to the conference room was closed, but one could still faintly hear the roars and curses coming from those people outside. Everyone in the conference room was silent. They all looked at Fang Yu with extreme fear. They saw that all those who were taken away by the inspectors after Fang Yu produced evidence were those who voted against the decision. Only the traitorous director had managed to escape. Is he really the only one who was clean? This is obviously impossible. In other words, after reaching this stage, how many of them have clean hands? Very few. Fang Yu fixed his gaze on everyone's faces again and said with a smile, "Don't mind it, let's continue voting." So? He smiled and said truthfully, "Who's for it, and who's against it?" Chapter 48. Looking for helpers. There was silence in the conference room. All the directors couldn't help swallowing, looked at each other, and then raised their hands without hesitation. "I agree. I agree. I agree too." The resolution on Fang Yu serving as the new chairman of Fang Group was passed unanimously. As long as those who voted against it are dealt with, it will eventually be passed unanimously. The principles of this world are so plain and simple and nothing fancy. In that case, then sign it. Fang Qishong coughed and waved his hand. Lung Han immediately walked up from the side and placed a share transfer contract and a job appointment letter in front of Fang Yu. Fang Yu picked up the pen and signed his name on it in a flamboyant manner. From this moment on, the Fang Group has a new owner. Fang Qishong looked at Fang Yu with relief and joy in his eyes. The other party's performance at the board meeting today was beyond his expectations. At first, several important figures headed by Lu Zhiyong were dealt with in order to intimidate others. After all, it's impossible to get rid of all the directors who have any connection with him, right? That's simply unrealistic. Leaving the rebellious director alone sends a signal to everyone that if they don't want to have the same fate as Lu Zhiyong and the others, they should submit to him. Fang Yu's approach to handling the situation was both sharp and mature, showing the youthfulness of a young man. A carrot in one hand and a stick in the other. If Fang Qishong nodded, it seemed that he could retire with peace of mind. Before leaving the meeting, the director, who had suddenly changed his mind, came over and said anxiously, "Mr. Fang." Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. After you leave this room, everything from before will be written off." The director had a delighted look on his face and bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Mr. Fang, thank you, Mr. Fang." Many directors nearby were also paying attention to this place. They felt relieved when they heard the words, smiled, and left while chatting in low voices. A few minutes later, Fong Yu was the only one left in the huge room. Fong Yuan lay on the chair in the first seat, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. The tapping sound echoed continuously in the empty conference room. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Tai Yi had a cold expression on his face and asked, "Master, are you looking for me?" Fong Yu stopped what he was doing and threw a USB flash drive behind him. Tai Yi reached out and grabbed it. For those on this evidence list, create some accidents over the next period of time to make them disappear. Be careful not to attract attention. Fong Yu's tone was cold. Fong Qishong still didn't understand him. As far as I am concerned, the Fong Group does not need these traitors. There are many people who are capable, loyal, and want to move up. Without these directors, can the Fong Group still not turn around? What Fong Yu needs is not stability, but absolute control. He doesn't want to be stabbed in the back by his own people. To this end, no one hesitates to resort to ruthless means. As for the so-called promise of writing off everything, Fong Yu's smile was a little cold and cruel. I am a villain. Even a child knows that. Can you believe what a villain says? Outside the Fong Group, the reporters were completely blown away. Just as they were waiting outside the Fong Group for the board meeting to end, they suddenly saw several men in high-end suits, with pale faces and handcuffs on their hands, being escorted out by inspectors. Someone quickly recognized the identities of several people. His face was full of shock. These people are all directors of Fong Group. They immediately remembered what Fong Yu had said before, that he would give them big news. The reporters looked at each other, their eyes revealing excitement and excitement. Big news, here it comes. The news that Fong Yu inherited the Fong Group spread throughout the upper echelons of Haiqing City within a few days, and the news continued to ferment. The news that Fong Yu directly removed several directors from their posts at the board meeting has caused countless people to speculate. Fong Yu's first time. Show your fangs without hesitation. Zhao family. In a luxurious room, Chen Yi was lying on the bed with bandages on his legs and a gloomy face. Suddenly, Chen Yi grabbed a teacup and smashed it to the ground. Venting his anger, the movement accidentally touched the wound, causing his old face to twitch. The iron guards broke his legs so cruelly that he fainted from the pain. However, Chen Yi's medical skills are indeed amazing. He learned unique medical skills from his master. There is a special energy in his body that can heal injuries, detoxify, and strengthen the body. So after just a few days, Chen Yi's leg, which had been comminuted, was able to walk again. Of course, crutches are still needed. You bastard! Chen Yi's face was ferocious. That damn Fong Yu. Because of his broken legs, the Zhao family's attitude towards him has subtly changed. Zhao Xinrui treated him with the same respect and courtesy as usual, but Zhao Ting and Zhao Shiyu's eyes began to reveal disdain. After all, the miracle doctor had his leg broken. This really sounds like a lowbrow thing. Chen Yi remained silent. After a long time, a phone call was made. Hello, brother Chen Yi? Why did you think of calling me? A surprised boy's voice came from the other side. Chen Yi smiled and said, Muzi, what are you doing recently? What else can I do? I can just farm at home. I don't have any diploma, so what else can I do? Said the man called Muzi. Chen Yi said, your brother has become rich now. Come to me, I will give you a salary. However, I have encountered some troubles recently, and I need your help to deal with someone real. Muzi's voice was full of surprise. But when he heard that Chen Yi was in trouble, he suddenly became murderous. Brother Chen Yi, who dared to provoke you? Tell me, and I will kill him. Chen Yi said, he is the young master of a big family in Haiqing City. His family is very powerful. Who cares who he is? Brother Chen Yi, just say the word and I'll beat him to death. Muzi said nonchalantly. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. When I need you, I'll send you a ticket and you can leave right away. Chen Yi laughed out loud. Good. Soon, the call was hung up. Chen Yi had a sneer on his lips. Muzi was a friend he met before he followed his master up the mountain. Both of them were orphans without parents. The other party recognized him as the boss and always treated him with respect. Although his brain was not very good and he had little knowledge, he accidentally ate a special insect in a valley when he was going up the mountain. From then on, he became extremely strong and invulnerable. Among the people, Chen Yi has MET-N01 is stronger than Muzi. As long as Muzi takes action, that guy will be dead. Chen Yi was in a good mood. Fong Yu, this is the price you pay for going against me. Of course, he wouldn't do it now, otherwise it would be too obvious. After all, his legs had just been broken by Fong Yu's men, and Fong Yu died right after that. It would be easy for someone with ulterior motives to find out, that guy has recently become the focus of everyone's attention because of the inheritance of the Fong group. Now is definitely not the best time to take action. So he planned to wait for a while until the storm died down. Chen Yi can't wait until that time. Thanks to reader, Dad, for the little whip gift. Chapter 49 Comprehensive Monitoring. Just when Chen Yu was planning to find a good opportunity to let Muzi come to Haiqing City and completely get rid of Fong Yu, the annoying GUI.INA corner where no one pays attention. A strange red light flashed through the TV set-top box. Cloud Top Villa.INA room on the side corridor on the first floor. In the spacious room, computers and other equipment were placed. More than a dozen people were sitting in their seats, looking extremely busy. Most of them are between 20 and 30 years old. Eye of Nightmare, this is their common name. Fong Yu spent a lot of money to hire an elite team from an international hacker organization. Just as the name suggests, the targets of the Nightmare Eye seem to be stared at by invisible eyes, and nightmares follow them like a shadow. This team has a high task completion rate and never discloses employer information. So it's highly rated. The only drawback is the high salary. Of course, in Fong Yu's opinion, this is not a drawback at all. A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem at all. He has already carried too much weight of money and needs to lighten it up a bit. The main task of the Nightmare Eye is to monitor Chen Yi. Fong Yu doesn't want Chen Yi to give him any more unexpected surprises. Suddenly, a member of the Nightmare Eye wearing headphones frowned and said, "Captain, something's wrong. The target's phone call just now seems to involve his employer." "What?" Upon hearing this, Captain Dyson immediately ordered Catherine, hack into the target's phone, retrieve their call logs, and analyze the content. "Okay." A blonde woman tapped the keyboard quickly, her fingers dancing like an elf, and soon hacked into Chen Yi's phone. 10 minutes later, Catherine yelled, "Done." Dyson walked up to take a look. His expression suddenly became serious. He quickly walked to the side and dialed the phone. Fong Group Headquarters Building. Fong Yu pinched his forehead, handed the processed documents to the waiting secretary, and said, "Notify all ministerial-level executives to come to the conference room for a meeting later." "Yes." The secretary took the documents respectfully and turned to leave. Fong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had just taken over the group recently, and there were indeed a lot of messy things going on, but thanks to the mastery-level business management skills, it's quite easy to handle. Moreover, these are the things that I must do at present. Only by firmly controlling the group can I better provide support and help to myself in the future. Just when Fong Yu closed his eyes to rest, a phone call suddenly came in. Looking at the caller ID, Fong Yu's expression changed. It was Dyson, the captain of the Nightmare Eye. Click connect. "Hello? Mr. Fong, there's something going on with the target." He made a phone call and the content is. Fong Yu's expression suddenly turned cold. Muzi. A character who doesn't have many roles in the book but is extremely important. This person can be said to be the pinnacle of individual combat power in the book Going Down the Mountain Master. Because he accidentally ate a special insect, he became extremely powerful and invulnerable to swords and guns. Even a pistol couldn't break his defense. Although his brain is not very good, he is extremely respectful to Chen Yi and obeys his every word. He has saved Chen Yi's life many times. When the Fong family was destroyed, the Iron Guards were eventually wiped out by this monster, with almost no ability to fight back. After traveling to this world, Fong Yu naturally wanted to investigate the whereabouts of Muzi to eliminate future troubles, but the book did not give any specific description of where he was now, only saying that he was in a remote mountain village. Dongxia is so big that it would be impossible to find it with such vague information. Even with the Fong family's ability to in desperation, Fong Yu had to give up and turn his attention to Chen Yi. After all, these characters in the plot revolve around the protagonist. As long as you keep a close eye on Chen Yi, the others will naturally not be able to escape. And now, there is indeed a clue. Chapter 50 All fired, hee hee. Fong Yu laughed and said, "I didn't expect Chen Yi to actually want him to assassinate me. It seems he's really determined to kill me. He actually came up with such a stupid trick. It seems he's been blinded by anger." In the novel, these so-called protagonists can always remain calm and righteous in the face of danger, but that is based on one premise: they are always the final winners and will never die. And when the protagonists fail at every step and suffer repeated setbacks, can they still maintain their original calmness and rationality? Not necessarily. Chen Yi is now gradually losing his mind. Fong Yu's eyes were deep. Chen Yi thought his plan was flawless and very secretive, but he didn't expect that his every move was under my watch. Several action teams cooperated with the Nightmare Eye, using various means to monitor him, and high-tech devices emerged one after another. Chen Yi himself is cautious, but after all, he has been in the mountains for many years, and he still has no idea about this kind of thing. Fong Yu thought for a moment, then said to Dyson, who was waiting for a response on the other side, "Well done. Keep watching. If they contact that Musi again, report to me immediately." "No problem," Dyson said. After hanging up the phone, the secretary came in again. "Mr. Fong, all the directors and managers have arrived at the conference room and are waiting for you." "Yeah, I understand." Fong Yu nodded, stood up from his seat and left the chairman's office. Come to the conference room at the end of the corridor. Before entering, there were some quiet discussions inside, but when Fong Yu pushed the door open, all the noises disappeared instantly. Everyone stood up and said in unison, "Mr. Fong." Fong Yu came to the first seat, pulled over a chair and sat down, and his eyes swept across everyone's faces. Everyone lowered their heads respectfully with submissive expressions, not daring to meet Fong Yu's gaze. Fong Yu smiled playfully. They've all been good at talking, but how many of them are just saying one thing and doing another when they call themselves Mr. Fong? And how many of them were once remnants of Lu Ziyang's group? The purpose of today's meeting is simple. It is to eliminate the hidden dangers among these executives. The Fong group doesn't need disloyal people. Check your favorability. Fong Yu remained silent, muttering to himself. At one point, he suddenly pointed at the Minister of Finance and said, "You can leave now. Go get the Deputy Minister of your department." "Ah? Yes." The minister was confused, but he ran out, returned to his department, and called the Deputy Minister. The Deputy Minister was even more puzzled. "Why did Mr. Fong come looking for me? Did he have some leverage over me?" When the Deputy Minister of the Finance Department came to the meeting room, he immediately found that not only he was called over, but also the Deputy Ministers of several other departments. At this moment, Fong Yu glanced at him and said, "Call the team leader of your next level." The Deputy Minister of Finance was stunned. "What the hell is this? I have no idea what's going on and I haven't done anything yet." When I returned to the Finance Department, the director came up to me and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Mr. Fong didn't say anything, he just asked me to call the team leader over. The Deputy Minister said in a low voice. The minister breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he just wants to get to know the management of each department. I think so too, but why not just call everyone over? Why go through so much trouble? Asked the Deputy Minister in confusion. A new official always makes a big move. He probably wants to let people know who's in charge of the Fong group. The minister sneered. "Huh, what a great show of power." The other side, people kept coming in and out of the conference room. In the end, even team leader level staff from some departments were called in. All of these people looked anxious given their status. When have they ever shown up at a meeting of this level? I was naturally very nervous. This time, Fong Yu crossed his arms and said calmly, "The ministers who didn't go out to call for help will retain their original positions. For each of the other departments, the person who is still here will be the new minister. Those who have left will all be fired." That's it, meeting adjourned. The basis for this job transfer is simple. Anyone who has a negative impression of you, that is, anyone who is hostile to you, will be fired. Joke, is he going to spend money to support a bunch of ungrateful people? Most of these people are connected with the faction of Ruan Wenchang and Lu Ziyang. Now that they are in jail and Fong Yu is in power, their own rights and interests are violated, so naturally they are dissatisfied with Fong Yu. Of course, there are definitely a few that are irrelevant, but I would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. Besides, they are all hostile to me, so it is definitely not unfair to fire them. The conference room fell into silence for a moment, then, everyone exploded. A team leader in the project development department was completely confused. How did he suddenly become the department head? This step is too big. It's not a question of whether the egg will break or not, but the egg is about to break. Fong Yu was on his way back to the chairman's office. The previous finance minister, or more accurately, the former finance minister, rushed up from behind. "Mr. Fong." Fong Yu turned his head to look. He had already received the news that he was fired, so his face flushed and he shouted, "Boss Fong, on what basis did you make this decision? I don't accept it." Not convinced? If you don't agree, just hold it in. Fong Yu's eyes were cold. You're just fired now, but if you say one more word, believe it or not, I'll make sure no company dares to hire you from now on. The former finance minister instantly shut up because he knew very well that Fong Yu was not just talking, but really had the ability to do it. In front of Fong Yu, the kind of drama where one can scold the boss, then pat his butt and resign, and leave in the vast world, does not exist. As long as Fong Yu wants. He, a tiny speck of dust, will no longer have a place to stay in the entire Dongsha. Fang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to the other party and was about to move forward. At this moment, he received a call from Wei Ziyu. The moment the call was connected, the other party's voice with a hint of tears rang out. Fang Yu, my father's condition has suddenly worsened and he's dying. What? Fang Yu was shocked. If Wei Xingyan really died, it would not be so easy to get the remaining villain value from Wei Ziyu. He quickly offered a few words of comfort, then said, wait for me, I'll be there soon. After explaining the matters at hand, Fang Yu rushed to Fang's hospital. Chapter 51, Is it wrong to reason with the villain? At this moment, Wei Yanqing had been sent to the emergency room for emergency treatment. The moment she saw Fang Yu, Wei Ziyu's eyes turned red. Fang Yu, my dad. Fang Yu frowned and looked to the side. There are several expert doctors there, and they are the ones who have been responsible for treating Wei Yanqing recently. What's going on? He said coldly, you bastards. You have so many people and you can't even treat a single patient? Did you buy your diplomas and titles? At the end, Fang Yu's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. A bunch of useless people who can't do anything right. Several expert doctors had cold sweat on their foreheads, but they didn't dare to talk back. After Fang Yu finished speaking, one of the experts said cautiously, Mr. Fang, the patient has been paralyzed for a long time and has a weak constitution. The renal failure has led to many complications, and the various symptoms are entangled. The situation is really complicated. Fang Yu gradually calmed down. Wei Xingyan was originally an experience package specially prepared by the author for Chen Yi. It can not only show off his medical skills but also help him to seduce Wei Ziyu, his official girlfriend. If Wei Yanqing's disease is so easy to cure, how can we highlight the greatness of Chen Yi's medical skills? Fang Yu took a deep breath and said, just tell me Wei Xingyan's current condition. Honestly, is there any chance of recovery? There's still a chance. The expert doctor hurriedly said, we just found a suitable kidney not long ago. If we can successfully perform the transplant surgery now, the patient still has a chance of recovery. So what are you waiting for? Fang Yu glared and said, hurry up and go. The expert doctor looked rather embarrassed. This operation is extremely difficult. Fang's hospital doesn't have any experts in this field. If we rashly perform the operation, the probability of success will be very low, but, explain. The expert doctor lowered his voice and said, Professor Wright from Yalan is the leading figure in this field. He happened to fly to Haiqing City yesterday to take care of some matters. If we could let him perform this surgery, the chances of success would be very high, but he has a rather strange personality. He only treats people from his own country and ignores patients from other countries who come to him for help. Fang Yu said, where is that person? The expert doctor thought for a moment and said, he should be staying at the Jinbi Hotel now. Many people have come to him for consultation and advice before. Fang Yu said firmly, prepare for the surgery now, and leave the search for the surgeon to me. Yes. The doctor present responded respectfully and hurried to make preparations. They dared not disobey Fang Yu's orders, otherwise, he could fire them with just one word. Preparations for the operation began. On the other side, Fang Yu also contacted Taiwei. The Iron Guards follow Fang Yu almost around the clock. On the one hand, they can protect his safety, and on the other hand, they can be deployed at any time. There's an Aram doctor named Wright who should be staying at the Jinbi Hotel right now. Bring him to me within the hour. I only want to see the results, yes. The Iron Guards received the order and took action immediately. It didn't even take an hour. 40 minutes later, a helicopter with the Fang Group logo descended from the sky. A tall man in his 50s with blonde hair was taken off the plane with a bruised face and nose. Since Fang Yu said to only look at the results, the methods used by the Iron Guards were a bit rough. Wright was taken to the operating room by Tie. The moment he saw Fang Yu, he started roaring angrily, speaking in poor Dongxia language, you are kidnapping. I want to file a complaint against you. Please don't panic, Mr. Wright. Fang Yu said calmly, we asked you to come here just to perform an operation on a patient. You bunch of barbaric Dongxia people, this is kidnapping. Wright was still shouting. Fang Yu's eyes turned cold. Let him be quiet for a while. He really hates people interrupting him when he is talking. Bang! Tie stepped forward and punched Wright in the stomach. Vomit. Wright's roar stopped instantly, his face turned pale, and his eyes almost popped out of pain. Then let's continue, Dr. Wright. Fang Yu said calmly, I need you to save someone. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is your duty as a doctor, isn't it? Don't even think about it. Wright's voice was hoarse. I never treat people outside of Aram. This is my principle and I will never break it. Spit. He spat on the ground. Even if you kidnap me, forget it. Fang Yu had a blank expression on his face, having obviously lost his patience. He waved his hand and said, take him to the operating room. Remember, what will appear before me are either two living people or two corpses. Wright looked incredulous. Could the other party really dare to kill him? He absolutely did not believe it. However, looking at Fang Yu's indifferent expression, Wright couldn't help but shiver. He has already walked forward. He grabbed Wright's shoulders and dragged him into the operating room unreasonably. Bang! The door was closed. Fang Yu had no expression on his face. I guess there's something wrong with trying to reason with a villain like him? Chapter 52. The operation was successful. System lottery. Fang Yu walked out of the operating room. Wei Ziyu, who was originally squatting in the corner, stood up and threw herself into Fang Yu's arms, looking a little at a loss, bursting into tears. Wei Xingyan is her only relative. If anything happens to the other party again. She bit her lips tightly. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The operation has already begun. Fang Yu said, but in fact, Wright had no idea whether the operation could be successful. Time passed by minute, and the emergency light in the operating room flashed. An hour later, Pa. The door of the operating room was opened. Wright came out with a dark complexion and a look of despair on his face. Seeing this, Wei Ziyu's legs went weak and she almost fainted. Fang Yu reached out to support her, looked at Wright, and said coldly, tell me, how is the person? Wright's heart was filled with rage, and he wanted to shout out loudly, dead. A complete and utter death. But when he saw Fang Yu's eyes, he immediately became timid. He had no doubt that if he really said that, he would not be able to walk out of the hospital alive. In the end, Wright could only suppress his grief and anger and said honestly the operation was very successful. As long as he rests for a while, he will basically be fully recovered. Wei Ziyu was stunned, then burst into tears of joy. See, what did I say? Fang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I promised to cure your father, and I will definitely keep my promise. Soon Wei Xingyan was pushed out of the operating room and sent to the observation room. Wei Ziyu said with gratitude, Fang Yu, thank you. Without you, I really don't know what I would do. Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has risen to 90%. Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has risen to 95%. Ding! Wei Ziyu's favorability towards the host has risen to 100%. A series of system prompts sounded, and Wei Ziyu's favorability towards Fang Yu finally reached the maximum. Fang Yu's lips curled up into a smile. It's finally here. Didn't I spend so much effort on Wei Ziyu just to gain more villain points? But this line and now the exploitation has reached its limit. Bite. Host's villain value plus 1000. Protagonist's luck value minus 1000. Friendly reminder, the current host's villain value is 1000, and the protagonist's luck value is 6500. The connection between Wei Ziyu and the protagonist has been completely severed, successfully changing the plot. Due to the host's good performance, the system has triggered a random lottery. Should we start the lottery? Fang Yu was overjoyed. There was actually such a good thing. Without hesitation, he said, extract. Ding! Rewards are being drawn. Congratulations to the host for being so lucky in getting the rewards skill plunder card. Fang Yu raised his eyebrows, somewhat confused, but then a line of small words appeared before his eyes. Skill looting card. Loot any skill of the target and transform it into your own ability. Note, perfect level skills cannot be looted. Fang Yu's heart trembled suddenly. He could plunder any skill from his target? And even transform it into his own ability. The only limitation is that perfect level skills cannot be plundered. In this case, Fang Yu asked, System, what is the level of Chunya's medical skills? The system quickly responded with a somewhat mechanical response. The protagonist Chunya's medical skills are at the mastery level, and they are at the pinnacle of the mastery level, approaching the perfection level. Fang Yu understood clearly that Chunya's medical skills had indeed not reached the perfect level, because one of the reasons why he came down the mountain was that his medical skills had reached a bottleneck and he needed to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. In the book, Chunyi had a great opportunity, and then his medical skills were fully developed. He should have broken through to the perfect level at that time, but now, Chen Yi has not yet got that opportunity. Fang Yu's thoughts probed into the storage space. Inside was quietly placed a skill plundering card and a skill upgrade card that had been obtained but not used before. A plan began to emerge in Fang Yu's mind and was gradually improved. The end point of this plan was Chen Yi's death. Chapter 53 Contact. Monsoon Cafe. Song Qiaoyu wore a beige long dress with a black necklace adorning her smooth and white neck, highlighting her nobility and elegance. She ordered a cup of coffee and waited quietly. Not long after, a man in white shirt and pants and a sun hat strode into the cafe and sat opposite Song Qiaoyu. The man took off his hat and said with a smile, "Miss Song, you came really early." At the same time, a barely perceptible glint of appreciation flashed across his eyes. What a rare beauty! The person who came was Chen Yi. Relying on his superb medical skills and strong recovery ability, Chen Yi's legs, which were broken by the iron guards, have miraculously healed. Song Qiaoyu looked at Chen Yi and said calmly, "Who are you? Why did you ask me out?" "My name is Chen Yi, and I'm currently staying at the Zhao family." Chen Yi smiled slightly and said calmly, "I have some information about Fang Yu." "Oh?" A strange look flashed in Song Qiaoyu's eyes. The other party's words did attract her interest. After all, Fang Yu's changes in recent times have been unbelievable, as if he has become a different person. It's a world of difference compared to the playboy he used to be. Can the same person really undergo such a huge change in a short period of time? Song Qiaoyu didn't believe it at all. Then there is only one explanation left. Fang Yu had been disguising himself before, and now, this is his true appearance. If that's true, the other parties' cunning and scheming are really terrifying. And what Fang Yu said to me, it seemed like he knew something. Song Qiaoyu's eyes were calm and deep. The uncertainty and uneasiness brought by Fang Yu forced her to advance her plans a lot. Song Qiaoyu withdrew his thoughts and asked, "What do you know?" Chen Yi smiled smugly. "That guy Fang Yu has other lovers outside," said. He took out a photo of Wei Ziyu from his pocket. "Look, it's this woman. She's a student at Rising Sun University." Song Qiaoyu was stunned. "Is this what you want to say?" "That's right." Chen Yi swore solemnly, "I guarantee with my reputation that this is absolutely true. Fang Yu and Wei Ziyu do have a hidden relationship. I saw it with my own eyes." Song Qiaoyu felt a little ridiculous. Even anger began to emerge in my heart. He called me out mysteriously just to tell me some gossip about Fang Yu, bastard. She glanced at Chen Yi coldly and said, "Sir, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." After saying that, he wanted to get up and leave. Chen Yi was dumbfounded. What's going on? The situation is completely different from what I thought. According to his original idea, Song Qiaoyu would be furious after knowing this, and then he could successfully provoke a conflict between the two of them, then find the right time to spread the news. The best result would be to successfully destroy the marriage between the Fang and Song families. This not only allows you to vent your anger. It is also beneficial to the Zhao family, which is in opposition to the Fang family. Kill two birds with one stone. But now it seems that Song Qiaoyu doesn't care at all? This is completely beyond his expectation. Seeing Song Qiaoyu turn around and want to leave, Chen Yi got anxious and stood up to stop her. "Wait, Miss Song, I have something else to say." However, Song Qiaoyu didn't sit down at all. She remained standing, looking down at Chen Yi with a queen-like aura, her eyes calm and composed. "Explain." Chen Yi felt a little angry, but he finally suppressed it, feeling quite helpless. "The situation is stronger than people. At the moment, I am indeed not qualified to have a conversation with Song Qiaoyu on an equal footing. In fact, in the original book, Chen Yi and Song Qiaoyu first met later than now. At that time, Song Wufu died suddenly, and Song Qiaoyu had completely taken control of the Song family. Without Fang Yu's obstruction, Chen Yi had also gained considerable fame and power. Therefore, they are imposing, confident and domineering. Song Qiaoyu saw the other party's potential, so she used her beauty to seduce the other party, hypocritical and treacherous, and used Chen Yi to help her achieve her goal of destroying the Fang family and even unifying Haiqing. But now Chen Yi has been tricked by Fang Yu all the way, and his life is really miserable, and his luck has long been greatly reduced. Although luck is invisible and intangible, it does exist. Chen Yi took a deep breath. He believed that what he was going to say next would definitely impress Song Qiaoyu and there would be no surprises. Chen Yi said with pride and confidence, "Miss Song, I am actually a miracle doctor. I can cure your father's illness." The update is here. It's a bit late today, because the content of the class is a little difficult, which caused me to not be able to find time to revise the chapter. Chapter 54 Parting on Bad Terms. Chen Yi had a smug look on his face. He is full of pride and confidence in his medical skills. In his opinion, apart from his own master who is temporarily superior to him in medical skills, no one else can be compared with him. Let's forget about Fang Yu and Wei Ziyu's matter. This will definitely attract Song Chaoyu's attention, right? Chen Yi plans to use his medical skills and borrow the power of the Song family. The Zhao family alone is currently unable to help him fight against the Fong family. Although he had planned to let Muzi kill Fong Yu, Chen Yi was not some saintly character. He was a vengeful person who would eliminate all future troubles. Not only does he want Fong Yu to die, he also intends to destroy the Fong family. Only in this way can you eliminate the hatred in your heart and feel at peace. Chen Yi waited for Song Chaoyu's reply. Song Chaoyu still maintained the original posture, looking at Chen Yi calmly, as if thinking about something. Chen Yi suddenly shuddered. It seemed as if there was an illusion that the temperature around was dropping. Song Chaoyu's expression did not change, but there was a hint of indifference and murderous intent deep in his eyes. It's not that she thinks Chen Yi is lying to her. After all, such lies are too easy to expose, and she doesn't think he has the courage to do so. Quite the opposite. If what the other party said was true, that would make her want to kill him. Chen Yi forced a smile. Miss Song? Song Chaoyu suppressed her emotions. After all, from her own perspective, this kind of reaction was not what she should have, so she just glanced at the other person indifferently, with a deliberately mocking smile on her lips. A miracle doctor? Then, he walked away slowly. It seemed as if he was full of contempt and disbelief for what Chen Yi had just said. Chen Yi stood there in a daze. After a long time, his eyes became blooming and filled with resentment. Damn it! His face was extremely ugly, and his fists were clenched tightly, but he quickly unclenched them again. After all, he was the protagonist, so Chen Yi quickly regained his composure. Very good, you look down on me, don't you? Sooner or later, I will make you bow down to me. Just wait. That Song Wufu can just wait to die. Even if you beg me for mercy, I won't help you. However, Chen Yi didn't know that it was this idea of giving up that saved him from a fatal disaster. If he wanted to bypass Song Chaoyu and insisted on saving Song Wufu, Song Chaoyu would definitely attack him. After all, he is not Fong Yu, so Song Chaoyu will not have any scruples. The Song family can't be relied upon for the time being. Chen Yi shook his head, his eyes a little gloomy. He came here full of confidence, but the result was completely different from what he had expected, which undoubtedly made him feel very bad. We need to find another way to deal with the Fong family. We also need to start planning to have Muzi assassinate Fong Yu. Thinking this, Chen Yi put his hat back on his head, looked around, pushed open the door of the cafe and left. After Chen Yi left, in the corner of the cafe, a man in a suit and tie, who seemed to be busy working, stopped what he was doing and said calmly into the headset, "Location, Monsoon Cafe. Target met Miss Song, Fong Group Headquarters Building." Fong Yu was thinking about the information about Chen Yi that had just been summarized and passed on the most eye-catching of them. It was he who went to see Song Chaoyu secretly. Sure enough, they did make contact, but the time was much earlier than expected, and the timing was wrong. It seems that this is another butterfly effect caused by the change in the plot. It's a pity that the two of them don't seem to be chatting as happily as in the original book. A playful smile appeared on Fong Yu's lips. In the original novel, when these two people met for the first time, they fell in love with each other at first sight. No, to be precise, Chen Yi was greedy for Song Chaoyu's body, and Song Chaoyu also fell in love with this tool. So, it was a perfect match. Of course, Chen Yi's protagonist halo also has an impact, but this time, because of Fong Yu's existence, many plots have been changed, and Chen Yi's protagonist halo has been plundered by more than half. So, their first meeting ended in a bad mood. Fong Yu smiled faintly. I want to see what tricks this son of luck can come up with. Keep struggling hard. I first processed documents for a while until the sun set outside the window. Fong Yu then stood up and left the chairman's office, took the private elevator, and went straight to the underground garage. A gravity sensing system is installed in the underground garage. The moment Fong Yu entered, the light above his head lit up instantly. It reflects the dozens of luxury cars parked there. Finally, he chose a Cornichette CC, opened the door and got in, then stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the garage. While driving, I was thinking in my mind. As the protagonist, Chen Yi, in addition to his personal strength, is naturally surrounded by various younger brothers and forces. The two most important among them can be regarded as Chen Yi's right-hand men. Mu Zi is naturally one of them. After being called to Haiqing City by Chen Yi, he was mainly responsible for providing cutting-edge military forces and security guarantees. And the other one provided Chen Yi with great help in coordinating forces and developing the overall direction. Cut off these left and right arms, and Chen Yi will not be able to make any waves. Fong Yu thought calmly, Muzi hasn't appeared yet, so let's deal with the other one first. And for this, I need to find someone first. The caning setter CC ran wildly all the way, causing passers-by to exclaim, and finally stopped slowly with a beautiful drift. Bang! Fong Yu got out of the car. I looked up at the magnificent building in front of me, Imperial City Entertainment Center, standing tall in a luxurious area in the inner circle of Haicheng City. It is dark at this moment. With the neon lights on, the light spreads in all directions, like a lighthouse standing in the dark night. People dressed in exquisite clothes and with bright and beautiful appearance walked in, chatting and laughing with each other elegantly and happily. Fong Yu walked into the lobby and went straight to the front desk. At this moment, many people were queuing up to register, but Fong Yu simply ignored them, walked to the manager at the front and knocked on the table. The manager was busy and anxious, and said impatiently, "Don't you know the rules? Line up behind." "Oh, I have to queue too?" A calm voice sounded, and the manager looked up and saw a familiar face, who was looking at him with a half-smile. The manager was immediately frightened. A flattering smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Fong." "No, Mr. Fong. Why are you here?" "Well, of course you don't have to queue. Come in. The boss is waiting for you inside." Chapter 55 News. You're smart. Fong Yu walked directly towards the elevator, pressed the top floor button, and the elevator slowly rises. Drop. The elevator door banged open. Facing him was a huge luxurious room with an open door, so Fong Yu walked straight in. Suddenly, an air of decadence and extravagance hit me in the face. In the spacious room, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa. He was a little overweight. What was striking was that there was a scar extending down from his forehead, which added a bit of ferocity to his appearance. Zhou Wenlong, the boss of Royal City Entertainment, started out as a small-time gangster, and with his ruthlessness and acumen, he eventually acquired everything he has today. He owns numerous businesses including bars and shopping malls, and has countless subordinates among the underground forces in Haicheng City. It is the most powerful. At this moment, Zhou Wenlong was surrounded by several heavily made-up women. He was hugging them left and right, laughing heartily. The table in front of him was filled with expensive wine bottles. There is a luxurious atmosphere in the air. "Oh, Mr. Fong is here, sit down." Zhou Wenlong laughed heartily, without standing up, and greeted casually, "Sit." Fong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, walked straight to the table, picked up an unopened bottle of wine, and then slammed it on the table. Bang! Glass shards scattered everywhere, and the loud noise scared Zhou Wenlong and the women. Several women couldn't help but scream. Fong Yu's eyes swept over them, expressionless. Roll. The women were startled and panicked. They hurriedly climbed out of Zhou Wenlong's arms and rushed outside. Zhou Wenlong's face looked a little ugly. "Mr. Fong, what do you mean?" Fong Yu looked down at Zhou Wenlong and said, "Zhou Wenlong, has the peaceful life you've been living these past few years made you a little inflated? Is this how you should behave when you talk to me about things? A dog should act like a dog, dog?" A hint of anger flashed in Zhou Wenlong's eyes. He used to be as humble as dust, but now, he has become the leader of the underground forces in Haicheng City. How many people greet me with fear when they see me? Just one order from me can destroy a whole family. Fong Yu actually called himself a dog, Zhou Wenlong said with a forced smile. "Boss Fong, isn't that a bit too much? Excessive?" Fong Yu's eyes were stern. "Zhou Wenlong, remember, understand your place. Things that are not allowed on the stage should never be allowed on the stage. Without the Fong family's tacit approval, do you really think you can sit in this position? Where there is light, there is naturally darkness. With top-notch wealthy families like the Fong family and the Ji family, there are naturally shadows like Zhou Wenlong, and the dark, large families also have some things that are inconvenient for them to do personally, and at these times, they need people like Zhou Wenlong. Besides, you haven't forgotten how much leverage I have over you, have you?" Zhou Wenlong's expression changed. He suddenly burst into laughter with a humble expression on his face. "Ha, Mr. Fong, I was just joking, please don't take it to heart." Zhou Wenlong personally took out his treasured red wine from a small cupboard in the corner of the room, took out the most exquisite goblet, and poured a glass for Fong Yu and himself. "Come, Mr. Fong, take a seat. I'll toast you a glass. I hope you can forgive my mistakes." Zhou Wenlong raised his glass to Fong Yu with a respectful attitude. Fong Yu sat on the sofa, stretched out his right hand, picked up the red wine, and took a sip alone. He ignored Zhou Wenlong's toast. Zhou Wenlong's smile froze. He didn't know whether to put his outstretched hand down or to take it back. He felt extremely embarrassed. Fong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. When the wine enters your mouth and the tip of your tongue lightly touches it, you may not feel much at first, but after half a second, the mellow aroma begins to emanate, full of granularity and layered texture, leaving an endless aftertaste. He savored the red wine in his mouth but said nothing. Finally Zhou Wenlong sighed and said, Mr. Fang, if you have any instructions today, just tell me. As long as it is within my ability, I will do it without hesitation. Fang Yu gave him a meaningful look and said, I came here today just to tell you one thing. What's the matter? Zhou Wenlong asked puzzledly. Fang Yu remained silent, stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the bustling street outside. I found some clues about Zhao Yang. As soon as these words were spoken, the effect is like a thunderclap. Chapter 56. The former underground emperor Zhou Wenlong's pupils contracted unconsciously. He couldn't help but stand up suddenly and asked in shock, Zhao Yang? Zhou Wenlong was naturally familiar with this name, or rather, 8 years ago, this name was known to everyone. Zhao Yang, once the real underground emperor of Haiqing City. Unlike Zhou Wenlong, although he claims to be the leader of the underground forces in Haiqing City, there are actually various large and small forces eyeing him and ready to replace him at any time. Zhao Yang, that is the true absolute rule that unifies all forces, big and small. Its sphere of influence has even expanded to other areas of Linzhou, and it can be said to be on par with many large families. It can be said that it is at its peak. Anyone who dares to offend him will not escape the fate of destruction. But 8 years ago, Zhao Yang, who was at the peak of his career, suddenly retired and disappeared, his whereabouts unknown. Some people said that he was dead, and some people said that he went abroad. But the only thing that was certain was that the sky that once weighed down on the heads of all the underground forces in Haiqing City had disappeared. Because of Zhao Yang's departure, the power and industries controlled by his subordinates fell apart. The industry was divided up among many large families, and the remaining forces were won over and supported. Zhou Wenlong was the one supported by the Fang family. Eventually, relying on his own abilities, he became the most powerful among the many forces in Haiqing City. Zhao Yang left, but the search for him never stopped, because too many people want to kill him. The wealthy families do not like a mouse in the shadows to be on equal footing with them, and they are even more worried that Zhao Yang will return and rise again, and will retaliate against them for dividing up their property and power. Many underground forces also don't like someone always suppressing them, leaving them with no chance to stand out. As the current leader of the underground forces in Haiqing City, Zhou Wenlong is naturally one of the people who least wants to see Zhao Yang appear again. Zhou Wenlong's eyes flickered, but he couldn't figure out Fang Yu's thoughts. What the general manager means is, Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the scenery outside the window. He smiled softly and said, Don't think too much. The Fang family has worked so hard to support you to this point. How could they give up on you? Since I told you the news about Zhao Yang, it's natural for me to let you. He didn't continue, however. The clever Zhou Wenlong had already understood Fang Yu's intention and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I will send someone to get rid of him. Fang Yu turned around and said, Don't be careless. Zhao Yang was originally a killer and has great skills. I can also tell you a piece of information about the reason why Zhao Yang retired. Mr. Fang, please speak. Zhou Wenlong said respectfully. In fact, he was also very curious in his heart. How invincible was Zhao Yang back then? At the age of 30, he dominated the underground forces of Haiqing City, unmatched by anyone. What exactly made him abandon everything and leave? Fang Yu smiled and said, Because, a woman. Woman? Zhou Wenlong was a little confused. Fang Yu said calmly, That's right. Zhao Yang met a beloved woman back then. Because she wanted a stable life, he gave up his status and power and retired to live a peaceful life with that woman, his current wife. Zhou Wenlong's heart was filled with a sense of absurdity. Just for a woman, he gave up everything he had. At this time, Fang Yu said again, This is actually a breakthrough, do you understand? Zhou Wenlong immediately understood, a somewhat cruel smile on his face. I understand. He immediately began to contact his subordinates and discuss a plan. Fang Yu looked at the busy Zhou Wenlong, a hint of mockery and sarcasm flashing across his eyes. Over the years, as his power grew, Zhou Wenlong's ambition gradually expanded, and he even dared to bare his fangs to his master. What the Fang family needs is a loyal and capable watchdog, not a vicious dog that will bite its master at any time. Therefore, Zhou Wenlong can no longer be kept. I'm not lying. The Fang family will naturally not give up this power that they have worked so hard to cultivate, but they can change the controller to ensure that this power will always be used by them. Zhou Wenlong was excitedly making plans, but he was completely unaware who is the real target of this hunt. Chapter 57 Weird Phonekalan Urban Village in Haicheng City. Even in the prosperous and thriving city of Haicheng with its towering skyscrapers, there is never a shortage of slums where poor people gather. Here, the roads are narrow and the houses are dilapidated, but there is a dense population. Buzz. A shabby van drove into the dark and narrow alley and slowly stopped in front of a dilapidated house with a courtyard. A man opened the car door and walked out. He looked to be about 37 or 38, with an unshaven beard, and was wearing a washed and bleached shirt and trousers. Judging from the sign posted on his car, he was a taxi driver. Pa. Zhao Yang took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled, feeling comfortable and leisurely. Humming a rather earthy song, he opened the door and walked towards home. Luo Xian should have prepared the meal. Zhao Yang thought to himself that he felt a little hungry and couldn't wait to eat, but the moment he pushed the door open, his eyes suddenly changed, becoming as sharp as an eagle. As if the habit had been engraved into his soul, he suddenly realized something is wrong. His face changed and he rushed into the house. On the table was not the delicious food he had expected, but only a note. There are a few words written on it. Your wife Luo Xian is in our hands. If you want her to live, come to us at the address above. Zhao Yang looked at the note in his hand, reading it over and over again, and when he looked up, his eyes were already filled with terrifying murderous intent. Boom. Zhao Yang started his old van and rushed out like crazy. The neighbors around wanted to say hello, but were frightened by the reckless speed. They looked at each other, confused about what was happening. Zhao Yang stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, not even paying attention to the red light, and rushed all the way. About half an hour later, following the address on the note, he came to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. There was no one around and everything was silent. Bang! Zhao Yang pushed open the factory gate and rushed in quickly. Suddenly, a low voice was heard. Hey, you're here? The burly man stepped forward, looking Zhao Yang around with a playful smile on his face. It's really sad that Zhao Yang has ended up like this. Zhao Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. How would the other party know who I am? Why, are you surprised? Do you think you can hide forever? The strong man laughed. He waved his hand and several people rushed out from the side, each holding a pistol in their hands, pointing the muzzle at Zhao Yang. As he spoke, the strong man walked towards Zhao Yang. If you want your wife to live, don't move. Next second, he punched Zhao Yang in the abdomen. Zhao Yang's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't dare to fight back at all, because Luo Xian was still in their hands. Seeing that Zhao Yang really didn't dare to fight back, the strong man laughed even more wildly. He kicked Zhao Yang to the ground and beat him with punches and kicks until the other party was bruised and bleeding. His body collapsed to the ground. As if it was not enough, the strong man stepped hard on Zhao Yang's head with his foot. My heart is filled with pleasure. The former emperor of Haicheng City's underground forces was actually being trampled under his feet? How fucking cool. The strong man entered the industry and became Zhou Wenlong's subordinate only in recent years, so most of his understanding of Zhao Yang is hearsay, because there is no fear when it comes to taking action. Pa! Nothing more than that. The sturdy man spat on Zhao Yang. You gave up your power for a woman and fell to this point. What a fool you are. Zhao Yang's body was shaking, his voice was hoarse. It doesn't matter what you want to do to me, just let Luo Xian go. This has nothing to do with her. Your wife? The strong man seemed to have heard something funny and said lightly, dead. Zhao Yang roared angrily, impossible. The burly man stomped his foot down again. Impossible? If we don't kill her, are we going to keep her for the new year? Her value was only to lure you here to die, so now she has no value at all. So, what do you think? Didn't you expect that? Ha ha ha. The strong man couldn't help laughing. Then he turned around and ordered coldly, tie him up and take him back. The boss said he wants to do it himself. Zhao Yang has been a shadow in Zhou Wenlong's heart for a long time. After all, the influence he had on him back then was too great. So Zhou Wenlong planned to kill Zhao Yang with his own hands, truly break free from the past. The burly man lit a cigarette and walked to the back. Mission accomplished. Afterwards, Zhou Wenlong will definitely reward himself. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, had a dazed expression. Luo Xian is dead? No, that's impossible. If she dies, everyone else will die. Brutal murderous intent gushed out of him. The strong man had just taken a few steps when he heard screams and gunshots behind him. His hand trembled violently and the cigarette fell to the ground. When he turned around, he was immediately frightened to death. All his men had fallen to the ground, and Zhao Yang, who he thought had lost the ability to resist, was walking towards him step by step. What kind of monster is this? The strong man was horrified and ran backwards in panic, but in his haste he tripped over a chair, damn it. When he got up, his body suddenly froze, because Zhao Yang was already standing in front of him. His expression was indifferent. The strong man's face was pale and he was about to beg for mercy. Crunch. Zhao Yang simply strangled his neck a plop. After doing all this, Zhao Yang fell to his knees with a muffled sound, and blood flowed down his abdomen and thighs. He is not Superman. It is impossible for him not to get hurt when facing so many people with guns unarmed. After resting for a while, Zhao Yang dragged his body in severe pain and searched in the abandoned factory. Finally, he found the body of his wife Luo Xian in a room that he stared blankly, like a sculpture, motionless. As Zhao Yang finally stepped forward and picked up Luo Xian's body. At the same time, the emotions in his eyes slowly disappeared, and he became cold as iron again, as if he had once again become the underground emperor who ruled Haiqing City. Zhao Yang drove Luo Xian's body back to the narrow alley, preparing to bury it during the day. He was covered in blood, sitting silently, no one knew what he was thinking. Ding-ling-ling, the landline phone at home suddenly rang. The sound was shrill as Zhao Yang's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously walked over to pick up the phone. Hello, who is it? Zhao Yang? A question came from the other end of the line. Zhao Yang was immediately furious. Who are you? Did you do what happened tonight? Don't get me wrong, that has nothing to do with me. The person on the other end of the phone said, my identity is not important. What's important is that I know who planned to kidnap your wife. Don't you want revenge? Although Zhao Yang's heart was filled with extreme murderous intent and anger, he was not stupid. Instead, he asked calmly, why are you helping me? Because you are valuable. The other end of the phone said lightly, I need you to do something for me. What's up? The person on the other end of the phone chuckled and said, it's very simple. Help me kill someone. Well, the choice is yours. There was a long silence. Zhao Yang finally replied, I agree, very good. The voice on the other end of the phone was relaxed and cheerful. This is a smart decision. Zhao Yang said in a hoarse voice, tell me, who did it? The person who kidnapped your wife is Zhou Wenlong, the leader of the current underground forces in Haiqing City. Inside the Yundian villa, Fang Yu said with an unpredictable smile on his face, and the person you need to kill is named Shen Yi. Don't be confused yet, just read on hamsters never leave loopholes when writing books. Chapter 58 Going smoothly. Imperial City Entertainment Center. In the exclusive VIP luxury suite on the top floor, Zhou Wenlong was pacing back and forth anxiously. His heart was filled with bad premonitions because all the people sent to deal with Zhao Yang had lost contact, so he quickly sent people to the scene to check the situation. Bang. The door opened and one of his men rushed in. How about it? Zhou Wenlong asked hurriedly. Boss, the brothers we sent out are all dead. The subordinate's face turned pale. Zhou Wenlong's body shook violently. Then he couldn't help cursing, damn it. He was already cautious and vigilant enough for this operation, and all the men he sent out were armed, but they still failed to kill Zhao Yang. Is that guy still a human being? If we alert the enemy now, it will be difficult to deal with Zhao Yang. Zhou Wenlong felt a chill in his heart when he thought that Zhao Yang was not dead yet. He knew Zhao Yang's character very well, and the other party would definitely not give up this time. Although he kept reminding himself in his heart that Zhao Yang didn't know that he was the one who did it, and now he is no longer the powerful underground emperor he used to be, he still couldn't help but feel panic. Even the bodyguards around him couldn't give him a sense of security. Zhou Wenlong stood there, his expression changing for a while, but finally he couldn't help but call Fang Yu. After a moment, the call was connected. Master Fang, there are some problems with the operation here. Zhao Yang is not dead, but all my men were killed by him. You can't even do this? You're useless. Fang Yu's angry rebuke made Zhou Wenlong's face turn red and white, but he had no way to refute it. The responsibility for this matter indeed lies with him. Fang Yu was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, come to Yundian Villa tomorrow morning and discuss it in detail. Yes. Zhou Wenlong responded, feeling relieved. If the Fang family supported me, things would be much easier and I wouldn't have to worry so much. Cloudtop Villa. After Fang Yu hung up the phone, he raised his lips slightly and contacted Zhao Yang again. Tomorrow morning, Zhou Wenlong will take Guangming Road and pass by the Hangguan Bridge. As for what to do, it's up to you. If you want to reach Yundian Villa, these are the places you must pass through. Thank you very much. Zhao Yang's low voice came, I will do what I promised. Immediately the phone was hung up. Fong Yu's expression was full of indifference. This action can be said to have multiple purposes. First of all, Zhou Wenlong can be eliminated. That guy is too ambitious. Although he dares not take any action now due to the strength of the Fong family, sooner or later he will not be able to resist and turn against them, letting Zhao Yan, a capable and powerful general beside Chen Yi in the original book, carry out the assassination would cause him and Chen Yi to completely break off relations and fall into an irreversible confrontation. Whether successful or not, it is a good thing for Fong Yu. Of course, because of the protagonist's halo, Zhao Yang's assassination will most likely not succeed, but will fail due to various accidents. But it was enough to give Chen Yi a little surprise. Fong Yu sneered, and that's not all. He chose to let Zhao Yang assassinate Chen Yi for another purpose. According to the system, before the protagonist's halo was stripped away, if Chen Yi encountered a life and death crisis, he would escape death due to various accidents, but these accidents must also follow the laws and rules of reality. For example, if you drive a car to hit Chen Yi, you may be knocked away by another car before hitting him, causing the impact force to be reduced. When using a sniper rifle to shoot, the wind might have caused the trajectory of the bullet to deviate and only hit Chen Yi's leg. The will of the world will push all favorable factors to gather together and allow Chen Yi to survive, but all coincidences must be under the laws of physics and conform to the principles of optimization. If Zhao Yang were to assassinate Chen Yi at this time, with his current strength, he would definitely not be Zhao Yang's opponent. Therefore, the most logical way to help Chen Yi escape death is undoubtedly Muzi. The will of the world will push Muzi to arrive before Zhao Yang takes action, so that he can block the killing for Chen Yi. This is just Fong Yu's guess, but he is very sure Fong Yu fell into deep thought that he didn't want to hand the initiative to Chen Yi. He wanted to force Muzi out and kill him. Besides, Fong Yu didn't want to drag it on any longer. The plan for the final blow against Chen Yi has gradually been perfected in his mind, and before that, all possible chances of the opponent to turn the tables must be wiped out. The next morning, countless vehicles are rushing across the Hangduan Bridge. Boom! A black car drove onto the bridge. Zhou Wenlong sat in the car, looking a little uneasy. He asked the driver, "How far is it to the destination?" "Boss, we'll arrive in about 20 minutes. Zhou Wenlong nodded, then took out his phone and called Fong Yu. "Hello, Mr. Fong, I'm almost there. Now. I'm on the Hangduan Bridge." "Oh?" Fong Yu smiled softly. "Well, I wish you good luck. Goodbye." Zhou Wenlong's heart skipped a beat. "I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't quite figure it out." He turned his head slightly irritably, ready to admire the scenery outside the window. Right now, I in a room on the upper floor of a building not far from the bridge. A black gun muzzle protruded from it. Following the muzzle backward, there is the gun barrel with a gleam of iron, and the huge steel outline hidden in the room. Sniper rifle. Zhao Yan placed the sniper rifle in front of him, with his right wrist folded inward, and the base of his palm facing the back end of the grip. Expressionless, this was the equipment he used when he was a killer. He kept it as a souvenir and has preserved it to this day. He is already middle-aged, so his physical condition is naturally not as good as it used to be. 8 years of quiet life have also long worn away his sharpness, but when he held the familiar sniper rifle in his hand, he felt that he had regained the power and was in control of life and death. Soon, the target vehicle, which had been confirmed thousands of times, appeared in sight. Zhao Yang focused and aimed calmly, keeping his body tense. Finally, pull the trigger, die. The bullet spun, emitting sparks, and rushed into the distance, carrying tremendous force. The bullet penetrated the glass directly and pierced Zhou Wenlong's chest. The blood hole exploded, bright red blood splattered inside the car. Inside the Yundian villa, Fong Yu called Zhou Wenlong. When he heard that unable to connect prompt tone from the other end, he couldn't help but sigh and a sad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What a pity, may you rest in peace in heaven." "Mr. Fong, something's happening." At this time, a voice from the side attracted Fong Yu's attention. He was currently inspecting the Eye of Nightmare studio on the first floor of the villa. After all, he was taking his own money every day, so he still had to confirm their work status. Fong Yu asked, "What's going on?" Blonde Beauty Catherine said, "The target contacted the same number again. Ever since the last incident, Chen Yi's phone has been under surveillance, so now as soon as Chen Yi called Muzi, Catherine immediately noticed it. Fong Yu's eyes moved. "Here he comes." Chapter 59 Medical Skills Exchange Meeting. Fong Yu gave the order, "Let the sound out." "Yes." Catherine responded immediately. Chen Yi's voice rang out from the loudspeaker. "You can set off for Haiqing City now. After we kill Fong Yu, I'll find you a place to hide for a while to prevent the news from leaking out." "Don't worry, brother Chen Yi, My move will be absolutely foolproof. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Beep, 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 Fong Yu asked, did the other party mention the time and train number? No. Catherine looked up and adjusted her glasses. But as long as you check Shenya's mobile phone booking information, you can get this information. Fong Yu nodded, check it now, yes. Catherine began to work attentively again, and soon found the information Fong Yu needed. Tomorrow's train is K1789, very good. Fong Yu showed a strange smile on his face, I will give him a good news. The hackers from Nightmare Eye present all had expressions of pity on their faces. Although they didn't know who Chen Yi was, he was really miserable. Is there anything more awkward than being on the phone to discuss assassinating someone while the target is listening in? When Fong Yu left the room, he came to the courtyard outside the villa and snapped his fingers casually. Suddenly, a figure flashed before his eyes. 8 iron guards appeared before him, silent and cold, his eyes swept over them. And Fong Yu said in a deep voice, I have a task for you. The K1789 train will arrive in Haiqing City tomorrow, and you need to make some arrangements in advance. Zhao family. Chen Yi hung up the phone and couldn't help but smile happily. That guy Fong Yu, that it's finally over now. Muzi took action personally. He didn't think there was any chance that Fong Yu could escape. Even if those guys who broke his legs last time were there, they couldn't be his opponents. Chen Yi was furious and felt very aggrieved after being repeatedly humiliated by Fong Yu. Why did this bastard target me? Is it really because the Zhao family is on the Ji family's side? But I haven't seen him messing with Zhao Shiyu. Is he addicted to staring at me or what? But this situation is finally coming to an end. A cold light flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room, and a servant came in from outside. After entering the door, he said respectfully to Chen Yi, Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhao wants you to come in. I see. Chen Yi nodded, put on some clothes and walked outside. When I arrived at the living room, Zhao Xinrui was already sitting on the sofa waiting, still leaning on the crutch in his hand, with a dignified look on his face. As soon as he saw Chen Yi, a kind smile suddenly appeared on his face. Oh, Mr. Chen is here, come and sit down. Chen Yi didn't hesitate and sat down directly opposite Zhao Xinrui. He first asked, how is Mr. Zhao's health recently? Good, very good. Zhao Xinrui laughed heartily, ever since you started treating me, my body has been feeling better and better every day. I feel like it won't be long before I'll be completely healed. A smug look appeared on Chen Yi's face. Mr. Zhao's illness is rare and strange, so it takes so long. If it were any other illness, I could easily solve it, hee hee. Zhao Xinrui smiled and said, Mr. Chen, your medical skills are probably on par with your master's. You deserve the title of miracle doctor. Inadvertently, I flattered someone again. Mr. Zhao, you're joking. How dare I compare myself to my master? Chen Yi was subconsciously modest, but in fact, this round of flattery had made him feel a little flattered. Miracle doctor, I also want to become a recognized miracle doctor like my master did in the past, with my name known far and wide, and be treated as a guest of honor by bigwigs from all sides, even surpassing his achievements back then. Chen Yi is very ambitious, but, as if he had thought of something, a thick haze passed through Chen Yi's heart. Since he came to Haiqing City, he has been repeatedly frustrated in his attempts to demonstrate his medical skills. Wei Ziyu, Song Qiaoyu, all of them. Thinking of this, a surge of resentment welled up in his heart. Ahem. At this moment, Zhao Xinrui's expression became serious, and he finally got to the point. Mr. Chen, I called you here today because I have something very important to tell you. Chen Yi said, Mr. Zhao, please speak. Zhao Xinrui continued, soon, a grand medical exchange conference will be held in Linzhou. The venue will be in our Haiqing City. At that time, all the experts, scholars, and famous leaders in the medical field in Linzhou will be in attendance. I hope Mr. Chen can also attend. Chapter 60 Opportunity Medical Exchange Meeting? Medical experts. After hearing this, Chen Yi seemed a little uninterested. His medical skills are enough to beat those ordinary people. What can he learn by being with them? It makes no sense at all. Zhao Xinrui saw Chen Yi's reaction and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, don't be impatient. Let me finish what I have to say first. This medical exchange conference is attended not only by experts and scholars, but also by people from many large pharmaceutical companies and big families. Some of them suffer from chronic diseases and will consult doctors at the exchange meeting to seek treatment. Chen Ye's eyes lit up. He changed his previous uninterested look. Will there be dignitaries from big families going to the scene to see a doctor? He suddenly felt an irrepressible excitement in his heart. What did this mean? It meant countless opportunities and countless connections. This is your chance to show off your skills. Well, are you interested now? Zhao Xinrui picked up the teacup and took a sip. I've already got an invitation for Mr. Chen. You can go directly to attend when the time comes. In addition, Zhao Xinrui paused briefly, his expression suddenly becoming serious. I've got some inside information. This medical exchange conference is very likely just for one person. Chen Yi was shocked. From Zhao Xinrui's description just now, it can be seen that the level of this medical skills exchange meeting should be very high, and it is a grand event attended by many big names. Many people from Linzhou will participate, and Zhao Xinrui actually said that this medical skills exchange meeting was held for someone? Who has the face to do this? Zhao Xinrui moved his mouth slightly and said, something. Now you should know what kind of opportunity this is, right? Chen Ye's eyes became brighter and brighter. It's as if I saw my own rise and take off. If I can really seize this opportunity, the Fong family, the Song family, they will all pay the price for their stupidity. Chen Yi was in a good mood. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. If I can become successful in the future, I will never forget the Zhao family's kindness today. It should be. Zhao Xinrui laughed heartily. If it weren't for you and your master, I wouldn't be able to hold on until now. But despite that, Zhao Xinrui still felt very satisfied in his heart. He supports Chen Yi so strongly and does his best to help him. Isn't it because he values Chen Yi's potential and hopes that he can help the Zhao family in the future? Zhao Xinrui decided to strike while the iron was hot, so he waved to the side. A middle-aged butler came forward and bowed to ask, Master, what do you want? The housekeeper's name is Liang Fuxing, and he is deeply trusted by Zhao Xinrui. Zhao Xinrui looked at Chen Yi and said, Mr. Chen, you've been in Haiqing City for a while now, but you still don't have your own house or car, right? So, I'll have my housekeeper accompany you to buy a villa and a luxury car. No matter how much it costs, the Zhao family will pay for it. Chen Yi smiled and said, Mr. Zhao is thoughtful. He did not refuse, but accepted it with peace of mind. The price he paid just for treating Zhao Xinrui was definitely worth it. Chen Yi was drinking tea and feeling relaxed. The news Zhao Xinrui just brought made him feel relieved of the depression he had been feeling for the past few days. After the conversation between the two, Liang Fuxing, at the suggestion of Zhao Xinrui, planned to take Chen Yi out to buy a house and a car. After all, it was the other party's good intention, so Chen Yi gladly accepted it and just treated it as a way to relax. Soon, the two of them drove to a famous high-end villa community that had recently been launched. By the Clear River, the villa area has many lakes, forests, grasslands and artificial canyons, with beautiful and graceful scenery, as if you are in nature. Chapter 61. Are you richer than me? Yeah, not bad. Under the guidance of the shopping guide, Chen Yi looked around the Bishui community and felt very satisfied when I saw the most luxurious villa number 1 on the Bishui River, which has been built into a landmark in the entire community. My eyes were even more brightened. Exquisite decoration, surrounded by mountains and water, great place. Let's take this one. Chen Yi said, although the price seems not cheap, he is not worried at all because the Zhao family is backing him up. The salesperson looked embarrassed. Sir, you can't buy this house. Chen Yi frowned. Why? Did he feel that he couldn't afford it? He suddenly felt unhappy. No, villa number 1 by the Bishui River is not sold directly, but through auction. The shopping guide explained, the auction is happening at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the first lot is villa number 1. If you want to attend, I can give you a ticket. It's still not too late. Auction? That's fine, let's go and take a look. Chen Yi nodded and said simply, "So." The salesgirl directly gave Chen Yi, the big customer, an admission ticket, and then led him to the auction hall in the basement. The auction hall is quite large. The interior is richly decorated and there are already quite a few people there. In addition to ordinary seats, there are also small boxes surrounding the auction table, which are provided for people of a certain status. After the housekeeper Liang Fuxing revealed the identity of the Zhao family, Chen Yi was quickly arranged by a staff member to an empty box on the left, and at this moment, in a box in the center of the right side. Ha! A tall and straight young man with a resolute and handsome face uttered a cry of surprise. This young man is Fong Yu. Fong Yu raised his eyebrows. Why is this guy here? He came here for villa number 1 by the Bishui River. Of course, this was not because he was bored. But because it involved an opportunity for Chen Yee, it was precisely because of this opportunity that Chen Ye's medical skills and strength increased greatly, and his medical skills directly reached the perfect level. This officially laid the foundation for the subsequent rise. Is this another damn plot revision? Fang Yu frowned slightly, and immediately understood the reason. It was originally in the original book. Chen Yi came to today's auction because of Feng Xiaoxiao, the daughter of Feng Yang, the boss of Haojing Entertainment. Feng Yang had been driven out of Haiqing City by Feng Yu a long time ago, so in his original idea, Chen Yi could not appear here, but the truth is unexpected. Although the nightmare I had been monitoring Chen Yi, it would only report to Feng Yu on the spot when he did. Something extremely suspicious. So Feng Yu didn't know that Chen Yi came here. After coming back to his senses, Feng Yu smiled slightly. However, now that I'm here, the opportunity of Villa number 1 by the Bishui River has nothing to do with Chen Yi. It's hard to say about other things, but being rich? People attending the auction took their seats one after another. The host, dressed in formal attire, walked to the front desk, exchanged a few words, and said some words of thanks. The auction officially begins. The first auction item is Villa number 1 in our Bishui Riverside community. The starting price is 20 million. Bidding begins now. 22 million. 23 million. I'll give you 25 million. The sounds of bidding rang out one after another. Chen Yi secretly clicked his tongue, thinking that these rich people really didn't take money seriously. But then he thought again, with the Zhao family backing him up, he could be considered a rich man now. Immediately, a sense of heroism emerged in my heart. Chen Yi shouted, 30 million. This large bid attracted everyone's attention, and those participating in the auction all looked towards the box where Chen Yi was. The curtain of Chen Yi's box was not drawn, so the scene inside could be seen at a glance. Chen Yi was a stranger to them and they didn't know him, but they all recognized Liang Fuxing standing next to Chen Yi, and their eyes suddenly became stern. This was the Zhao family's chief steward, who was deeply trusted by Zhao Xinrui. Many times, the appearance of Liang Fuxing represents the Zhao family. Everyone's eyes flickered as they speculated about Chen Yi's identity. At the same time, they almost gave up the idea of bidding. Although Villa number 1 by the Bishui River was nice, there was no need to offend the Zhao family for it. Bishuihepan is not considered to be a top-notch high-end residential area and cannot be compared with the Yunshan residential area where Feng Yu lives, and residence often symbolizes a person's financial resources and status. Therefore, most of the people in today's auction house are ordinary wealthy people. In their eyes, the Zhao family has become a behemoth that they cannot afford to provoke. Cool. Chen Yi was very proud looking at the auction house where everyone was silent because of my bid. I felt relieved. Chen Yi knew that this was only brought about by the influence of the Zhao family, but it also made him experience the wonderful taste brought by power and status. Wait. Chen Yi thought to himself that after the medical skills exchange meeting, he would rely on his own strength to make everyone bow down to him. The auctioneer brought down the hammer. 30 million once, 30 million twice. Chen Yi smiled. This villa is his. 30 million, 100 million. A faint voice came from the central box on the right. The entire venue fell into complete silence. Chen Yi's body suddenly froze, not only because his price was instantly increased by 70 million, but also because he recognized who that voice belonged to. The curtain of Feng Yu's box was opened at some point. He looked down at Chen Yi, his eyes filled with contempt. Keep adding? Chapter 62, Buy the Villa and Cut Off the Opportunity. Feng Yu. Chen Yi looked at Feng Yu in the box opposite with an extremely ugly expression. Why is it this guy again? He was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He could not even buy a villa and still meet Feng Yu, and he came to mess up his plans. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, and he wanted to raise the price again. Otherwise, if it was snatched away without a word in front of everyone, wouldn't I have any dignity left? At this time, Liang Fuxing next to him reminded, Mr. Chen, although the master said that all your expenses will be covered by the family, if the amount is too large, I still need to inform the family first. Only then did Chen Yi calm down. It is indeed not worth it to spend 100 million to buy a villa by the clear river. Moreover, in terms of financial resources, how could he be Feng Yu's opponent? Therefore, that no matter how angry or unwilling I am, I have no choice but to give up. A Feng Yu smiled and asked, Why, Chen Yi, you're not going to raise the price? Then I'll take this villa. Chen Yi snorted coldly and retorted, spending 100 million to buy this villa is something only a fool would do. Feng Yu shook his head and sighed, You don't understand this. This is the trouble of rich people. They have too much money to spend, so they have to rack their brains every day to find ways to squander it. Everyone else in the auction hall was speechless. I'm so envious. I also want to experience this kind of distress. Chen Yi's expression froze, and he turned around angrily. Let's go. Finished. He actually left the auction directly. Ding. Host's villain value plus 1000. Protagonist's luck value minus 1000. Fang Yu was very satisfied. It feels so good to see Chen Yi looking so unhappy with himself but having no way to deal with it and can only be furious. In addition, the villain value is also obtained. On the other side, where no one could see, Chen Yi sneered. Very good, continue to be arrogant. After all, you won't have this opportunity once you get down there. Liang Fuxing asked, Mr. Chen, do you want to go to other villa areas? Let's talk about it another day. Let's go back today. Chen Yi said irritably. He was totally out of the mood now. Inside the auction house, although Villa Number 1 has been bought by Fang Yu, the auction is still going on, and many antique paintings are being auctioned one after another. The host obviously intends to make a fortune from this auction. However, Fang Yu no longer paid attention to these things. His target today is only Villa Number 1 on the Bishui River, which is related to the protagonist's opportunity. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly ran into Fang Yu's box, followed by an assistant holding various documents in his hands. The man's name is Sun Jun. He is the organizer of the auction and the owner of Bishui Riverside. Mr. Fang, I'm truly honored that you're attending the auction in person. Sun Jun took a breath and then said respectfully, I've brought you the villa's documents. If you need anything, just let me know. 100 million. Number 1 Bishui Riverside was sold for 100 million. This was far beyond Sun Jun's expectations and made him extremely surprised. It was really easy to make money from these rich young men. They were stupid but rich, and that was exactly what they were. But on the surface, Sun Jun was still very respectful. Fang Yu just flipped through the documents and said, let's pay. He waved his hand casually, and Lang Han next to him started transferring money. Sun Jun soon received a notification that money had arrived in his bank card. 35 million, he was completely stunned. So he hurriedly reminded, Mr. Fang, your auction price is 100 million. Fang Yu glanced at him coldly. This look made Sun Jun feel a sudden chill in his body. This villa is only worth this much money. Do you really think I'm a fool? Even if I give you 100 million, you really dare to accept it? Chapter 63 Parchment. Sun Jun's body trembled, and he said in panic, Master Fang, I'm being foolish. 35 million, that's 35 million. No, 30 million will do. Whatever price that person just offered, Master Fang will give that price. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. He felt like there was something wrong with his head. What was he thinking? How many of these rich young men are fools? It's obviously me who's stupid. From what happened just now, it was clear that Fang Yu had a grudge against the man next to Liang Fuxing, the chief steward of the Zhao family, so he deliberately raised the price to 100 million to intercept and discuss the other party, and myself. He actually rushed up to Fang Yu and asked for the 100 million. I was so happy and felt that I had made a lot of money. Just like a fool, Sun Jun felt his back was already soaked with cold sweat. If he insisted on taking the 100 million, he believed that Fang Yu would definitely give it to him. But after I get this 100 million, I will definitely not be able to spend it all, and maybe he will die violently on the street tonight. Thinking of this, Sun Jun became even more panicked. Looking at the assistant who was still confused and motionless, he suddenly roared angrily, Are you deaf? Hurry up and transfer the 5 million back to Master Fang. Ah, yes. Under Sun Jun's murderous gaze, the assistant finally reacted and hurriedly transferred 5 million to Fang Yu. Fang Yu looked at Sun Jun deeply. Although this guy seemed a bit stupid just now, he now seems to be quite sensible. Did Chen Yi think he could spend 70 million to make him suffer a setback? He was really overthinking it. All right. Fang Yu waved his hand, you can go down. Since the other party was quite sensible, he was too lazy to pay any more attention to him. Sun Juanru was pardoned and left with his assistant. Feeling relieved that he had survived the disaster, Fang Yu stood up and said calmly, let's go. Lang Han hurriedly followed him, and the two left the auction box together. Fang Yu planned to go to the number 1 villa on the Bishui River that he had just bought, to check out the opportunity that was supposed to be obtained by the protagonist Chen Yi. Strolling slowly, Fang Yu arrived in front of villa number 1 on the banks of the Bishui River. He walked straight in, looked around, and according to his memory, he came to the study on the second floor and stopped in front of a bookshelf on the right. For the sake of beauty, the bookshelves have been filled with a variety of books in advance. After the villa owner moves in, he can replace them according to his preferences and needs. Found it. Fang Yu looked at the rich collection of books, and finally his eyes lit up and he pulled out a book from it. Hualala, he picked up the book and kept flipping through it, and soon found a yellowed parchment in the middle. Haha, that's it. It's the opportunity that Chen Yi got after buying this villa. Fang Yu's eyes were deep. There are chaotic words written on the parchment, but there is a hidden pattern in it. If you can successfully decipher it, you will get the location information. In the original book, Chen Yi found a hidden stonehouse there, in which there was a jade disc. This jade disc contained a special energy, which was similar to the internal energy condensed by the special medical skills that Chen Yi practiced. Chen Yi's medical skills had already reached the peak of the proficient level, and were only one step away from the perfect level. However, because he absorbed this special energy, he was able to break through the barrier that had been stagnant for a long time in one go, and this energy also has the effect of enhancing strength. As a result, Chen Yi's combat power also increased significantly. If Fang Yu had been coveting this opportunity for a long time, and finally waited for today's auction. After all, if we trace this book in advance, it is easy to cause a small link in it to change, and perhaps this parchment will not appear. In this villa or in this book, however, the book did not give a specific description of the location where the stone chamber was cracked. The scene just changed and Chen Yi had already found the stone chamber. However, the book still describes the method of decrypting the parchment. Based on the memory in his mind, Fang Yu quickly figured out the location of the opportunity and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not bad. The location is in Linzhou, in a valley next to Bian City. It's not too far from Haiqing City, so a round trip won't cause any problems. As he said that, he hurried downstairs and said to Lung Han, who was waiting in the hall, "Prepare a helicopter, I want to go to Bian City right away." Yes. Lung Han received the order and immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, a helicopter landed in the Bishui Riverside community with a roar, and carried Fang Yu to Bian City at high speed. Chapter 64. Inherit the opportunity. Strength surges. Dusk time of Fang Yu arrived at the place described in the parchment, and soon found a cave built of hard stone, and inside, he found the jade butterfly. Fang Yu stroked the jade disc. It had a unique texture. It was not only round and smooth, but also had a hint of coolness. How do I trigger this thing? He carefully looked at the jade disc in his hand. Just then the surface of the jade butterfly suddenly glowed. Immediately afterwards, an icy invisible air climbed up his arm along his palm, and then spread to Fang Yu's whole body, but this did not bring any discomfort, but made him feel unusually comfortable. Just like the system energy, it constantly forges Fang Yu's body. This makes your physical points continue to increase, 56, 57, 58, 59. All the way up to 75, unlike the system energy that disappeared after upgrading the body. After this, there was a cold invisible energy lingering in Fang Yu's dantian and did not disappear. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special inheritance. Fang Yu's expression was moved. What a powerful effect. I increased my physical fitness by 20 points. If I were to go through the system, I would need a full 4,000 villain points, which is a huge number. Moreover, as the base physical fitness increases, the strength gained by each point of physical fitness increase gradually. The gap between a physical fitness of 40 and 20 is definitely not the same as the gap between a physical fitness of 80 and 60. And Fang Yu closed his eyes, carefully feel the special energy lingering in the dantian. He could feel that due to the existence of this thing, the speed of his injury recovery had increased significantly compared to before. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Fang Yu summoned the system panel. The strongest villain system host. Fang Yu personal wealth, 238.9. Billion charm, 30 constitution, 75 skills, business management, proficient, intimidation, advanced, martial arts, advanced, cello, advanced, villain value, 2000 current trigger book, the master of coming down the mountain in the city. Friendly reminder, the host's current villain value is 2000, and the protagonist's current luck value is 5500. Fang Yu pondered for a moment and asked, "System, how many villain points are needed to upgrade the fighting skills to mastery?" Simply increasing your physical fitness will not work, your body also needs an adaptation process. Moreover, if you don't have any skills, no matter how strong your body is, it will only be brute force. For example, the previous battle with Tiechi, although Fang Yu's physique is better than his, if it weren't for the stun skill in the end, the outcome would be unpredictable. The system quickly responded, upgrading your fighting skills to mastery requires 1000 villain points, and upgrading to perfection requires 3000 villain points. TSK, the villain value required for the perfect level has to increase so much. Fang Yu secretly clicked his tongue, but still spent 1000 points to upgrade the fighting skills to the mastery level first. As for the remaining 1000 points, he added them all to his physical fitness. The system energy descended and washed over, and Fang Yu's strength increased again. Constitution points, 80. Fang Yu felt the energy slowly disappearing from his body and suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his right foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Boom! His right foot sank deep into the ground. The entire stone chamber trembled and shook violently. It has been less than half an hour since he first entered the stone chamber, but Fang Yu's strength has already skyrocketed. Very good. Fang Yu grinned, feeling the power surging in his body, and couldn't wait to test it out. It is very difficult for him to find an opponent now. Even the Iron Guards are not his match, but isn't there just one? There seemed to be flames burning in Fang Yu's eyes, and the fighting spirit in his heart was rising. Now he has the confidence to challenge Muzi, the guy who was basically at the top of the combat power in the book, the master who came down from the mountain in the city. Fang Yu decided to use the other party as his whetstone to test his own strength. Of course, he has made all the preparations. No matter whether he wins or loses, the one who dies will be the other party. If Fang Yu looked indifferent to him, Muzi was nothing more than a caged animal waiting to die. The moment he accepted the mission to assassinate him, the outcome was already determined and could not be changed. Chapter 65. You are weak. Fang Yu stepped out of the stone chamber. The Iron Guards waiting outside came forward, but their expressions were a little surprised, because in their perception, Fang Yu was different from before. The aura on his body is more domineering and oppressive. It even made them feel a little frightened. Fang Yu was in there. What exactly happened? Just as the 8 Iron Guards were in doubt, Fang Yu said calmly, "Let's go." He thought to himself, "It's time to deal with that Muzi." The next day, early in the morning. Boom! Amid the roar, train number K1789 moved forward along the track. In the last section of the carriage sat a young man wearing tattered clothes and dressed like a migrant worker. He looked to be no more than 20 years old, with a sloppy appearance, messy hair that had not been washed for who knows how long, and a nonchalant look because of the way they dress and the odor on their body. Everyone kept their distance and no one wanted to sit next to him. Muzi yawned and felt a little sleepy. I don't know how long it took. He slowly woke up, but his eyes suddenly widened because the carriage he was in was empty. What's going on? Muzi stood up from his seat. Although he had a simple mind, he was not really stupid. The situation before me is obviously not right. Bang, bang. There was a loud bang, accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of braking, and the last carriage actually broke away from the car in front. Under the sudden inertia, Muzi almost fell to the ground. Finally, the last carriage lost the power of the locomotive and slowly stopped, just hovering between two cliffs, hanging in the air. There is no way to heaven and no door to earth. Muzi's eyelids were twitching wildly. At this moment, even a real fool would have felt that something was wrong. Snap, snap, snap. There was a sound of footsteps coming from the top of the carriage above my head. The sound was leisurely, as if I was taking a stroll. Footsteps. Muzi looked up in surprise. Just when he was confused, the next second, boom! A loud noise erupted. The carriage above his head suddenly shattered, and a figure fell from the sky, accompanied by a sharp cold light. Muzi subconsciously raised his arm to block, and then his whole body flew out, breaking several seats in succession. With a scream of pain, he fell heavily to the ground. Fang Yu slowly turned his elbow, holding a short knife in his hand, which was shining with a cold light. For a confrontation of their level, cold weapons are far more effective than hot weapons at short distances. Of course, if the distance is long and the number of people is overwhelming, unless you have the ability to withstand the bullets, you will be shot into a sieve before you can even take out your knife. Muzi suddenly jumped up from the ground. The deep wound on the arm stopped bleeding instantly, and then healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. It is just as the book says. He is a monster. Is this recovery speed possible for humans? Muzi's face twisted and he roared angrily. Who are you? Fang Yu. Fang Yu said calmly, does this name sound familiar? Muzi's pupils shrank slightly, and then he grinned fiercely. You are Fang Yu? That's perfect, it saves me from having to look for you. I'll just kill you right here. For Muzi's simple-minded brain, I don't think too much about anything. Since Chen Yi had ordered him to kill Fang Yu, and Fang Yu now appeared in front of him, there was only one thing he had to do, and that was to kill him. Roar. Muzi roared. He rushed over like a wild beast. Fang Yu didn't dodge at all, but rushed forward. The two of them were like two cars running at full speed, suddenly colliding with each other. Bang! With a loud bang, Muzi's body stopped moving, while Fang Yu flew backwards and hit the end of the carriage hard. Ha 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 ha. Newsy laughed wildly. He was absolutely confident in his own strength. In his opinion, he was invincible. You idiot! How dare you go head to head with me? You're not dead even after I hit you with all my strength. You're indeed the strongest person I've ever met, but unfortunately, you met me. Newsy looked very proud. In front of me, you're just an ant that can be crushed to death at will. Ahem. Fangyu coughed, slowly straightened his body, and grinned. Sorry, it was just a test just now, but just this time I understand clearly, you are actually very weak, weaker than I thought. Weak. Newsy's expression froze, and then he became furious. Are you weak? Boom. Newsy stomped his feet, leaped up, and landed in the air, punching Fangyu with both fists, but in midair, he suddenly froze. Where are the people? After the sight, Fangyu disappeared suddenly. He landed on the ground in a bit of surprise, unable to believe it. Just as he was looking around, he found that smiling face, clear and cold, of Fangyu actually stood there, looking at him carefully. Hey, what are you looking at? Immediately following. It's just a simple matter of clenching your 5 fingers and punching. It hit Newsy's astonished face, breaking his nose and sending his body flying backwards. Chapter 66 Experimental Materials. Asshole. Ignoring the blood on his face, Newsy roared and rushed forward again, punching with fists as hard as steel, but then he felt himself in a trance. Then Fangyu easily caught the fist, used the force to pull his body into the air, and then drop it heavily. The entire carriage shook violently, and the airflow whistled in the enclosed space. Newsy went crazy and stood up again roaring, but in less than 3 seconds, he was hit by a speeding car and flew backwards, with a knife wound on his chest so deep that the bone was visible. Blood was flowing everywhere. Aren't you amazing? Fangyu had a blank expression on his face, and the dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light. Ant, can you kill it with just a pinch? Newsy looked at Fangyu. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Is he really weak? No, it's very strong. Whether it's attack power, defense power, or recovery power, it's all monster level. Unfortunately, there is no skill at all. All he has is brute force. In front of other people, he can rely on his terrifying physical advantage to crush them, but in front of Fangyu's physical fitness of 80 and his mastery level fighting skills, Newsy is indeed too weak. The arrogance on Newsy's face was no longer there. He didn't understand why he was unable to fight back in front of Fangyu. Newsy was about to say something, but looking at his injuries that had recovered, he felt confident again. With his recovery speed, even if he cannot defeat Fangyu, the other party cannot kill him. Even if his internal organs are stabbed or his throat is cut, he can recover. At this time, Fangyu smiled and said, "Ha, do you think I can't kill you?" Newsy's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Your recovery ability is beyond my expectation, but... Fangyu suddenly punched the train window and broke it, standing on the windowsill. Then, he turned his head and smiled strangely. Goodbye. Newsy's face changed and he rushed forward subconsciously, not wanting Fangyu to leave, but Fangyu's pupils had turned into 2 dark whirlpools. Mental strength is rapidly declining, but Newsy's eyes quickly became dull and he just stood there in a daze. Fangyu jumped out of the car window and fell towards the cliff below. A few seconds later, Newsy suddenly woke up, but the next second, a dazzling light burst out like the falling sun. Boom. Flames burst out and air currents swept through amid the pungent smell of gunpowder. The entire carriage was shattered, only a few broken limbs and debris were left falling from the sky. At this moment, Fangyu had already opened the special compression parachute hidden in his underwear and was slowly falling down. I heard a loud bang coming from above my head. Fangyu withdrew his gaze, his expression indifferent. He took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, "Collect the wreckage at the bottom of the cliff. He plans to study Newsy's remaining body tissues. After all, the other party's situation is really too incredible. If we can find out something, it will definitely be of great value. Unfortunately, Newsy's condition is difficult to deal with, and it's unlikely that he will be captured alive. Otherwise, a living body would be more valuable for research." Soon, Fangyu landed. He took out his phone again and asked, "How's the collection going?" Taiyi's low voice came, revealing a hint of solemnity. "Mr. Fang, that guy is still alive." "What?" Fangyu was shocked. "Even a bomb can't kill this guy? Isn't this too much?" Tai added, "However, the other party has lost the ability to move." Fangyu said in a deep voice, "Wait for me to come over." Soon, Fangyu arrived at the scene. Not on a piece of wasteland at the bottom of the cliff, the debris of the falling explosion was scattered everywhere, and what attracted Fangyu's attention was Newsy lying next to him. The human figure could still be barely seen, but the legs had been completely blown off. The whole body was charred and carbonized. And there was not a single intact piece of skin on the body. Even so, Musi did not die, but with injuries of this severity, that terrifying recovery ability seemed to be only able to keep him alive, and was unable to recover. Musi even retained a relatively clear consciousness, staring at Fang Yu fiercely with his eyes open, his eyelids burnt, his eyes were full of ferocity, cursing, malice and madness. The image is like a ghost, but facing this scene that was enough to scare ordinary people, Fang Yu was not afraid at all. Instead, he showed an expression of interest that looked it even made Musi feel a chill in his heart. Fang Yu sighed inwardly. What an incredible vitality! What on earth did this creature eat? I originally wanted to study the wreckage, and now, my wish has come true. I actually have living research material. The thought flashed through my mind. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Fang's biopharmaceutical company, a subsidiary of the group. Biopharmaceuticals are one of the two major pillar industries of the entire Fang group. Fang Hospital is its affiliated institution. At the same time, it also has numerous high-tech laboratories for conducting various research. In a few seconds, the call was connected. The voice of the president of Fang's biopharmaceutical company came from the other side. Mr. Fang, how come you have time to call me? What do you want me to do? Fang Yu said calmly, among your company's high-tech laboratories, there's one that specializes in human research, right? The other party immediately replied, yes, help me contact them, there's a mission. Okay, Mr. Fang. The person on the other side responded quickly. After a while, another call came in, and a slightly old voice came from it. Mr. Fang, are you looking for me? Lu Gang, head of the Human Research Laboratory. Here is an experimental specimen for you. Fang Yu had a cruel smile on his face. He looked at Muzi, who had stopped glaring at him and instead had a look of fear on his face, and said, but this research material might be a little bit disobedient. I need to use some means to make him behave. Lu Gang laughed hoarsely. Mr. Fang, we are professionals in this kind of thing. Very good, I'll leave it to you then. Fang Yu said calmly, I'll send you a copy of this guy's details later. If there's any progress in the research, please inform me immediately. Understood, Mr. Fang. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yu stepped forward and stepped on one of Musi's arms as he was trying to sneak away. Crack! The arm, which had already become extremely fragile due to the explosion, broke instantly. A shrill scream faintly came from Musi's throat. Fang Yu said coldly, why don't you just be honest? If you don't behave, don't blame me for killing you. Musi suddenly didn't dare to move. After pondering for a moment, Fang Yu said to the Iron Guard, spread the news of this guy's death to Chen Yi as soon as possible. He suddenly grinned, I'd like to see how that guy would react. Thanks to Daishenji and Yin for the updates, thanks to Ming Yuye for the little whip. Chapter 67 Panic Station. Chen Yi sat in a corner with the brim of his hat pulled low. He came here naturally to pick up Musi, and Musi was going to assassinate Fang Yu next, so in order to avoid suspicion, he had to be extremely cautious. I glanced at the time on my watch. Chen Yi thought to himself, it's time. Boom! The train slowly entered the station with a loud noise. Chen Yi stood up and looked around, trying to find Musi. Just then, noisy footsteps were heard. A large number of inspectors suddenly rushed into the station, blocking the surrounding entrances and exits, and shouted into their microphones, everyone on the train, please do not leave. There was an accident on the way, and we need to register and investigate. Chen Yi frowned, then quickly walked over to the inspector and asked in a low voice, excuse me, is there something wrong? Well, something happened. The inspector said irritably, for some unknown reason, a car at the rear of the train suddenly derailed and exploded. We're investigating. It said there's still a person on board. It's so pitiful. Hearing this, Chen Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly took out his cell phone and called Musi, but the call kept saying that the call could not be connected. The bad premonition in my heart suddenly became stronger, but he still comforted himself in his heart. It can't be such a coincidence. It must be that the phone is turned off, or he didn't notice it. Chen Yi walked aside alone and waited patiently. Bang! The train doors open. Under the guidance of on-site supervisors, passengers are checked and registered in turn and then allowed to go. As more and more people leave, the station becomes emptier and emptier. Chen Yi's face was filled with anxiety. I kept praying that Musi would come out quickly, but the inspector was already doing the final comparison. He asked the conductor, do you know who the victim was in the last car? The other person nodded. It's a person with a very strange name, Musi. The sound reached Chen Yi's ears, causing his heart to tremble and his brain to feel dizzy. Musi, is dead. No, how is this possible? At this moment, the emotion that was surging in Chenya's heart was not anger or sadness, but an intense fear. How could it be such a coincidence that an accident happened right then and there? And Musi was the only one who died. This was definitely not an accident, but a man-made one. Chenya's face turned pale. A name has emerged in my mind uncontrollably. Afongyu. It was definitely that guy who did it. The assassination plan that he thought was secret and foolproof might have been known to the other party a long time ago. Thinking of this, a drop of cold sweat broke out on Chenya's forehead. Shan Yi? A shout came from the side. Chenya's pupils shrank slightly, and his muscles tensed subconsciously. He turned his head abruptly and found that the person who came to him and called him was the inspector he had just spoken to. He stared at the other person intently and said in a low voice, "How do you know my name?" The inspector was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Did you hear wrongly? I clearly called you sir. Could it be that your name sounds the same as sir? Everyone else has left, and I see you've been standing here. Are you waiting for someone?" According to our investigation, the deceased passenger's name was Musi, but we haven't found any contact information for his relatives. Could you be his friend? No, I don't know him. Chunyi was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He quickly denied it and said, "I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Having said that, he hurriedly left the station. Chunyi was now extremely panicked and felt that he was in great danger. He had to return to the Zhao family as soon as possible so that he could feel a little safe. He had made up his mind not to go out before the medical exchange meeting. As long as he seizes the opportunity at the medical exchange meeting and gets close to the big shots, he won't have to be afraid of Fangyu anymore. Chenyi felt very aggrieved. Just wait, if I manage to make it big, I'll definitely make the Feng family pay. Chapter 68 Comprehensive Suppression. At the train station, the inspector looked at Chenya's back from afar, and suddenly reached out and wiped his face, and a brand new female face appeared. It turned out to be the Iron 8 among the Iron Guards. Among the Iron Guards, Tieba is best at disguise, lurking, assassination, etc. For her, cross-dressing is just a piece of cake. A strange expression appeared on her face. I just let it slip. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the order I received was just to let this guy know about Muzi's death as soon as possible. She turned and walked out of the station, took out her cell phone and called Fangyu. "Master, it's done." Now Fangyu has returned to the Fang Group headquarters building. Listening to Tieba's report on the other end of the phone, a playful expression appeared on his face. "Chenyi, this guy looks really scared. How pitiful." Thinking like this, he couldn't help but raise a happy smile at the corner of his mouth again. The villain value gained from those minor supporting characters is almost enough. Ultimately, we have to take it from the protagonist Chunyi. But this guy should be hiding in the Zhao family and not daring to come out during this period, right? I've been so busy with other things lately that I've completely forgotten about the Zhao family. It's time to take action against them. Think of this. Fangyu summoned his secretary, call the directors and hold an impromptu board meeting. Yes. The secretary hurried off to make arrangements. Soon, all the directors arrived in the top-floor conference room. At the beginning of the meeting, Fangyu asked directly, "If I remember correctly, many of the Zhao family's partners also cooperate with us, right?" A director said hurriedly, "Yes. The Zhao family stands on the side of the Ji family and is in hostility with the Fang family, but most ordinary companies will not get involved in this level of struggle, but will follow the principle of profit first. As long as there is money to be made, we can cooperate. Therefore, a considerable number of companies are partners with both the Fang and Zhao families and have no scruples. Very good." Fang Yu waved his hand coldly. "Tell them to either stop cooperating with the Zhao family or with the Fang family. Choose one. Normally, we can allow them to be fence sitters, but now that we are going to take action against the Zhao family, we must make a choice. I believe that the Fang family and the Zhao family can make the right decision, and that's not all." Fangyu continued. "Also, add the Zhao family to the Fang Group's hostile list and launch a full-scale commercial offensive. The goal, until all of the Zhao family's businesses disappear, until this family completely withdraws from the historical stage of Haiqing City. Yes." All the directors present responded. No one dared to raise any objection to the resolution proposed by Fangyu, because the members of the board of directors had already been quietly replaced with a group of new faces that had never appeared before. As for those people from the past, who still remembers them, this world is extremely realistic. A few perceptive people within the group sensed something unusual, but they all remained silent. The more you know not to say anything. The end. Fang Yu's proposal was passed unanimously. The Fang group, this entrenched behemoth, raised its head and bared its ferocious fangs towards the Zhao family for the first time. Zhao family villa. In a spacious room, the Zhao family is holding a family meeting. Not only Zhao Xinrui and the current patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Ting, were present, but all of Zhao Xinrui's other children and some collateral relatives were also present. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. Zhao Xinrui's second daughter, Zhao Yuan, broke the silence with an angry cry. Bastard, that Fang Yu, what on earth does he want to do? Almost all of my partners suddenly asked to withdraw their investment. Me too. The supplier refused to continue supplying because the Fang family has spread the word that anyone who cooperates with the Zhao family's company will be an enemy of the Fang group. Zhao Xinrui's third son, Zhao Ren, also spoke up, but the two of them started. Others also started crying. The situations are similar. All of them suffered heavy losses due to the Fang group. For the Zhao family, for a moment, it seemed as if the sky was falling. All of the Zhao family's businesses suffered a devastating blow. In addition to the overt attacks, underground forces also harassed and smashed the Zhao family's store in secret, seriously affecting both its reputation and market. The Zhao family thought they could resist for a while, but when it came time to confront the Fang group, he truly realized the huge gap between the two sides. They were completely on different levels. It would be no more difficult for the Fang family to crush the Zhao family than to crush an ant. Listening to the chaotic crying around him and the news of the complete collapse of the Zhao family's business, Zhao Ting's face was gloomy. Zhao Xinrui seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Revitalizing and prospering the Zhao family has been Zhao Xinrui's lifelong wish, but at this moment, the Zhao family has fallen into a trough in his hands and is even facing the risk of destruction. Then why did Fang Yu do this? How dare he? Zhao Ting angrily said, the Ji family is behind our Zhao family. Isn't he afraid of retaliating against the Ji family by doing this, leading to an all-out war between the two families? Humph, the Fang family is afraid of the Ji family? Besides, Fang Yu is not Fang Qixiong. That guy is simply a lunatic. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but said sarcastically. As if she had thought of something, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Doesn't Fang Yu have an explanation? Someone shouted. When has our Zhao family ever provoked him? At this time, Zhao Ren spoke up. I have some news. These words attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him, and Zhao Ting urged anxiously, why didn't you tell me this important information earlier? Hurry up. Zhao Ren hesitated, and after stealing a glance at Zhao Xinrui, he finally said, Fang Yu has spread the word that if Chen Yi is not expelled from the Zhao family and all ties with him are not completely severed, the Fang family will definitely destroy the Zhao family. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. Chen Yi, they were not unfamiliar with this name. Wasn't this the miracle doctor who was treated as a guest of honor by the old man? Everyone couldn't help but chatter. His words were full of hostility towards Chen Yi. After all, it seems now that it is because of him that the Zhao family has fallen to this point. Naturally, all these words fell into Zhao Xinrui's ears. Although he still looked gloomy on the surface, his heart was already filled with gloom and shock. He didn't expect that the Zhao family's disaster this time was caused by Chen Yi. Although he had heard from the housekeeper Liang Fuxing that Fang Yu and Chen Yi seemed to have a conflict, he did not expect it to be so intense. Just because their Zhao family has a relationship with Chen Yi, Fang Yu was going to destroy the Zhao family. Chapter 69. The Zhao family visits. Zhao Xinrui's expression changed to Fang Yu's attitude is firm, so he must make a choice between offending the Fang family and offending Chen Yi. There was a fierce struggle in his heart. Final alright. Zhao Xinrui slammed the crutch in his hand heavily on the ground. The room suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Zhao Xinrui respectfully, including the clan leader Zhao Tingdai and the Zhao family. Zhao Xinrui's words are his bond. No matter how many complaints and dissatisfactions they had among themselves, they had no choice but to obey Zhao Xinrui's orders. Zhao Xinrui swept his eyes over everyone and spoke word by word, our Zhao family will not cut off contact with Mr. Shen. This is Zhao Xinrui's final choice, support Chen Yi. There are three main reasons. First, Zhao Xinrui knew clearly that Chen Yi indeed possessed unrivaled medical skills and was by no means a charlatan. In addition, it was because of Chen Yi's master. Although he has been in seclusion for many years now, his reputation has gradually faded and he has been forgotten. But when Chen Yi's master was active in Linzhou many years ago, he was a famous miracle doctor in Linzhou. The last reason is the medical skills exchange meeting that will be held soon. If the news is true, this exchange meeting will be a great opportunity for Chen Yi to rise. If Chen Yi can seize it, then the current predicament can be easily resolved. In front of that person, even the Fang family will bow down. comprehensive consideration. Zhao Xinrui intends to stand firmly on Chen Ye's side. After making up his mind, the old man no longer hesitated, but said in a deep voice, Zhao Ting, take someone to the Ji family, inform them of the Zhao family's current situation, and ask for their help. Others are trying their best to hold on. Believe me, this situation won't last long. And Zhao Xinrui's eyes were solemn and dignified. I want to personally meet the eldest young master of the Fong family. I want to see if he is really as powerful as the recent rumors say, and if he can bully anyone in my Zhao family. After these arrangements and deployments, everyone present felt at ease and had a backbone, and hurriedly carried out according to Zhao Xinrui's arrangements. Zhao Ting, come with me. Zhao Xinrui waved to Zhao Ting and then walked out of the room. Butler Liang Fuxing came forward, ready to take orders at any time. I only heard Zhao Xinrui say, hurry up and get the car ready, we're going out later. Soon, Zhao Xinrui took a shower, changed into formal clothes, combed his pale hair, and after confirming that there was no problem with his appearance, he stepped out of the Zhao family villa with dignity. This meeting it represents the entire Zhao family. For Zhao Xinrui, who values the honor of his family, even the slightest loss of composure is not tolerated. He and Zhao Ting got on the car that had been prepared long ago and headed towards Yunshan community, follow the only way to Yunshan. Halfway through the climb, the scene of surrounding villas with bright lights disappeared, and only the light of the Yungdian villa was still shining on the top of the mountain, spreading light to the surroundings. Zhao Ting felt a little depressed. They had a smooth journey, and there were no bodyguards setting up checkpoints for inspection, but they always had a strange feeling, as if countless eyes were staring at them. In front of the magnificent gate of Yundian Villa, a waiter had already been waiting here to welcome Zhao Xinrui and Zhao Ting into the villa. Please come in, both of you. Young Master Fong asked me to come and greet you. Chapter 70 Contempt. Let's go. Zhao Xinrui waved his sleeves and was led by the waiter to a room. After taking a deep breath, he strode in. Just as he was about to say something, he couldn't help but look frozen. The room was empty. As Zhao Xinrui frowned, what's going on? The waiter bowed and responded in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, the young master is having dinner now, which is a time he usually doesn't like to be disturbed, so please wait here for a moment. What? Zhao Ting was furious. They came all the way here, and yet he still wanted them to wait. He looked at Zhao Xinrui and said angrily, Dad, calm down. Zhao Xinrui shouted. Zhao Ting had no choice but to swallow the words he had not said. Walking to the sofa in the middle of the room, Zhao Xinrui sat down directly. Since Master Fong is having his meal, we will just wait here for a while. We are the ones who have taken the liberty of coming here to ask for an audience today. We cannot let others say that our Zhao family has lost our manners. Thank you both for your understanding. The waiter bowed and left, closing the door. Zhao Ting had an unwilling look on his face, while Zhao Xinrui sat with his eyes closed, but his eyelids twitched from time to time, indicating that he was not really indifferent. As he had just said, time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. The Zhao father and son seemed to have been forgotten, and no one cared about them anymore. No one even came to refill the tea. This moment, Zhao Ting finally couldn't help but stood up, threw a teacup on the table to the ground, and roared, "That bastard!" Crunch! At this time, the door of the room was finally opened again. The waiter from before walked in and said, "Young master has finished his meal. Please come over. Walk." Zhao Xinrui opened his eyes and walked towards the door, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two walked through the long corridor. Finally, in a hall as luxurious and spacious as a palace, they met the person they had been waiting to see for a long time. Fong Yu sat at the end of the long table, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. His eyes were leisurely and deep, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Zhao Ting and Zhao Xinrui, Fong Yu smiled slightly. "You too, I'm sorry to have waited for a long time. Please take a seat." Zhao Xinrui and Zhao Ting took their seats. After that, Zhao Xinrui went straight to the point. "Mr. Fong, I'm sure you know why we're here today, right?" "No, I don't know." Fong Yu crossed his arms and smiled. "I'm curious, why did you come to see me so late at night?" Zhao Xinrui frowned, looking somewhat dissatisfied. "The Fong Group has listed the Zhao family as an enemy and forced our partners to cancel orders and cut off supplies. Isn't this what Master Fong intended?" "Oh, you're talking about this?" Fong Yu had a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. "Yes, these are all my orders." "Any problem?" Zhao Xinrui's expression suddenly froze. He didn't expect that Fong Yu didn't just pretend to agree, but admitted it directly and openly. Fang Yu spoke again. So that's why you came here. So, have you decided to break off completely with Chun Yi? Zhao Xinrui's eyes turned cold. Mr. Fang, our Zhao family will not do this. So, you've brought me conditions that I can't refuse? For example, a contract worth hundreds of billions? Fang Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhao Xinrui's face was filled with anger. A contract worth hundreds of billions? Even if the Zhao family's assets were put together, they wouldn't even be worth tens of billions. How could a contract worth hundreds of billions come from? It seems that there isn't one. Fang Yu shook his head regretfully, leaning back in his chair, his expression gradually turning colder. So, what are you guys here for? Something funny? Zhao Xinrui's face twitched. He finally couldn't help it. Mr. Fang, we came here with sincerity today, but Fang Yu had already reached out to stop him. No. Shaking his fingers, he said, you still don't understand what I mean. There are only two pieces of news I want to hear today. One is that the Zhao family completely abandons their support for Chun Yi and cuts off ties with him, or that your family can offer me benefits that I can't refuse. And you didn't bring any of these. Sincerity, Fang Yu played with the wine glass in his hand, staring at the scarlet liquid inside. He said indifferently, why do you have the illusion that the Zhao family can negotiate with me on an equal footing? Your sincerity is worthless to me. If this is all the nonsense you bring tonight, then you can leave and go back to wait patiently for the demise of the Zhao family. You. Zhao Xinrui was furious and his whole body was shaking with anger. Zhao Ting watched all this quietly and suddenly felt a little sad. Zhao Xinrui came with the dignity and pride of the Zhao family, but Fang Yu trampled him under his feet without hesitation. To Fang Yu, the Zhao family does not exist and does not need such a thing. You can only live on your knees, or die. Fang Yu's indifferent look made him shiver. He suddenly understood something. The nearly 2-hour wait just now might not be a show of force, it's simply because. I don't care if Fang Yu has never taken the Zhao family seriously, they just became ants blocking the road, so they were stepped on to death, and now, 2 ants are actually coming here with sincerity to negotiate? This is simply ridiculous. Let's go. Zhao Xinrui's face was full of anger, and he took Zhao Ting away. Fang Yu said calmly, no thanks. He still sat in his seat, quietly sipping the red wine in his glass. The Zhao family's reaction was within his expectations. After all, in the book, the Zhao family is the #1 staunch supporter of Chun Yi, so it is normal for them to continue supporting Chun Yi. However, he had already given them a chance, but since the Zhao family wanted to go to hell with Chun Yi, why should he stop them? Based on the principle of helping others to achieve their goal, Fang Yu decided to help them. Tisk. Fang Yu suddenly took out his cell phone, looked at the several missed calls on it, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These are all calls from the Ji family. Oh, it's obvious that this is about the Zhao family. In fact, in this kind of struggle between big families, there is an unwritten rule that before the two sides officially go to war or decide the winner, they will not take action against the small families or forces that they are affiliated with. Otherwise, the two sides will retaliate and suppress each other, and before the winner is determined, they will be left alone. What's the point? But Fang Yu scoffed at this kind of tacit understanding. We are already enemies, so what's the point in doing such empty things? Anyone who dares to stand in his way will be eliminated. It's that simple. Fang Yu was not afraid of going to war with the Ji family at all. The next day, Fang Yu was sitting in the restaurant, enjoying the exquisite breakfast prepared for him by a whole team of chefs. Lung Han hurried in. It brought important news that Fang Yu had been paying attention to for a long time. Master, just as you expected, something has happened with Gao Jianmen. Song Chaoyu secretly sent someone to negotiate with the group that abducted Gao Jianmen. They are now planning to transfer Gao Jianmen, but they don't know the specific destination yet. Fang Yu stopped what he was doing. Really, there is a relationship between Song Chaoyu and Gao Jianmen, and it is related to Dongxing Group's plan to harm Fang Group, or to be more precise, the mastermind and planner behind the whole thing is Song Chaoyu. She wanted to use this incident to prepare in advance for her plan to take over the Fang family after taking control of the Song family. Fang Yu was speechless. Couldn't the author explain it clearly in the original text, regarding this line? There are almost no clear clues in the original book, all are hints. If Fang Yu had not discovered some clues at the dinner party, he might not have discovered this fact at all. As for why Song Chaoyu cleared out those reviewers but only left Gao Jianmen, Fang Yu had some guesses in his mind. Gao Jianmen must have some leverage over the other party. Wiping his mouth with the silk napkin beside him, Fang Yu ordered in a cold voice, "Tell the guards to stop them." Gao Jianmen, I want to live. Thanks to Ladei too for the little whip. I also thank all the readers for their support. The gifts are starting to pile up. It was fine before, but now it's too hard to type out the thanks one by one. I'm really frustrated. Hope you understand. Chapter 71 Interception Haicheng City, West District. On a remote path, the unremarkable, shabby white van was running at full speed towards an unknown destination. At some point, squeak, the driver slammed on the brakes and the van came to a sudden stop, leaving a noticeable mark on the ground with its tires. What's going on? A fierce-looking man with tattoos in the back seat banged his head hard against the front seat due to inertia. When he realized what was happening, he shouted angrily, "Why did you stop the car so suddenly?" The driver immediately explained, "Boss, something's wrong. There's a car blocking the road ahead." What? When Huaiqian heard this, he immediately opened the door angrily, called out to several of his younger brothers in the car, and got out of the car. It was only a few dozen meters away from them. A black Hummer was parked across the road, with two men sitting on the front of the car, smoking. Huaiqian felt something was wrong. He strode forward and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" A group of younger brothers gathered around him, and he looked very powerful. Ta slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, touched his buzz cut, sat in the car, and looked up at the group of people. "Leave the people in the trunk and you can leave." It turned out to be aimed at them. Huaiqian laughed in anger. The man in front of him was really too arrogant. Just two people wanted to rob people? It was a joke. He sneered, "You said you'd stay? Get out of here. Do you know who's in this car? Don't make a mistake." When Song Chaoyu came to ask for the person, Huaiqian was naturally unwilling. But Gao Jianmen still owed him a lot of money, so how could he let him go? But after the other party revealed his identity, he immediately became timid. Could he keep the person the Song family wanted? He looked impressive on the surface, but he was just a rat in the gutter. How could he be qualified to bargain with a wealthy family like the Song family? What's more, the other party also agreed to pay part of Gao Jianmen's debt. Huaiqian had long seen that Gao Jianmen was really penniless and could not come up with any money. It would be useless to continue to torture him or even kill him. It would be better to hand him over to Song Chaoyu and get some compensation. So how could he possibly agree when the guy in front of him wanted to kidnap someone? Huaiqian didn't think too much about it. He thought that these people, like him, had also lent money to Gao Jianmen. However, Tae was too lazy to argue with the other party. "I'll say it again, leave the person here and leave, otherwise we will take it ourselves." Arrogant. Tae's arrogant attitude made Huaiqian very unhappy. He walked forward with a grin, intending to teach him a lesson. Before he got into this business, he learned Sanda and was much stronger than ordinary people, but someone was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, Tai Chi jumped off the front of the car, came in front of Huaiqian at lightning speed, and punched He-Wen in the chest. Crack! The sound of broken bones was heard, and Huaiqian's tall body flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and lying on the ground wailing. "Boss, he!" A group of younger brothers nearby were horrified and roared in anger, but their bodies remained very still and did not move, as if they were fixed in place. I couldn't help swallowing. They knew Bossy's strength. It was no problem for him to beat several of them alone, but he was killed in one move. Tai Chi tilted his head, a half-smile on his face. "I want to take him away now, do you have any objections?" In their hearts, these little brothers roared angrily, "Who do you think we are?" But in reality, they all smiled flatteringly. "Please come in." Chapter 72 Shoot to Death. Tai Chi nodded with satisfaction, walked straight to the dilapidated van, and suddenly opened the trunk. Gao Jianmen was tied up with ropes at this moment, lying in the trunk, his face haggard, but he was sleeping very soundly, and even the noise outside did not wake him up. In the past few days, Gao Jianmen has suffered various tortures at the hands of Huaiqian and his spirit is on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, we were rescued in the end. Gao Jianmen knew that Song Chaoyu would definitely get him out, so she didn't dare let herself die. After all, if she died, the information about Song Chaoyu that he accidentally got hold of would be leaked out. He had already made arrangements in advance to ensure his survival in the worst-case scenario. Now, knowing that he was going to be sent to Song Chaoyu, Gao Jianmen's tired body and mind finally relaxed, and he fell into a rare deep sleep. A hint of resentment appeared on his face from time to time. That is the resentment towards Feng Yu. If it weren't for Feng Yu, he would have settled everything long ago and gone abroad to live a free and easy life under Song Chaoyu's arrangement. How could he end up in such a miserable state now? Gao Jianmen woke up in a daze and felt that he had slept very comfortably. After a quick feel, he found that the bumpy right of the car was no longer there. Are we there yet? Gao Jianmen opened his eyes, looked around, and found himself lying inside a spacious car. Right in front of yourself. Feng Yu looked at him expressionlessly. I must be dreaming. Gao Jianmen closed his eyes subconsciously. After a few seconds, he opened them again and saw Feng Yu's face again. Fine beads of cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Oh, Mr. Gao seems a little hot, even though the temperature isn't that high. Do you want me to open the window? Feng Yu asked with concern, a smiling expression on his face. No, I don't need it. Gao Jianmen stuttered and forced a smile. Master Feng, what the hell is going on? Gao Jianmen was already roaring wildly in his heart. He was almost in despair. Wasn't he being sent to Song Chaoyu? How could it fall into Feng Yu's hands? Oh, since it's not hot anymore, then answer a few questions. Feng Yu said calmly, what is your relationship with Song Chaoyu? Gao Jianmen was shocked. How did Feng Yu know this? But in a flash, Gao Jianmen had made up his mind and would never tell anyone even if he was beaten to death. Since Feng Yu asked about his relationship with Song Chaoyu, he probably already knew the role Song Chaoyu played in this matter. In other words, the two are enemies. Now that he has fallen into Feng Yu's hands, Song Chaoyu is his only lifeline. As long as he says nothing, the other party will definitely find a way to rescue him. Not if he confessed, he would no longer be of any use to Feng Yu, and Song Chaoyu would hate him to the core. By then, I will be dead. Mr. Feng, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Gao Jianmen forced a smile, trying to play dumb and get away with it. Feng Yu smiled. Sure enough, a smart man like Gao Jianmen figured out the key in an instant, so he chose to keep silent. But unfortunately, it's not up to you to decide whether to speak or not. Next second, Feng Yu raised his eyes slightly. The light in his pupils disappeared, leaving only the darkest darkness with immense coldness and majesty, like two black hole whirlpools. The spreading mental power instantly deprived Gao Jianmen of all consciousness. Gao Jianmen felt a darkness before his eyes and he suddenly fell into a daze. Feng Yu asked calmly, tell me, was Song Chaoyu behind the previous Dongqing district project? Yes. Do you have any evidence against Song Chaoyu? Yes. Gao Jianmen remained expressionless as he answered fluently, I secretly gave that information to someone I trusted. If anything happens to me, it will be disseminated. It is true. Feng Yu's eyes were deep. The situation was basically consistent with what he had guessed before. The Dongqing district project was all planned by Song Chaoyu. Her purpose was to inflict heavy damage on the Feng family so that she could swallow up the Feng family later. In the original book, Song Chaoyu teamed up with Chen Yi to destroy the Feng family. Song Chaoyu took away the Feng group, while Chen Yi took away the part of the Dongqing district project that belonged to the Feng family. Feng Yu looked at Gao Jianmen again and finally asked, who did you give the information to? Tell me their name and detailed address. Gao Jianmen confessed, my name is Zhang Huaiqian, and my address is number 34 Xinghe Road. He fell into a hypnotic state and had no consciousness, and confessed everything honestly. Very good. Feng Yu nodded and lifted the hypnosis skill. Gao Jianmen's body trembled, and then he woke up, his eyes uneasy. Mr. Feng, I really don't know what you were talking about, but Feng Yu's big hand had already covered down and hit Gao Jianmen directly on the head, and a terrifying force exploded. Bang! Gao Jianmen's eyes were filled with fear, his body twitched, and then he died. Feng Yu looked indifferent. If he hadn't been kept to lure out Song Chaoyu, would this guy really think he could survive until now? He was actually acting crazy and stupid in front of me. He deserved to die. He stared straight ahead, his face calm, and said, did you hear everything just now? Zhang Huaiqian, address, number 34 Xinghe Road. Get the things. As for the people, there's no need to keep them. Yes. Tie and Tiechi both responded respectfully. Before leaving, Tie couldn't help but ask, Mr. Feng, what about you? Feng Yu smiled and said, me? Of course I should be kind enough to help them get the person there. An hour later. A toy processing factory under the Song Group. Boom! A white van drove in from outside. The security guard at the door did not stop it at all. He just took a look at the license plate number and let it pass. It was obvious that he had already given instructions in advance. The van slowly stopped in front of a warehouse in the factory area. Soon, the door burst open. The white van drove directly into the warehouse. It was empty inside, with a tall and burly bodyguard guarding the door, and at the very end, there was a figure standing. She was wearing a long white dress and her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She has a slim and graceful figure, and just by looking at her back, you can tell how stunningly beautiful and charming her face is. But there was a lack of gentleness and softness in his back view, with a hint of sharpness and coldness. Song Chaoyu. Chapter 73. Sudden rise. She turned slowly, her calm eyes fixed on the passing vehicles. He was followed by a man in black combat uniform who looked like a personal bodyguard. This time, the taxi door was opened, and a man wearing a white hat that almost completely covered his face jumped out and said in a hoarse voice, "The person is here." The personal bodyguard beside Song Chaoyu came to the car and watched the man in the hat open the trunk, revealing the sack inside. The personal bodyguard directly picked up the sack. He quickly returned to his original position and placed the sack in front of Song Chaoyu. Song Chaoyu's gentle and cold voice rang out, "The money I promised you will be transferred later. You can leave now." From under the hat-covered face, a hoarse voice rang out again, "Don't you want to check the goods first?" The personal bodyguard untied the sack directly. His expression suddenly became serious. He quickened his movements and directly dragged Gao Jianmen out. Then, his expression changed drastically. "The person is dead." Song Chaoyu raised his head, expressionless. "What's going on? What I want should be alive. Because he deserves to die." The hoarseness was gone and the man pulled off his hat and threw it aside, revealing Fong Yu's handsome and resolute face. "Miss Song, it's been a long time since we last met. When you saw your fiancé, why didn't you even say hello? Why is it you?" Song Chaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. "Why can't it be me?" Fong Yu smiled and said, "I've been keeping an eye on Gao Jianmen. Look, the fish has finally taken the bait." A cold light flashed in Song Chaoyu's eyes. I was still careless. She didn't expect Fong Yu to be so perceptive. Not only did he notice the relationship between her and Gao Jianmen, but he also had been patiently waiting for Gao Jianmen, just waiting for him to take advantage of the opportunity. Song Chaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly and suddenly smiled faintly. "What does Mr. Fong know?" Fong Yu looked playful. "Maybe there are more than you think." "Oh?" Song Chaoyu said with interest, "That's really surprising, but I'm more curious, who gave you the courage to come here alone?" As soon as the words fell, the fully armed bodyguards surrounded him, and the personal bodyguard had his eyes fixed on Fong Yu. Fong Yu chuckled and said, "Why, Miss Song wants to kill me? If you really know so much, then you should know whether I dare to." The smile on Song Chaoyu's face faded. There was a hint of murderous intent left in his eyes. "Ha ha." Fong Yu suddenly laughed. "You asked me why I dared to come here alone? Of course it's because I'm strong enough." Crack! An extremely harsh sound burst out, and his right foot drew a half circle on the ground, and a small hole appeared directly on the spot. Then, the whole person rushed out like an arrow. The bodyguard only saw a flash before his eyes, and then someone grabbed his collar and threw him heavily to the side. Bang! The personal bodyguard crashed into the van, causing it to move sideways several feet. Due to the violent shock, he fainted instantly, and the next second Fong Yu put his left hand in his pocket. His right hand was already gently placed on Song Chaoyu's neck. "Just a little force and she can be killed in an instant." "What?" The bodyguard's pupils contracted before they reacted. They pulled out their guns and pointed them at Fong Yu, but found that his body was almost completely blocked by Song Chaoyu, so they had to put down their guns again. Fong Yu smiled and said, "Now, we can talk." Chapter 74. Recruitment? Threat. A trace of shock flashed through Song Chaoyu's heart. She has known Fong Yu for so long, but she never knew that Fong Yu had such skills. Now it seems that she may never really understand this man. "What do you want to talk about?" The threat of death was imminent, but Song Chaoyu still calmed down quickly. Fong Yu sighed in his heart. As expected of the villain boss in the book, his psychological quality is indeed far superior to that of ordinary people. Then, he said calmly, "I know who Gao Jianmen handed the information to, so you don't have to worry about your affairs being exposed. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies." "Oh, so you're helping me?" Song Jiayu raised his eyebrows. "So, what do you want to do?" Fong Yu smiled and said, "I want you." A hint of anger flashed across Song Chaoyu's eyes. "Ah, don't get me wrong," Fong Yu said casually, I want you to do something for me. Killing you is very simple, but it won't do me much good." "You want me to be your subordinate?" Song Chaoyu laughed when he heard this, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Why do you think I will agree? Do you think you have already won?" She waved her hand lightly behind her. Suddenly, the muzzles of the guns were pointed at the two men again in unison. "As long as I give the order, they will shoot without hesitation, whether I am here or not." Fong Yu glanced at the bodyguards and said, "Oh, it really seems like something you would do. Song Jiayu's eyes were cold. Don't talk as if you know me very well. In fact, I do know you very well. Fang Yu sighed. Whether it's you secretly controlling the Song family, or the real cause of Song Wufu's illness, he smiled and continued. Others may think that ambition and power are what drive you to do all this, but in fact, you don't care about those things at all. They are just a means to achieve your goals. Your real purpose is revenge. Song Jiayu's expression remained unchanged, but Fang Yu could sense that the other person's body trembled slightly. Fang Yu continued to speak to himself. Yes, you ought to seize power in order to seek revenge on the Han family in Xiacheng. Shut up. Song Jiayu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as cold as snow, but Fang Yu raised his lips slightly, put his mouth close to the other person's ear, and said word by word, the Han family tortured and humiliated your mother to death in front of you, and also kidnapped your sister, so you have to take revenge on them, in order to survive and protect the Song family. Song Wufu watched all this happen without doing anything. So in your eyes, he must die. The Han family is extremely powerful. If you want revenge, you must gain immense power. I told you to shut up. Song Jiayu's body was shaking and his eyes were red. The bodyguard was surprised. I in their hearts. Their young lady is always calm in the face of danger and can calm down quickly no matter what situation she faces. It was the first time they saw Song Jiayu like this. What on earth did the other party say? The evil spirit on Song Jiayu's body was almost condensed into substance. Why do you know all this? I've already told you, I know you very well. Fang Yu smiled playfully and said, be loyal to me, and I can help you get revenge. Killing Song Jiayu would only earn him some villain points, but if he could recruit the villain boss in the book for his own use, it would obviously be of greater help to him. No need. Song Jiayu's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she gritted her teeth and said, I will personally avenge the blood debt of that year. What if I know your sister's whereabouts? Fang Yu said lightly. It's time to give her the final blow. As soon as the words fell, Song Jiayu fell into a daze, and then even his breathing became a little rapid. What did you say, my sister? She is not dead yet? Back then, the Han family brutally killed her mother, so she subconsciously believed that her abducted sister was also dead, but Fang Yu actually said that he knew the whereabouts of his sister. Fang Yu said slowly, that's right, your sister is not dead yet. The person who was supposed to have attacked her felt pity for her and quietly left her at the door of an orphanage. She was eventually adopted by a kind-hearted person and changed her name. Her current name is Wei Ziyu. Fang Yu's mouth curled up slightly. That's right, Wei Ziyu was Song Jiayu's biological sister. Wei Ziyu was still young at the time, and the incident had a huge impact on her, so she lost her previous memory. After being adopted by Wei Xingyan, he has been living a simple life ever since. In the original book, after Chen Yi started a war against Song Jiayu, he was almost defeated by Song Jiayu at the beginning. During an operation against Chen Yi, Song Jiayu sent people to kidnap Wei Ziyu, only to discover that she was actually his own sister. Because of this relationship, Chen Yetzai had a chance to catch his breath. Song Jiayu had a dazed expression on his face. His sister was still alive, etc. Her eyes suddenly glared. This name seemed familiar. Wei Ziyu? Wasn't this the lover that Chen Yi had mentioned when he found her? Song Jiayu's eyebrows suddenly raised, and she shouted angrily, what did you do to my sister? Fang Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Your sister has a great singing talent, so she signed a contract with the entertainment company under the Fang Group. Don't worry, I have always sent people to protect her safety. Song Jiayu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Are you trying to use her to threaten me? Fang Yu said calmly, what if I say, this is a threat? What can you do, you? Song Jiayu was furious. When it came to her sister, she could no longer remain calm. Fang Yu's expression was indifferent. Then please make your choice, Miss Song. He had no intention of trying to persuade Song Jiayu, nor did he think that a simple move from him would make the other party sincerely convinced by him. In the original book, Wei Ziyu was almost the only ray of light in Song Jiayu's heart, who was immersed in revenge. As long as Wei Ziyu is in his hands, Song Jiayu will not dare to betray him. Otherwise, if it weren't for Wei Ziyu, facing the uncontrollable factor of Song Jiayu, Fang Yu would have killed him long ago. Song Jiayu was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. I promise. Bite. Host's villain value plus 1,500, protagonist's luck value minus 1,500. Thanks to Chanming Qingxia for the little whip. ***, thanks also to other big donors for their support. Update is here. The fourth update. Chapter 75, the plot is advanced friendly reminder, the protagonist's current villain value is 2,500, and Chenya's current luck value is 3,000. Fang Yu suddenly felt in a good mood, the villain value is gradually increasing. Now there are 2,500 villain points on hand, 1,500 of which come from Song Chaoyu. The possibility of cooperation between her and Chun Yi has been completely cut off, and 1,000 of them come from Mu Zi, who was captured before Song Jiaoyu took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Can I see my sister? She was a little excited, feeling that her life had found new meaning beyond revenge. Fang Yu glanced at her and said calmly, Miss Song, I hope you can first recognize your own position. As someone who wanted to kill me just a few minutes ago, isn't it a bit too much to immediately start making conditions now? As long as you make sufficient contributions, I will naturally reunite you with Wei Ziyu. By the way, let me tell you first, she is not in Haiqing City now, but is studying in a very safe place. So it's best not to let me know that you're conducting an investigation in secret. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that nothing unpleasant will happen. Song Chaoyu paused. Some of the little thoughts in my mind were immediately dispelled. If she really angered Fang Yu, she had no way of predicting what he would do. She didn't dare gamble on such a thing. So, Song Chaoyu said in a deep voice, what do you need me to do? Fang Yu said calmly, it's very simple. Just follow your original plan. The first step is to completely control the Song family. Those who deserve to die will die, right? He didn't intend to interfere too much with Song Chaoyu. Different people have different ways of controlling things. As the villain in the book, Song Chaoyu's abilities are unquestionable, and excessive intervention may lead to counterproductive effects. As long as Wei Ziyu is in his hands, she can't make any waves. Fang Yu turned and left, and a voice came from afar, send your personal bodyguard to the hospital first. Although I didn't kill him, if it takes too long, who knows? Song Chaoyu stood still, his expression constantly changing. After more than 10 seconds, he called on others to lift the bodyguard and drive him to the hospital. After Fang Yu left the warehouse, he returned to Yundian Villa a few hours later. At this moment, the Iron Guard had completed the mission and returned early. He came to Fang Yu and reported, Mr. Fang, the matter has been completed. The information has been obtained, very good. Fang Yu nodded and said, well done, put the things away. They might be useful later. By taking control of some of the information and evidence about Song Chaoyu in Gao Jianmen's hands, he could add another trump card to control Song Chaoyu. Fang Yu first went to the Nightmare Eye's workplace on the first floor to check and listen to the other party's report. Has there been any movement from Chun Yi in recent days? Fang Yu asked Dyson, the captain of the Nightmare Eye, in the room. After all, Chun Yi still has the aura of the protagonist, and he cannot be careless at all, otherwise he doesn't know when the other party will cause trouble to him. Dyson reported in a low voice, the target went out a few days ago and nearly got into a car accident. After that, he seemed so scared that he no longer dared to go out casually. He has been staying at the Zhao family and has bodyguards around him. Car accident? Fang Yu was stunned at first, then he burst out laughing. There is no doubt that it was Zhao Yang who took action. However, he failed in the end. It seems that it is unrealistic to kill the protagonist before the protagonist's halo is stripped away. Fang Yu ordered, continue to monitor the target, don't be careless. Chun Yi is now waiting for the medical skills exchange meeting, but he doesn't know that Fang Yu is also waiting. Fang Yu sneered, and the plot of this part in the book began to emerge in his mind. This medical exchange meeting ostensibly provides a platform for exchanging medical skills and seeking medical advice, but in reality, it is a screening and examination to filter out the real miracle doctors. Treating an important person, the important man is seriously ill and will not live long. He cannot withstand too much hardship, so he needs to be extremely cautious and find a doctor who can really cure the disease. In the original book, Chun Yi displayed his extraordinary medical skills at the medical skills exchange meeting, curing the chronic diseases of several important figures of large families in succession, and became famous. In the end, he was naturally chosen by the important man. With his medical skills, he cured the man's illness, became a guest of honor, and soared to fame from then on. With this identity, after Chun Yi, it can be said that he frequently pretends to be cool and gets slapped in the face, truly starting the invincible and cool writing mode. Fang Yu pondered. Originally, in the book, the medical skills exchange conference was supposed to be held later in the plot, not now. Could it be that because I robbed Chun Yi of too many opportunities, the plot has been brought forward? After a little thought, he understood, because I know the plot and have a system bug. The plot of the book has been distorted too much. Chen Yi did not have the chance to participate in many opportunities and plots that were supposed to unfold, as they were cut off in advance by Fang Yu, who had made preparations in advance. Originally, Chen Yi could have written a lot of stories just by picking up a girl, leading to a series of pretentious plots, but now, he is still a poor lonely man. The plot is broken and there is a gap in the middle. As the protagonist and the son of destiny, Chen Yi naturally cannot do nothing, so it is natural that the world will advance some of the plots that were originally scheduled to happen in the later period. It can be regarded as making up for the protagonist's previous losses. Thinking of this, Fang Yu couldn't help but reveal a somewhat strange smile. The medical exchange meeting will be held the day after tomorrow, and Chen Yi's luck value is still 3,000. Haha, he thought this was his chance, but he didn't expect that it was actually his death. He had already dug a pit, waiting for Chen Yi, the prey, to step into it. After instructing the Nightmare Eye to continue to closely monitor Chen Yi, Fang Yu stayed in the villa for lunch, then picked out a Rolls-Royce from his garage and headed to Fang's pharmaceutical company, a subsidiary of the Fang Group. He planned to go and see how Muzi's experiment was going. Last night, Lu Gang, the head of the Human Research Laboratory, contacted him and told him that there had been some progress. Fang Yu was very interested in Muzi's situation. In particular, he wanted to know whether the changes in Muzi could be transferred and replicated. Fang Yu cares very much about that incredible recovery ability. Chapter 76 Research Progress. A few hours later, Fang Yu's Rolls-Royce arrived at Fang's pharmaceutical company. As the chairman of the Fang Group, naturally everyone knew him. Fang Yu had a smooth journey and soon got on the elevator to the underground laboratory. Those whose level is not high enough are not qualified to enter. Almost all of Fang's pharmaceutical company's laboratories are built underground. This is partly for confidentiality and security. After all, these laboratories conduct confidential research, such as the development of new drugs and special research like that on Muzi. Moreover, the laboratory is built underground, which is less subject to external interference and facilitates the use of some sophisticated high-tech equipment. Drop. The elevator opens. The first thing that caught my eye was an empty hall. Countless researchers were walking back and forth in a hurry, holding various equipment and materials in their hands. When these people saw Fang Yu, they were slightly surprised, and then said respectfully, "Mr. Fang." Fang Yu just nodded slightly, then he glanced at his watch and frowned. Not long after, an old man in his 60s with a gloomy look hurried over. He was Lu Gang, the head of the Human Body Research Laboratory. His face was filled with excitement. "Mr. Fang, let me tell you, there has been progress in the research on the experimental subjects." Fang Yu interrupted him directly and said indifferently, 3 minutes. I've been waiting for you here for 3 minutes. If you do it again, pack up your things and get out of Fang Group. He doesn't like people who can't put their status and attitude in the right place. No matter how capable you are. Lu Gang's back was covered in cold sweat, and he quickly lowered his head and said, "Yes." Fang Yu glanced at him and said nothing more. "Lead the way. Just give them a few warnings. If they still don't appreciate it, just replace them. As long as you have money, there is no shortage of talents in this world." After what happened just now, Lu Gang's attitude suddenly became much more cautious, and he respectfully brought Fang Yu to their laboratory. Although it is called a laboratory, it is actually a small research base. Human body research is actually a very large concept, including various small categories, but without exception, those who can enter these jobs are experts and geniuses in their respective fields. Lu Gang brought Fang Yu to one of the rooms, where there was a huge cylindrical instrument made of tempered glass, filled with various liquids. Muzi was tied up with iron chains and placed inside. He was naked, his limbs had been removed, and he was struggling in pain in the liquid. Suddenly, Muzi in the container struggled violently, his face distorted, but the glass seemed to be soundproof, so no sound could be heard. Fang Yu frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Oh, this." Lu Gang said casually, "This guy's recovery speed is too incredible, so in order to prevent him from escaping, we will pour corrosive solution into the container every once in a while, so that he can never fully recover." Fang Yu nodded. This horrifying, chilling way of dealing with the situation didn't even register on his face. He had no mercy on the wood that was soaked in the container. A guy who wanted to kill himself ended up like this, which was just what he deserved. "There is nothing to sympathize with him," Fang Yu asked. "What about the research progress you mentioned?" Lu Gang's face was filled with excitement again. "Mr. Fang, come with me." As he spoke, he led Fang Yu to a huge display screen. With a few movements of his fingers, a picture appeared on it. It was a scan of the heart, and in the picture, you can clearly see that in the center of the heart, there is a mass of unidentified objects, Lu Gang explained. Look, Mr. Fong, this is what we discovered when we scanned the subject's heart. There's a mass of insect-like objects in the subject's heart. It's active and can secrete a special substance. It is this substance that gives the opponent's body such a terrifying recovery ability. Chapter 77 Barrier. Fong Yu's expression changed. Could this thing be the special insect that Muzi accidentally took as described in the book? Fong Yu's thoughts turned. Can this thing be taken out? If he could take out this special insect and swallow it himself, wouldn't he be able to copy all of Muzi's abilities? His heart began to beat violently. Liu Gang shook his head. Right now, it's very difficult. That thing has almost become one with the experimental subject. If we forcibly remove it, we'll probably just end up with a dead object that has no effect. Hearing this, Fong Yu was suddenly disappointed, but then, Lu Gang changed the subject. However, it is still possible to extract the secretions from the subject's heart. We have found a feasible method and hope to produce results in a short time. As long as you take that secretion, you can quickly recover from injuries and other abilities in a short period of time. Of course, its current effect is only reflected in the treatment of destructive injuries. Whether it is effective for malignant diseases remains to be tested. Lu Gang's words shocked Fong Yu. If we can extract that mysterious secretion and make a medicine, the effect will be surprising enough. Fong Yu guessed the mysterious secretion can not only heal wounds quickly, but also should have the effect of strengthening the physical body. After all, Muzi has transformed from an ordinary person into a monster with extremely terrifying strength and defense. The research work will continue. If you run out of funds, just ask me for approval. That's not a problem. Fong Yu waved his hand. I want to see the results as soon as possible. Lu Gang was very excited. Master Fong, leave it to me. For researchers like them, having sufficient research funds is the greatest happiness. What's more, having experimental subjects worthy of research on hand makes their life perfect. After learning about the research progress, Fong Yu did not leave in a hurry, but instead instructed, find me a room where I won't be disturbed. He planned to use up the villain points he had to increase his physical points. Soon. Liu Gang led Fong Yu to an empty laboratory. It was bare and without any decoration, but it met his needs. Okay, go get busy. Fong Yu waved his hand. Lu Gang left respectfully, and he strode into the room. Drop. The door closed automatically. Fong Yu silently said in his mind, System, use all the villain value to increase physical points. The system's mechanical voice sounded. The host currently has a total of 2,500 villain points, and can increase his physical fitness by up to 12 points. Do you confirm the addition? Fong Yu said without hesitation, yes. In an instant, huge amounts of energy descended from nothingness, transforming and enhancing Fong Yu's physical and mental strength. Click, click, click. It was as if a forging hammer was hitting Fong Yu, making his bones harder and his muscles tighter, and the illusory mental power in the mind also became more powerful. To Fong Yu's surprise, the icy energy in his dantian that could restore his strength and heal injuries actually increased a lot at some point. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes are bright as if burning fire. After a few seconds, the light in his eyes faded and Fong Yu clenched his fists. He suddenly had a strange feeling, as if he had touched some kind of barrier. Chapter 78 The exchange meeting begins. Fong Yu asked in his heart, System, what's going on? He had a vague feeling that if his physical fitness reached 100, some very drastic changes might occur. As expected, the system responded, when the host's physical fitness reaches 100 points, the body will undergo a qualitative change, and its strength will be greatly improved. It is indeed so. Fong Yu understood and couldn't help but start to look forward to it. His own physical fitness already has 92 points, and Chen Yi still has 3,000 points of luck. As long as he gets all of these luck points, his physical fitness will be enough to reach more than 100. Fong Yu had a premonition in his heart. That kind of improvement is probably even more terrifying than I imagined. After improving his physical points, he did not stay for long, refused the request of the pharmaceutical company president to lead a tour, and drove away quickly. The next time, Fong Yu focused his energy on digesting his strength and handling the affairs of the group, waiting patiently. Time flies. The Grand Medical Skills Exchange Conference covering the entire Linzhou area including Haiqing City has finally officially kicked off. Experts and scholars in the medical field rushed to participate, and many large families also received invitations. Fong Yu is the chairman of the Fong Group, and Fong Pharmaceutical is also a well-known company in the field of medicine and pharmaceuticals. So it was natural that he received an invitation. The venue is a huge auditorium in the city center, which can accommodate thousands of people and is more than enough to hold this exchange meeting. 9 o'clock in the morning, countless luxury cars drove into the venue in an endless stream. Waiters lined up in front of the stage. After carefully checking the invitation letters, they respectfully invited the guests into the venue. Pa Lunghan stepped forward and opened the car door. Fang Yu stepped out, straightened his body, and adjusted his suit slightly, looking calm. Help me park the car. Fang Yu casually threw the car keys to Lang Han. He walked towards the hall with steady steps. As soon as he reached the door, a joking voice sounded from the side. Hey, isn't this Mr. Fang? Fang Yu turned his head to look. I saw a young man about the same age as me standing behind me, with a slightly provocative look in his eyes. Ji Hongkai, the son of Ji Hong, the current patriarch of the Ji family, is the first heir to the family, just like Fang Yu before him. In the original book, due to their different tempers and family conflicts, Ji Hongkai and Mr. Fang have always been in a hostile relationship and look down on each other. Every time they meet, they have to make fun of each other. Fang Yu looked at him and said calmly, "Do you have the right to speak here? Asking your father to talk to me, you are not qualified." Ji Hongkai was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. This guy Fang Yu, does he think he is not qualified enough? This is simply outrageous. But Fang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. The two of them were no longer on the same level. No matter what she said to him, it would only lower her own status. Ji Hongkai stood there with a gloomy face and clenched fists. After a while, a middle-aged man with a majestic aura came over and said, "Hongkai, what happened?" It was the current head of the Ji family, Ji Hong. Ji Hongkai angrily recounted what had just happened, adding fuel to the fire. Fang Yu, that guy, is so arrogant. Ji Hong frowned slightly. Fang Yu? This guy has been very high profile recently, whether it's cleaning up the group's elders or dealing with the Zhao family. Speaking of the Zhao family, he thought of the time when he called Fang Yu, but the other party always refused to answer. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Let him be arrogant for now. After today, the Fang family may not be able to be arrogant anymore. Ji Hong's mood improved a lot, as if he had thought of something. Come on, let's go in. As he said that, he took Ji Hongkai into the auditorium. Fang Yu was strolling casually in the auditorium at this moment. Many people came forward respectfully to chat and flatter him, the new chairman, while he responded casually. Necessary courtesy and social interaction are still inevitable. Wow. Suddenly, noisy conversation was heard from somewhere in the auditorium, and more people gathered there. Fang Yu also looked over, his ears twitched slightly, and with his extraordinary hearing, he quickly figured out what was happening from the whispers of the crowd in the distance. I couldn't help but let a smile appear on the corner of my mouth. The show is about to begin, thanks to user portrait 435838818 for the little whip gift. I also thank other readers for their support. Update is here. Ahem. Today's update is a little less, you may not be able to notice, but I still admit it myself. ORZ, I will have less classes tomorrow, so I will try to write more to compensate you. Chapter 79, Silver Needle Acupuncture. Fang Yu strolled leisurely to where the crowd gathered, and saw everyone whispering and talking to each other. In the middle of the crowd, it was an old man dressed in luxurious clothes, sitting in a wheelchair, with his trousers rolled up, revealing his legs as skinny as deadwood. The old man looked at the confident and proud young man standing before him and said in a low voice, "Young man, my legs have been paralyzed for decades. I have no feeling in them. I have sought out many famous doctors, but they all said it was impossible to cure me. And you actually say you can cure me?" Chunyi smiled. "Oh, that's right, your leg. I can heal it." As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were in an uproar and the discussion became even louder. A glimmer of hope ignited in the old man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared and became calm. That he has been disappointed many times over the past few decades, so he understands even more clearly that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Those medical experts said that the disease could not be cured. Could this young man in front of me, who looked to be in his early 20s, really have the ability to do so? The probability is too low. Perhaps the most likely possibility is that the other party is young and frivolous, and does not know his place. He wants to become famous through this medical skills exchange meeting, so he takes a risky move, but he had longed to heal his legs for too long. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, try it too. The old man shook his head and said coldly, "My name is Lu Han, and I am the patriarch of the Lu family in Nanfu City. Young man, if you can cure my illness, you will definitely get the benefits." Chenyi smiled. He also did not mention the Zhao family behind him and his bigger backers, the Ji family first of all. the Lu family is indeed a powerful family in Nanfu City. Putting aside the Zhao family, it is almost impossible for the Ji family to help them. After all, if he had a grudge with the Lu family, it would mean that he had not cured Lu Han's illness, which meant that his medical skills were not that magical, and he would be of no value to the Ji family. On the other hand, Chen Yi is absolutely confident in his medical skills. There is no way he will fail, Lu Han said calmly. Young man, tell me how you want to cure my leg. Just tell me what equipment you need. I can get it no matter how much it costs. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, I don't need those things, I just need a few silver needles. As he spoke, he took out a wooden box he carried with him. Inside were silver needles sparkling with brilliant light. Silver needle? Lu Han frowned. He had looked for famous doctors everywhere and had naturally tried silver needle therapy, but it had no effect at all. However, since he had agreed to let the young man give it a try, as a patient, he couldn't say anything and could only try his best. Chen Yi touched it casually, then he saw 24 silver needles in his hand. The next moment, he squatted in front of Lu Han, turned over his palm, and shook it lightly. Suddenly, 12 of the 24 silver needles shot out, spread out in the air, and pierced into different positions of Lu Han's legs. What? The medical experts present were stunned. They had never seen this way of acupuncture before. Regardless of whether the other party's silver needle treatment is effective, the miraculous technique alone is enough to amaze people. Humph, just trying to be mysterious and grandstanding. Suddenly, a slightly discordant voice sounded. The speaker was a doctor with gray hair and round-framed glasses. He snorted coldly. When acupuncture with silver needles, not only must the acupuncture points be precise, but the depth and force of the insertion are also of paramount importance. Even a doctor who is proficient in this art must be extremely cautious every time he performs acupuncture, fearing the slightest mistake. This young man is actually performing acupuncture in mid-air, and 12 needles at a time. How can he guarantee accuracy? Pompous, arrogant, and nonsense. He grew angrier as he spoke. Even though Mr. Lu's legs have been paralyzed for a long time, there wouldn't be any harm even if the acupuncture was done incorrectly. But doing this will definitely have no effect. At last, he came to the conclusion with absolute certainty. The expert doctors present were originally marveling at the wonderful acupuncture technique, but after hearing this analysis and criticism, they all showed expressions of sudden enlightenment and looked at the speaker with awe. I wonder who this person is. The doctor with gray hair and round-framed glasses smiled faintly and said, My name is Lu Zhong. I'm the vice president and expert physician of the Nanfu City Second Hospital. I also happen to be proficient in acupuncture with silver needles. I once gave Mr. Lu acupuncture, but unfortunately, the condition of his legs was so serious that even if Hua Tuo were alive, he wouldn't be able to save him. It turned out to be Dr. Lu. Everyone present was immediately in awe. Many of them had heard of Lu Zhong's name, who was considered a leading figure in the medical community of Linzhou. Well known, many people stopped paying attention to Chen Yi and instead came forward to discuss and ask him about relevant medical issues. Lu Zhong gladly accepted and talked freely. His eyes glanced at Chen Yi inadvertently, full of hostility and disdain. He was a well-known expert doctor in the industry. He had personally given Mr. Lu silver needle treatment and used expensive medicines to treat his legs, but he was still helpless. He directly persuaded Lu Han to give up unrealistic ideas and accept reality, and now a kid who appeared out of nowhere actually boasted that he could cure Lu Han's leg right in front of him? How shameless, isn't this a slap in his face? Lu Xian was very angry, so he couldn't help but retort. At this moment, he enjoyed the respectful and humble eyes of the people around him, feeling proud and relaxed both physically and mentally. Not far away, Afan Yu saw everything and couldn't help but smile softly. Yanagi, isn't this the expert who was slapped in the face by Chen Yi in the book? He has some medical skills, but unfortunately he is narrow-minded and has a poor temperament. Chen Yi broke his temper on the spot, and he did a lot of weird things afterwards. In the end, he was not only expelled from the hospital, but also had a bad reputation and ended up miserably. A complete cannon fodder role. Afan Yu's eyes were deep. However, even though they are villains, they can often be useful. Just like the ancient emperors, they may not really be unaware that the confidants around them are treacherous and villainous, but they often turn a blind eye in order to use them to check and balance them. Chen Yi turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. With a serious expression, his fingers touched the tops of the 12 silver needles respectively, and no one else noticed. But in fact, Chen Yi had already injected the energy into his body through the silver needles. Immediately, he asked, Are your legs responding? Lu Han closed his eyes and sensed carefully, "It seems that I don't feel anything." The sarcasm in Lu Zhong's eyes became even stronger. Just as he was about to open his mouth to mock him, he only heard Lu Han excitedly shouting, "I feel it, I feel it." What? Everyone's eyes looked over. Chapter 80, complacent Lu Han said excitedly, "I feel my legs getting slightly warm, I really feel it." Lu Zhong's half-open mouth suddenly stopped to this. How is this possible? Chen Yi, however, remained calm, casting a contemptuous glance at the stunned expert doctors around him. "Everyone, from now on, please open your eyes and watch carefully." He just waved his right hand, and the remaining 12 silver needles in his hand flew out again and pierced different acupuncture points. Then, he either pressed, rubbed, or patted. Each movement was accompanied by the injection of a small amount of internal energy. Silver needles are actually just auxiliary. This energy is the basis of treatment. Liangqiu acupoint stimulates and opens up nerve connections. The knee point can promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, and dredge the leg meridians, and that special energy continues to warm and nourish, allowing the muscles and bones that have been dormant and atrophied for many years to stretch and become unobstructed. Again, Xinye's hand movements were so fast that they almost left after images, making it hard to keep up. The treatment lasted for nearly half an hour. He finally stopped and wiped the sweat from his head. He clapped his hands and laughed, "Mission accomplished." "Mr. Lu, why don't you get up and walk a few steps?" Lu Han was very excited. He supported himself on the armrest of the wheelchair and slowly stood up. At this moment, the attendant next to him subconsciously stepped forward to support him, but Lu Han pushed her away. "Get out of the way, no need to help me." Then, he actually stood up by his own strength, and took a few shaky steps forward extremely slowly. Lu Han's face was full of disbelief and his body was shaking. My legs, which had been completely paralyzed for decades, can actually walk again. The joy of being reborn. Normally, people with healthy limbs cannot feel it at all. The experts, professors, and guests who were watching were completely stunned. Cured? It actually cured. The whole process lasted less than half an hour, and Chen Yi actually cured Lu Han, whose legs had been completely paralyzed for decades. This is beyond the ability of medical science to describe. It's a miracle. On the side, Lu Zhong felt a burning pain on his face and could not believe what he saw. Those people who used to surround him, flattering him and asking for medical advice, disappeared quietly and were replaced by strange looks. Lu Zhong wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He was already screaming in his heart, "How was this possible? How is this possible? I've personally treated Lu Han's illness, and it's simply not something that can be cured with current medical technology." But no matter how angry and unwilling he was, he could not change the facts. Fang Yu watched all this, stretched out his hand to call Lin Han, who was beside him, and whispered a few instructions. This willow was still useful. Lu Han's face was already filled with gratitude. "May I ask your name, sir?" Chen Yi said calmly, "Chen Yi." Lu Han said solemnly, "Okay. From now on, Mr. Chen will be my benefactor, Lu Han. As long as you have any instructions, I will definitely follow them." Chen Yi waved his hand and said, "Mr. Lu, you're too polite." But he was actually very happy in his heart, especially when he felt the admiration and shock of the people around him. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. "That's right, this is the life you should have. Dr. Chen's medical skills are superb. It's really eye-opening." Suddenly, someone applauded and shouted. Chen Yi turned his head slightly complacently, intending to be humble, but when he saw who was speaking, his body suddenly froze. The person who spoke was actually Fang Yu. Chapter 81 Wei family. Fang Yu was clapping his hands with an expression of admiration on his face. When the onlookers saw that the eldest son of the Fang family took the lead, they immediately started applauding. Chen Yi's body trembled. A hint of fear subconsciously flashed across his eyes, whether it was the broken leg by the Iron Guard, Muzi's death, or the subsequent car accident and assassination. All of these planted a deep fear of Fang Yu in Chen Yi's heart. It can be said that he has never had a smooth journey since he met Fang Yu. However, Chen Yi quickly came to his senses. That's not right. This is a medical exchange meeting. Why should I be afraid of him? How dare he attack me in public? This is our home ground. Thinking of this, Chen Yi gradually gained confidence. He met Fang Yu's gaze without hesitation, with a stern demeanor. Today was the day for him to hold his head high and avenge his previous shame. Fang Yu smiled slightly, but did nothing. He casually walked to the side, pulled over a chair and sat down, watching indifferently. It's not the right time yet. How can the performance begin when all the actors haven't arrived yet? Because he cured Lu Han, Chen Yi became famous overnight. and many powerful people from big families came to join him. "Mr. Chen, help me take a look." Mr. Chen, and me, Chen Yu was full of vigor and shouted, "Everyone, come one by one." This medical exchange meeting was not a serious and formal meeting, but rather a casual one where everyone got to know each other, communicated, and sought medical treatment. Chen Yi undoubtedly became the focus of the entire auditorium. Countless expert doctors watched Chen Yi's treatment process with awe on their faces. When Chen Yi cured a person's chronic disease again, the people present couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It's simply amazing. Someone respectfully asked, "Where did Mr. Chen learn his lessons?" As soon as these words were spoken, the others looked over curiously, obviously very interested in this question. Chen Yi's medical skills are superb. Many of the techniques were completely unheard of and truly eye-opening for them. So, where did Chen Yi, who looks young, learn all this? Chen Yi didn't say anything, but Zhao Xinrui beside him took a big step forward, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Zhao Xinrui laughed and said, "Everyone, Chen Yi's master is none other than the legendary doctor who was famous in Linzhou back then." Yang went on. Most people present looked confused, only some of the older people's expressions changed, and dusty memories emerged, with a look of sudden realization on their faces. He was actually the disciple of Dr. Yang back then, no wonder. Yes, I'm afraid that he is the only one who can teach a disciple with such medical skills. I still remember the wonderful medical skills of Dr. Yang back then. Now that I think about it carefully, there are indeed similarities. Who is divine Dr. Yang? Some people who didn't know the situation back then felt confused and couldn't help but ask. After other people's explanations, I quickly understood. Yang went on. When he traveled to Linzhou, he was honored as a miracle doctor for his miraculous medical skills and became famous. Countless big families wanted to spend money to recruit him, but Yang Wenong disappeared and never appeared again. Some people around him exclaimed, "Mr. Chen has the demeanor of the great Dr. Yang back then. I'm afraid his future achievements will not be inferior to his." Chen Yi clasped his fists towards the people around him and said, "My master is indeed Yang Wenong, but with my limited medical skills, I really don't dare to compare with him. However, even though I'm not very skilled, I will definitely inherit my master's legacy, practice medicine to help the world, and heal illnesses and save lives." Even though he said that, but Chen Yi actually felt a little disapproving in his heart. His master was too old-fashioned. Although he had superb medical skills and was well known, he was not interested in fame and fortune. He even retired to the mountains at the peak of his career. Although Chen Yi was Yang Wentong's apprentice, he was also deeply loved by him, but their personalities are very different. Chen Yi doesn't like the boring life of cultivating his mind and practicing in the mountains. On the contrary, he likes women, money, and status. He longs to stand on the top and let everyone look at him with respect and remember his name. Mr. Chen is too modest. Yeah. Many people said this, and just then get out of the way. Loud shouts were heard and the crowd was roughly separated, surrounded by several bodyguards. A slim woman wearing denim shorts and a white slim-fitting t-shirt came over, her thighs as slender and smooth as jade pillars. As soon as Chen Yi looked over, he couldn't take his eyes off it. "What a beautiful lady," someone suddenly exclaimed. "Wei Zifen." Wei Zifen, everyone suddenly looked horrified. Wei Zifen, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Wei family? The Wei family is undoubtedly the largest family in Linzhou. Wei Tianhao, the current patriarch of the Wei family, was born in the Wei family of Xiacheng. He left the family and came to Linzhou to start his own business. With his status, ability and skills, he eventually created a foundation. Wei Tianhao stomped his feet. The whole Linzhou is shaking. Anyone who provokes the Wei family does not have to do anything themselves, as countless people will take advantage of the situation and add insult to injury until they are wiped out. Meet Miss Wei. Almost everyone lowered their heads and spoke in fear. Of Fang Yu's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, "Oh, he's here as expected." Compared to the awe and fear of others, Fang Yu still sat upright in his seat, looking at Wei Zifen with a calm expression. The Wei family is indeed powerful, but Wei Zifen is just a junior of the Wei family, while he is the current chairman and the person in power of the Fang group. He represents the Fang family externally, so the other party is not worth his attention. Chen Ye's heart trembled. This woman is actually the eldest daughter of the Wei family. Wei Zifen asked directly, "Your name is Chen Yi? Are you a disciple of the legendary Dr. Yang Wendong?" Chen Yi pretended to be indifferent. "That's right, very good." Wei Zifen said in a cold voice, "Come with me. I'll give you a chance now. If you can cure my father's illness, my Wei family can meet all your needs. If you can't cure him, you will die. Thanks to Kat for the little whip, thanks to Shelby for the little whip, thanks to Chanming Qingxia for the little whip, thanks also to other big donors for their support. 3 updates today. Maybe I'm a loser. You lying down, it's too hard. Since I said I'd update more but didn't, I'll make up for it later. Chapter 82 Arrival. Everyone couldn't help but whispered, there's something wrong with Wei Tianhao's health. That would be a big deal. If something happened to him, the entire Linzhou would be in turmoil. They suddenly understood that this medical exchange meeting might be held for this purpose. Those powerful people who treat patients are just observation objects to test the level of doctors on site. At this time, Chen Yi said calmly, Miss Wei, are you questioning my medical skills? There's no disease in this world that I can't cure. If you think I'm not capable enough, there's no need to come to me. Pretend to be arrogant on the surface, but in fact, I was already very excited. He took such a high-handed attitude just to gain more benefits for himself. Wei Zifen raised his eyebrows slightly, but he seemed to have thought of something, and the domineering aura on his body dissipated slightly. After all, he would still need Chen Yi next to. Moreover, the fact that the other party dares to be so arrogant is not a manifestation of his confidence in his own medical skills. Wei Zifen then became more polite and said with a smile, all right. Mr. Chen is indeed worthy of being the disciple of divine Dr. Yang. He is indeed confident. Then come with me. Facts speak louder than words. Chen Yi waved his hand and said calmly, but he agreed in between words. After all, the main reason he came to participate in today's medical exchange meeting was for the Wei family. How could he refuse? Zhao Xinruwei was right indeed. This medical skills exchange meeting was his opportunity. He seemed to have already seen himself curing Wei Tianhao and being treated as a guest of honor by the Wei family. With the support of the Wei family in the future, how many people would dare to provoke him, let alone Haiqing City and Linzhou? You can walk sideways, please. Wei Zifen gestured with his hand. Chen Yi smiled and looked at Feng Yu with a hint of pride. Since then, the shadow of the Feng family hanging over his head will completely disappear. Even the Feng family cannot match the Wei family's strength and status in Linzhou. But at this moment, Chen Yi noticed that Feng Yu stood up and walked towards him, and he immediately became alert. Subconsciously, I felt something was wrong. This guy seems to be persecuting himself again. Feng Yu said, Miss Wei, I'm very interested in Dr. Chen's medical skills. Could you please let me go with you? This Wei Zifen seemed a little hesitant. In her heart, she naturally didn't want anyone else to accompany her. After all, Wei Tianhao's illness was of great importance, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Just as she was hesitating, Feng Yu said, I once visited Uncle Wei with my father. Now that he's not feeling well, I should go and see him. Wei Zifen's expression changed. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Okay, since Mr. Feng is so kind and wants to visit my father, how can I refuse? Feng Yu's words were very beautiful, and after all, his status was there, so there was no reason to refuse. So after quick thought, Wei Zifen agreed. The other expert doctors were also itching to try the treatment after seeing this. They had just been impressed by Chen Yi's medical skills and wanted to see how he treated Wei Tianhao. Then someone tried to speak. Ms. Wei, can we also? But what greeted them was only Wei Zifen's cold gaze. Who do you think you are? Get out. Given Feng Yu's status, he could follow him, but who were these guys? Could anyone enter the Wei family? It's simply outrageous. These experts and professors were startled and hurriedly said embarrassedly, Sorry, Miss Wei, we are so abrupt. We will leave immediately. As they said this, they hurriedly slipped to the back of the crowd, not daring to stay in front of Wei Zifen, for fear that she would get angry and beat them up. Wei Zifen took a deep breath. Mr. Feng, Dr. Chen, please follow me. Feng Yu came up to Chen Yi, smiled kindly, and said, Let's go, Chen, the divine doctor. After saying that, he left leisurely. A hint of coldness flashed deep in Chen Yi's eyes. He could naturally hear the implicit sarcasm in Feng Yu's voice. Humph, I will cure Wei Tianhao's illness no matter what. With the help of the Wei family, I will become a big hit. So what if you follow me? Just wait, I will deal with the Feng family sooner or later. Thinking fiercely in his heart, Chen Yi took a step forward to catch up. Outside the auditorium, a huge helicopter was already parked outside. Under the leadership of Wei Zifen, several people boarded the helicopter and headed towards their destination. The flight was nearly 5 hours. The helicopter arrived at the Wei family manor on the outskirts of Donghe City, Linzhou. As the headquarters of the Wei family, it covers an area of dozens of acres, with forests and rockery everywhere. It is quiet, beautiful, deep, and profound. There were hundreds of servants alone, each with their own duties. The helicopter landed on the tarmac. Afterwards, everyone walked along the quiet path into the interior of the manor. The gardeners are busy in the huge courtyard at this moment, racking their brains to create an exquisite gardening landscape that is almost unimaginable for ordinary people, and is almost perfect, even though Wei Tianhao is the owner of this manor and usually doesn't bother to take a second look at it. They usually don't dare to slack off in the slightest. This is the mentality of the inferior when facing the superior. Don't dare to take any chances. Wei Zifen finally led Feng Yu and others to a luxurious villa. Although it is a villa, it can actually be seen as a small hospital. It has been specially renovated. Doctors and nurses are walking around in the corridors, carrying medicines or examination reports. A servant hurried to Wei Zifen. Mississippi. Wei Zifen asked, "How is my dad?" The servant replied quietly, "The patriarch just woke up." Wei Zifen nodded and said to the people behind him, "Follow me, my father is upstairs." They came to a room on the third floor. There was a white hospital bed, surrounded by various instruments. A middle-aged man with a sturdy build was leaning on the bed with a pale face. The head of the Wei family, Wei Tianhao. There are many doctors busy inside, constantly checking Wei Tianhao's condition, and he is treated like an emperor. As soon as Wei Zifen stepped into the room, he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, get out." Although the doctors present were confused about the situation, they did not dare to refute Wei Zifen's words and hurriedly left the room. The room suddenly became empty. "Dad, this is Chen Yi, Mr. Chen, the disciple of Yang Wenon, the famous miracle doctor in Linzhou back then." Wei Zifen introduced. Wei Tianhao had obviously received the relevant information and knew of Chen Yi's existence. He nodded reluctantly and said, "I'll trouble you, Dr. Chen, from now on." Chen Yi hurriedly said, "Mr. Wei, you're too polite. As a doctor, it's my job to treat patients." In front of Wei Tianhao, Chen Yi didn't dare to be arrogant at all. The other party's identity is not something he can compare to at the moment. It is no more difficult for Wei Tianhao to kill him than to crush an ant. As a protagonist, Chen Yi is confident and arrogant, but he can also judge the situation and know who to offend and who not to offend. Chapter 83 Liar. Wei Tianhao nodded immediately. His gaze shifted to Feng Yu. Feng Yu met that gaze and smiled faintly. "Uncle Wei, I am Feng Yu from the Feng family. We have met before. I heard that you were not feeling well, so I came to visit you." Wei Tianhao's voice was hoarse, unthoughtful. But after saying this, he began to cough violently and even coughed up blood. Then, he fainted. The sudden situation caught everyone off guard. Wei Zifen's expression suddenly changed. "Dad." As she spoke, she quickly turned to look at Chen Yi. "Mr. Chen, please take action." Chen Yi's expression also became serious. He did not dare to delay and quickly walked to Wei Tianhao, held his hand, and examined him carefully. After a moment, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wei has suffered serious internal injuries." Wei Zifen asked hurriedly, "Can it be cured?" Chen Yi stood up and said confidently, "No problem. Just leave Mr. Wei's condition to me." But Chen Yi paused for a moment and said, "I need an absolutely quiet environment. Everyone in the room must leave." As he spoke, he even glanced at Feng Yu deliberately. "Although I don't know why this guy came with me, I think he definitely has bad intentions, so I have to get Feng Yu away to prevent him from causing trouble, as it should be." Wei Zifen said, then looked at Feng Yu. "I'm sorry, Mr. Feng, let's leave and not disturb Mr. Chen." Feng Yu nodded slightly before leaving. He looked at Chen Yi deeply. How could he not understand the other party's little thoughts? Under Chen Yi's slightly provocative gaze, Feng Yu turned and left, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. I said silently in my heart, "The show is about to begin." The other medical staff had been driven away by Wei Zifen before. Now, with the two of them leaving, the entire room suddenly became empty, with only the slightly heavy breathing of Wei Tianhao remaining. Chen Yi took out his silver needle box, calm and composed. The internal energy condensed by the special medical skills he practiced was just the right one to treat internal injuries. This was simply an opportunity prepared for him by God. In fact, this idea is correct. As the protagonist of the book, this is exactly the opportunity the author has prepared for him. A smile appeared on Chen Yi's lips. "The starting point of your glorious life will begin here. The Wei family is by no means my end point, but a stepping stone for me. I will take this opportunity to jump into a bright future." He took out 24 silver needles from his wooden box, turned his palm over, and began to give acupuncture. Outside the room, Feng Yu and Wei Zifen had just walked out. Boom, boom, boom. A figure ran over from the end of the corridor. It was the expert doctor who had been slapped in the face by Qinyi before, Lu Zhong. Who are you? Wei Zifen looked at Lu Zhong, who was running over, and frowned and asked, how did you get in? Lu Zhong subconsciously glanced at Fang Yu next to him. Fang Yu's expression remained unchanged. Lu Zhong was naturally the one he had found. He said at the right moment, Miss Wei, how about you listen to what he has to say first? Wei Zifen said coldly, speak. Lu Zhong hurriedly said, Miss Wei, you can't let that Chen Yi treat Mr. Wei. He's a liar. Wei Zifen's expression turned cold. Asshole, didn't you see Mr. Chen curing those patients on the spot? Or, do you think we're all idiots? Lu Zhong shuddered with fear, but thinking of Fang Yu's instructions and promise, he gritted his teeth and said, Miss Wei, I gave acupuncture to old Lu not long ago. That guy was just lucky. He treated him randomly and happened to run into him. Wei Zifen raised his eyebrows coldly. Even if that's true, what about the others? Lu Zhong explained, the others were all shills colluding with Chen Yi. They were all acting. They got the news in advance. Nonsense. Wei Zifen was furious. What good would this do for him? To get a chance to treat my father? If his medical skills are really not good, wouldn't it be exposed immediately? This is ridiculous. Lu Zhong was anxious. That guy wants to harm Mr. Wei. Wei Zifen laughed in anger, and the more he spoke, the more outrageous it became. Get out of here now. You've disturbed Mr. Chen's treatment. Can you afford the consequences? Bodyguard, throw him out. Chapter 84 Xiantian Medical Classic. Physical fitness exceeds 100, yes. As soon as Wei Zifen's order was given, several bodyguards came forward and dragged Lu Zhong outside. While being dragged out the door, Lu Zhong was still yelling, Miss Wei, everything I said is true, you have to believe me. Wei Zifen's face was cold. Humph, jealous of talented people, this guy is not qualified to be a doctor. Let's get started. Fang Yu watched all this coldly, and quickly looked away. His expression was indifferent, and his mind had already probed into his storage space, looking at the skill plundering card that was flashing with light. Skill looting card. Loot any skill from the target and transform it into your own ability. Note, perfect level skills cannot be looted. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yu muttered silently, skill plunder card, use. A prompt sounded from the system. Please select a target. Chen Yi. Relevant information about Chen Yi emerged in Fang Yu's mind, confirming the target mission. Please select the plundering skill. Fang Yu said indifferently, plunder his medical skills. Skill plundering successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving mastery in the medical skill. Suddenly, Fang Yu felt a huge amount of information flowing into his mind, turning into his own memories and knowledge. At the same time, an invisible energy also descended from the void. It was the internal energy condensed by the special medical skills that Chen Yi practiced. This energy gathered and entered Fang Yu's dantian. Next second, this air seemed to be attracted by something and its speed suddenly increased. Its target was exactly the icy air that Fang Yu obtained from the jade disc in the stone chamber. The two energies suddenly mixed together and entangled with each other. What's going on? Just when Fang Yu was shocked, suddenly bite. It has been detected that the host's inheritance and the plundered skills are of the same lineage. They can be fused to complete the inheritance. Do you want to merge? Fang Yu's mind was stirred. There is such a good thing? Then there is definitely no need to choose, just merge. As soon as the words fell, the two groups of air that were originally entangled with each other but clearly separated suddenly merged together as if pushed by some force. Bite. Host obtains the skill medical skills, Xiantian Medical Classics, perfect level. In the original book, Chen Yi used the inherited energy in the jade disc to advance his medical skills to the perfect level. But now, Fang Yu used the mastery level medical skills plundered from Chen Yi to complete the inheritance in the stone-chambered medical skills Xiantian Medical Classics perfect level. At the same time, the internal energy that has become more powerful due to the fusion of the two is also pushing Fang Yu's physical points to continue to rise, 93, 94, 95, all the way to 100. Boom! Fang Yu felt as if his body was exploding. His skin, flesh, and bones made a crackling sound, like frying beans. He seemed to be able to vaguely sense a certain energy in the outside world, and every cell in his body was cheering and jumping. Fang Yu's body was like a tiny vortex, and began to pull these energies into his body. At first it was just a strand, but slowly it expanded into a bundle, like a gurgling stream, circulating back and forth in the meridians. This energy is different from the invisible energy, which mainly has the effect of healing and nourishing, but it is full of powerful, destructive power, so strong. Fang Yu was intoxicated in that feeling until his body felt saturated and the pull for energy stopped. A terrifying aura emanated from him. It's heart-wrenching. Wei Zifan and the two bodyguards beside him had already retreated to the side in horror. In their perception, it seemed that the person in front of them was not a human, but an extremely ferocious beast. Wei Zifan's face turned pale. What is this? Chapter 85, The Degree of Stripping of the Protagonist's Halo, 100%. At this time, Chen Yi in the room was inserting 24 silver needles into Wei Tianhao's body, transferring the internal energy into the silver needles, and Wei Tianhao was receiving treatment, but suddenly I felt a splitting headache. I couldn't help but let out a scream. Chen Yi fell directly to the ground, curled up into a ball, his body twitching violently. What's going on? His face was distorted, and it was not until more than 10 seconds later that he slowly struggled to stand up. At this moment, Chen Yi was stunned. The internal energy that I had cultivated over many years of practice was gone. His eyes almost popped out of his head. How could this be possible? Where was his internal energy? And then, he discovered an even more frightening fact. His brain was blank and he had completely forgotten all his medical knowledge. Extreme fear enveloped Chen Yi's heart. Medical skills are his greatest reliance. If he loses this, what is he? No. How is this possible? Chen Yi's face was distorted. How could his medical skills disappear? Wei Tianhao's face suddenly turned red and his breathing became rapid. Chen Yi suddenly panicked. His treatment had just reached a critical stage. If it were suddenly interrupted now, Wei Tianhao's condition would become even more serious. He is now in the Wei family's territory. If anything goes wrong, he will definitely be dead. Thinking frantically in his mind, Chen Yi suddenly looked towards the window next to him. He had almost lost the ability to think, and he actually left Wei Tianhao behind and rushed towards the window. He didn't have time to think about what was happening. I just know that if I don't leave now, it will be too late. Fortunately, his original physical fitness was still there, so jumping from the third floor was not a problem for Chen Yi at all. The aura on Fang Yu finally slowly dissipated. He let out a long sigh, glanced at Wei Zifan and his two bodyguards who were beside him with horrified faces, and was about to say something. Bang! Suddenly there was a sound of breaking glass in the room. Wei Zifan was stunned at first, then his face changed drastically, and he rushed into Wei Tianhao's ward with two bodyguards. She was stunned by what she saw. Wei Tianhao was lying alone on a hospital bed with silver needles stuck all over his body, and the window of the room was broken. Chen Yi ran away. Wei Zifan couldn't believe what he saw. She suddenly thought of what Lu Zhong had just said, and her heart trembled violently. Could it be true, Pa? At this time, someone patted the three of them on the shoulders. Wei Zifan and the two bodyguards turned their heads subconsciously, and then they saw a pair of dark eyes, which were like two whirlpools spinning, destroying their consciousness with ease. Bang, bang, bang. Three people fell to the ground one after another. The light appeared in Fang Yu's eyes again. He stepped over the three people and came in front of Wei Tianhao. At this moment, Wei Tianhao's injuries worsened due to the sudden interruption of treatment by Chen Yi, and he was obviously not going to live for more than a few days. However, with Fang Yu's perfect medical skills that surpass Chen Yi's at the moment, if he takes action in time, curing Wei Tianhao will be a piece of cake. Fang Yu thought about it, then he reached out and strangled Wei Tianhao's neck. Crack! The opponent's body stiffened, and then he lost all breath and no longer had any sign of life. Wei Tianhao, the big boss whose reputation shook Linzhou, died. Fang Yu looked indifferent. The benefits of saving Wei Tianhao are far less than his death given the Fang family's strength. Unless Wei Tianhao is willing to give up his position as the number one family in Linzhou, what else can he give? Moreover, Wei Tianhao has a domineering personality and will never allow any force in Linzhou to surpass the Wei family. In fact, he has long been wary of the Fang family, whose strength is growing, and if he died, there are a lot of things that can work. Fang Yu walked to the broken window with an expressionless face and looked into the distance. Ding! Host's villain value plus 1000. Protagonist's luck value minus 1000. Ding! Host's villain value plus 1000. Protagonist's luck value minus 1000. Ding! Host's villain value plus 1000. Protagonist's luck value minus 1000. Bite. Congratulations, host. Chen Ye's protagonist halo has been completely stripped away. The system prompt sounds rang continuously. Fang Yu was not surprised. The plunder of medical skills, coupled with the severing of the connection with the Wei family, was enough to completely plunder Chen Ye's remaining few 3,000 luck points, and now, Chen Yi is no longer the protagonist. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Fang Yu licked his lips, then jumped out of the window. Boom. The ground shook. Fang Yu's body had turned into a shadow and burst out, thanks to the little whip of a wild purebred key spirit. Thanks to all other big donors for their support. I hope all the readers will take a look at the advertisement and support Hamster. Chapter 86. Chen Yi, die. Now, Chen Yi had already fled to the edge of the Wei family manor, where bodyguards were patrolling everywhere. Strictly point one of them noticed Chen Yi rushing over and immediately shouted, "Stop, who are you?" Chen Yi arrived directly inside the manor by helicopter, so the guards at the outer gate naturally didn't recognize him. Chen Yi slowly stopped, his expression icy. "I'm the doctor Miss Wei hired to treat Mr. Wei. I need to run an urgent matter. If I delay Mr. Wei's treatment, can you afford the consequences? Get me a car." The bodyguards looked at each other. They had indeed heard that a doctor would come to treat Wei Tianhao today, so after thinking about it, they did not dare to waste time to confirm or ask for instructions, and directly prepared to release the vehicle. If they let a suspicious person go, the worst that could happen is that they could collude with each other and conceal the truth. But if it really delayed the treatment of the patriarch, their lives would definitely be gone. Soon, a car drove out. Chen Yi got into the car and sped away. He drove out of the Wei family manor and drove madly into the distance, his heart filled with panic. Only then did he begin to think about what would happen next. The Zhao family? The Ji family? No, you can't go to any of these places. In front of the Wei family, the Zhao family and the Ji family were simply unable to compete, and now that he had lost all his medical skills, he was of no value to them. Escape from Linzhou, or just go back to the mountains. Chen Yi's face was grim. How could he have ended up like this? He still couldn't understand why his medical skills disappeared inexplicably. Even the medical knowledge in his mind disappeared. If there really is someone who can do this, no, then perhaps they can no longer be called human, but rather the realm of gods. Chen Yi felt a little chilly. A fear hung over him like a thick cloud. Suddenly, Chen Yi was in a trance and almost lost control of the steering wheel. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time and braked the car. What's going on? Chen Ye's heart was pounding, and he felt as if he had lost something very important. He doesn't know. At this moment, his halo as the protagonist was officially stripped away, and he lost his identity as the son of destiny. Now he is just an ordinary person. The reason I was able to escape from the Wei family just now was because of the luck brought by the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, how could the bodyguards of Linzhou's #1 family act so lax? It was as if they had lost their minds. Chen Yi was about to start the car and flee, but his eyelids suddenly jumped, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. He instinctively pushed open the car door and rushed out, rolling on the ground in a mess. The next moment, a ferocious shadow loomed over the car, and a hand suddenly slapped down. Boom! The airwaves rolled, bursting out in all directions. The car seemed to be crushed by a huge truck. The body of the car collapsed with a loud bang, and the upper and lower roofs fitted together, turning it into a discus. Fang Yu let out a light exclamation. Ha! Their sense of danger is quite sharp. It seems that becoming a protagonist isn't just about having the protagonist's halo. These children of destiny must have their own unique qualities. Fang Yu glanced at his hands, as if he was seeing them for the first time. Abundant energy was circulating through his meridians, filled with explosive power. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, but Chen Yi, who was standing beside him, was terrified and said, "Fang Yu?" Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, "Oh, Dr. Chen hasn't cured Mr. Wei yet. Why did he leave first? This is not good." Chen Ye's face suddenly turned grim, and he roared, "You did it! My medical skills disappeared because of you, right? Who are you?" Fang Yu walked slowly towards Chen Yi. The terrifying pressure came with every step. He smiled faintly. "Who am I? I just want to kill you. I'm going to fight you." Chen Yi roared angrily and even acted as if he was going to rush forward and fight to the death. A trace of contempt flashed across Fang Yu's eyes. "You don't know your own limitations." However, unexpectedly the next second, Chen Yi turned around and ran away without hesitation. His madness and desperate attitude just now was just a disguise. Fight to the death? You must be joking. That's courting death. the flattened car had already made Chenye's heart tremble, and he completely lost the idea of resisting. This is not something I can fight against at all. Escape, you can only escape. The Way family manor is located in a remote suburb. At this moment, the two of them were on a small path. Not far away, below a small cliff, was a deep and turbulent river. As long as he could escape into the river, he would have a chance to escape because he was familiar with water. This is what Chenye thought. So, he used all his strength and ran madly towards the small cliff. In the face of life and death crisis, his mind was surprisingly calm. Chenye glanced back and found that Fang Yu was standing there quietly, as if waiting for him to escape. He was suddenly overjoyed. He didn't chase me? He was really too arrogant. I have a chance. Fang Yu, however, looked indifferent. Escape, where to escape? The next second, his aura suddenly changed. He stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched his fist, as if he was grasping the heaven and earth. Then, as if in a slow-motion movie, he threw a punch lightly in the air and nothing happened. There was no vision at all. It's like acting. But as Chenye was running dozens of meters away, his back suddenly felt concave, with a deep fist mark appearing on it. His body suddenly froze as if the pause button had been pressed. With disbelief in his eyes, he looked almost intact on the outside, but his internal organs, tendons, and vitality seemed to have been shattered by that punch. Bang. A few seconds later, his body fell to the ground like a sandbag, without any sound. Chenye, Fang Yu walked slowly to Chenye, staring at each other's corpses. Suddenly he muttered, I release my internal energy, condense my chi into a firmament, refine my chi like a thread, and can vaguely sense the boundless vitality between heaven and earth. Oh, if my physical fitness reaches 100 points, does that mean I've reached the state of a master? These words were not made up by Fang Yu casually, but came from the huge memory that just emerged out of thin air in his mind at the moment Chenye died. The book The Master Who Came Down the Mountain in the City has officially ended. Meanwhile, new books begin. Ding, the death of the protagonist of the book has been detected, triggering a new book. The title of the book is The Return of the God of War in the City. The system prompt sounded in my ears. The system interface appears. The strongest villain system host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 243.2 billion. Charm, 30 constitution, 100 skills, medical skills. Xintian medical canon, perfect, business management, proficient, fighting skills, proficient, hypnosis, advanced, cello, advanced, villain value, 3100. Current trigger book, The Return of the God of War in the City. Note, the host's current villain value is 3100. And the protagonist's current luck value is 30,000. Chapter 87. A new book opens, The Return of the God of War in the City. Fang Yu closed his eyes slightly. I began to sort out the current situation in my mind. The system said at the beginning that the world it was in was a combined world formed by the fusion of multiple novels. When he triggers and conquers a certain book, the characters in other books are actually also active at the same time. But under the control of the world's will, it is almost impossible for him to meet those people. Only when the book is officially triggered, will the characters including the protagonist come into view one after another, as if the world is covered by an invisible curtain, and now, the curtain is lifted. The performance officially begins. Fang Yu's gaze was leisurely and deep. The God of War Returns in the City has the same name format as the previous book. This is not a coincidence, but because these two books are indeed written by the same author, although there is no such close connection between the sequel and the previous work. It does take place in the same world and has the same worldview, but the focus of the story is different. In The Return of the God of War in the City, the protagonist Chu Feng was originally a descendant of the Chu family, a superfamily in Xiaocheng. However, because he was involved in the struggle for family inheritance rights, he was framed by his brothers and imprisoned. After this, Chu Feng, who was in prison, was secretly recruited to join the army in the northern border. Because of his own talent and ability, not only did his personal strength advance by leaps and bounds, but he also made many military achievements. In just 5 years, he became the famous and powerful God of War in the north, ranked as one of the 4 great border war gods. Not only does he command a large number of troops, but he also has many powerful generals under his command. After returning from his post after concealing his identity, he protected his wife and children, avenged his blood feud, and roamed the city. He can be regarded as a typical protagonist of the counterattack trend, and in these two books, there is one thing in common, that is, there is a villain named Fang Yu. Yes, I don't know if it was a spoof by the author, but Fang Yu, the eldest son of the Fang family, died once in both books. In this world composed of many books, the connection between the books, in addition to the same worldview, is the common villain Fang Yu. Fang Yu was a little speechless. How much resentment does this author have towards the name Fang Yu? But these things don't matter anymore anyway. I am destined to be a villain who kills the protagonist, no matter whether he is a common villain in these books or not. There is another more important point in this book. The author reveals the setting of martial arts, external strength, internal strength, state of transformation, and divine state. The hierarchy is clear and strict. As for external strength, most of the masters in the world are at this level. They only know how to use the strength of muscles and bones, and are not much different from ordinary people. As for internal strength, it is when one has already generated a sense of chi and knows how to use the strength within the body. There are very few people who can reach this level. They are invincible among ordinary people. If they reach the peak, they can only be killed by using hot weapons. The state of transformation is also known as the Grandmaster. Martial artists who have reached this realm have been reborn and are extraordinary, and are rare in the entire martial arts world. He can vaguely sense the infinite vital energy between heaven and earth, absorb it to form true energy in his body, condense the energy into gang, and refine the energy into silk. He can kill people from 100 meters away with terrifying methods. At this level, not only is he as fast as thunder and extremely maneuverable, he can also release his true energy to protect his body. If he remains cautious, he cannot be killed unless the army and heavy weapons are used. As for the higher divine realm, that is a legendary existence, beyond the world, illusory, and even unknown whether it really exists. Therefore, in this world, the Grandmaster of the transformation realm is almost invincible. Chapter 88. Shocked Fong Yu felt the terrifying power in his body and smiled. I am now a Grandmaster of the transformation realm. The special external energy he sensed when his physical fitness exceeded 100 was exactly the yuan qi of heaven and earth. And what was running in his meridians was the true essence transformed by absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. A master of the realm of transformation must be treated politely by even large conglomerates and big families, and is someone that all countries are vying to recruit. In the setting created by the author, this world does not have world-destroying weapons like nuclear bombs, and the overall level of technological weapons is much lower. Therefore, individual combat effectiveness is prominently demonstrated. Those who are powerful, whether they choose to become a guest official of a big family, a guard of a big man, or even join the army, will enjoy extremely high treatment and respected status, and reach the level of Grandmaster of Transformation. It is even comparable to the border god of war, because even the four great war gods, although their personal martial arts are already extraordinary and they are almost only one step away from being a Grandmaster, but this step is an insurmountable chasm. By the end of the book, there is only the protagonist, Chu Feng, the former god of war in the north, who breaks through to the Grandmaster level in the middle and late stages. Certainly, the god of war is better at deploying troops and commanding thousands of troops. Personal strength is not their best skill. Chu Feng's revenge and show-off in the book are mostly achieved by using his power to pressure others. The masters with names and surnames that appear in this book are almost all old men, and the few geniuses are basically middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s. Fong Yu was already a master of the transformation realm when he was in his early 20s. If the news gets out, it will definitely shock the entire martial arts world. Oh, is this what it feels like to use a cheat? Awesome! A hint of joy flashed through Fong Yu's heart. After gathering his thoughts, he pondered, I didn't expect that this was only the second book, but it was already an extremely difficult war novel. In front of Chu Feng, who had retired from the position of god of war in the north, he could no longer rely on the power of the Feng family to directly oppress him. He needed to think of other ways, unless the Feng family's influence can expand to be comparable to those big families in Xiaocheng. There is still a lot of time before Chu Feng officially leaves office and returns, so I can make a lot of preparations. Fong Yu's gaze shifted to Chun Yi, who was lying on the ground. Before that, there are still some things that need to be dealt with. I need to finish the previous book. Think of this. Fong Yu's figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. Chun Yi's body and the scrapped car were left in place, and he did not do anything with them. This is a reminder and deterrent, since the martial arts settings of this world have been completely opened up. Then if there is a smart person, he can infer a lot of things from this scene. It is impossible for anyone to guess that Fong Yu is a master of the transformation realm, but Chun Yi died at the hands of a master. Although Chun Yi is only a small character at present, behind him are the Zhao family and the Ji family. The implication behind this is enough to make people think deeply. If Fong Yu has no intention of revealing his identity as a Grandmaster of the transformation realm for the time being. This is his trump card, especially when dealing with the protagonist Chu Feng. It didn't take long for Fong Yu returned to the Wei family manor. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to be discovered. Come to the villa. Fong Yu bent his knees slightly and then jumped up to the third floor. The inside remained the same as before, with 2 bodyguards and Wei Ziffen sleeping on the ground. After all, there was no order from Wei Ziffen. No one dares to trespass here. Fang Yu walked to the door, pretending to have just entered, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! Wei Ziffen and his 2 bodyguards, who were sleeping on the ground, slowly woke up. Wei Ziffen was confused at first. Why did he faint? Oh, it seemed to be Fang Yu. At this moment, she felt her head buzzing, and she suddenly forgot everything about Fang Yu's advancement to the Grandmaster level and how she fainted on the ground. After being promoted to the Grandmaster of Transformation Realm, Fang Yu's mental strength also increased dramatically. The hypnosis skill is also easier to use. The effect is also more powerful. It can even plant psychological hints in the target's mind, hiding a certain memory so deeply that it's almost erased. Of course, this is limited to short-term memory, but the effect is terrifying enough. When he was hypnotizing the 3 people just now, Fang Yu had already planted the hint of erasing their memories in their minds. The snap of his fingers just now was both the awakening switch and the switch that triggered the hint. Wei Ziffen's eyes regained clarity, and his expression changed. Dad. The 2 bodyguards also rushed to Wei Tianhao and hurriedly checked the situation. Fang Yu walked over slowly, with a look of shock on his face, and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Tomato has a gift king competition. Everyone can support Hamster according to their own situation. It seems that readers can also get titles or something, ***, thanks to the little whip of, The Bitterness of Love, thanks to, A Wild Purebred Key Spirit, for the little whip, thanks to, Majuan, for the little whip, thanks to, Bloodstain, for the little whip. Thank you to all the supporters for your donations. I will update at least 3 times today. I had an exam and had a video chat with my family in the evening, so the update is a little late, please forgive me. Chapter 89, Shifting the Blame. The 2 bodyguards checked Wei Tianhao's heartbeat and pulse, and then looked at the straight line without fluctuations on the machine, and cold sweat couldn't help but drip down their faces. They turned back tremblingly. "Miss, the clan leader is dead, dead." Wei Ziffen was struck by lightning. Not at this time. Fang Yu stepped forward and carefully examined Wei Tianhao's body. Finally, he said pretentiously, "Miss Wei, I am quite interested in medicine, so I know a little bit about it." This acupuncture process must have been only halfway completed, which caused the blood and qi to surge up. Wei Ziffen's face darkened. "Is this the cause of my father's death?" Fang Yu shook his head, touched Wei Tianxiong's neck, and after a pause, said, "Uncle Wei was strangled to death." Wei Ziffen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but roar angrily, "Chen Yi! That bastard, damn thing, I must tear him into pieces." If Wei Tianhao's death was caused by silver needle treatment, it might be that Chen Yi made a mistake during the treatment, but the fact that Wei Tianhao's throat was strangled by someone showed that this was a premeditated assassination. Wei Ziffen's expression was icy as he ordered his 2 bodyguards, "Send out all your forces to hunt down Chen Yi. It's best to find him alive, but dead is fine too, yes." The 2 bodyguards left in a hurry. Soon, the entire Wei family started running like a huge machine. Wei Ziffen's heart was filled with regret. "I should have been more cautious about what Lu Zhong said just now. Wait, didn't that guy say before that this was premeditated? Maybe he knows something." Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and said to the phone, "Was there a person named Lu Zhong who was kicked out before? Bring him to me immediately. Also, contact Big Brother and ask him to come back quickly. In this situation, the Wei family needs him to take charge." Wei Ziki, Wei Ziffen's elder brother, Wei Tianhao's eldest son, and also the family's chosen heir. During the period when Wei Tianhao was seriously ill, he was mainly responsible for managing the Wei family's business, while Wei Ziffen was responsible for taking care of Wei Tianhao. At this moment, Wei Tianhao suddenly died unexpectedly. Someone must come back to take charge of the situation so that the Wei family will not be in chaos and will not be targeted by certain people. For example, Wei Ziffen glanced at Fang Yu silently, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Fang Yu looked grief-stricken and heartbroken, but who knew what he was thinking? Wei Tianhao had repeatedly expressed his fear of the Fang family because their influence was expanding too rapidly. It was thought that once Fang Yu, a well-known playboy, came to power, the Fang family would surely start to go downhill. However, unexpectedly, Fang Yu immediately eliminated the parasites in the group with lightning speed as soon as he came to power, and subsequently officially launched drastic reforms. The Fang family's development speed is increasing instead of decreasing. It was obvious that Fang Yu had been hiding and disguising himself before. This kind of scheming and cunning is really shocking. What's more, the Fang family has formed an alliance through marriage with the Song family, which can be said to be a powerful combination. Fang Yu looked up at Wei Ziffen. An interested smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With his perception, the other person's eye fluctuations could not escape his eyes at all. If she knew that Wei Tianhao died at her hands, I wonder what expression she would have. It will surely be interesting. Of course, he is not stupid. He would not expose himself for no reason unless it is necessary. Chapter 90, Planning in Advance. Boom boom. Cars drove out of the Wei family manor one after another to search for Chen Yi, and Lu Zhong was soon called back to the villa. Wei Zifen was sitting on the sofa on the first floor, while Lu Zhong was standing in front of her with a worried and uneasy look on her face. Fang Yu sat upright on the chair next to him. A look of leisure. Wei Zifen said in a low voice, "Tell me, what do you know?" Lu Zhong swallowed everything he said before was taught to him by Fang Yu's man, but he never expected that Wei Tianhao would actually die. He suddenly felt a little panicked, however. Fang Yu was still sitting beside him calmly, so Lu Zhong had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "I just happened to hear some things and don't know much, but I know that behind Chen Yi are Hai Qing's Zhao and Ji families. And I'm sure that guy is not a miracle doctor at all, but a complete swindler. Chen Yi's claim that he was a disciple of the legendary Dr. Yang Wenong is most likely just a fabrication." At this moment, someone hurried in from outside, bowed respectfully, and said, "Miss, after investigation, we found that Chen Yi had just borrowed a car on the pretext of an emergency and hurriedly fled the manor. Those bodyguards tried to conceal the facts to evade their responsibility and have been severely punished. The search for Chen Yi is still ongoing, but when we retrieved the surveillance footage, we found that the footage in the room and on certain sections of the road had been interfered with and could not be viewed. Humph, this must be Chen Yi's doing." Wei Zifen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Very good, Zhao family, Ji family." Wei Zifen no longer doubted Lu Zhong's words. Chen Yi escaped from the Wei family on his own, so the possibility that someone killed Wei Tianhao and kidnapped him was also denied. The facts are already before us and cannot be refuted. Wei Zifen calmed himself down and asked the person who came in, "Is the medical exchange meeting still going on?" "Yes, miss, the medical exchange meeting is not over yet." Wei Zifen waved his hand fiercely. "Have the security personnel at the venue arrest all the members of the Zhao and Ji families, and file a lawsuit with the Inspection Bureau for murder. In addition, completely suppress the Ji and Zhao families' businesses. Anyone who dares to obstruct will bear the wrath of our Wei family." Fang Yu, who was standing aside, had a playful smile on his face. "The Zhao family and the Ji family are finished. The Wei family is the Wei family after all, the undisputed number one family in Linzhou." The Wei family decided to suppress the two families comprehensively, and they were doomed to be wiped out. The only ending for the important figures of the Zhao and Ji families was to die suddenly in prison. As for the other members, they were pushed down by everyone and even their family was gone. How could they have a good ending? The Wei family did not intend to give the Zhao and Ji families a chance to explain themselves. They can cry out for justice, but no one will listen. As long as the Wei family confirms the facts, there will be no suspense about the final outcome. Fang Yu's gaze was deep. This world is more cruel and bloody than where he originally came from. It is not uncommon for small families to be massacred by large families. The weak can only survive as humbly as ants, and at some point they will be trampled to death and turned into the dust of history. The way the Wei family handled the situation was already mild enough because they were concerned about their own image. Fortunately, whether in terms of power or strength, I am among the top. Fang Yu sighed leisurely, then he said goodbye to Wei Zifen directly. "Miss Wei, I'm sorry. I'm deeply saddened by what happened, but it's time for me to leave." Wei Zifen stood up and nodded. "Please do as you please, Mr. Feng. I won't see you off." After this happened, she was no longer in the mood to continue receiving Fang Yu. Fang Yu walked out of the villa. When he arrived at the tarmac and planned to leave by helicopter, suddenly, a shout came from behind him. "Mr. Feng." Lu Zhong ran over hurriedly, looking panicked. He was resentful because he was slapped in the face by Chen Yi in public before, so when Fang Yu asked someone to contact him later, although he didn't know what grudge the two had, he still slandered Chen Yi according to what Fang Yu said. However, now that his mind was clear, he felt a chill in his heart. He knew Lu Han's legs best. The healing of his legs had nothing to do with him, so Chen Yi did possess superb mysterious medical skills, but Wei Tianhao died in the end. Lu Zhong's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a certain thought popped into his mind. Could it be? He shuddered suddenly and dared not think about it anymore. This time, Fang Yu said calmly, "Well done, you don't have to worry about what happens next." After hearing this, Lu Zhong felt a little relieved. He couldn't help but ask, "Then Mr. Fang, what are the conditions we agreed on before?" Fang Yu glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, I'll give you what I deserve." "Do you think I'll break the contract?" Lu Xian was delighted and said humbly, "Of course I wouldn't dare. Mr. Fang is such a person, how could he lie to me? Why think so much?" If the sky falls, Fang Yu will hold it up. Thinking of the benefits Fang Yu promised him, his heart suddenly became hot. Fang Yu turned around and boarded the helicopter, then indifferently told the pilot, "Let's go." The helicopter took off with Aurora. Fang Yu looked down and found Lu Zhongjing standing on the ground, watching him leave respectfully. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Zhong must not be kept. He knows too much. His existence itself is a handle. Unlike villains of Song Chaoyu's level, this kind of villain can indeed be useful, but that's all. On the helicopter of Fang Yu contacted Tai Yi and ordered calmly, "All of you go to Quanyang City, Yenzhou immediately, find a woman named Su Yun, and then secretly monitor her. If there's any unusual movement, tell me." Su Yun, the heroine of the book The Return of the God of War in the City, is the wife of the god of war Chufeng. She was born in a small family and married him before he was framed and imprisoned. Later, she was kicked out of the Chu family because of Chu Feng's affairs. Su Yun, who was already several months pregnant, had to return to her mother's home, the small family she originally belonged to, but she suffered exclusion and injustice. Some were jealous of Su Yun marrying into a wealthy family, and were naturally gloating when they saw her fall from the clouds. Others were afraid that Su Yun would implicate the family and bring about revenge from the Chu family. For 5 years, Su Yun suffered humiliation and raised Chu Feng's child with great difficulty, waiting for Chu Feng's return. Quite a cliché tactic. Of course, whether the plot is cliched or not is not something Fang Yu should be concerned about. What he cared about was the important position Su Yun occupied in the book. So from the beginning, he must keep Su Yun and her son under his strict control. Chapter 91. The Fisherman Benefits. A few hours later, Fang Yu returned to Yundian Villa. He did not go back to the medical skills exchange meeting because the situation there was no longer a foregone conclusion. The Zhao family and the Ji family are destined to perish. When Fang Yu arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the villa, a beautiful figure was already sitting on the sofa, and it seemed that she had been waiting for some time. Song Dynasty reign of Fang Yu was not at all surprised by the other party's arrival, because he was the one who called Song Chaoyu. Fang Yu casually took off his coat, put it aside, and sat down on the sofa. "Oh, you're here so early?" "Just arrived." Song Chaoyu spoke briefly and coldly. "What exactly did you ask me to do?" "Don't worry." Before that, Fang Yu tugged at his tie and smiled. "Could you make me a cup of tea first? I'm a little thirsty." Song Chaoyu's eyes flashed with anger, but thinking that Wei Ziyu was still in Fang Yu's hands, he had to suppress the anger in his heart, stood up and asked, "Where is the tea?" Fang Yu stretched out his finger lazily. "The second layer in the corner cabinet." Not long. A pot of hot tea was brought up, and the fragrance filled the air. Song Chaoyu poured Fang Yu a glass. Fang Yu took a sip and praised with a faint smile. Not bad." I don't know if he was saying that the tea was good, or that Song Chaoyu's attitude was good, or maybe both. Gently picking up the teapot, Fang Yu poured a cup for Song Chaoyu as well. "Miss Song, you too." Song Chaoyu was a little annoyed. "Thank you." Fang Yu took another sip of tea and said leisurely, "The Zhao family and the Ji family will soon be finished." Song Chaoyu paused, his eyes filled with surprise. "What's going on?" Fang Yu's sudden words did contain a lot of information. Wei Tianhao is dead. Fang Yu didn't explain much, but said calmly, "You'll get the details soon, so there's no need to ask too much. You need to be prepared. We'll need your Song family when the time comes." "You want us?" Song Chaoyu pondered for a moment. "Take this opportunity to swallow up the Zhao and Ji family's assets?" Fang Yu smiled and said, "It's nice to talk to smart people." "That's right, there aren't many such opportunities." Song Chaoyu raised her eyebrows and said, "Won't this anger the Wei family?" Fang Yu sneered, "The Wei family?" Even though a lean camel is bigger than a horse, the fall of Wei Tianhao, the towering tree that supported the Wei family, is enough to cause them chaos for a while. How could they have the energy to reach out here? A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. If the Wei family really doesn't know what's good for them, he didn't say the rest of the words, but silently said in his heart, "Wei Tianhao can die, and so can others." Even though Fang Yu hadn't said the rest of the sentence, Song Jiaoyu still felt a slight chill run down her spine. Was this really the Fang Yu she knew before? He felt completely different. Fang Yu finally said, "Don't worry about these. Just do your own thing." Song Jiaoyu pursed her lips and asked, "What about my sister?" Whenever Wei Ziyu was mentioned, she was no longer the cold and majestic queen of revenge who didn't care about anything, but became cautious and prudent. Fang Yu didn't scold him this time. Instead, he thought about it and replied, "Okay." After the Song family helps the Fong family merge and integrate the Zhao and Ji family's businesses, I will arrange a meeting between you two. Real? A rare hint of excitement flashed across Song Chaoyu's eyes. Do I need to lie to you? Fong Yu said calmly, go and prepare. Whether you can see your sister depends on your performance. Song Chaoyu remained silent, immediately stood up and left Yundian Villa. Fong Yu sat in his original position, tapping his fingers lightly on his knees, lost in thought. Chapter 92. After careful consideration, the next few days. A major earthquake struck the entire Linzhou area. The patriarch of the Wei family, the largest family in Linzhou, was declared dead. Moreover, he was assassinated in the Wei family villa. The murderer was confirmed to be Chen Yi, who showed off his skills at a medical exchange meeting and was then invited by the Wei family to treat Wei Tianhao. Even the Zhao family and the Ji family were involved. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that both families were finished, and in Haiqing City, a shocking thing happened. Song Guofu, the current patriarch of the Song family, died in the hospital due to a recurrence of his long-standing illness. Although shocked, everyone was not too surprised. After all, it is no secret that Song Guofu was in poor health, which can be seen from the fact that the Song and Fong families are anxious to form an alliance. After Song Guofu's death, Song Chaoyu, his only daughter, unsurprisingly took over control of the Song family. Then he joined forces with the Fong family and suddenly launched a crazy harvest of the Zhao family and the Ji family's damaged industries. The operation made everyone drop their jaws, the speed, so fast that no one could react. In a short period of time, all of the Zhao family's assets and nearly 90% of the Ji family's assets were taken over by the Fong group. The strength of the Fong group skyrocketed in a short period of time. While everyone was shocked, they were all waiting for the reaction from the Wei family. After all, the actions of the Fong and Song families were clearly aimed at undermining the Wei family. Fong Group headquarters, Chairman's office of Fong Yu was dealing with the matter of merging the Zhao and Ji industries. This time, a phone call came in. Fong Yu looked at the number and his expression changed. Sure enough, it's here. He reached out and picked it up. Hello. I'm Wei Ziki. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Fong Yu smiled faintly. Oh, so you are the new patriarch of the Wei family. I wonder if you have any advice for me? I was surprised when you called me, Mr. Fong. Stop talking such meaningless nonsense. Wei Ziki interrupted Fong Yu bluntly. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Our Wei family spent a lot of money to defeat the Zhao and Ji families, and you just took all the fruits away? Don't you think this is a bit too much? Fong Yu leaned back and crossed his legs. Excessive? How is it excessive? Are all the assets of the Zhao and Ji families labeled as your Wei family? It is your right to attack the two companies' industries, but it is my right to annex them. It is only natural and just. Wei Ziki felt a surge of anger in his heart. I have never seen such a shameless person who can justify his robbery-like behavior so confidently. Originally, after Wei Tianhao's death, the Wei family needed to defeat the Zhao family and the Ji family to intimidate other families, to show that the Wei family was still strong enough even without Wei Tianhao, but Fong Yu intervened and made everything a mess. The Wei family is becoming a laughingstock. Wei Ziki said coldly. Mr. Fong, your words are far-fetched. In short, the Fong group must pay the Wei family equal compensation. Fong Zhao laughed. Are you kidding, Chief Wei? How can you spit out something you've eaten? And I need to emphasize that I hate it when someone interrupts me while I'm speaking, no matter who it is. Fong Yu said calmly, if Patriarch Wei can apologize to me, compensation is not out of the question. Wei Ziki took a deep breath and said calmly, okay, I apologize for my rudeness just now. He is different from his father Wei Tianhao. Wei Tianhao is notoriously domineering and never gives in, while Wei Ziki pays more attention to practical interests. If Fong Yu is given this face and allowed to step down, and can get compensation, he will be very happy that he actually apologized, Fong Yu said with interest. Since President Wei has apologized, I will also keep my promise and consider the issue of compensation. Wei Ziki was about to speak, then he heard Fong Yu on the other end of the phone say indifferently, after careful consideration, I have decided to refuse to compensate the Wei family. Thanks to a wild purebred key spirit, for the two little whips, thanks to the master for the little whip, thanks to the little whip of the bitterness of love. I would also like to thank the other big names who gave rewards and all the readers who supported this book. Chapter 93. Wei Ziki is scared. Wei Ziki was slightly stunned, and then he became completely angry. Are you kidding me? Oh, really? If you say so, then so be it. Fong Yu said lazily, I just said I'd consider the issue of compensation. but I never guaranteed the outcome of that consideration. On the other side of the phone, Wei Ziqi's face was as black as coal. Boss Fong, have you made up your mind to become an enemy of our Wei family? If Wei Ziqi had not been forced to do so, he would not be willing to be hostile to the Fong family. After all, the Fong family was stronger than the Zhao and Ji families. What's more, the Fong family had almost completely absorbed the power and industries of the two families, and its strength had skyrocketed, making it even more difficult to deal with. Dealing with the impact of Wei Tianhao's death was already enough to give him a headache, so naturally he didn't want to confront the Fong family again. But this matter concerns the Wei family's reputation. If they keep silent and allow the Fong family to swallow up all the assets, how will outsiders view them? Wouldn't everyone think they could ride on the Wei family's coattails in the future? Fong Yu chuckled. I have no intention of starting a war with the Wei family, but if the Wei family continues to be relentless, I am willing to fight them. Wei Ziqi wanted to vomit blood. I won't give in? Do you have any shame? At this time, Fong Yu suddenly said meaningfully, also, I believe you, the Wei family, are well aware of Chinya's fate. I hope you won't destroy yourselves. Having said that, he hung up the phone. Wei Ziqi heard the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, but he was not angry, but his expression was stern. Fong Yu, why did he mention Chen Yi? The Wei family dispatched a large number of people to search for Chen Yi, and naturally found Chen Yi's body on a small road near the small cliff. There are also experts in the Wei family. After checking Chen Yi's injuries, he looked solemn and told Wei Ziqi only 4 words, Grandmaster of the Realm of Transformation. These 4 simple words shocked Wei Ziqi to his core. A Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, in front of such an existence, even the Wei family of Xiaocheng would have to be cautious, let alone their Wei family of Linzhou. Fortunately, the mysterious master seemed to be on the opposite side of Chen Yi and the forces behind him, so the Wei family suppressed the Zhao family and the Ji family without any scruples until they were defeated. Wei Ziqi gradually put this matter behind him, but at this moment it was brought up again by Fong Yu. Could it be that the mysterious martial arts master is related to the Fong family? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Wei Ziqi was frightened. The original idea of putting pressure on the Fong family suddenly disappeared. In front of a master of the transformation realm, what does the so-called number 1 family in Linzhou? Count 4, he doesn't dare to gamble with the entire Wei family. After hanging up the phone, Fong Yu chuckled. It goes without saying that Wei Ziqi on the other end of the phone must have been terrified and would not dare to have any thoughts about the other party's family anymore. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and then Leng Han walked in from outside. Master, your itinerary has been arranged. Fong Yu nodded, stood up and said, let's go. He planned to meet Wei Ziyu. After all, he had promised Song Chaoyu that he would let her meet his sister after resolving the issues with the Zhao and Ji families. One should never break a promise. Of course, he has actually done a lot of things to break his promises, but who makes him a villain? Whether he keeps his promise depends entirely on his mood and whether it is beneficial to him. A special car has already been prepared downstairs at the group headquarters. After they sat down, the car started slowly. Fong Yu asked Leng Han, how is Wei Ziyu doing recently? Leng Han replied, Miss Wei is currently studying singing and acting skills at Fenghuang Entertainment, a subsidiary of the group. She's very talented and is said to be making rapid progress. Hearing this, Fong Yu nodded and said nothing more. Chapter 94 Fenghuang Entertainment Company. It is a subsidiary of Fong Group, but the company address is not in Haiqing City, but in Ningqing, Linzhou. In a performance hall on the upper floors of the company, the staff are hurriedly debugging the equipment and setting up the stage because a simulated concert is about to take place here. Although there is no one in the audience seats, in order to perfectly restore the effect, everything must be exactly the same as when the concert is officially held. Soon, the arrangement was completed. A man wearing a hat and black framed glasses stood in the audience, directing everything. Wu Wentao, Chief Program Director of Fenghuang Entertainment Company. The arrangement, selection, and scheduling of all programs must go through his hands. It can be said that he holds great power and his position in the company is second only to the president. Okay, let's get started. Wu Wentao shouted. Then, the accompaniment sounded, the curtain opened, and Wei Ziyu, dressed in a gorgeous dress, walked out from behind the curtain. Hello, dear audience friends. Wei Ziyu greeted everyone naturally with a smile on her face. Without any stage fright or nervousness, she held the microphone and sang along with the accompaniment. The singing is clear and loud, melodious and pleasant, accompanied by flawless body movements and emotional expression. It is simply perfect. The future singing queen who will be popular all over the country, already revealed. Good, very good. After the song was over, Wu Wentao cheered loudly. There was excitement in his eyes. With Wei Ziyu's level, he didn't believe that she wouldn't become famous after just a few public performances. Thinking in my heart that he walked directly onto the stage, approached Wei Ziyu, and said with a smile, "You performed very well. This simulated concert was perfect." Wei Ziyu said modestly, "It all depends on everyone's careful guidance. Let's go have a drink and have a celebration party to celebrate." Wu Wentao said meaningfully, "Your first public concert will be scheduled soon. It will be a grand spectacle, and it's sure to be a huge hit." As he said this, he quietly tried to pull Wei Ziyu's hand. There was a glimmer of greed in his eyes, but Wei Ziyu retracted her hand, stepped back a few steps, and said, "Director Wu, that's not necessary. I have study and practice arrangements tonight." Wu Wentao's face looked a little ugly. I hinted so clearly, but I didn't expect Wei Ziyu to be so ungrateful. I in Fenghuang Entertainment Company, many movie stars and singers have had affairs with Wu Wentao. Some of them were seduced by Wu Wentao using conditions, while others voluntarily climbed into his bed for the sake of benefits. Wu Wentao's expression turned cold. "Ms. Wei, preparations for your first concert are about to begin. Don't let yourself get hurt." There was a hidden threat in the words, and none of the photographers or stagehands dared to say a word. After all, Wu Wentao could fire them with just one word. They all have their own families and a lot of things to consider, so they naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to do anything heroic. Only a girl around Wei Ziyu's age stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "Director Wu, that's not what Wei Ziyu meant." "What does that mean?" A sarcastic voice sounded from the side, and, "You Hui, do you have any right to speak here, you?" Yu Hui's body froze. The woman who was speaking was called Zhang Linghua. She was a pretty woman who wore heavy makeup. She spent all day trying to please Wu Wentao and had been seen many times entering and leaving hotels with Wu Wentao. He is a popular figure around Wu Wentao. She continued arrogantly, "Wei Ziyu, you don't even give Director Wu face? You're so bold." Wei Ziyu pursed her lips and said, "Director Wu, I just want to spend more time studying and practicing." Wu Wentao glanced at Wei Ziyu coldly. "Since you're so hard-working, as the program's chief director, I naturally have to support you. So, let's postpone your latest concert. I'll give you plenty of time to study and train." A smug and sarcastic smile appeared on Zhang Linghua's lips. She has always been jealous of Wei Ziyu, a talented person with both good looks and abilities. Why, she tried her best to please Wu Wentao, but now she is still a little-known star, while Wei Ziyu is almost destined to have a bright future. This made Zhang Linghua extremely unhappy with Wei Ziyu. Thinking in her heart, she leaned closer to Wu Wentao next to her and said with a charming smile, "Director Wu, ignore this ungrateful guy. How about I go for a drink with you?" Wu Wentao looked at Zhang Linghua's curvy figure and a fire rose in his heart. She was indeed not good at singing, but she was very good in some aspects, which could always make him feel extremely excited. Before dealing with Wei Ziyu, use her to vent your sexual desire first. "Let's go." Wu Wentao snorted coldly. He glanced at Wei Ziyu. The ungrateful guy, again, turned and left, anger revealed in his steps. Zhang Linghua glanced at Wei Ziyu with disdain and turned away. Wei Ziyu stayed where she was, biting her lips tightly. After being in Fenghuang Entertainment Company for such a long time, she is no longer the street vendor girl who knew nothing at the beginning, but has seen too much filth and darkness. She knew that her rejection of Wu Wentao would definitely make him resentful and even affect the development of her future singing career, but even so, she still didn't want to dirty her body. On the one hand, it is due to my innate character, and on the other hand, Fang Yu's figure suddenly appeared in Wei Ziyu's mind, making her dazed for a moment. Should I tell him myself? This thought suddenly popped up in her mind. "No, what are you thinking? He has already helped me enough." After coming to her senses, Wei Ziyu laughed at herself. He was the eldest son of the Feng family, and recently it was heard that he had inherited the Feng group. A person of that level, how come there are so many intersections between him and me? But when Wei Ziyu thought that Feng Yu had never contacted her since she was sent here, her eyes couldn't help but dim. The other party may have already forgotten about him. At this time, Yu Hui stepped forward and comforted her. "Ziyu, don't worry, with your ability, the company will definitely make you famous. In the end. Even Wu Wentao can't cover the sky with one hand. I'm fine, thank you for standing up for me just now." Wei Ziyu shook her head. "Let's go, let's continue training." Chapter 95. You are not now on the other side. Wu Wentao and Zhang Linghua walked outside together. Zhang Linghua said coquettishly, "Director Wu, that Wei Ziyu actually openly disrespected you, why don't you just kick her out?" Wu Wentao glanced at her. That girl was introduced by Tianyu Media. She might have some connections. It would be too much to kick her out directly. Besides, I've seen too many people like her. They become arrogant as soon as they have a little advantage. Without resources, packaging, and operation, what's the use of the best conditions? Just keep her in the dark for a while, and she will naturally give in. Besides, don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Zhang Linghua was exposed and immediately looked embarrassed. In her heart, she naturally hoped that Wei Ziyu would anger Wu Wentao and be directly eliminated to avoid threatening her position. As the two were walking out, an employee suddenly ran in, shouting, "Director Wu! Director Wu!" Wu Wentao stopped and frowned, asking, "What's the matter? Why are you so impatient? Speak nicely." The employee gasped and his neck turned red. Mr. Fong is here." "Young Master Fong? What young Master Fong?" Wu Wentao repeated these two words, seemingly not reacting. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly widened and his eyeballs almost popped out of Fong Yu. He immediately ignored Zhang Linghua beside him and asked in a panic, "Mr. Fong is here? Where is he? Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could go and greet him?" The employee hurriedly said, "Mr. Fong arrived unexpectedly without any prior notice, and we couldn't notify him in advance." "Where is Mr. Fong now?" "He's being accompanied by President Yu and should be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside. Yu Hua, the president of Fengwang Entertainment, a thin middle-aged man, was half bent over and saying something respectfully. Beside him was a young man with a face as handsome as a god and a gaze as sharp as a torch. His expression was calm, but he was intimidating without even getting angry. The young man was Fong Yu. "Mr. Fong, please come this way." Yu Hua gestured with trepidation. Today, Fong Yu suddenly came to the company without any prior notice, which put a lot of pressure on him. The company president. Wu Wentao, who was not far away, was shocked. He quickly tidied his clothes and prepared to rush over to greet him. Oh my god, the eldest son of the Fong family, the new chairman of the group, actually came here. But there was a figure rushing out at a speed faster than him. Zhang Linghua. Wu Wentao was stunned. What was she trying to do? "Mr. Fong," Zhang Linghua said respectfully and seductively. Her heart was trembling with excitement. This was her great opportunity. If I could get close to Master Fong, why would I sing songs or go on stage? Not to mention I wouldn't have to think about how to serve Wu Wentao all day long. She is still somewhat confident about her looks, and she is even more confident about her skills in BEDI. In her opinion, Wu Wentao was completely obsessed with her. Fong Yu was no exception. Taking off his sunglasses, Fong Yu looked at Zhang Linghua carefully and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Linghua was delighted and took the opportunity to say, "I am Zhang Linghua, the company's contracted artist. Mr. Fong's visit to the company is truly a great honor for the company." "Oh." Fong Yu put his sunglasses back on. "You're not that person anymore, get out of here. You've been fired." Having said that, he continued walking forward as Zhang Linghua's smile suddenly froze. "What is going on? I just said a word." Yu Hua glanced at her with disdain. "Didn't you hear what Master Fong said? Go to the finance department to get your salary, then pack up and get out. You really don't know what's good for you. Don't you know that what Fong Xiao hates most is people who can't see their place and like to overstep their bounds? Don't you even look at your own status?" She even bowed her head and posed, showing off her beauty. "It's ridiculous." Fong Yu came to Wu Wentao and said, "Are you Wu Wentao?" Wu Wentao said in surprise, "Mr. Fong actually knows me. This is really my honor." "I don't know, but it's written on the name tag you're wearing." Fong Yu said lightly. Wu Wentao suddenly looked embarrassed. Fong Yu casually asked, "Where are all the artists signed to our company?" Wu Wentao said hurriedly, "They are all inside. Today is the day for practice and rehearsal simulation. I will take you in right away." Soon, Wu Wentao brought Fong Yu and Yu Hua back to the performance hall. Other contracted artists were still rehearsing on the stage, and behind the hall were many rooms, such as recording studios, photography studios, etc., where more people were. Fong Yu glanced at it casually and lost interest. After all, the purpose of his coming here today was just for Wei Ziyu. "There is someone named Wei Ziyu in the company. Go and call her to me now," Fong Yu ordered. Wu Wentao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Wei Ziyu? What does Mr. Fong want to see her for? Could it be that Master Fong knows this Wei Ziyu?" Beads of cold sweat began to appear on Wu Wentao's forehead. Fong Yu frowned, very dissatisfied with Wu Wentao's reaction. "I was talking, didn't you hear me?" "Ah, yes. Wu Wentao wiped the cold sweat from his head, hurriedly pulled over Yu Hui, who happened to be passing by, and said, "Quick, go call Wei Ziyu." After a while, Wei Ziyu was called over with a confused look on her face. The moment she saw Fang Yu, her eyes suddenly lit up and she ran over excitedly. "Fang Yu." When calling Fang Yu, Wei Ziyu couldn't help but hesitate slightly. After all, compared to before, Fang Yu's identity has changed. He was originally just a young master of a big family, but now he is the real person in charge of a large group. Of Fang Yu burst out laughing. He sighed and reached out to ruffle Wei Ziyu's hair. "I already told you that you can just call me by my name, why are you still hesitating?" Although Fang Yu couldn't say that he liked Wei Ziyu, he admired her quite a bit. Her soft body supported the whole family with strength. Although she expressed goodwill, she never made any demands on herself. The only shortcoming is the inferiority and sensitivity hidden deep in my heart, especially when facing yourself. Wei Ziyu nodded deeply, her eyes sparkling, and all her previous depression and random thoughts disappeared without a trace. As long as I can stay by Fang Yu's side for a short time like this, for her, it is the greatest happiness. Other than that, I don't ask for anything more. Fang Yu looked at Wei Ziyu, whose eyes were filled with joy and looked like a child, and remained silent. Systematic investigation. Plus the previous hypnosis skills, Fang Yu naturally knew that Wei Ziyu liked and had a good impression of him. He is also a human being and naturally has emotions. Unfortunately, he just used Wei Ziyu more to his advantage, whether it was to improve her favorability or to recruit her into his own company. Fang Yu collected his thoughts and asked casually, "I heard you're going to hold your first concert soon? How are the preparations going? Are you nervous?" Wei Ziyu opened her mouth slightly, looking hesitant. Wu Wentao next to him was as pale as if he had been struck by lightning. Wei Ziyu actually knew Fang Yu. How could this happen? Why didn't anyone tell me? If he had known about this earlier, he would not have dared to have any evil thoughts towards Wei Ziyu, even if he had the courage of a bear or a leopard. The reason why Fang Yu did this was very simple, which was to prevent Song Chaoyu from tracking down Wei Ziyu based on clues, so he did not treat Wei Ziyu specially, nor did he expose his presence in it. Therefore, Wu Wentao knew nothing. "What's wrong?" Fang Yu looked at Wei Ziyu, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and couldn't help but ask. Before she could say anything, Wei Ziyu's friend Yu Hui said angrily, "Let me tell you." Then, he angrily recounted what had just happened. Wu Wentao's body trembled. Sure enough, Fang Yu's expression turned cold. He looked at Wu Wentao next to him and said, "You, come here." Chapter 96 Misunderstanding. Wu Wentao didn't dare to resist. He trotted over to Fang Yu and said in panic, "Mr. Fang, this is a misunderstanding." Fang Yu had no expression on his face. Suddenly he grabbed the other person's hair and slammed him against a table nearby. Bang! The force was so great that the table broke in the middle. The entire auditorium suddenly became quiet, and everyone was startled by the loud noise. The shrill screams were chilling. Wu Wentao's face was covered in blood and flesh, and it was almost unrecognizable. He could only struggle painfully in Fang Yu's hands. Fang Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "You're telling me a misunderstanding?" "Fortunately, I came here to check in advance, otherwise if I let Song Chaoyu and Wei Ziyu meet directly and let Song Chaoyu know what this bastard had done, it would definitely cause complications and cause me a lot of trouble. Moreover, Wei Ziyu is his property. He can dislike her and ignore her, but if anyone else touches her, they will have to pay the price in blood. The corrupt officials within the group have been almost cleaned up, but it seems that the people in these subsidiaries are not so clean either." If Fang Yu flicked it lightly, Wu Wentao flew out like a broken sandbag, fell to the ground, and covered his face with his hands, twisted in pain. The whole audience was silent. Everyone felt their hearts trembling and swallowed violently. If Fang Yu was so cruel that he even used someone's face to break a table, is he still a human being? Wei Ziyu was also a little frightened. Fang Yu. Fang Yu coldly ordered the bodyguard beside him, "Drag him out and break his legs." "Yes." Immediately, a bodyguard came forward and dragged Wu Wentao away. Then, Fang Yu turned his attention to Yu Hua, the company president. Yu Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he said in a cold sweat, "Master Fang, I will definitely fire Wu Wentao and get to the bottom of this. Anyone who dares to embarrass Miss Wei again will be punished by me." Fang Yu was silent for a moment, then he asked, "You've been working at Feng Wang Entertainment for quite a few years, right?" 10, 12 years. Yu Hua answered cautiously, completely unaware of why Fang Yu asked this. "Oh, 12 years, so I'm considered an old employee." Fang Yu said indifferently, "After working for so many years, it's time to take a break, so that outsiders won't say that our group doesn't care about old employees." Yu Hua's face turned pale. What this means is clearly that he can retire and make room. No, Mr. Fong, But Fong Yu had already turned his head away and no longer looked at him. Yu Hua has been in the company for so many years. As the company's president, how could he not know about Wu Wentao's affairs? Feng Wang Entertainment does not need such a person to lead it. Fong Yu looked at Wei Ziyu again and said, "Let's go. I came here today to ask you to meet someone." Wei Ziyu subconsciously asked, "Who?" Fong Yu smiled faintly. "Your sister." Wei Ziyu looked shocked and bewildered, but Fong Yu didn't explain. She would naturally know when they met. Fong Yu did not plan to attend this meeting. After all, it is inappropriate for me to stay aside when the sisters are recognizing each other. He was not worried that Song Chaoyu would do anything. She was a smart person. Since he dared to let them meet openly, he was definitely not afraid that she would do anything. With Fong Yu's current strength as a grandmaster of the transformation realm, Song Chaoyu can't make any waves at all. He can only contribute his wisdom and ability and work for him obediently. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are vulnerable. After explaining everything, Fong Yu sent someone to take Wei Ziyu to meet Song Chaoyu, while he himself took a car to Haicheng City Airport. In a spacious open space at the airport. A private jet with a graceful streamlined shape is parked quietly. A middle-aged man with a beard and a sturdy build came forward and said respectfully, "Mr. Fong, the plane has been preheated and is ready to take off at any time. Let's go." Fong Yu nodded and boarded the private plane. This is a carbon fiber composite private jet with an interior area of 2,400 square feet and can accommodate dozens of people. It has luxurious rooms with walk-in closets, double bathrooms, large HD TVs and premium sound systems. It can fly 4,000 nautical miles non-stop. The interior is extremely luxurious, comparable to or even surpassing the presidential suite. Of course, the cost is ridiculously high, but considering Fong Yu's net worth, it is just a small matter. Soon, the private plane took off with a roar and sped forward against the wind target Yenzhou, Guanyang City, that is the city where Su Yun and her son are located, whom he asked the Iron Guard to monitor. Fong Yu looked indifferent. The purpose of his trip was very simple. The first thing is to kill someone, thanks to wild purebred key spirit, for the explosive update and the flowers. Thanks to the little whip of Xiaodiao Science Emperor, Xiu Di, thanks to the little whip from Twin Stars on Myoji, thank you to all the big guys who gave rewards, and all the big guys who supported this book. Chapter 97 Recognition. When Fong Yu rushed to Guanyang City, Yenzhou. In a quiet private room of a high-end restaurant in downtown Haicheng City, Song Chaoyu and Wei Ziyu sat opposite each other. "That's how it is, so you are from the Song family and my biological sister." Song Chaoyu's eyes were gentle. Wei Ziyu looked a little confused. "I felt like my whole brain was in a mess and I almost lost the ability to think. I wasn't abandoned by my parents, she was actually kidnapped by the Han family in Xiaocheng, and because of their kindness, she was left at the door of an orphanage, and then Wei Xingyan adopted her. Am I the eldest daughter of the Song family? It's also magical and incredible." But Wei Ziyu felt the inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy coming from Song Chaoyu, as well as the vague and fuzzy memories deep in her mind, all of which were telling her, these are all true. After all, the other party is the eldest daughter of the Song family. What can I have that is worthy of her deceiving me? Wei Ziyu's eyes were red, and she stammered, "Sister, hey." Song Chaoyu was excited and looked surprised. He directly embraced Wei Ziyu in his arms. Childhood powerlessness and regret. It is a shadow that will never be erased from her life. Her mother died tragically in front of her, and her sister was taken away brutally. From then on, she made a vow that her future life would be all about revenge, but now, it has a new meaning, that is to do everything possible to protect Wei Ziyu and ensure that she will never be bullied by anyone again. Song Chaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wei Ziyu, "Don't stay at Feng Wang Entertainment anymore. Come back to the Song family with me. It's fine if you want to continue working in the singing industry. Although the Song family's business doesn't involve the entertainment industry, if you like, I can buy you a company." No. Wei Ziyu waved her hands hurriedly. She hadn't quite gotten used to the change in her status yet. Going to the buyer's company just to advance her singing career was beyond her imagination. Why? Song Chaoyu was a little surprised. Because Fong Yu and I signed a 10-year contract, I can't breach it. When Song Chaoyu heard these words, he suddenly laughed. What about the contract? Are you worried about not being able to pay the penalty? Don't worry, these are not a problem. Wei Ziyu shook her head and said firmly, "No, Fong Yu has helped me so much, How can I do this? Song Xiaoyu suddenly stopped talking. Instead, he looked at Wei Ziyu in front of him in silence. As the villain boss in the book, the master who came down the mountain in the city, her perception is undoubtedly very sharp, so she began to realize that something was wrong. Hesitantly, Song Xiaoyu said, "Sister, you don't like Fang Yu, do you?" Wei Ziyu was startled and waved her hands hurriedly, speaking incoherently. How is it possible? How could I like Fang Yu? But looking at Song Xiaoyu's calm expression, Wei Ziyu paused, stopped quibbling, and lowered her head in frustration. Yeah. After knowing the relationship between Song Xiaoyu and herself, in addition to the joy of reuniting with her family, she also felt a sense of worry. She had heard about the marriage between the Fang and Song families, and I actually fell in love with Fang Yu. Wei Ziyu had actually just decided to keep this feeling deep in her heart forever and never speak it out. She didn't want this kind of thing to affect the relationship between the two of them, but at this moment, it was directly exposed by Song Xiaoyu. So Wei Ziyu felt a little frustrated and worried. Song Xiaoyu felt a little angry. She was not angry at Wei Ziyu, because she had married into the Fang family only to borrow the Fang family's power and had no feelings for Fang Yu. What she was angry about was Fang Yu. Song Xiaoyu knew very well that Fang Yu was using Wei Ziyu to threaten and force him. In his mind, Wei Ziyu was most likely just a tool. She opened her mouth. I was just about to say all these things out loud, but when she saw Wei Ziyu's eyes, she swallowed back the words she hadn't said. Finally, she said, Fang Yu and I are only engaged because of a family alliance. We have no feelings for each other and will not get married. Oh, really? Wei Ziyu said in surprise, feeling as if a huge stone had fallen from her heart, but she immediately felt that her reaction was not right, and her pretty face flushed as she lowered her head. Song Xiaoyu sighed. In that case, you should continue to stay in Feng Huang Entertainment. In fact, even if Wei Ziyu didn't like Fang Yu, and Wei Ziyu was willing to go with him, the possibility of her taking him away was very low. Because Fang Yu would not allow this to happen, she had long discovered that. There were countless eyes surrounding the place where the two met, staring at them almost all the time. Song Xiaoyu believed that if he did anything beyond the limit, they would definitely take action without hesitation, so Song Xiaoyu finally gave up the idea of forcibly taking Wei Ziyu away. After giving the other party a few instructions, he left reluctantly and handed Wei Ziyu a bank card before leaving. Wei Ziyu did not refuse Song Xiaoyu's kindness, but accepted it obediently, feeling a warm current flowing through her heart. After the two separated, the man in the baseball cap watched Song Xiaoyu drive away in a car, while Wei Ziyu was taken away by people arranged by Fang Yu. Edit a text message and click send. Mr. Fang, Miss Song didn't behave unusually. The two of them separated immediately after meeting. Then, the man pointed his mouth at the small intercom on his chest and said to everyone on the public channel, retreat. Almost at the same time, some were hotel waiters, some were passers-by on the street, and some were middle-aged women handing out flyers. They all restrained their facial expressions and turned away. Receive. Chapter 98 Tiger General, thanks to the great master Zhan Jianitian for the certification. Boom! Amidst the whistling sound, Fang Yu's private plane landed at Quanyang Airport. Buzz, snap. The plane door opened and Fang Yu stepped out. He took out his cell phone, opened one of the messages, glanced at it, and then stopped paying attention to it. As he expected, Song Xiaoyu did not show any unusual movement. The other party is a smart person and knows what to do and what not to do. Is this Yenzhou? Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the city in the distance. Ever since my rebirth, I have been busy dealing with Chunyi and have not had much chance to come out and take a look. Yenzhou is one of the most prosperous areas in the entire Dongxia. The capital is Xiaocheng. It is located on this land. The families that rule Dongxia are also located in Xiaocheng. Overlooking and ruling the country from a high position, however, Quanyang is just a small city with little presence in the remote area of Yenzhou, so although it is not too bad, it can hardly be called prosperous. Compared with Haicheng City, it is far inferior. Leng Han walked past and put an exquisite and luxurious coat on Fang Yu. Yenzhou is located in the north, and the temperature is still lower than Haicheng at this moment. Soon, a Hummer H4 stretched sedan drove slowly and stopped in front of Fang Yu. The driver wearing white gloves got out of the driver's seat and respectfully opened the car door for Fang Yu. Fang Yu stepped into the car. There were already 8 people sitting inside with grim and murderous expressions. It was the Fang family's elite force, the Iron Guard. The car started slowly, and Fang Yu said calmly, "How's the surveillance mission going?" The guards exchanged glances, and finally Tai spoke up. Su Yun and her son are currently living in the Su family, a middle-class family in Quanyang. However, their lineage seems to be facing significant marginalization. While other family members live in villas, they live in a dilapidated residential complex. Their lives are extremely difficult, alright. Fong Yu frowned. I'm not here to do charity. I'm not interested in the details of their difficult lives. What I want to know is, has there been any unusual activity around Su Yun and her son recently? Tai Yi said in a deep voice, it's true. Yesterday, a burly man and a few others moved into the community, and they seem to be trying to find out about Su Yun and her son. Tai Chi added, they're very sharp and alert, and they give us a strong sense of oppression. Also, they have a very familiar aura. There was a slight pause. Tai Chi continued, that's the scent of someone who's seen blood on the battlefield. He's probably taken a lot of lives. The Iron Guards were secretly deployed to the battlefield and experienced the trials of war and life and death. Of course, their role is not the battlefield, but to use all means to complete various special tasks. The experience on the battlefield is only to hone their will. Oh. Fong Yu smiled, took out a portrait from his pocket, and casually threw it to Tai Yi, saying, take a closer look, is this the person? Tai took a look and said in surprise, it is indeed this person. Although the portrait is hand-painted, in terms of the level of detail and the temperament between the eyebrows, it is even more realistic than a photo, so Tai recognized it immediately. Fong Yu's gaze was leisurely. That's right, the person in the photo is one of the 5 great generals under the protagonist Chu Feng in the book The Return of the God of War in the City. Tiger General, Nie Xiong. He was belligerent and bloodthirsty by nature. Countless people died at his hands on the battlefield in the north. His name is the Tiger General, frightened countless people. However, he only admires Chu Feng and is loyal to him. Apart from the northern god of war Chu Feng, almost no one in the army can suppress this ferocious tiger. In the book, the first scene is that Nie Xiong was sent back to the mainland by Chu Feng to investigate Su Yun's situation, and then returned to the northern border to report to Chu Feng in person. Then Chu Feng knew that Su Yun had given birth to a child for him, and what kind of life she had been living for the past 5 years because of him. Chu Feng was immediately enraged. He immediately resigned from his position as the god of war in the north, returned in anger, and then started a series of stories. Chapter 99, Raid, thanks to Douyu Song Wenru for his certification as a PUBG expert. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Fong Yu's eyes. What he had to do was to kill Nie Xiong and Yenzhou before he returned to report to Chu Feng. This is not only to gain the first villain value and plunder Chu Feng's luck, but also for the implementation of further plans. He wants to assassinate Nie Xiong. Fong Yu's face remained calm as he asked in his mind, System, are the rules you mentioned earlier truly true? There was a mechanical response from the system. Yes, host. Before the book's plot officially begins, you have the opportunity to kill the protagonist. Once the book's plot officially begins, under the protection of the protagonist's halo, it will be almost impossible for the protagonist to be forcibly eliminated unless their luck value is completely deprived. If the host kills the protagonist before the book is opened, they can obtain the protagonist's full luck value at once. Fong Yu pondered. I am the master who came down the mountain in the city. There is no detailed description of the protagonist's location before his appearance, so he naturally doesn't have this opportunity. But in the book The Return of the God of War in the City, there is a detailed description of the location of Chu Feng, the northern god of war, before he appeared. So the system reminded Fong Yu and told him this important information. Killing the protagonist before the book is opened will grant you all the luck points. Unlike after the book is opened, there is almost no chance of success in forcibly killing the protagonist. Even if you are lucky enough to kill the protagonist, you will not gain any luck points. But Fong Yu pondered, the northern god of war is not so easy to assassinate. After all, the north is Chu Feng's home ground. As the god of war in the north, he must be surrounded by heavy troops and strict security. Even with his strength, if he wanted to assassinate Chu Feng, he must have a strict and detailed plan, otherwise, it would be easy to fail. However, Fong Yu had already made a plan, and getting rid of Nie Xiong, the powerful general, is the first step in the plan. Thinking of this, Fong Yu said indifferently, keeping a close eye on him. When he leaves, report to me immediately. Yes. All 8 Iron Guards responded in agreement. After a while, the Hummer H4 stretched car drove to a quiet single-family villa, which was Fong Yu's temporary residence in Quanyang City. The Iron Guards have already left to carry out the tasks assigned by Fong Yu. Fong Yu settled down here, waiting patiently. Bianan Community. An ordinary, dilapidated community in Quanyang City. Most of the people living here are ordinary working-class people and some elderly people. Snap, snap, snap. Accompanied by the sound of crisp footsteps, a figure walked into the path. She was a beautiful woman, about 25 or 26 years old, with fair skin, brown curly hair, and a round and pretty chin. The woman was holding the hand of a boy of 4 or 5 years old. The boy has a handsome face and a heroic look between his eyebrows. However, the clothes they wore seemed rather shabby, and the plastic bag in the woman's hand contained only the cheapest vegetables, with little meat to it. Was Su Yun and Shu Feng's son Chu Chen was chattering something excitedly, while Su Yun was listening with a smile on her face, but there was a hint of fatigue in her eyes. In a pavilion in a residential area in the distance, a burly man with a body as big as an iron tower, thick hair, and more than 2 meters tall was looking at Su Yun and her son from afar. Asshole! The sturdy man roared angrily, blood gushing out of his body, and punched the stone pillar next to him. With a loud bang, a hole the size of a head was directly punched into the stone pillar, and the whole pavilion was buzzing. I'm going to destroy the Su family. Those damned guys actually let my sister-in-law and the young master fall into such a plight. They deserve to be cut into pieces. A nearby soldier was startled and hurriedly tried to persuade him, General Tiger. Before leaving, the god of war instructed you not to act rashly and cause trouble. Have you forgotten? Nie Xiong roared once more, then gradually calmed down, but a fierce gleam still flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Leave 2 of you to protect my sister-in-law and the young master. The rest of you, follow me back to report the situation to my eldest brother. If anything unexpected happens here, I'll only ask you, yes. The rest of you, follow me." Nie Xiong waved his hand and led his people away. The remaining 2 soldiers quickly came behind Su Yun and strolled slowly, secretly protecting Su Yun and her son in this way. One of them shook his head and said with pity, "If Lord God of War knew, the Su family would be finished." "Well, why don't you say anything?" He looked back curiously, then a big hand suddenly grabbed the soldier's neck. Crack! With a crisp sound, the soldier fell to the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. Tai Chi had no expression on his face. These soldiers were able to be sent out to carry out missions, so they were naturally elites, but compared with the Iron Guards who were carefully selected and trained with huge resources, they were not as good as them. In a row of seats not far away, Taiba, who was originally playing with his phone out of boredom, looked up and made a call. "Master, the people have left. They left 2 people to guard Su Yun and her son, but they have been killed." "Very good." Fang Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Then, as if he had thought of something, he ordered coldly, "Wait, kidnap Su Yun and her son." He decided to add a layer of insurance: the assassination may not necessarily succeed. Since in the book, Su Yun and her son are Chu Feng's weaknesses, why not take control of it in one's own hands? As for whether the means are despicable, is this something he, as a villain, should consider? Boom! A military off-road vehicle was driving madly on the road, heading towards the north. Faster, faster, faster. Nie Xiong kept urging them, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Those bastards of the Su family who dared to bully the eldest sister-in-law and the young master did not die in his hands. This is not necessarily good luck. He knew very well that once Chu Feng got angry, it would be real hell. At that time, all those involved will be unable to live or die. Suddenly everyone in the off-road vehicle felt themselves in a trance, and the driver's hands even left the steering wheel. The off-road vehicle rushed to the side uncontrollably and Nie Xiong roared, "Enemy attack!" He was the strongest of them all, so he reacted the fastest and jumped out of the car, but he only had time to grab one soldier. Bang! When Nie Xiong landed with the soldier in his arms, the ground shook slightly, and then, he saw a scene that made him furious. "How dare you!" A figure covered in a black robe appeared above the SUV, and then reached out his hand. A slap on the face. Bang! The entire off-road vehicle was smashed into a discus, and those who failed to escape in the vehicle died on the spot without even a scream. Chapter 100, Cleverness. Thanks to Chen Pingon for the great certification. Asshole! Nie Xiong roared, his eyes red. He stomped his feet violently, and his already extremely tall figure suddenly grew several inches taller, and then he suddenly jumped up. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in one jump, and 2 deep pits in the shape of footprints appeared where Nie Xiong originally stood. With the momentum of a mountain pressing down on his head, he suddenly punched out, hitting the figure covered in a black robe. As one of the 5 great generals under Chu Feng, Tiger. General's strength is naturally terrifying. Judging from his aura, he is not far from the peak of internal strength. Fang Yu was covered in a black robe and raised his head. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then he raised his right hand, slowly extended his index finger, and pushed it upwards. Roar. Nie Xiong roared, his body descended like a mountain, with an astonishing sense of oppression, and his fist slammed heavily on Fang Yu's outstretched index finger. Boom, air waves burst out in all directions, raising a cloud of dust, but Fang Yu's knees did not bend an inch, and there was not a single crack where he stood. He slapped Nie Xiong on the chest, the other party vomited blood and retreated dozens of meters, directly creating a deep pit on the ground. Nie Xiong struggled to stand up, unable to believe it. Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm. At this moment, he saw the figure sneaking up behind Fang Yu, and his expression changed drastically. Don't go, run away. But the soldier he had rescued before had already jumped up and punched Fang Yu hard on the back of the neck. Go to hell. Fang Yu had a deadpan expression on his face. You're overestimating yourself. He didn't even look back, but instead stretched his left hand across his neck and slapped out with his palm, meeting the opponent's fist. Under the soldier's astonished eyes, his fist suddenly cracked and his arm began to twist like a twist. Before the pain could reach his brain, a surging force came like a tide, causing half of his body to explode. The body fell to the ground. Nie Xiong closed his eyes in pain, then turned around and tried to escape. A never-before-seen Grandmaster of the Transcendent Realm attacked the Northern Warriors. He had to bring this news back to the God of War. He couldn't die here, but before Nie Xiong could turn around, Fang Yu suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled. The true energy in his body began to circulate, and suddenly, a stream of white air penetrated the air, bringing with it a sharp tearing sound, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters and hitting Nie Xiong's chest. The opponent's body, as hard as copper and iron, was as fragile as paper and was directly penetrated, leaving a blood hole as big as a bowl. Nie Xiong raised his head. With difficulty, his voice hoarse, real essence is released, killing people from a distance. He is indeed a master of the Transformation Realm. It is my honor to die at the hands of a master of the Transformation Realm. Can you tell me who you are, who I am? Fang Yu said slowly, took a few steps, and came to the other party's side with a sarcastic smile on his face. Reach out and take away a hidden miniature signal transmitter from the other person. You're about to die, yet you're still trying to be clever and figure out my identity? He looked indifferent and slapped Nie Xiong on the big head. The other party's eyes were filled with unwillingness and surprise. His body trembled violently and he was silent. Fang Yu extended his hand and shook it. The signal transmitter was reduced to dust. At the same time, an imperceptible light flashed across his eyes. In fact, from the very beginning, he used his mental power to interfere with the surrounding signals, and no information could be transmitted. Nie Xiong's thoughts. It's just wishful thinking. Thanks to a big guy with the image of three little people, for the update and the flowers. Thanks to a wild, purebred key spirit, for the updates and flowers. Thanks to the little whip of Xiaodiao Science Emperor, Xiu Di. Thanks to Chen Pingon for the little whip. I also thank the other rewarders and all readers for their support. Chapter 101, Putting the Blame on Others. Bite. Host's villain value plus 500, protagonist's luck value minus 500. After beating Nie Xiong to death, Fang Yu laughed seemingly unintentionally, his voice hoarse. Tiger General? This is the price you damn Dongxia people have to pay. After saying that, he circulated his true energy throughout his body and punched out again. With a bang, Nie Xiong's body, which was as big as a mountain, suddenly turned into powder and disappeared without a trace along with the dust in the sky, and in that crushed powder. It seemed to be mixed with something shiny. An ordinary person would naturally not be able to notice such a subtle difference, but with Fang Yu's powerful mental strength and perception, all of this naturally could not escape his eyes. Fang Yu smiled faintly. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as described in the book. In the original book, one of the 5 great generals under Chu Feng was besieged and killed by a hostile ancient martial arts sect. After they found the signal sending device on the general's body, they began to talk unscrupulously. Results a few days later, Chu Feng led the army to destroy the ancient martial arts sect. The reason is very simple. The 5 generals under Chu Feng have special signaling devices and eavesdropping devices implanted in their bodies. They use bioenergy as energy and are manufactured using high technology. When necessary, it can be opened through special methods. Because the 5 great generals have important identities, they are so cautious. The ancient martial arts sect in the book was tricked. Unexpectedly, the warrior general activated the information sending device and eavesdropping device in his body before his death, causing the other party to reveal his identity during the conversation, and was directly wiped out by Chu Feng in anger. But Fang Yu was familiar with the plot. It is naturally impossible to be tricked by this little trap. He had been using his mental power to interfere with the surrounding signals until he said his last sentence, then he withdrew his mental power and let the message pass that he wants to take advantage of the situation and put the blame on the Northern Alliance. The Northern Alliance, a country located in the north of Dongxia, has always been at odds with Dongxia and the relationship is tense. The two countries have been at war for years, and the flames of war in the north have almost never been extinguished. The reason why Fang Yu chose to put the blame on the Northern Alliance, first, it is reasonable. After all, the Northern Alliance hates Chu Feng, the god of war in the north. Since he became the supreme commander of the North, he has caused heavy losses to the Northern Alliance. Secondly, Fang Yu knew the character of the god of war Chu Feng very well. If the other party knew that Nie Xiong died at the hands of the Northern Alliance, he would definitely not be able to swallow this humiliation. He would almost certainly start a war and make the other party pay for his blood debt with blood. In this way, Chu Feng can be dragged to the battlefield in the northern border, which can not only prolong the time for his return and avoid the official start of the book's plot, but also create conditions for assassination. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After gathering his thoughts, Fang Yu stood where he was and casually waved his hand to summon the system panel, the strongest villain system host. Fang Yu personal wealth, 243.5 billion charm, 30 constitution, 100 skills, medical skills Xintian medical canon, perfect, business management, proficient, fighting skills, proficient, hypnosis, advanced, cello, advanced, villain value, 3600 current trigger book, the return of the god of war in the city note. The host's current villain value is 3600, and the protagonist's current luck value is 29500. Chapter 102 Triple Fang Yu pinched his chin and stared at the system panel. There are 3600 villain points left. At a certain moment, he muttered to himself. System, improve your fighting skills to perfection. Upgrading your fighting skills to the perfect level requires a villain value of 3000. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. A huge amount of information madly penetrated into Fang Yu's mind, was engraved into his soul, and turned into unbreakable muscle memory. Embedded in the muscle texture, Fang Yu clenched his fists. Perfect level fighting skills. Now, his control over his body has reached 100%, and he can truly exert his full strength without any waste of energy. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu moved his mind and his spirit probed into the storage space attached to the system. Soon, a card flashing with silver light appeared in his hand. However, only he could see it. Even if others were standing next to him, they would not be able to notice it. It is the skill upgrade card obtained before. Skill upgrade card, used to upgrade a skill by 2 levels. Fang Yu plans to use it on Hypnosis, Advanced, to directly upgrade this skill to the perfect level. The day at the Wei family manor, Fang Yu was very satisfied with the effect of using the Hypnosis skill on Wei Zifen and the 2 bodyguards. There are still many uses of mental power waiting for you to explore. On the other hand, when attacking the off-road vehicle just now, Fang Yu discovered that his hypnosis skills were no longer effective for a warrior like Nie Xiong, who had reached the peak of internal strength and had experienced the hardships of the battlefield. At that time, Nie Xiong quickly broke free. There was even enough energy to rescue one person. Fang Yu pondered. This means that as I advance to the Grandmaster level, my mental strength has skyrocketed. My current skill level is no longer able to meet my needs, and I need to improve it further. Thinking of this, he said without hesitation, skill upgrade card, use. Host, please select the skill that needs to be upgraded. Hypnosis, Advanced. The next second, the card in Fang Yu's hand, which was shining with silver light, shattered into tiny points of light, and then formed a stream of silver light that penetrated into his mind. Ding, skills are being upgraded. Fang Yu suddenly felt a coolness in his brain. Originally, the mental power in his mind was huge and chaotic, entangled with each other, without the slightest order. But after the silver light penetrated, in Fang Yu's eyes, the chaotic mental power became clear that he could see finer structures. The chaos was clearly composed of strands of mental power, and now, he could easily peel off any one of them and mobilize and control it at will. Bite. Hypnosis, Advanced, upgraded to Soul Capture, Perfect. Fang Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. This skill cannot directly improve one's mental power, but it can greatly enhance one's control over mental power. Under the existing level of mental power, it allows him to exert greater power. After doing all this, Fang Yu stood there, like a sculpture, motionless, as if waiting for something. Time passes slowly until one moment, boom. The roar of car engines sounded from a distance, and several black Hummers came speeding over, stopping in front of Fang Yu with the tires rubbing violently against the ground. Tai Wei led a group of bodyguards out of one of the Hummers, came up to Fang Yu, and said respectfully, Mr. Fang. Fang Yu said calmly, let's deal with the scene first. Yes. Everyone answered yes, but when they saw the off-road vehicle that had been smashed into a discus and the suspicious debris that had turned into powder on the ground, my body couldn't help but tremble violently, smash the car flat and smash the person to pieces. What kind of monster is this young master of my family? Fong Yu handed the matter over and ignored it. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Are you ready for what I ordered?" Tay's expression was serious. "It's all ready." "Very good." Fong Yu nodded. "Now, take me there." As he spoke, Tai led Fong Yu to the largest Hummer and opened the back door. The interior had been renovated, with the original seats removed and replaced with various wireless communication devices and computers. All the members of the Nightmare Eye were staying inside, either debugging equipment or fiddling with their computers. After Fong Yu came in, he asked Dyson, "How is it?" Dyson said, "The final checks and commissioning work has been completed and it is ready to be connected. However, Mr. Fong, I need to remind you that we at Nightmare Eye are indeed very confident in our own strength, but we are still not completely sure that we can avoid the enemy's pursuit. If something unexpected happens," Fong Yu said coldly, 3 times. Dyson paused. "Mr. Fong, I don't quite understand what you are saying." Fong Yu's voice was calm. "I'll triple the reward I promised you for this mission. I want a 100% chance of success." Chapter 103, Russell Camus. Thanks to Chen Pingon for the great certification. Even with Dyson's concentration, I couldn't help but gasp. 3 times, the number Fong Yu originally offered was already very generous, and now it has been tripled on the original basis, which is already an astronomical figure. Dyson's face flushed, and after taking a deep breath, he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Fong. I promise that there will be no accidents." As he spoke, he shouted to the Nightmare Eye members in the car, "Everyone, cheer up and perform at your best. If anyone makes any mistakes, I'll shoot him dead, clear." Everyone said excitedly. Of course, they also heard what Fong Yu and Dyson said. The triple pay made them feel more motivated to work. A cold glint flashed across Fong Yu's eyes. "I just said that I can't guarantee the probability of success, so, if you triple the reward, you can complete the task 100%. However, he still needed the help of the Nightmare Eye guys, so Fong Yu didn't say anything. Otherwise, if they cut corners and deliberately cheated him, things would become very troublesome. But wait until it's done. The initiative is in your own hands. As for whether to give triple the reward, that depends on your mood. He was well aware that these internationally renowned hacker groups had extremely deep backgrounds, but so what? This is Dongxia, our territory. Even if you can get the money, it doesn't guarantee that you can leave Dongxia alive. Fong Yu glanced at everyone in the car. Indifferently, "Are you done?" Dyson said quickly, "Okay." So Fong Yu got out of the car and went to another Hummer, which was empty except for a black satellite phone. Fong Yu dialed the number. After taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Then, a somewhat lazy voice came from the other end. "Hello?" From the voice, it seemed that the person on the other end was a man, and he was not speaking Dongxia, but a foreign language Fong Yu hasn't spoken yet. The man on the other end of the line spoke again. "Huh? I can't even determine your location? Interesting. It seems like you have some very powerful experts over there. Who are you?" Fong Yu said calmly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I want to make a deal with you, Russell Camus, hee." Russell Camus smiled. "Anyone who contacts me wants to make a deal with me. Since you know my name, you must know who I am. Can you offer me a benefit or price that would interest me?" A low voice came slowly. "It's like a devil tempting humans to make a deal." The man's voice was lazy and nonchalant, as if he didn't care who the person he was talking to was, what their status was, or how much wealth they had. He didn't care about any of this. However, Fong Yu knew that the other party was qualified. Russell Camus. A legend. A hero who once shocked that era. He had drugs, arms, intelligence, assassination. Russell Camus has been involved in all sensitive and dark industries. He is the king of the shadows, however, because he had too many secrets, the innocence of important figures, and the formidable power in his hands. He was eventually liquidated. His lair was captured by a joint force of various countries, and he was directly arrested. They even built a prison just for him, Svenger Heavy Prison. He was the only one imprisoned in the entire prison, but a large number of troops were deployed to guard him. This shows how much other countries feared him, because he holds so many secrets and channels in his hands. No one dares to kill him, and no one is willing to kill him. All countries and all bigwigs want to control him and pry everything out of his mouth. However, no one has ever succeeded. Although imprisoned in Sphinx Heavy Prison, Russell Camus can still communicate with the outside world. He still secretly controls his power and conducts his own business. Regarding this situation, most countries have maintained a tacit attitude, turn a blind eye just because the other party is Russell Camus. The relevant plot flashed through Fong Yu's mind. In the latter part of the book, The Return of the God of War in the City, Chu Feng faced his greatest predicament. He was seriously injured, stripped of all honors, and thrown into prison. The soldiers in the north rioted, but because all their weapons and equipment had been removed in advance, they were powerless to stop them. Fong Yu's eyes were deep. The person who changed the situation was Russell Camus. It was because of him that Chu Feng was able to turn the situation around and kill the enemy. "Hey, why aren't you talking?" Russell Camus continued. "Tell me, what can you offer me?" "There's no need to ask me the same question, because whatever you want, I can get it for you. The only question is, what can I get from you?" His words were full of arrogance and dominance. Even though he has become a prisoner and is in jail, his former heroic spirit has not diminished in the slightest. "What can I offer you?" "It's simple." Fong Yu's tone was indifferent. "I can give you freedom." The voice on the other end of the phone come to an abrupt end. "Thanks to Chen Ping'an for the updates. Thanks to Xiao Qinghan for the little whip. Thanks to the little whip of Xiaoyao Science Emperor, Xiodi. I also thank the other rewarders and all readers for their support." Chapter 104 Deal done. Give me freedom? Russell Camus was stunned for a long time, his tone a little strange, filled with confusion, amusement, teasing, disbelief and anger. Boy, his voice was extremely solemn. "Are you kidding me? A free dot? Of course he wants freedom. Originally, he controlled the world, and power, women, and money were just ordinary things to him, but now, he, Russell Camus, was imprisoned in a heavily guarded, dark prison. Of course he found it hard to accept, no matter how elegant and lazy his tone was, it could not conceal his unwillingness and anger towards his situation. But what if I'm unwilling? He is being held in the most heavily guarded prison. In the world, those people can allow him to continue to control the original power because they also covet it, so they don't want the channels in his hands to be cut off, but I can never let myself go." And the guy on the other end of the phone actually said he was going to give me my freedom? With my own abilities, there was no way I could escape from Sphinx prison. Was this bastard mocking me? Fong Yu smiled and said, "What if this is a promise from a grandmaster?" Russell Camus' voice paused slightly. "Grandmaster?" At his level, it's natural that he couldn't be unaware of the martial arts world, let alone the existence of a grandmaster. That's already comparable to a humanoid missile. As for whether Fong Yu was lying to himself, Russell Camus didn't believe that a guy who had the ability to get his contact information and couldn't even confirm his exact location would call him just to tease him. But he said in a deep voice, "Even a grandmaster might not dare to break into Sphinx prison. Besides, there are very few grandmasters in the world, and most of them are well known. Is there anyone willing to risk offending other nations to rescue me?" Fong Yu's tone was calm. "To borrow your words just now, there's no need to ask me such questions. You just need to know that I have the ability to do it. You just have to choose whether to accept it or not. If you refuse, I'll just lose another way to get what I want, and you'll probably never have this opportunity again in your life." Russell Camus paused for a moment. Fong Yu's arrogance was beyond his expectations. Originally, he was the only one who could talk to others like this, but he didn't expect that today the situation would be reversed. After a long silence, Russell Camus slowly said, "I can accept your terms, but if you don't fulfill your promise later, believe me, I will find out who you are, and make you wish you were dead." Fong Yu smiled. "Deal." Having said that, he hung up the phone. Fong Yu's conditions for rescuing Russell Camus were naturally not out of kindness, but because of the other party's value. If you can recruit the other party, you will reap indescribable benefits. He had no intention of breaking the contract. Russell Camus' threat was definitely not just a casual remark. Although he was in prison, the power he could mobilize was still terrifying. If he really broke his promise, got the things, but chose not to rescue Russell Camus, he would probably face troubles one after another. Even if they did not threaten his life, it would definitely be enough to give him a headache. Fong Yu suppressed the thoughts in his mind. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. And now that the thing is in hand, the assassination of Chu Feng can be put on the agenda. Success or failure depends on this one move. Chapter 105 War in the North, Svenger prison. An empty cell. It was unusually dark inside and there were no lights on. There were no unnecessary decorations in the room, which was surrounded by solid iron walls. In the center, there was a chair and a table, with a computer and communication equipment on the table. A middle-aged man with messy hair and an unshaven beard sat on a chair, looking at the hung-up phone, and couldn't help laughing. This is really interesting. Can this guy really rescue me? I'm really looking forward to it. Just thinking about it. The iron door of the room opened with a loud bang. Several fully armed soldiers rushed in from outside, pointing their guns at Russell Camus with grim expressions. Roselle Camus, it's time to go back. Hey, I'm not running away. Why do you point a gun at me every time? It's scary, okay, he said jokingly and exaggeratedly. Stop talking nonsense. The leader's face turned cold. He stepped forward and punched Russell Camus in the stomach. Bang! With the dull sound of flesh colliding, Russell Camus bent over in pain, retched, and his face turned pale. The other party retracted his fist and stepped back, saying coldly, "Follow us quickly, or we will shoot you." Russell Camus said nothing, stumbling as he was escorted outside by several people. With the help of the faint light coming from outside, one could clearly see that his body was covered with countless scars and was all crimsoned eye in the dark. An imperceptible bloom flashed across Russell Camus' eyes. North, the population here is sparse, the land is desolate, and the climate is extremely cold, but it has always been a battleground for military strategists. Because it is a barrier between Dongxia and the Northern Alliance, hundreds of thousands of soldiers are stationed here from time to time. Wars would break out with the soldiers of the Northern Alliance, with continuous artillery fire. North, Fortress City. Fortress City is not a nickname, but the real name of a northern city. It is located behind the front line and is where the Northern Army is stationed. It has dozens of meters-high walls, equipped with various defense systems, and covers a vast area. It is like a wild beast entrenched on the earth, crawling quietly inside the fortress. A huge tent that looks like a palace stands there. Countless elite soldiers, fully armed, were patrolling around the camp, their eyes as sharp as eagles, scanning everywhere. Their backs were straight, and the boring patrol work did not make them impatient. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. For them, it is a great honor to be responsible for the security of this tent, because the person living inside is the ruler of the North, the supreme commander of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the man who has won the title of God of War in the North and stands at the top of everyone. Chu Feng, God of War. Chu Feng. At this moment, inside the tent, there was complete silence inside, without a sound at all. You could even hear a pin drop. The quiet atmosphere was filled with a sense of impending storm. On a huge chair with carved patterns at the deepest part. A tall but slightly thin figure sat on it. He was wearing a cyan military uniform with a wild wolf pattern representing the Northern Army engraved on his left shoulder, which gleamed in the light. The man in the chair was silent. Beneath him, all the senior generals of the Northern Army knelt on one knee, bearing enormous pressure, waiting for the person in front of them to give orders. At the forefront of them were the 5 most famous generals of the Northern Army: Dragon General, Scorpion General, Eagle General, and Bear General. However, one of them was missing: Tiger General, Nie Xiong. Finally, Chu Feng slowly stood up, raised his head, and revealed a resolute face weathered by the ravages of time. He said in a deep voice, "General who is dead. According to the last news before his death, he died at the hands of the Northern Alliance." Everyone lowered their heads. He said respectfully, "Please give the order, God of War." Chu Feng's face was filled with murderous intent as he shouted angrily, "Notify all soldiers in the Northern Territory to use the blood of the Northern Alliance soldiers to pay tribute to the Tiger General's spirit in heaven. Kill." Everyone responded, "Yes, sir." Fortress City. Suddenly, it started running like a huge machine. Because of Chu Feng's words, the entire northern border was shocked. The fierce flames of war once again burned in the north. At the same time, Fang Yu had left Yenzhou and quietly entered this wild land. Chapter 106, Instant Kill, Frontline Battlefield. Boom boom boom. Bombs continued to explode on the ground, stray bullets flew everywhere in the air, and the whistling murderous intent filled the air. In a trench. A Northern Alliance soldier cursed, "Damn it. Are the Northern Army crazy? Why would they launch such a crazy attack?" Since Chu Feng took over as the supreme commander of the Northern Territory, the Northern Alliance Army has suffered setbacks one after another, and its vitality has been severely damaged. Gradually, it dared not invade the Northern Territory again. In the past year, most of the exchanges between the two sides have been small-scale, and large-scale wars have rarely broken out, and a few days ago, Chu Feng was like a madman. Almost all the Northern Border Army was mobilized, killing people and causing blood to flow like a river. Every soldier of the Northern Alliance Army trembled in their hearts and almost lost their will to fight the Northern Army led by Chu Feng, so strong, totally irresistible. Boom! A shell exploded next to the Union soldier, startling him and leaving him covered in dust. The man looked to his side and found that the soldier who was next to him had fallen to the ground. Oh, how pitiful. But, there is such a person in our team? Never mind, just save your own life first. The Northern Alliance soldier had already heard the retreat horn. This means that the front line has been defeated. If I don't leave now, I'll die. Just as he turned around to retreat, his body suddenly stiffened. A hand pierced through his left chest, the heart exploded directly. Plop. The Northern Alliance soldier's body fell to the ground. A man with a cold and hard expression slowly withdrew his right hand. One of the 5 great generals, Dragon General. The soldiers in the trenches shouted in horror and pointed their guns at General Long, but before they could shoot, the other's figure disappeared from their sight. Then, in the horrified eyes of those soldiers, the heart was pierced one after another. General Long looked relaxed. For a master like him who was at the peak of internal strength, although he could not withstand a rifle with his physical body, with his keen perception and strong mobility, it was impossible for such a few people to hit him and pose a threat. Piercing the heart is actually not the most efficient way to kill someone, but it is a little hobby of Long Jiang Boom. Not far away on the ground, a number of steel behemoths roared and rushed towards them. Under their terrifying weight, the ground seemed to be crushed. The tracks were pressed between the ditches and gravel, and a crackling sound burst out. The black muzzles seemed to be the abyss of hell. Snap, snap, snap. With the sound of coordinated footsteps, soldiers in combat uniforms surged in, their expressions grim and their rifles flashing with the sharp cold light of death, and on a truck in the center of the rear. A tall figure stood. He had a murderous aura that was soaring into the sky, and his imposing manner was so overwhelming that it seemed as if he could tear the clouds in the sky apart. After dealing with a few minor foes, General Long looked at the army swarming in from a distance, and, with a playful smile on his face, he shouted loudly, "Boss, you're too late. The Northern Alliance has already retreated, and the few fish that slipped through the net have been eliminated." And just at this moment, the young soldier who had been described as pitiful by the Northern Alliance soldier as having died in the bombing suddenly disappeared. Then, he slapped out lightly with his palm. The air around him seemed to be sucked out, eliminating all sounds. There was still a playful smile on Long Jiang's face, but the next second, that white palm had already landed on him. Bang! The Dragon General's body exploded and turned into powder all over the sky. Not even a scream was left behind. Fong Yu's face, after being disguised by Taiba, was expressionless, and his dark pupils were filled with cold murderous intent. The first one. Ding! Host's villain value plus 500, protagonist's luck value minus 500. The entire battlefield seemed silent for a moment. The marching northern soldiers paused slightly. There was astonishment in their eyes. Is this a dream? Dragon General, one of the 5 great generals, was killed instantly in front of them with just one palm, directly blasted into powder. Grandmaster of the realm of transformation. These 4 words appeared in everyone's mind almost at the same time. Only a being of that level can kill a warrior at the peak of internal strength in an instant, even Chu Feng's pupils shrank slightly. General Long, one of his most proud subordinates, a brother who had experienced life and death and war together with him on this northern battlefield. Result. He died right in front of me, and the other party is most likely the one who killed Niaxiong. Chu Feng was immediately furious and ordered, "Kill him." Upon hearing this, the fear and anxiety on all the soldiers' faces disappeared, leaving only fanaticism and coldness. As long as Chu Feng was there, they would be omnipotent and invincible. The protagonist is really unreasonable. Fong Yu's eyes were deep. In just 5 years, how could an ordinary young man from a wealthy family make hundreds of thousands of northern soldiers bow down to him and respect and worship him like a god? Stand still. If Fong Yu's voice spread far away, my target today is only Chu Feng. I will not attack anyone who throws down his weapon and turns away. He grinned and said, "Now, does anyone want to leave?" Thanks to the little whip of Xiaodiao Science Emperor, Xiao Di, thanks to Xiao Qinghan for the little whip, thanks to the support of other rewarders and all readers. Chapter 107, War Begins. The Northern Alliance had already retreated. So at this moment, Chu Feng was leading only nearly 1,000 soldiers, but they were all the elite of the Northern Army and the personal guards of the god of war Chu Feng. Moreover, there are heavy weapons such as tanks and armored vehicles. This is already an extremely terrifying force. If an ordinary grandmaster in the transformation realm faced with a combat force of this magnitude, he would not be killed instantly, but he would definitely not be able to hold on for long and would die on the spot, and this was almost the moment when Chu Feng was at his weakest. But Fong Yu looked indifferent, possessing the combat skills, perfect, and the soul capture skills, perfect. His strength is far beyond that of an ordinary grandmaster in the transformation realm. Very good, no one is willing to leave. It seems that you have made your choice. From now on, you are all my enemies. Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back and walked forward step by step, strolling leisurely, without any rush. It is just like taking a walk in the park. It's as if one person has to fight against thousands of troops, with deep coldness and pity in their eyes. These guys, under the influence of the protagonist's halo, fanatically worship Chu Feng, but little do they know that the other party really cares about their lives. However, this is not a problem that Fang Yu should consider. Today, anyone who dares to stand in his way will die. After all, I have already given myself the opportunity to choose. At this time, the commander finally gave the order coldly fire. As soon as the words fell, countless rifles flashed with cold light, sparks flew out of the muzzles, and bullets flew out of the barrels in a spinning manner. With a chilling murderous intent, it formed a scorching metal net and covered down. At this moment, Fang Yu finally moved, his figure flashed like a ghost, and all the bullets hit the air, splashing clouds of dust on the ground, disappeared. The soldiers looked stunned. No, it's because the opponent is too fast. Fang Yu accelerated and left all the bullets behind him. With the nerve reaction speed of those northern border soldiers, they could not catch up with him at all. He possesses perfect fighting skills, so he is extremely familiar with all firearms, and his body can make the best response almost instinctively. Boom! The tracks crushed the gravel into powder, and with the sound of friction, 20 tanks drove out of the position. These tanks blocked Fang Yu in an orderly manner, raised their gun barrels, and fired a volley of shots amidst a loud bang. Such a huge battle, the target was actually only one person. Snort. With a cold snort, Fang Yu's speed suddenly increased again. The entire row of shells exploded behind him like fireworks. It happened in the blink of an eye. The distance between the two sides was actually shortened to half. Is this still a human? The driver of the main battle tank felt his hands begin to tremble, his face full of fear, as if the person in front of him was a devil. But as well-trained elite soldiers, they managed to suppress their fear, reacted quickly, and pointed their guns in all directions. A round of irregular and continuous bombing began. So, let's see how you can hide. Fang Yu, however, remained calm and shouted, "Come!" He was seen dashing left and right like a ghost, dodging almost all the shells. Suddenly there was a moment his body suddenly stopped, and he stopped dodging and rushed directly towards a cannonball. The shell flashed with deadly iron light, was as long as an adult's arm, and came whistling with deadly power and high temperature. Fang Yu threw a punch. A boom. Fire exploded. The tank soldiers couldn't help but cheer. That guy is dead. Oh, so what if he's a grandmaster of transformation? Under the coverage of modern weapons, they will also die. It seems that those rumors about the grandmaster were exaggerated and not entirely true. Looking back now, they were not that exaggerated. It was just that. But wait until the smoke clears. These people looked as if their necks were being strangled, their faces full of disbelief, their eyes almost popping out, and they couldn't utter a word. Fang Yu stood where he was, the true energy in his body transformed into an invisible barrier protecting him. Although the explosion of the shell made the protective shield shaky, it did not break the defense. How is this possible? The soldiers on the main battle tank trembled in their hearts. Fang Yu was unexpectedly unharmed. Facing everyone's astonished gazes, Fang Yu felt the true energy being consumed in his body and couldn't help but frown. The head-on attack just now consumed a lot of his energy. It seems that it is unwise to confront heavy weapons head-on. No matter how powerful the master is, beyond ordinary people, he is still immortal after all. If the true energy in the body is exhausted, it will fall into a very dangerous situation. I don't know if entering the legendary divine realm will allow one to completely ignore thermal weapons and override the rules. Fang Yu put aside the thoughts in his mind and turned his gaze back to the army in front of him, facing countless horrified and disbelieving eyes. Boom. He stomped his feet on the ground and ran forward quickly, accelerating faster and faster. There is clearly only one person, however. The warriors from the northern territory felt that what was rushing towards them was a towering mountain, and the oppressive feeling coming towards them was suffocating. Fire! Fire! The commander roared frantically. The muzzles of dozens of main battle tanks were once again aimed at Fang Yu, and flames condensed from the artillery fire. Fang Yu looked stern. Is it still not over? Do you really think you have no temper? While running, he suddenly shouted. The true energy in his body was circulating wildly, transmitting the sound far away to the other side. There seemed to be some strange fluctuations contained in that sound. Quack! Suddenly, all the soldiers on the main battle tanks froze, and then they actually controlled the tanks and turned their guns to the rear, aiming at the army. The commander was stunned. What are you doing? At this moment, a somewhat cruel smile appeared on Fang Yu's lips. All the soldiers on the main battle tanks had dull eyes and expressionless faces as they operated the tanks, and fired. Boom! 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 The artillery roared, and fireballs exploded among Chu Feng's elite guards, splashing dirt and forming deep pits. Screams and wails were everywhere, and broken limbs were everywhere. The previous commander was directly killed in that round of bombing. The deputy commander quickly took over the other's position, his face flushed with anger. He roared madly, "Asshole, asshole! What have you done? Are you crazy?" But the soldiers in the main battle tank had already manipulated the muzzle and fired again. Artillery fire exploded again in the army. Chapter 108 Kill Another General Whoosh. At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came. Several figures, with incredible agility, took advantage of the gaps in the firing to jump onto the tanks and decisively killed the soldiers who were affected by Feng Yu's mental power. These were the only 3 generals left under Chu Feng. The artillery fire subsided, but there was no joy on the faces of General Scorpion, General Eagle, and General Bear. Instead, they looked so gloomy that they seemed to be dripping with water. These are all their own subordinates, but the situation forced us to make a prompt decision and take action directly. The 3 men looked at the army with anger. The 2 rounds of tank fire caused heavy casualties to the densely distributed guards. That bastard! The Scorpion General was an enchanting woman. She yelled in anger at this moment, looking in Feng Yu's direction with red eyes, but his body suddenly froze, because a pair of dark eyes were already staring at her so close. With the help of the previous moment, Feng Yu had already passed through the hail of bullets and reached the outermost edge of the army. The Scorpion General felt a chill in his heart. Under Feng Yu's gaze, the anger in his heart suddenly disappeared, and what spread was only extreme panic. She turned around and ran away. Frantically, soon he discovered that Feng Yu had not caught up. I was suddenly delighted, and the next second, crack! The Scorpion General's eyes widened in disbelief, but she found that she had not escaped at all, and her body was still standing there. Then, Feng Yu's big hand directly strangled her neck. What's going on? But in the eyes of the people next to them, the Scorpion General seemed to have suddenly lost his soul. He offered no resistance and allowed Feng Yu to strangle his neck. He was killed instantly, so weird that it's creepy. Ding, host's villain value plus 500. Protagonist's luck value minus 500. With a flash of his body, Feng Yu no longer cared about the remaining 2 generals, but rushed into the army formation. Even if he killed the 2 of them, he could still gain a wave of villain points. Because Chu Feng, who was originally at the back of the army, has begun to retreat. Chu Feng was not stupid at all. His advantage was that he had a huge army, so why would he go head-to-head? Moreover, Feng Yu's strength was indeed terrifying. Want to run? Feng Yu's expression was cold. Rush forward in a straight line. Day. A terrifying metal storm swept over. The heavy machine guns of tanks and armored vehicles suddenly burst into flames. The bullet net hit Feng Yu, who had no time to dodge, and the shield formed by his true energy became shaky and collapsed with a loud bang. Some bullets hit the flesh directly. This terrifying metal storm, which was enough to tear apart a person with peak internal strength, did not kill him, but it left countless shallow scars. He's injured. The soldiers were very excited. As long as he could be injured, the injury would be aggravated and eventually killed. Feng Yu took a deep breath, and the cool energy in his dantian quickly circulated throughout his body. Those injuries that were not very serious healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soldiers' cheers stopped abruptly. Is this still a human being? After reaching the Grandmaster level of transformation, the IC energy belonging to the Shen Tian medical classic in Feng Yu's body became stronger because it devoured the energy in Chen Ye's body. His ability to recover physical strength and injuries was terrifying. Of course, it can't compare to Muzi's monstrous vitality, but the current injury will not have much impact on him. In fact, the best way to deal with a Grandmaster of the Transformation realm is to launch an artillery attack and use missiles to bombard a large area, but it's easier said than done. If the Grandmaster of the Transformation realm could really be killed so easily, how could he have such a high status and deterrent power? There is no fool who can cultivate to the level of a master, and it is impossible for him to give the opponent the opportunity to launch a saturation attack at a super long distance. For example, in the current situation, if Chu Feng launches a missile bombing, it will be impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. Chapter 109 Break through the army, boom. Feng Yu stomped on the ground shook, and the trajectories of the surrounding bullets suddenly shifted, and he rushed forward violently. A straight line extended out from him, and all the soldiers within the range of this line had their bones broken, blood spurting out, and their bodies were lifted high into the sky. Feng Yu took a step forward, grabbed a man, and strangled him. Then, Take another step forward and the true energy in your body will circulate. Punch. A soldier in the distance had a deep fist mark on his chest, and his body flew backwards involuntarily, knocking down more than a dozen people in succession. The gunshots rang out and went out till it started again, then went silent again. In the repeated cycle, Feng Yu almost killed one person with every step. When a grandmaster of the transcendent realm attacks the interior of an army, what kind of devastation can he cause? These Northern Territory warriors had not known this before, but now they have experienced it firsthand with their own bodies. It's almost like a wolf among sheep. If it were an ordinary army, they would have been scared to death by now, but this group of northern warriors had a fanatical admiration for Chu Feng, so even though their bodies were trembling, they still fought to the death. Boom! A giant steel beast flashed with a cold steel light, rushing towards them amid the roar of the earth, and fire flashed in the gun barrel, but Feng Yu tilted his body and dodged. His figure was so fast that it left an afterimage on the ground. Like a ghost, he came in front of the opponent and then punched out. The armored tank shook violently and moved sideways several feet. The driver inside was stunned. Is this person still a human being? How much strength does it take to knock back a multi-ton steel behemoth with just one punch? Feng Yu suddenly muttered to himself, "System, add all villain values to your physical fitness." Ding! The current host's physical fitness has reached 100 points. The exchange ratio between villain value and physical fitness points has become 500 to 1, which means that 500 villain value points will increase 1 physical fitness point. Another increase? Feng Yu frowned, but still said, "Confirmed." Ding! Host's villain value minus 1,500. Constitution plus 3. Of the remaining 1,600 villain points, 1,500 points were used up, leaving only a pitiful 100 points. Energy descended from nothingness, increasing Feng Yu's strength. At the same time, he was surprised to find that the system energy actually recovered all his injuries. There is actually such a thing. Feng Yu was stunned. I felt like I had uncovered some incredible secret. Under the energy of the system, physical strength, injuries, and true energy are all restored, all consumption is replenished, and back to the peak again. Interesting. It all happened in a flash. Feng Yu grinned, but his eyes were cold. He slammed his fist on the ground and raised it again. In just a short moment, he threw out dozens of punches, causing the thick alloy steel plates covering the armored tank to be deeply dented. Bang! With the last punch, cracks appeared on the cold steel monster, and the airwave exploded, turning it directly into a pile of scrap metal. The people in the armored tank had already been shaken to death, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and died on the spot. The whole audience fell silent. Everyone was trembling inwardly. Oh my god, is this guy's body made of diamond? Even a sniper rifle wouldn't be able to blast open this steel monster, right? Yet, a flesh and blood body was blasted into scrap metal. In recent years, most masters of the transformation realm are used as cutting-edge deterrent forces and rarely appear on the front battlefield. Coupled with the development of hot weapons, the armies of various countries gradually became full of contempt and disdain for these martial arts masters who were praised as miraculous in the rumors. They are considered to be abandoned products of the past era, but Feng Yu's performance today made them truly understand what the word Grandmaster actually means. Everyone had a look of extreme horror on their faces, but in fact, this is what they misunderstood. Although Feng Yu's physique has just entered the realm of a Grandmaster, he possesses the fighting skills, perfect, and the soul-stealing skills, perfect. Therefore, in terms of control over the body and mind, he has reached the pinnacle of human beings. The medical skill, Xiantian Medical Classic, perfect, made his injuries and physical strength recover much faster than that of ordinary people. Therefore, he can exert 100% or even far exceed his strength. An ordinary Grandmaster at the peak of the transformation realm may not be Feng Yu's opponent. When all the warriors trembled in their hearts, Feng Yu was like an unstoppable beast, stepping on blood and bones, and breaking the defense line built by thousands of elite guards and dozens of steel behemoths, blasted directly through, just relying on the strength of one person. Chapter 110, Pursuit. Feng Yu looked up. In the distance, a modified off-road vehicle was driving at full speed towards the fortress city. The god of war Chu Feng is right up there. Feng Yu's eyes were as cold as iron. His body sank and he took a step forward, causing the ground to collapse. His body disappeared from the spot. His speed was getting faster and faster, like a meteor with a tail flame, rapidly approaching the off-road vehicle. The modified off-road vehicle is driving at high speed. Chu Feng was standing in the car with his hands behind his back. His aura was still overwhelming, but his face was gloomy and murderous. I was reduced to fleeing in desperation. However, the strength of the Grandmaster who suddenly appeared was far beyond his imagination. It seemed that even a certain peak grandmaster he had seen before could not compare with him in terms of destructive power and strange methods. Chu Feng clenched his fists, veins bulging. Damn it! Where did this guy come from? Someone of his strength shouldn't be unknown, but I've never heard of him. Could he have just popped out of nowhere? Or, is he a secret weapon hidden by the Northern Alliance? Chu Feng was thinking in his mind, but he immediately put aside these thoughts and looked stern. None of this matters anymore. I have already informed the fortress city in the rear. If the other party dares to continue to act presumptuously, he will be greeted by hundreds of thousands of northern soldiers and endless firepower coverage, not to mention the master. Even if it were a legendary god, he would probably be destroyed. After all, times have changed. Sooner or later, one day, personal force will be completely suppressed and useless, and only those of us who hold heavy troops will be able to control the world, whether it is the realm of transformation or the realm of gods, will all become the dust of history. Although he himself is a master of the pinnacle of internal strength, and is even only one step away from becoming a master of the transformation realm, Chu Feng is more proud of his power and ruling ability. He actually has some contempt for individual powerful warriors and regards them as reckless men.at. This time, Chu Feng took out the walkie-talkie. I planned to ask about the battle situation over there. Perhaps that guy had been killed, or had fled? But after connecting to the command channel, all he heard was a repetitive sizzling sound. Lord God of War, look! A person on the modified off-road vehicle suddenly exclaimed, which attracted Chu Feng's attention and made him turn his head to look. In the distance, where the troops were located, a flame shot up into the sky, even illuminating the clouds in the sky into a deep red, like a fire cloud, and under the blood. A murderous figure was rushing towards him at an incredible speed. Day. The heavy machine gun on the modified off-road vehicle opened fire instantly, but this little firepower alone could not pose any threat to Feng Yu. His figure flickered and his body twisted into an incredible shape, and he actually passed directly through the gap between the bullets. It was as if it was not a bullet, but just a light balloon. In the machine gunner's incredible eyes, Feng Yu's speed suddenly increased by 30% from the original basis. Then, he reached directly to the back rail of the SUV, formed the 5 fingers of his right hand into claws, and inserted his fingers directly into the vehicle as if he was picking up tofu. With a fierce look in his eyes, the big arm swung up suddenly, and actually lifted the off-road vehicle weighing several tons into the air. Bang! Chu Feng's face changed drastically. He didn't even have time to save others. At the last moment when the SUV was in the air, he suddenly jumped off the car. The moment he landed, a warning sign flashed in his heart. Not good. Chu Feng rolled to the side suddenly. Boom! The next second, the ground where he was originally located shook violently, and a huge deep pit appeared. Dense cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Chu Feng scrambled to his feet, his face gloomy, and angrily asked, "Who the hell are you?" Feng Yu grinned, "Of course I am, the one who killed you. This kind of thing doesn't require any constraints or interference from the will of the damn world, and the protagonist can be wiped out from the very beginning." In one word, awesome. Feng Yu laughed loudly, and the true energy in his body circulated. He stretched out his hand and grasped the void, as if he was grasping the heaven and earth, grasping the authority, and grasping power. It was as if a 1,000-foot mountain was pulled out of Feng Yushu. Clasped his hands together and smashed down heavily with tremendous force. At this moment, no one stood in front of Chu Feng. There is no way to escape, however. As the protagonist of the God of War story and the dignified God of War in the north, Chu Feng naturally could not sit still and wait for death. Roar! Chu Feng roared angrily, and his body suddenly expanded several inches. It was the same trick that Tiger General Nie Xiong had used before, but when he used it this time, he was obviously stronger than the opponent. It's not just physical changes, even his eyes had a strange red hue. He raised his hands high and supported himself upwards, while Feng Yu's attack had already landed. Boom! Chu Feng's body flew backwards, his blood surging all over his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In terms of strength, he was still far behind Feng Yu, but when he was about to fall to the ground, Chu Feng supported himself with one hand and actually used the impact of the collision to escape backwards at a rapid speed. Ha! Feng Yu exclaimed in surprise. After receiving the blow from him, he looked as if he had not suffered any serious damage, and his running speed was no slower than when he had burst out with all his strength. This doesn't make sense at all. As the God of War in the north, Chu Feng is naturally stronger than the 5 generals under his command. He is only one step away from becoming a grandmaster, far beyond ordinary people, but it should never be like this. After a slight perception, Fang Yu suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Chu Feng looked full of energy and was in peak condition, but upon closer inspection, he could see that his vitality was rapidly fading. The other party is burning his vitality in exchange for a surge in strength. This guy is indeed decisive and courageous. He's worthy of being the god of war in the north. He's the protagonist of the book The Return of the God of War in the City. The cold light in Fang Yu's eyes became even more intense. But the more this happens, the more I can't let you stay. Looking at Chu Feng running away, Fang Yu suddenly crossed his arms and made a hugging gesture. His true energy circulated and turned into a light white mist that enveloped his body. Then, his shoulders shook violently. Then, a huge suction force came from his body. It seemed to turn into a small whirlpool for Fang Yu, who possesses perfect fighting skills. He has already mastered various techniques and integrated them into one another, so he doesn't even need the various fancy secret techniques in the ancient martial arts world. His casual moves are the strongest and most reasonable use of strength. Chu Feng, who had just run more than 10 meters away, suddenly felt himself being pulled by countless hands, and his speed dropped sharply. What's going on? Chu Feng struggled violently, and then suddenly his body relaxed and he was able to move freely again, but before he could feel surprised, a shadow had already covered him. Fang Yu slapped out with his palm, and Chu Feng was knocked away again like a piece of rag. Puff. Chu Feng vomited blood again, as if he was hit by a huge hammer. His internal organs have been severely damaged, but because of the burning vitality, he was still holding on. This time, Fang Yu did not give Chu Feng a chance to escape, but followed the other party's flying body, like a shadow, with his true energy boiling and a murderous look in his eyes. Attack, coming again. Chapter 111 Second-hand Preparation. I won't die here. Chu Feng roared in his heart, and the strange light in his eyes became brighter. His originally declining spirit suddenly regained its strength, but the hair on his temples had begun to turn gray, which was a sign of excessive consumption of vitality. Chu Feng stretched out his hand and suddenly stroked the void. White threads actually emerged from it, each of them carrying an extremely sharp aura. As if they could easily cut through the air and split steel, they were entangled together and, under Chu Feng's control, rushed towards Fang Yu. True energy is released. Fang Yu was a little surprised. This was not something that could be achieved by someone at the peak of internal strength or even a half-step master. It was a sign that belonged only to a master at the state of transformation. Chu Feng's technique of burning vitality can actually temporarily increase his strength to that of a grandmaster. This really surprised him. Chu Feng felt the surging power in his body, and his confidence suddenly exploded. Even if he used tricks, he was now a master of the transformation realm in a short period of time, just like the other party. But Fang Yu's surprise only lasted for a few seconds. Then he sighed softly, looked at the other person's expression, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This guy seems to have done something wrong. He reached the Grandmaster level with the help of secret techniques in a short period of time and can even compete with me. Is there any connection between them? Fang Yu slowly stretched out his hand, circulated his true energy, and made a gesture to embrace, and Chu Feng's attack that could turn giant trees and hard rocks into pieces was actually embraced in his arms. There was absolutely no leakage of power. Give it back to you. In an instant, mixed with Fang Yu's true energy, the attack was even more powerful than the original one. In front of Chu Feng's extremely astonished eyes, it hit him heavily. It's over. Fang Yu's expression was cold. Boom. The attack exploded on Chu Feng's body, and the remaining force spread to the surroundings. With a loud roar, it set off an invisible wave, and gravel and soil flew everywhere, like an earthquake. Suddenly, Fang Yu's expression froze. What? The jade pendant worn on Chu Feng's chest suddenly exploded with a bang, and then turned into an invisible protective shield, blocking the entire attack. Then a stream of light flew out from it and directly penetrated Fang Yu's head when he was caught off guard. What's going on? Fang Yu frowned. He suffered no direct injuries, but there was a strange mental wave that enveloped him, and a weird feeling arose, as if he was being separated from the surrounding environment. The surrounding scene became distorted and blurred. Fang Yu's brain was working rapidly. The original book does seem to mention that Chu Feng has an ancestral jade pendant. I see. Does it only activate when faced with a life or death crisis? The author really spared no effort in developing these protagonists. However, in the original book, although Chu Feng also encountered difficulties, he did not encounter this kind of life and death crisis, so there was no detailed description of the magical effect of this jade pendant. It's a mistake by the author, wrote a foreshadowing that was never used. However, this jade pendant has little presence in the plot, but it does exist in reality. At this moment, it finally plays its role. Fang Yu's thoughts flashed through his mind. He was not at all panicked, but sensed carefully. Relying on his perfect mental control ability, his mental power spread out, and soon, the feeling of being isolated from the surrounding environment disappeared, successfully broken. Perception returned to normal. If it wasn't Feng Yu who got hit, but anyone else, even a peak grandmaster, there would be nothing they could do, and they could only wait for this mental power to dissipate on its own. Because of the current ancient martial arts world, I don't understand how to use mental power at all. I'm afraid Feng Yu is the only one who can use mental power to actively attack and display various strange effects. Raise your head. Feng Yu looked into the distance. Although Chu Feng was also shocked by the effect of the jade pendant, after he came to his senses, he immediately took the opportunity to escape without any hesitation. It took Feng Yu some time to get rid of the mental attack. It's too late to catch up now. Chu Feng, whose vitality was madly burning, was not much slower than Feng Yu. By the time he caught up with him, he might have already approached the fortress city. Feng Yu knew it very well. In the fortress city in the distance, the northern soldiers, as numerous as sand and gravel, may have already surged out, and there may even be armored divisions that if you catch up all the way, in the end, I'm afraid I may not be able to come back alive. Fortunately, I have already made a second-hand preparation. Feng Yu's eyes were deep. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 112. Chu Feng, Daigia beep beep. At the same time, inside the fortress city and inside the missile launch base. A man in combat uniform, who looked to be of high rank, was directing the work of some soldiers. Suddenly, the phone in my pocket vibrated. The middle-aged man picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He frowned immediately, but still pressed the answer button. Hello, who's that? There was no sound of talking, only a crisp snap of fingers coming from the other side. Pa. Bastard. A trace of anger flashed across the man's face, and he was about to explode, but his body suddenly stiffened. The switches pressed, the hint that had been laid long ago was instantly activated. The clarity in the man's eyes disappeared, replaced by confusion and dullness. Like a walking zombie, he quickly walked to the missile control panel, tapped his fingers quickly, and performed a series of operations. Missile unlocked. Please enter the password. Password accepted. Is the launch confirmed? 1 confirmation passed. 2nd confirmation passed. Emission. At the same time as the missile was unlocked, someone in the highest control room instantly noticed this suspicious launch order that had not been approved or permitted. Intercept it immediately. Someone shouted, "Go check what happened." Yes. The operator quickly tapped the keyboard, trying to stop the launch of the missile vehicle, but after a few seconds, cold sweat couldn't stop pouring down his head. Sir, the launch cannot be aborted. What? The commander roared angrily. We have ultimate control. Why can't we abort the launch? Because the missile launched by the other side has no number and no archive in the database. The operator's face turned pale. That's not our missile, not their missiles. The commander's pupils suddenly contracted outside the base. Buzz, the gun barrel fitted onto the base was raised and pointed towards the sky, with terrifying kinetic energy condensing within it. The next second, flames burst out, accompanied by shrill sounds. Dozens of streaks of light drew white marks in the sky and disappeared into the clouds in an instant. Not far from the fortress city, Chu Feng was running at full speed. At this speed, it wouldn't take long to return to the fortress city. Seeing that Feng Yu was not catching up with him, Chu Feng, who was exhausted both physically and mentally, felt a little relaxed and slowed down. Silently feeling the almost irreversible trauma to his body, Chu Feng thought coldly in his heart, just wait, no matter how strong you are, no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price in blood. In the name of the god of war. Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt a little palpitated. What's going on? He looked up suddenly, and with his sharp eyesight, he easily saw that there seemed to be many tiny spots of light in the sky. Airplane, no, not, accompanied by a loud roar. Chu Feng finally saw clearly dozens of missiles with tail flames pierced through the thick clouds, casting deadly iron light on the sky. No! Chu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Boom! There was a violent explosion. A mushroom cloud of flames shot up into the sky. The shockwave spread out in all directions. Smoke and dust obscured the sky, and the entire earth turned into scorched earth. Far away, Feng Yu looked at the flames in the sky. He shrugged his shoulders and turned back. Oh, it's over. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist. Host's villain value plus 28,500. Protagonist's luck value minus 28,500. Friendly reminder, the current host's villain value is 28,600, and the protagonist's luck value is 0. Chapter 113 Dongxia pattern. Fang Yu's eyes were deep, but there was a reason why I didn't use this backup plan at the beginning. First of all, although Russell Camus' credibility and ability were unquestionable, the Northern Army was no pushover, so he was unsure whether the other party could really replace the original with his own missiles and mix them with the other party's launch system. After all, only missiles launched from within the fortress city will not be intercepted by the fortress city's extensive defense system. On the other hand, although he had tried it, he was still not completely sure whether the hint he had planted in advance could be unlocked through a phone call. So Fang Yu made preparations for both scenarios: direct assassination of Chu Feng and missile bombing. In the end, because of the jade pendant that was out of control, Fang Yu was still escaped by Chu Feng, but fortunately, the missile obtained from Russell Camus still sent the opponent to death. Chu Feng must have felt very aggrieved before he died, right? The mighty god of war in the north died in the bombardment of missiles. Ding, since the protagonist has performed well in this book, kill him before the book opens to receive a random lottery reward. Do you want to participate in the random lottery? Is there any need to ask this question? Fang Yu said without hesitation. Draw a prize. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the transformation mask. Well, what is this thing? Fang Yu was a little confused. He probed into the storage space with his mind and found a white mask inside. Suddenly, introductory information appeared from above. Transfiguration mask. After use, it can generate a fixed image based on the host's imagination, which can be switched at any time. Up to 3 images can be generated. Oh, that's interesting. Fang Yu was very interested. With a thought, a white mask appeared directly in his hand. It felt warm to the touch, as if it was made of silk, delicate and soft. He gently put the mask on his face. The deformed mask turned into something like liquid, which slowly seeped into Fang Yu's face and disappeared without a trace. Fang Yu closed his eyes. Start forming an image in your mind. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 38 or 39 years old. He was tall, with sharp eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and quiet and peaceful eyes. Compared with the original Fang Yu, he was completely two different people. Ding, new image detected. Do you want to fix it? Fang Yu thought about it and said, yes. As the words fell, Fang Yu's face suddenly began to change, turning into the image in his mind just now, and even his body bones began to change. In a flash, Fang Yu became a completely different person. Height, appearance, temperament, completely different. Picking up a smooth pebble from the ground and looking at his face in the reflection, Fang Yu couldn't help but sigh. This thing is really magical. A thought came to mind. The image instantly switched back to its original appearance, and then switched again, at an extremely fast speed. Fang Yu nodded with satisfaction. This saves me from having to put on makeup and disguise myself, and there's almost no chance of being discovered. He still didn't want to reveal his identity, so before leaving, he asked Tieba, who was proficient in disguise, to change his image. After all, assassinating the northern god of war is no small matter. In this world, it is the big conglomerates and big families that control the world. For example, in Dongxia, the 3 most powerful families hold the highest power. There is no unity among the 3 families, or to be more precise, they are in a competitive relationship of opposition and vigilance against each other. Everyone wanted to eliminate the other 2 and monopolize power, but they did not dare to act rashly, so a delicate balance was formed among the 4 border war gods. Except for Chu Feng, the other 3 war gods who command heavy troops all belong to one of the 3 major families, but the north is independent of the 3 major families. This desolate and barren land was originally a gathering place for criminals and exiles, and a chaotic area without order. After a long evolution, a fortress city was finally established and the Northern Army emerged, become a huge force that cannot be underestimated. Gradually, a tacit understanding was formed between the 3 major families and the Northern Fortress City. The Northern soldiers in the Fortress City are responsible for fighting against the Northern Alliance, and the 3 major families will provide the necessary supplies and give the Northern Army formal status, honor, and position. This can be considered a compromise among the 3 major families. The Northern Army has already risen. If they insist on an iron-blooded purge, even if they can win, they will inevitably pay a heavy price in the end. And now, as long as you pay a little price, someone will fight against the Northern Alliance for you and avoid a disaster. Why not do it? Of course, there are conditions. For example, active duty soldiers from the Northern Territory are not allowed to cross the Northern Territory line. The 3 major families will never allow the Northern Army to threaten their rule. This is the bottom line that cannot be violated. They can only stay in the desolate northern border and be closely monitored. So in the original book, Chu Feng seemed to have returned in glory, but in fact he was deeply feared. He was able to return only after resigning from his position as the god of war in the north. and he was accompanied by only the 5 generals who had also retired. Of course, with Chu Feng's reputation, the Northern Army is still firmly in his hands. With just one order from him, thousands of troops will come. This is also the confidence that allows Chu Feng to roam the city and destroy anyone he dislikes. The 3 major families are also unwilling to completely break off relations with him, and in Dongxia, apart from the 3 major families, the rest of the big families are basically independent and have their own power. It is normal for them to have private armed forces, and they can be called small princes. It's like being in Haiqing City. Whoever the Feng family wants to kill will definitely not live to see the next day. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Due to the death of the protagonist Chu Feng, the book The Return of the God of War in the City ends. The new book will officially begin after a 1-month buffer period. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. There's actually a 1-month buffer period? I thought the new books would be released immediately. For Feng Yu now, he actually hopes that a new book will be opened. After all, compared to the simple and forced goal of survival at the beginning, he has begun to have his own ideas, that is to pursue one's own strength and power, the pinnacle of power. What kind of scene is this? He wanted to take a look at the divine realm, and even that realm above the divine realm that no one knows whether it exists. Of course, this requires Feng Yu to constantly study books, plunder more villain points from the protagonist, and enhance his own strength. Chapter 114 System Mechanism. It's good to have a buffer period. Feng Yu pondered. Although the book The Return of the God of War in the City has ended, there are still some loose ends that need to be dealt with, such as rescuing Russell Camus, who was imprisoned in Sphinx Heavy Prison, and some opportunities of Chu Feng that need to be obtained. There are also some things that need to be dealt with in Haiqing City. The book ends, but the stories of the characters in the book continue as usual. It's just that the most important character, Chu Feng, is missing. Because of this, the fate of many people will change drastically. Of course, the villain value represented by these plot changes has been obtained by Feng Yu at one time. Mention the villain value. Feng Yu's eyes suddenly became hot. Summon the system panel. It will the strongest villain system host. Feng Yu personal wealth, 243.6 billion charm, 30 constitution, 103 skills. Medical skills. Xin Tian medical cannon, perfect. Fighting skills, perfect. Soul capture, perfect. Business management, proficient. Cello, advanced, villain value, 28600. Current trigger book, none. A villain value close to 30,000. Feng Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped his chest. With a loud bang like steel clashing, he couldn't help but groan, and his face turned pale. System, increase 1 physical point. The void energy descended, washing over Feng Yu's body and spirit. The not-so-light injuries he had just suffered from his self-harm were also completely restored along with his system energy, and the physical points continued to increase normally, reaching 104. A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. The small experiment proves that when improving physical fitness, the system will indeed automatically restore one's injuries, physical strength, etc. Moreover, it does not affect the improvement of physical fitness. The energy used is additionally provided by the system. Therefore, as long as you have villain value, you can instantly recover from all your injuries under any circumstances by increasing your physical fitness by 1 point. This is definitely an incredible ability. It's no exaggeration to say it's a powerful weapon. Think about it, if during a battle, both sides are exhausted, but you suddenly return to your peak condition, what kind of scene would that be? With Feng Yu gradually suppressed his inner excitement. He glanced at his clothes, which had become tattered due to the previous battle. With a thought, a set of Northern Army uniforms appeared in his hands from the storage space. After coming here, he got a set of both the uniforms of the Northern Alliance soldiers and the uniforms of the Northern Border Army under the command of the God of War Chu Feng, so that he could wait for an opportunity to act. Feng Yu changed his clothes. By the way, switch the image to the previously fixed image of a middle-aged man. He has decided that when he wants to show off his strength as a Grandmaster in the future, he should use this identity as much as possible. It is obviously better to stay in the dark than to be exposed to the sun, which is more in line with the identity of a villain and safer. The figure flashed. Feng Yu jumped into a deep pit that was blasted out by a missile some time ago. He planned to use his villain value to increase his physical points here. In the deep pit, Feng Yu sat cross-legged. Look at the remaining 28,100 villain value. He then said without hesitation, use the 20,000 villain points to increase your physical fitness points. As for the rest, Feng Yu planned to keep them for backup. In the future, it will be used to upgrade skills, but more importantly, in some cases, you can recover from injuries by increasing the villain value by 1 point, which may save your life at some point. Soon, the void energy descended. 105106107. A terrifying aura and pressure emanated from Fang Yu. The ground was shaking slightly. It seemed as if a peerless, ferocious beast was about to break out of the seal. Chapter 115. Kill it. At the first moment of Chu Feng's death, the Northern Army immediately received the news. As the god of war in the north, Chu Feng naturally has something on him that can confirm his condition at any time. As soon as the news came out, the top brass of the Northern Army instantly fell into chaos. To them, Chu Feng is their leader, their supreme commander, and the spiritual pillar they respect and adore. Chu Feng's death. It was an unimaginably heavy blow to them. As for the Northern Alliance Army, when Fang Yu took action, they actually sent people to investigate. After all, the roar of artillery fire and gunfire could be heard for dozens of miles, and it was hard not to notice it. He and his men had already been defeated and retreated, so who was engaging in such a fierce battle with the Northern Army? When the rear command received the news from the frontline reconnaissance soldiers, they were stunned and shocked. They're a person who killed thousands of Chu Feng's fully armed guards, including tanks and armored vehicles. The officers at the command naturally did not believe such absurd remarks until the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft sent back blurry images. The drone was the latest model and used high-tech accessories, so the images it captured should have been absolutely clear. However, it seemed to have been interfered with by something, so it only transmitted blurry images, but that's enough. Although I can't see the specific appearance clearly, but it can still be seen from it that there is indeed a figure like a god or demon, who kills through the army brutally and unreasonably, no matter what stands in front of you. Is it a man, or a tank made of steel? This not only frightened them, but also made them extremely wary. Even after hearing the news of the defeat of Chu Feng's personal guards, they did not dare to take any action. Upon learning of Chu Feng's death, the Northern Alliance Border Army Command could no longer sit still. This was a golden opportunity to strike back. If they didn't strike now, when would they? And the terrifying guy who pierced the army seemed to have disappeared from the battlefield. So the Supreme Commander made a prompt decision: launch a sneak attack on the fortress city immediately. Snap, snap, snap. The first small group of Northern Alliance troops, as the vanguard, marched quickly and rushed towards the fortress city. When they reached a wasteland covered in craters, the vanguard soldiers suddenly stopped and asked doubtfully, "Northern Army?" Dozens of meters away, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Northern Army was walking towards them without any weapons in his hands. The vanguard warrior immediately shouted, "Stop! Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground immediately." But the words had just fallen. Did. A comrade beside the vanguard soldier suddenly burst into flames from his assault rifle and fired at the enemy, saying casually, "Why waste so much time talking to these guys? Just kill them." The vanguard glared at him. I originally wanted to get some information from the other party and gain credit, but in the end he didn't say much. After all, judging from the man's clothes, his level should not be high, and he probably didn't know anything about him, so he just killed him. Bang! The warm liquid splashed on the vanguard soldier's face, and he stared blankly at his comrade, whose body suddenly exploded beside him. His eyes gradually changed from confusion to horror. At this moment, a leisurely and indifferent voice came. "I didn't want to pay attention to you. Why did you have to come up to me and provoke me? In that case, then you can die." Buzz, an invisible mental wave enveloped the small advance force, including the vanguard soldier. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes suddenly became confused and empty, and they raised the muzzles of their guns and pointed them at their chins. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out like raindrops of blood splattered outline a charming pattern on the ground. Too weak. Fang Yu's expression remained calm. There was no difference in stance between the Northern Alliance soldiers and the Northern Border soldiers. The struggle between the two sides, after all, is nothing more than the powerful conglomerates and families that control the world's power, fighting each other for their own interests. So, whoever offends you, you will die, no matter who the other party is. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, a phone call came in. Fang Yu took out his phone and answered casually, "Hello? Master." The voice coming from the other end of the phone was Tiabaz. "Your side." Fang Yu's voice was steady. "Yes, it has been resolved." Tiabaz said quickly, "Okay, I'll drive over to pick you up right away. By the way." There was a slight pause. She asked, "Su-yun and her son are still in our hands. What should we do?" After a moment of silence, Fang Yu said coldly, "Kill Su-yun and her son. Chu Feng has passed away, and Su-yun and her son, a pair of crucial characters in the book, are no longer of any value. Do not kill. Can't I keep it for the new year? Although the possibility is very small, he doesn't want to leave any trouble. Besides, Fang Yu had no interest in cheating on Xu Feng. Maybe other people would do that, but for him, wouldn't it be uncomfortable to drive a second-hand car, especially one with a missing tire, and Xu Feng is now spiraling upwards. If you put a hat on him, it would be considered a spiritual hat. Tieba didn't hesitate at all. Yes. Yeah, that's it. Fang Yu hung up the phone and disappeared in a flash. There have been minor bugs in the villain's value in recent chapters, which have been corrected, but will not affect subsequent reading. Thanks to the little whip of Xiaoyao Science Emperor, Xiudi, thanks to user 275378867 for the little whip, thanks to other tippers and all readers for their support. There will be a burst of updates, 6 updates in total. I'd like to ask for a gift today. Is that too much? Chapter 116 Reactions from all parties. Boon one after another, troop carriers were speeding on the ground, heading towards the fortress city in the distance. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they were the troops sent by the Northern Alliance. Suddenly, the moving troops stopped abruptly because they found something strange ahead. Someone immediately jumped out of the car and went forward to check the situation. Hiss. When a Northern Alliance soldier stepped forward to check, he gasped. Soon, even the commander of the army was alarmed, and when he saw the scene, his face changed drastically and he felt a horror in his heart. The bodies of Northern Alliance soldiers were neatly arranged on the ground. Each one died from a bullet through his jaw. Isn't this the vanguard troops sent out before? If they had encountered people from the fortress city, it would not be incredible even if all of them were killed, but the key point is that the way this army died was really too strange. It doesn't look like they died in battle. Instead, it seems like they were struck by some kind of curse at some point and committed suicide collectively. The officer immediately remembered the video. The devil-like figure in the video can defeat thousands of troops with one blow. I'm afraid only he can do this. The commander's heart suddenly trembled. The other party, what are you trying to say? For example, it is a kind of warning to their Northern Alliance. In fact, he was completely overthinking it. Fang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to them. The deputy staff officer stepped forward and asked cautiously, "Sir, the headquarters sent a telegram asking why we stopped marching." Look, the commander's expression changed for a while, and finally he said, "Tell everyone to retreat to the base and abort the sneak attack." The deputy staff officer was stunned. Withdraw? But if we go back now, how are we going to explain this to the headquarters? Confession? The officer glared at the other man fiercely and said, "I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, but right now, just listen to me, yes." The deputy staff officer suddenly didn't dare to talk back. He hurriedly trotted all the way to issue the order to withdraw. The officer had a grim expression on his face. If he withdrew his troops now, the worst that could happen when he returned would be punishment. But if he met that guy, he would be the one to die. Even the god of war Xu Feng can die. Why does he think he can survive? Compared to other things, your own life is more important. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. The blurry image captured by the Northern Union's high-tech drone was disseminated through various channels. In a short period of time, it was then spread to various countries and placed on the tables of important figures. After carefully watching this blurry video, all of these people had solemn expressions. The fighting power and strange methods displayed by the people in the video were truly moving. It's terrifying. He shuttled through a hail of bullets that even a fly could hardly dodge, and his body fought against heavily armored tanks. His physical strength seemed to be endless. Is this really still human? Simon country. On the highest mountain, Osvid, here stands the most powerful warrior force in this country, Komio sect. They all believe in the illusory god of light, and think that one day, the light of the god of light will shine on the earth and judge all living beings. In a sense, they are a combination of warriors and sects, not only teaching methods of cultivation, but also preaching doctrines. Now, in a quiet room in the main hall of Guangming sect. An elder dressed in an elegant white robe looked at the video playing before him with a slightly solemn expression. This person's strength, if it were him, I may not dare to say that I can achieve this level. Saskaba. In the Dark Council headquarters, in a certain room, a deep voice came from one of them. Go. Check. Find out who this person is. The figure kneeling on one knee on the ground immediately spoke respectfully, yes. Chapter 117 Subsequent Impacts. Suez State, Supreme Executive Conference Building, top floor confidential meeting room. A man in a suit and tie, with a dignified demeanor and the aura of a person in power, frowned and looked at the only person in the room besides himself, who was at the other end of the long table. He was a strong man who was 2 meters tall. He has thick blonde hair and bulging muscles. His masculine aura is overwhelming, like a small mountain. At this moment, The burly man was casually placing his thick thighs on the long conference table, not caring about his image at all. The man in the suit seemed to have known the other person's temper for a long time, so he didn't care much and said directly, "Urine, what do you think of this video? If you were to face him, would you have a chance of winning?" Hearing this, Ryan jumped up from the chair like a mountain and fell to the ground. The whole room seemed to tremble slightly. Meeting the man's gaze, Ryan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with fighting spirit and excitement. Things like this can only be known through combat. What can a video clip reveal? After all, I've never had the opportunity to face an army head-on. No, perhaps all the masters of the transcendent realm in the world have never had the experience of confronting a large-scale army equipped with heavy weapons head-on? Or rather, they don't have the courage. I'm a little envious of this guy. Ryan licked his lips. Even just watching it makes me excited. The man frowned and said, "Ryan, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless, otherwise I might not be able to protect you." As he said this, he looked at the looping video again. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. What a trouble. If this video gets out, I'm afraid it will cause chaos again. Ryan curled his lips. What kind of trouble could there be? I think it's quite good. It's a good opportunity for those guys who have started to get cocky to see the strength of us powerful warriors. Otherwise, do they really think that all of us are soft persimmons that can be easily defeated? That's exactly what I'm worried about. The man looked a little unhappy. How long did it take them, and how much did they pay, to suppress these unruly and powerful warriors and gain control of this world? Although the warriors have not officially disappeared, but it gradually faded into obscurity, and even though it still possessed great power, it could not be seen in public. The current ruler of the world belonged to these big conglomerates and big families. They have wealth, armies, and advanced weapons in their hands. In the face of such power, the individual's military force seems very small and unable to contend with. But he was slapped in the face. The man's face was as gloomy as water. Someone bared their fangs at them again. The modern army was defeated by a warrior, even if those who were killed were only a small part of the northern army, belonging to Chu Feng's elite guards. In fact, there are still hundreds of thousands of troops in the north, as well as armored divisions and missile divisions, but at some point, some facts are deliberately ignored. Warriors will only notice that when facing a modern, organized army, they are not vulnerable and powerless to resist. Can't defeat it. It's just because they are not strong enough, regardless of whether the other party's actions were intentional or unintentional. If this news spreads in the ancient martial arts world, it will undoubtedly cause an uproar, and some restless guys will definitely jump out to cause trouble. The man glanced at Ryan, who was ready to make a move. He snorted in his heart. Even this guy has started to have some ideas in his mind, right? As the man expected, this news really caused a stir in the martial arts world. Many people were shocked when they heard the rumors. Some people who were relatively powerful or had the support of powerful forces directly obtained the original blurry image. One man breaks through the army. What kind of terrifying power is this? Such a thing has never happened since this world was controlled by large conglomerates and big families and intimidated by giant steel beasts flashing with cold light. These people felt that their worldview had been greatly impacted. For the first time, they knew that warriors could be so powerful. Everyone's hearts began to burn with excitement. Either he started practicing hard, or he thought he could be as awesome as Feng Yu and started doing evil. But there are more calm and smart people. They thought this was a good opportunity. An opportunity for warriors, so they began to look for various big families and big forces, to serve as guests or personal bodyguards, to seek benefits for themselves, or simply to form their own forces. In short, the direct impact of this incident is that the major forces have increased their fear of warriors, and more warriors have chosen to enter the world. These previously mysterious and mostly hidden beings have begun to appear in the world of ordinary people. Certainly these changes will not happen overnight, but there is no doubt that what Feng Yu did in the north was indeed like a fuse, which began to push the world towards an unknown direction bit by bit. Chapter 118 Underground Boxing Ring. Yenzhou, Quanyang City, Changshu Street. An ordinary street. It is not a prosperous street in Quanyang City, a remote area in Yenzhou, but it is very famous among the wealthy circles in the surrounding cities because there is a huge underground boxing ring in the basement of a 5-star hotel called Fingrui on Changshu Street. For many wealthy people who like to pursue excitement, this is a place that can make their adrenaline soar and give them excitement. Of course, most of these so-called wealthy people are just ordinary rich people. People from real upper-class families rarely come to these low-profile places. Fingrui 5-star Hotel Pa. The car door opened. A handsome man in his 30s got out of the car and stood at the door of the hotel. It was Fang Yu who had returned from the northern border. Next to him was a woman in her early 20s with a charming figure and beautiful looks. She had long wine-red hair and was a real beauty, but her expression was a little cold, as if she was keeping strangers away. It was Tiabat, however. Tiabat, with a cold face, often steals glances at Fang Yu beside him inadvertently. She thought she was doing it secretly, but in fact, all these little movements were seen by Fang Yu. Fang Yu felt a little helpless. I originally wanted to come alone, but Tiabat insisted on following me, under the pretext of protecting me closely. But with Fang Yu's strength, why does he need her protection? He knew in his heart that this was just an excuse for Tiabat to stay with him. Originally, Fang Yu thought it was troublesome and planned to refuse directly, but then he thought about Tiabat's almost 100% loyalty to him, and his character of challenging Chen Yi single-handedly and dying with his unyielding spirit in the book, which moved even him. Fang Yu shrugged. Forget it, just follow her. Just think of it as giving her a break. As members of the Iron Guard, they usually need to perform various tasks and rarely have their own private time. Fang Yu considers himself a qualified villain. Cold-blooded, cruel and ruthless, but he is not an emotionless machine, otherwise, he cannot be called a human being. He still cares about his loyal subordinates. Then, Fang Yu used the image that he had previously fixed using the deformation mask. With Tiabat beside him, he walked into Fingrui Hotel. When I arrived at the front desk, the waiter politely asked, "Hello, do you want to have a meal or stay overnight?" Fang Yu didn't say anything, just bend your index finger slightly and tap the table lightly 3 times. The waiter's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, "Please follow me." As he spoke, he led Fang Yu and Tiabat to an elevator at the back, handed each of them a card, and said, "Have fun, both of you, drop." The two took the elevator down. When the elevator door opened, a completely different world appeared before my eyes. The first thing that catches your eye is a spacious preparation hall, where many wealthy people enter with cards and many boxers are training. Suddenly, a wizened old man came forward with a smile and said, "Sir, are you interested in buying a boxer?" Fang Yu raised his eyebrows. It seems that he doesn't quite understand. The skinny old man led him to the group of boxers and explained, "Not only can you use chips, checks, and so on to bet on every match here, but you can also directly buy a boxer's time for a day and let him participate in the competition. If he wins, he will win a more generous reward. Of course, the price will be more expensive." The withered old man rubbed his hands. His job is to sell the boxers he recruits to wealthy people, sign contracts, and make huge profits. At the same time, he is also responsible for arranging the competition matters for these boxers. There are many people like him in the entire boxing ring, competing with each other. The withered old man saw that Fang Yu had an extraordinary aura and thought that he might be a rich man, so he went up to him and asked if he could make a deal. "Oh, interesting," Fang Yu said with interest. The withered old man suddenly became happy. "So you want to?" Fang Yu immediately said, "No need, I don't plan to buy a certain boxer." The withered old man's face froze and he felt a little annoyed, but what Fang Yu said next made him look shocked. Fang Yu said calmly, "I want to participate in the competition." "What, participate in the competition?" The shriveled old man scratched his ears, wondering if there was something wrong with his hearing. The man in front of him didn't want to buy a boxer, but wanted to participate in a competition. He looked carefully at Fang Yu's figure, which was not particularly tall. What a joke! When many boxers who were practicing nearby heard this, they stopped what they were doing and looked over in surprise, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. There are even a few that I couldn't help but burst out laughing. The shriveled old man had an ugly expression on his face. He had already thought that Fang Yu was the kind of madman who felt that watching the fight in person was not enough, so he planned to try his hand in the arena himself. He had met this kind of person before. The ending is often miserable. After all, in this kind of underground boxing ring, fists and kicks are blind and deaths are common. Ordinary people will have a chance of death if they go in. These brutal fighters don't care how much money you have. "Sir, please don't joke around. My time is precious. Either buy a boxer or leave now." The withered old man was a little impatient, but Fang Yu had already stepped between several boxers. Only one of them was using an iron sandbag. His muscles were bulging and his punches were powerful. He seemed to be the strongest. Bang! 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 The muffled sound continued to ring out. The opponent was now punching vigorously, roaring angrily, and sweating profusely. Fang Yu stood behind him, his shadow looming over him, and said lightly, "Get lost." "Ha!" The man stopped punching and turned back suddenly, his face fierce. "You guy, are you looking for?" But Fang Yu had already turned sideways and kicked out, accompanied by a shrill whistle boom. A sound like thunder erupted. The heavy boxing sandbag filled with iron sand was kicked away and hit the wall with a loud bang, leaving fine cracks to eye in the exploding sandbag. The iron sand fell with a rustling sound. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the boxers under the shriveled old man all had expressions of seeing ghosts. Fang Yu turned his head to look at the boxer beside him, who was pale and had cold sweat on his forehead, and said, What did you want to say just now? ***, thanks to the little whip from White Tiger, chief of the Zhatian gang, thanks to the little whip of a wild purebred key spirit, thanks to the little whip of Xiaoyao Science Emperor, Xiu Di, thanks to other tippers and all readers for their support. Guys, the protagonist is in his 20s, not 37 or 38. Look carefully, the hamster is about to collapse. Chapter 119 Boxing Champion Thunder. The boxer subconsciously touched his chest, and after confirming that it was definitely not as solid as the cracked wall, he hurriedly smiled awkwardly. What did you say? I didn't say anything just now. That's good. Fang Yu said calmly, then looked at the stunned old man beside him and asked, How is it? Is this enough to participate in the competition? The withered old man was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly exclaimed ecstatically, Yes, of course. Oh, my God, sir, even in the entire underground boxing arena, there are probably few who are stronger than you. Fang Yu only showed a little bit of his strength, but it is shocking and terrifying enough, stronger than all the boxers he currently has. If he is arranged to participate in the competition, it will definitely bring him unimaginable huge benefits, the withered old man said excitedly. Sir, your strength is truly admirable. I wonder if you're interested in signing a contract with me? I can promise that in the future, I will definitely make you the king of this underground boxing ring. Money, fame, beautiful women, all these things will be easily within your reach. Not interested. Fang Yu said calmly, I will only compete today. The withered old man suddenly showed a regretful expression. It is such a pity that such a potential future boxing champion cannot be used for one's own benefit. However, such an unknown and powerful dark horse, as long as it is properly controlled, can provide itself with huge profits after a few games. No problem, no problem. The withered old man said hurriedly, I can arrange a match for you right away. Please follow me. Fang Yu nodded and said to Taiba beside him, You go wait in the audience first, I'll be right back. Yes. Taiba said respectfully, but he was full of doubts. With Fang Yu's status, why did he come to this underground boxing ring? Was it just for fun? However, she didn't need to understand Fang Yu's orders, just executed. Led by the withered old man, Fang Yu came to a spacious room. The old man said, Participants need to wear masks and choose a nickname. This is actually done to protect boxers and maintain order in underground boxing rings. Otherwise, boxers can easily be retaliated by competitors or wealthy people who are angry and embarrassed because of losing money. Does everyone need it? Fang Yu asked. Yes. In that case, Fang Yu pondered, then picked up a white mask without any patterns or decorations and said, Let's choose this mask. As for the title, let's call it Faceless Man. Okay. The withered old man said, Then I will arrange a match for you. As he said that, he threw a thick stack of information in front of Fang Yu. On it were photos of boxers wearing various masks, as well as information such as their battle records and fighting styles. These are the personal information of the boxers in the ring that I have compiled. The withered old man explained, and there is one person among them that you need to pay special attention to. Oh, who is it? Fang Yu said with interest, but a strange light flashed in the eyes beneath the mask. The withered old man's expression became unusually serious. He reached out and turned the information to the last page, where a photo of a boxer came into view. However, the other party's nickname was specially marked in red. Thunder, the withered old man said slowly, This boxer codenamed Thunder is the champion of our underground boxing ring. Boxing champion, only the undefeated boxer with a perfect record can hold this title. If he loses a match, the title of boxing champion will be stripped away and the winner will be crowned. The boxing champion does not have to compete. You can enjoy generous rewards. Their only job is to accept the challenge of the strongest person every day. If they lose, they will be stripped of their title, but if they win, they can continue to defend their title. Certainly the person with the strongest record every day can choose to challenge or not. It all depends on personal freedom. After all, the fight for the boxing championship has a set of rules that must be followed, and that is that it not only determines victory or defeat, but also life or death. Every new boxing champion, almost all of them rose to power by stepping over the corpses of old boxing champions. The withered old man said in a deep voice, "I've been working in this underground boxing ring for over a decade and have seen countless boxing champions. Most of them only managed to defend their titles for a few months before eventually being crushed by newcomers. And this thunder, there was fear in his eyes. I've been defending the title of boxing champion for 5 years. I broke the record of the underground boxing ring. With your strength, you should have no problem dealing with other boxers. You might even get the best record today. But, you must not challenge Lei Ming. That guy is a monster." In the underground boxing ring, it can be said that boxers compete with their lives. It will cause great consumption of the body's potential, and as you get older, your peak period will soon pass. So generally speaking, fighting for a few years is considered a relatively long career in the underground boxing ring, but Lei Ming was able to defend his title for 5 years. Absolutely, don't challenge that thunder. The withered old man's voice was solemn as he continued to give instructions. Fong Yu remained silent. He took a pen and casually signed a contestant's contract handed to him by the other party, but a hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. The withered old man took the contract and said nothing more. Instead, he began to arrange Fong Yu's participation in the competition. At the same time, he was thinking about how to adjust Fong Yu's competition order and use this dark horse to make more profits. About boxing champion Lei Ming, the shriveled old man felt that his warning was clear enough. Unless Fong Yu had a problem with his brain, he would not challenge the other party. If Fong Yu walked out along the corridor, there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. What a ridiculous reminder. After all, the reason I came here today was just for this thunder. Enter the official competition and spectator areas. Inside is a Roman Colosseum-style building with audience seats arranged in a circle around the competition stage, which is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Fong Yu's first game was held on stage A. The opponent was a man wearing an Azura mask. When he saw Fong Yu, wearing a white mask, coming on stage, he looked at him with a disdainful look and said, "Where did you come from, weakling? Is this the place for you?" The audience below cheered. "Hey, I haven't seen him before. Is he new? Zura, don't bully the newbie. Ha ha ha. Shura, knock him down." Shura is also a well-known boxer in this underground boxing ring. At this moment, he was enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, listening to everyone's cheers, feeling proud, and couldn't help laughing wildly. "Hey, fellow over there, I'm going to show some mercy. I won't kill you, I'll just break your legs. So, be prepared. Okay?" Halfway through his words, the boxer Shura was suddenly stunned, because he suddenly discovered that Fong Yu in front of him disappeared, and the next second Shura felt a strong force coming from his chest, and his body flew backwards suddenly, falling to the ground after a few seconds. Screams came out of its mouth. In sharp contrast, all the spectators who were watching the game fell into complete silence, their mouths slightly open, unable to utter a single word. How is this possible? Chapter 120, Challenge. Snap, snap, snap. Fong Yu, wearing a white mask, slowly walked up to the wailing Shura and stepped on him in front of his terrified eyes. With a cracking sound, Shura's leg was broken directly. Fong Yu said calmly, "Just for what you said just now, I don't want your life either. I'll just break your legs." As soon as the words fell, he kicked out, kicking the limp Shura off the stage like a ball. Next, Fong Yu stood on the stage. A cold and stern voice came from behind the mask. "Oh." The audience was immediately excited. Instantly, they forgot about Shura as a loser and began to excitedly shout a new slogan: "Faceless One. Faceless One." The game continues. In front of Fong Yu, the grandmaster of the transformation realm, the result was naturally no suspense. No matter whether the boxer was a newcomer or a veteran, or what level he was, he would be easily defeated by Fong Yu until the end. No one can stand in front of Fong Yu anymore. Everyone in the audience held their breath, their eyes focused on stage A and on Fong Yu. Everyone was cheering his name. In the audience, the withered old man was laughing so hard that he couldn't stop. "I made a lot of money today." In this situation, if Fong Yu could be recruited, he should be able to retire directly after working for a while and enjoy life with plenty of money. However, Fong Yu will only participate in the competition today. The withered old man's expression gradually became gloomy, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha, how could he allow such a profitable treasure to leave so easily? As early as when I signed the competition contract just now, that he had already tampered with the agreement, and had also made another arrangement. He would find an opportunity to drug Fong Yu after the game, and then lock him up for a few days to train him well. After that, he will probably be obedient. The withered old man's smile was ferocious, and his previous kind and friendly appearance was long gone. The target you have set your sights on, you will never escape from my hands. At this moment, on the platform set up in the center of the 4 competition stages, the host responsible for explaining and livening up the atmosphere was excitedly shouting, "Oh, today's strongest boxer is actually a newcomer. How surprising! His powerful figure is mesmerizing. Please let us remember his name, the Faceless One. Faceless. Faceless. Faceless." The waves of shouting grew louder and louder. "The atmosphere is warm." At this moment, the host pointed to the microphone and loudly inquired, "So, today's highlight of the underground boxing match has arrived. Will the Faceless Man, who possesses the strongest record, challenge our 5-year champion, Thunder?" The atmosphere in the venue became even more enthusiastic. The historical lessons of those challengers who fell in a pool of blood have already established the invincible image of Thunder. For 2 years, no one dared to challenge the boxing champion. This Faceless Man, will it pose a challenge? In the audience, the withered old man was already smiling and was about to go forward to greet him. In his opinion, he had repeatedly emphasized the horror of Lei Ming, and the other party should not be stupid. But Fong Yu on the stage finally spoke. The voice was low, but it echoed strangely in the surroundings. "I challenge." The whole place was quiet for a moment, then it exploded, with countless people roaring excitedly. For the first time in 2 years, the Faceless Man wants to challenge the boxing champion Thunder. The withered old man was suddenly stunned, his face full of surprise. "Is that guy crazy? Damn it, if he dies at the hands of that monster Lei Ming, all his plans will be ruined." Oh. The host also seemed a little excited. The Faceless One is actually going to challenge Lei Ming. I can't wait. In that case, let's applaud and welcome the boxing champion Lei Ming. Accompanied by the audience's cheers. On one side of the competition stage, a large door opened with a rumble. A figure walked out from inside. He was a tall man with a cold face and a look that seemed to contain a sword. He was wearing loose clothes, and as he walked towards them step by step, the stadium seemed to tremble slightly. Fong Yu's expression was indifferent. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Information began to emerge in my mind. The boxing champion Lei Ming, whose real name is Lei Chenjue, he was once an outstanding disciple of the Lei sect, a martial arts power in Dongsha. He had reached the peak of internal strength at a young age and was believed by everyone to be in the position of a grandmaster and inherit the position of sect master. But 10 years ago, when the previous leader of the Lei clan passed away, Lei Chenjue was just about to be promoted to grandmaster. What should have been his most glorious moment was plotted against by his own senior brother, and he failed to be promoted and even encountered a series of hunts. Although Lei Chenjue managed to escape by relying on his strength, he suffered serious internal injuries. He had no hope of becoming a grandmaster in this lifetime, and his strength even declined compared to before. In the end, his senior brother won the position of sect leader. A few years later, he was promoted to the realm of grandmaster. After that, the Lei clan never stopped tracking down Lei Chenjue, forcing him to come to Yenzhou under a false name. In the underground boxing ring in Quanyang City, he used the nickname Lei Ming, became the boxing champion, and lived a depressed life. Later, Chu Feng came to this underground boxing ring for some reason and had a fight with Lei Chenjue. The two became acquainted with each other through the fight and developed a mutual respect for each other. Finally, Lei Chenjue was persuaded by Chu Feng to join his team. Later, he recovered from his injuries and was promoted to grandmaster, become a general under Chu Feng. Fong Yu's eyes were deep. Now that Chu Feng was dead, this opportunity would naturally be inherited by him. In addition to improving personal strength, it is also necessary to build your own power. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, can you do everything by yourself? Although, he inherited the power of the Feng family, but to be honest, as his level and strength increase, except for the 8 iron guards, the others are of little use, so it is very necessary to recapture Lei Chenjue, a master who has the potential to be promoted to a grandmaster. A master of the realm of transformation, it is a scarce resource at any time. As Fong Yu's thoughts flashed, Lei Chenjue had already arrived at the other end of the stage, with an imposing aura on his body, and said in a deep voice, "You are my challenger?" Lei Chenjue's eyes were calm and peaceful. Obviously, he did not take Fong Yu, the so-called challenger, seriously. Even if he was in such a bad state now, he was once one step away from becoming a grandmaster. How could he take a group of ordinary people seriously, even with internal injuries? Lei Qianjua's current strength is approaching the peak of internal strength. Even if a grandmaster of the transformation realm doesn't come out, he will have few rivals in the martial arts world, let alone in the small underground boxing ring. Bring it on. Lei Qianjue hooked his fingers but did not make any fighting gesture. The whole audience was buzzing with discussion. Many people have already put out a lot of money to bet. The vast majority of people still believe that Thunder will win. After all, that is the absolute reputation established by the 5 years of defending the title. Chapter 121. Follow. Well, here I come. Under the white mask, Fang Yu smiled slightly. He put his hands behind his back, stood with his hands behind his back, and then took a step forward. This moment, boom. Like a roar of thunder, enormous pressure burst out from Fang Yu's body, and like a tide, it came towards Lei Qianjue. The air seemed to be buzzing. Lei Qianjue's expression changed. He felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on him. Just as he was about to make a move, Fang Yu's eyes suddenly darkened, and his mental power seeped out of his body, spreading around like water waves. Lei Qianjue suddenly became dazed. Even though my spirit was struggling violently, I couldn't stop the drowsy feeling from coming over me. At some point, when Lei Qianjue suddenly woke up, Fang Yu had already walked slowly in front of him, close at hand, and gently placed his right hand on his arm, smiling and asking, "Do you want to continue fighting?" Lei Qianjue was horrified. Grandmaster, the person in front of me is actually a master of the transformation realm, and the method that made him feel dazed was unheard of. Who are you? Lei Qianjue's pupils contracted and he asked in a low voice. Even the dumbest person wouldn't think that a grandmaster of the transformation realm came to this underground boxing ring just to participate in a competition. Is it because of myself? Could this person be a pursuer sent by laymen? But that didn't make sense. If he was someone sent by laymen, he should have attacked me directly just now. Why would he show mercy? Lei Qianjue couldn't figure it out. Fang Yu said calmly, "I know you, Lei Qianjue, the genius warrior of the Lei clan back then. I came here this time just for you. Now I'm giving you a chance. Follow me, and I can heal your internal injuries and help you advance to the grandmaster level." In Lei Qianjue's heart. A huge storm has already been set off. It wasn't because Fang Yu revealed his identity, but because of what he said next. Heal your internal injuries and help yourself advance to the grandmaster level. This is what I dream about, but can the other party really do this? Facing Lei Qianjue's suspicious gaze, Fang Yu smiled slightly. Within his dantian, the cold energy belonging to the Xiantian medical classic began to circulate violently, flowing directly into his body along the hand on the other's shoulder. Lei Qianjue was originally shocked. I thought Fang Yu was going to attack me, but soon, he felt that the internal injuries that had troubled him for 10 years were relieved, and an indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his body. Like a miracle, Fang Yu stretched out his right hand. He said aloud, "How about it? Do you believe me now?" Lei Qianjue was excited, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, "If you can really heal my internal injuries, I am willing to follow you." "Oh, very good." Fang Yu smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that this matter was accomplished. Lei Qianjue said anxiously, "Then when will we?" "Don't be anxious." Fang Yu said slowly, "Before that, let's announce the results of the competition first. We can't keep the audience waiting too long." Lei Qianjue suddenly woke up and remembered that they were still on the stage. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. He quickly stepped back and shouted, "I give up." The whole audience was silent. Then, it boils. Chapter 122. Too many bad people. What a joke. They roared in anger. Due to Fang Yu's precise control, the pressure and mental power he exerted were only directed at Lei Qianjue, and no one else was aware of it. Therefore, in the eyes of the audience, what they saw was Lei Qianjue standing still, letting Fang Yu slowly walk over and put his hand on his shoulder. Then, after more than 10 seconds, Lei Qianjue suddenly admitted defeat. How could this not anger so many viewers? Many of them have placed their entire fortunes on Lei Qianjue and simply cannot accept this fact. This is a fake match. Give us our money back. This isn't over yet. Where are the organizers? Get out here. There was a lot of cursing from the audience, and the situation was about to get out of control. But Fang Yu didn't care at all and said to Lei Qianjue, "Let's go. It's too noisy here. Let's find a quiet place." Lei Qianjue nodded. Following Fang Yu, they planned to leave together, but before the two men walked off the stage, a group of security personnel in black rushed up, holding guns in their hands, with the black muzzles pointed at the two men. Far away, the person in charge of the underground boxing ring sneered, "Leave? Where do you want to go? He was filled with rage. I didn't expect these two guys to cause such trouble. Listening to the angry curses from the many wealthy spectators around me, I felt even more annoyed. Because of this incident, the reputation of the entire underground boxing ring will probably be affected. Bastard, the person in charge planned to use the most severe torture on the two men. Boxers are just money-making tools for the boxing ring. Even if they are boxing champions, what does it matter? Dare to break the rules of the boxing ring, and you will pay the price. Facing the empty muzzle of a gun, Fong Yu smiled. His expression was indifferent, and he suddenly raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A loud noise suddenly erupted, with his feet as the center. Cracks spread across the concrete and granite stage. The next second, the entire stage collapsed. A terrifying shock. It even spread to the audience. The person in charge of the underground boxing ring had a dazed look on his face. Was he dreaming? At this time, the person in charge suddenly felt his hair stand on end, because in the corner of his eye, a figure wearing a white mask appeared. A sense of horror rose in my heart. Fong Yu's big hand had already pinched his neck, and with a crack, he crushed him to death. Before he died, there was still disbelief and fear in his eyes. Although ignorance is not a crime, as a human being, you must always pay the price for your actions. Fong Yu threw the other person's body aside indifferently. With a flash of afterimage, Lei Qianjue also appeared beside him. Shocked by Fong Yu's terrifying speed and cruel and ruthless methods, Fong Yu walked away. Let's go, they are just a group of ignorant ants. This time, no one dared to block the way. Lei Qianjue followed behind him with a nonchalant look on his face. He came from an orthodox martial arts world, and the creed that the Grandmaster was inviolable had long been deeply ingrained in his heart. In his opinion, these people deserved death for daring to be so rude to a Grandmaster of the transformation realm. This time, the entire underground boxing ring fell into chaos. No one condemned Fong Yu, Lei Qianjue, or the boxing ring anymore, but fled outside. Confusion. The shriveled old man was both shocked and a little relieved. If I had dealt with Fong Yu according to the original plan, I would probably have become a corpse by now. Fortunately, just as he was about to take advantage of the chaos to leave, he turned around and took a step, but his body suddenly froze and he felt a piercing pain in his chest. His body was convulsing, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and his eyes were full of shock. What's going on? In fact, it was as early as when I entered the market. Fong Yu casually made some adjustments to the shriveled old man. After all, he possesses master-level business management skills. How could he not see the little trap set for him by the other party in the competition agreement? The venom hidden in the shriveled old man's eyes could not be hidden from Fong Yu. Fong Yu doesn't want to kill anyone, but there are too many bad people in this world who always want to persecute him. There's nothing he can do about it. In fact, he was heartbroken and helpless. Plop, plop, plop. The withered old man felt his heart beating faster and faster, and took a few steps forward with fear on his face. No! Bang! The shriveled old man's heart exploded directly inside his body. He twitched and fell to the ground. No breath at all. ***. Chapter 123, Treating Internal Injuries. The underground boxing ring is still in turmoil, but this was no longer something Fong Yu cared about. He had already taken Lei Qianjue and left the underground boxing ring. Tieba had already started the car and was waiting in front of Fengrui Hotel, accompanied by a flash of figure. The two of them appeared in front of the car. Fong Yu opened the door and sat in the back seat. After Lei Qianjue got in, he said in a deep voice, "Let's go." "Master, are you going to the airport?" Fong Yu closed his eyes slightly. "Let's go back to Haiqing first." The reason why he came to Yenzhou in person was to ensure that everything was foolproof. After all, Lei Qianjue was a possible grandmaster of the transformation realm in the future and possessed great value. As for the other small tales in the book The Return of the God of War in the City, they were all handed over to the Iron Guards, who led people to deal with them. In the car, Lei Qianjue couldn't help but ask, "May I ask your name?" In his opinion, Fong Yu, as a master of the transformation realm, must be a famous figure in the martial arts world. Who could he be? This caused Lei Qianjue to speculate. Fong Yu directly took off the white mask on his face. At this time, he had switched back to his real face without using the deformation mask. After all, Lei Qianjue is now one of their own, and he will definitely be used frequently when he becomes a grandmaster in the future, so it is not realistic to keep hiding his true identity. Fong Yu said calmly, "My name is Fong Yu, and I'm the chairman of the Fong Group." Lei Qianjue was stunned. Haiqing Fong family. The Fong family is not only the local tyrant in Haiqing, but also has a great reputation in the entire Dongxia territory, so he had naturally heard of them. But shouldn't the eldest son of the Fong family be only in his early 20s, a grandmaster of transformation in his early 20s? Late Chenjue felt confused. Back then, he was considered a rare genius in the martial arts world, but when he was preparing to be promoted to the grandmaster level, he was already over 40 years old. A grandmaster in his 20s, this was simply unheard of. Is this still a human being? No matter how talented you are, there must be a limit. Fong Yu's expression was calm that he did not hide his identity from Lei Chenjue, but he did not intend to reveal his strength to the outside world for the time being. Instead, he planned to use the image of a middle-aged man in his 30s fixed by the transforming mask to fabricate a false personality. His name is Fong Qian. He is a long-hidden master of the realm of transformation in the Fong family. In the future, when Fong Yu publicly displays his strength, he will use the image of Fong Qian. There is a deeper meaning behind his doing this. After all, as the world becomes more and more complicated and warriors gradually enter the world, if a family does not have a few masters behind it, it will inevitably be coveted by others. The image of Fong Qian fixed by the transformation mask has an appearance, body shape, aura, etc. that are completely different from his original self. As long as he is careful, there is almost no possibility of his identity being exposed. Lei Chenjue finally came back to his senses from his shock and reluctantly accepted this incredible fact that he collected his thoughts and said, "So it's Master Fong. I'm so sorry, so sorry. I didn't expect that Master Fong is actually a martial arts master." Fong Yu remained silent. Lei Chenjue asked, "Master Fong, what about my injury?" Fong Yu glanced at him and said, "Don't worry. Since I promised to help you heal your internal injuries, I will definitely do it. However, you were forcibly interrupted during your promotion process, and you were injured in the battle. Your foundation has been damaged, so it will be difficult to treat. The energy I transferred into your body before can only alleviate it, not cure it." Lei Chenjue said in a low voice, "What should we do then?" Fong Yu's expression was indifferent. "Oh, you will know when the time comes." The method he planned to use to treat Lei Chenjue's injuries was the mysterious substance secreted by the special insects in Muzi's heart. This mysterious substance DIT has been proven to be very effective in repairing injuries, especially internal injuries. Liu Gang had previously promised to provide him with medicine that could be taken by humans as soon as possible, and just 3 days ago, the head of the human research laboratory finally called him to tell him that the laboratory had used the extracts to produce the first batch of medicine. After rigorous testing and inspection, it will not cause any harm to the human body, and the effect is even more surprising. Therefore, Fong Yu planned to use this first batch of medicine on Lei Chenjue to help him heal his internal injuries. Tiebai drove the two of them into the airport. The private plane had already arranged its route and was preheated. As soon as the three of them boarded the plane, it immediately left Quanyang City with a roar. It only took a few hours to return to Haicheng. After this, Fong Yu did not delay and took Lei Chenjue directly to Fong's pharmaceutical company. He took the elevator to the human research laboratory in the basement and found the person in charge, Liu Gang. Liu Gang came forward excitedly, "Mr. Fong, you're here." Fong Yu nodded. "How's the situation? You called me earlier to report that you'd successfully developed a finished drug?" "That's right," Liu Gang said with a hint of pride. "We used a sufficient amount of the mysterious secretion extracted from the experimental subject, analyzed its composition, and supplemented it with other materials to finally produce 5 finished potions. According to the current extraction method, we should be able to produce about 30 units a month." Fong Yu pondered. 30? That's not too few. But before we discuss the quantity, we still have to confirm the effect. Otherwise, it will be meaningless. Now, give me 5 potions, and then find a quiet room. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Lei Chenjue. "Follow me." Liu Gang did not dare to delay and immediately prepared a quiet room with better protection measures for the two of them, and then sent someone to deliver 5 doses, which was all the medicines at present. In the room, Fong Yu whispered, "Sit down." Lei Chenjue sat down obediently, and Fong Yu stood behind him, stretching out his right hand and placing it on his back. The cold air in his dantian continued to flow into his body. Lei Chenjue only felt a coolness and a very smooth feeling in his body, and he couldn't help but cry out. Fong Yu was speechless. "Stop yelling." Lei Chenjue immediately shut up and fell silent. He began to immerse his mind, circulate his skills, and heal the injuries in his body, until one moment Fong Yu retracted his palm and said, "Okay, you can take the potion now. It will take until all your internal injuries are healed." Lei Chenjue did not dare to delay. He hurriedly opened the potion in front of him and swallowed it. Immediately, his body trembled violently, and surging vitality filled his body, quickly healing his serious internal injuries. Immediately afterwards, Lei Qianjue took the second, the third, and finally took all 5 potions. As the injury recovers, Lei Qianjue's aura was also rising steadily, moving towards the peak. Chapter 124 Quasi-Grandmaster Fang Yu, who was watching carefully from the side, raised his eyebrows. This potion seems to have the effect of improving strength. Of course, that kind of improvement is dispensable for his current strength, but for ordinary people, it is enough to bring about a leap. This made Fang Yu have some thoughts. If the best bodyguards were selected from the Fang security group and taught by the Iron Guards, and then used with this potion, their growth time could be greatly shortened through this method. In a short period of time, a group of elite troops can be trained. This sudden idea gradually turned into a complete plan in Fang Yu's mind. He planned to put it on the agenda as soon as possible and start implementing it to form his own elite force. Moreover, many warriors have entered the world recently and joined large families. Fang Yu also plans to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit a group of people from the martial arts world. Drink. At this moment, Lei Qianjue suddenly shouted. A fierce aura emanated from his body, and gusts of air began to swirl around Lei Qianjue's body like a whirlwind, with faint wisps of almost undetectable white mist visible in it. Fang Yu's eyes moved. This is a sign of the release of true essence. Lei Qianjue can already sense the external vital energy, absorb it and transform it into true energy in his body. As long as enough vital energy is transformed, he can officially enter the realm of transformation and become a master. It can be said that the most difficult threshold has been crossed. What is needed next is just steady accumulation. Official promotion is just a matter of time. After all, not everyone has a system that can complete the absorption and transformation of vital energy in an instant like Fang Yu. It takes a relatively long time for other warriors to advance to the realm of transformation. Lei Qianjue jumped up from the ground, and as his body stretched, a crackling sound was heard. Fang Yu smiled and said, "Yes, you can now be called a quasi-grandmaster." Lei Qianjue exhaled a breath of foul air and said with gratitude, "If it weren't for Master Fang, I would have spent my whole life in that small boxing ring. How could I have come to this day?" Bang! As he spoke, he actually knelt on one knee in front of Fang Yu, his face serious. "From now on, my life, Lei Qianjue, belongs to young Master Fang. No matter if I have to climb mountains of swords or cross seas of fire, I will never frown." It is said that a man's knees are made of gold and he will not kneel down easily, but Lei Qianjue didn't care at all at this moment. Originally, he had planned to spend his life in a daze, but the appearance of Fang Yu changed everything and changed his own destiny. Fang Yu has given me a new life, therefore, Lei Qianjue believed that Fang Yu deserved this respect. "Okay, get up." Fang Yu smiled, feeling very satisfied. Judging from the description of Lei Qianjue in the book, once he chose to follow someone, he would follow that person wholeheartedly and would never betray them. In the past, this person was the god of war Chufeng, and now, it has become myself. He spent a lot of effort to win over Lei Qianjue, brought him out of the underground boxing ring, and expended energy to heal his injuries. Wasn't it all for this? Fang Yu waved his hand, then an invisible force appeared and lifted Lei Qianjue from the ground. This move shocked Lei Qianjue. For a master in the state of transformation, releasing true energy and emitting power through the air are basic skills and nothing special, but how terrifying is the power of a transcendent grandmaster? A single wave of his hand can cause immense destruction, yet Fang Yu can control the power just enough to lift the person up, with perfect accuracy. Such fine control, even those masters who have been in the transformation realm for decades may not be able to do it? And Fang Yu is only in his 20s now. How long can he advance to the transformation realm? Did he start practicing from the womb? Lei Qianjue had just accepted the fact that Fang Yu had advanced to the grandmaster level at the age of 20, and now he was getting uneasy again. It is true that people will die if they are compared with others, and goods will be thrown away if they are compared with others. I, the so-called genius warrior, am just a scum in front of Fang Yu. Lei Qianjue took a deep breath. The excitement could not be calmed for a long time. After a while, he said again, "Mr. Fang, I have an unwelcome request." Fang Yu waved his hand and said, "Speak." Lei Qianjue's eyes were filled with hatred. "I hope that after I advance to grandmaster, I can return to laymen and settle the grudges from the past. Otherwise, I will not be able to swallow this anger." Back then, he should have been promoted to grandmaster and become the leader of laymen, but he was framed by his senior brother and ended up in his current situation. Naturally, his heart was filled with resentment. There was no chance before, so he didn't dare to think too much. but now that he has the hope of being promoted to Grandmaster, the idea of revenge began to sprout in Lei Qianjue's heart. However, he had already sworn to be loyal to Feng Yu, and everything he had now was given by Feng Yu, so he had to ask for his opinion and did not dare to make his own decisions. Oh. Feng Yu smiled faintly. Revenge? Even if you succeed in advancing, can you take revenge? Your senior brother reached the Grandmaster level several years ago, while your cultivation has been stagnant for 10 years. Besides, the other party is now the leader of the Lei sect and has many subordinates. Is he really going to fight you alone? Lei Qianjue suddenly paused. Although what Feng Yu said was impolite, it was the truth. Yes, even if I advance to the Grandmaster level, can I take revenge on my senior brother? A hint of unwillingness flashed in Lei Qianjue's eyes, but he could never bring himself to ask Feng Yu to help him with revenge. The other party had already helped him heal his internal injuries, and he had not done anything for the other party. No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to make another request. Besides, it's your own business. Lei Qianjue wanted to personally end the grudge from that year. At this time, Feng Yu said, actually, if you want to take revenge yourself, there are ways. Lei Qianjue subconsciously asked, what method? Feng Yu said, have you forgotten about the martial arts tournament? It's going to be held soon. Martial arts tournament. Lei Qianjue's body shook. It is a grand event held every 3 years in the martial arts world, attended by many martial arts forces and many independent practitioners. This is a platform for the younger generation of martial arts to compete and display their skills. Some independent practitioners also use this opportunity to join well-known martial arts forces. Some masters of the older generation will also show their strength to inspire the younger generation to practice harder. At the same time, the martial arts tournament is also a place to settle personal grudges. Warriors with grudges can initiate a life and death duel in front of everyone to resolve their grudges. Life and death are decided by fate, and they are not allowed to use their power to retaliate afterwards, Lei Qianjue said in a low voice. In that case, let him live a little longer. When the martial arts conference comes, I will kill the thief myself. Feng Yu nodded. You should stay here for the time being and cultivate with peace of mind, striving to break through the realm of transformation. If you need anything, go to Lu Gang and he will help you solve it. Yes. Lei Qianjue said respectfully, I will definitely live up to Master Feng's expectations. Chapter 125. Sense of crisis. After finishing his instructions, Feng Yu left the room. When passing by the laboratory, he looked at the wood soaked in the container and couldn't help but reach out to summon Lu Gang and ask, how's Muzi's health? Will the extraction of that mysterious substance have any effect on him? Will he die soon? Lu Gang patted his chest and said, don't worry, Mr. Feng. I still understand the principle of sustainable development. The generation of mysterious substances has nothing to do with the experimental subjects themselves, but comes from energy and substances absorbed from the outside world. That's good. After confirming that Muzi could continue to provide medicine and would not affect his plan, Feng Yu left the underground laboratory with confidence and drove out of Feng's pharmaceutical company, then go to the Feng Group headquarters building. During the time he went to the northern border to assassinate the god of war Chu Feng, many matters accumulated within the group, some of which required him to make decisions. However, for an enterprise of the level of the Feng Group, there are clear rules and regulations for doing things, and most of the issues that Feng Yu needs to deal with are just directional issues, which are not complicated. With the swallowing and digestion of the industrial power of the Ji and Zhao families, the Feng family has become the undisputed #1 family in Haiqing City. Even in the entire Linzhou area, except for the Wei family, there is no other family that can be compared with the Feng family. Just when Feng Yu was processing the documents, there was a knock on the office door and Tie walked in from outside. Master, are you looking for me? Yes. Feng Yu looked up and said, I will authorize you, the Iron Guard, to help me select strong and loyal elites from the Feng Security Company. The number doesn't need to be large, only about 30 people will be needed for the first batch. Take them to Feng's pharmaceutical company to find Lu Gang. He will provide a potion that will strengthen these people's constitutions. After that, the 8 of you will guide them. I don't need ordinary people, I need elites. Do you understand? Once one group has completed its training, the next group will be brought in immediately. These people will be temporarily under the jurisdiction of your Iron Guards. I see. Tie nodded a little. He knew in his heart that Fang Yu was going to personally form his own elite subordinates. One more thing. Fang Yu continued, in the name of the Fang family, a recruitment notice was secretly released. The content is as follows. This recruitment information is aimed at the large number of independent cultivators who have recently entered the world. If these people could be brought under his command, they would be a very powerful force. Fang Yu is a person with a strong sense of crisis, because he knows that only in this way can he survive better in this world and have the opportunity to reach the top. That's why he is so eager to strengthen his power with the opening of subsequent books. Warriors will surely gradually come to light, and even unlock higher levels of power, and the situation in the world will be completely changed. When the time comes, the hypocritical cloak of civilization will be torn off. Humanity will enter a barbaric era where power determines everything, although it is not certain when it will happen. Fang Yu plans to plan ahead and make preparations in advance, so that when that day really comes, he will not be afraid of danger. Chapter 126. This thing is destined to be with me next. A month of waiting for new books to open. Fang Yu continued to promote the expansion of the Fang Group, and at the same time he would take time to visit the Fang Pharmaceutical Group to inspect the training of the elite selected by the Iron Guard. With the help of medicine, the first group of people made rapid progress. In terms of physical fitness alone, they have reached the peak of external strength. Coupled with the training of the Iron Guards and the latest thermal weapons, they can even fight against masters who have just entered the realm of internal energy. If 30 people cooperate, they can easily kill anyone except those at the peak of internal energy. For this effect, Fang Yu was still very satisfied unless one reaches the realm of a master and truly transcends the mundane. Elite warriors equipped with advanced thermal weapons can still cause terrifying deterrence and damage to warriors. On the other hand, Fang Yu did not forget his promise to Russell Camus. He promised him that he would rescue him from Sphinx Prison. However, Sphinx Prison is heavily guarded, and even its location is kept strictly confidential, making rescue very difficult. Now, Nightmare Eye, the world's top hacker team, is deciphering the specific location of Sphinx Prison through the encrypted signals of satellite phones, and is also investigating the prison's force deployment. Russell Camus himself knew how difficult it was to rescue him, so he did not rush him, but gave Fang Yu a 4-month deadline. If Fang Yu fails to rescue him after 4 months, he will regard Fang Yu as a breach of contract and launch crazy revenge against him. Time flies. Soon, a month passed. Early morning, Cloudtop Villa. After Fang Yu finished his breakfast, he called Lung Han, who was waiting for his orders, and said, "Get the car ready for me. I need to go out." "Yes." Lung Han obeyed the order and left. By the time Fang Yu had packed up and walked out of the Yundian Villa, a Rolls-Royce was already parked at the door, and Fang Yu drove away directly. A few hours later, we arrived at Donghu Community, a high-end villa community on the outskirts of Haiqing City. Puff, the Rolls-Royce came to an abrupt stop. Fang Yu got out of the car and walked directly into the Donghu community. Surrounded by bodyguards, he was strolling in the internal park of the community, his eyes wandering, as if he was looking for something, until a certain moment, his expression changed. "Found it." I saw a thin, white-haired old man sitting next to a bench in the park. There was a chessboard in front of him and an old book next to him. Fang Yu walked over slowly and stood in front of the old man, asked, "What are you doing?" The old man smiled and said, "I'm looking for someone who can beat me in chess." Fang Yu said casually, "What good would it do to win against you? Where would you find so many idle people to play chess with you?" The old man didn't say anything. Instead, he took the book next to him that looked very old and said, "Whoever defeats me can take this ancient book. This book has been passed down from generation to generation in my family. It contains secrets and is said to be reserved for those who are destined to receive it. My father once said that no matter what method is used, this book will eventually reach the hands of the destined person, so I decided to do it directly through playing chess." Fang Yu took the ancient book and stroked it for a few times. "Oh, interesting, I want this book today." The old man laughed dumbly. "Young man, you have to beat me first. I have played against several people today, but they all lost to me." Fang Yu didn't say anything, just smiled, then sat down on a stool in front of the old man and picked up a chess piece. The old man took one look and said no more. His expression became slightly serious. He also took the chess piece in his hand and started the game between him and Fang Yu. If Fang Yu can play Go, but his level is not very high, he can only be considered a mediocre player. The old man opposite him is obviously a Go master. After a short while, he defeated Fang Yu without leaving a single piece of armor. Only 10 minutes later, Fang Yu was defeated. The old man smiled smugly and said, "Young man, you're still far from being as good as me." You were so arrogant as to say you wanted to take away this ancient book passed down from my ancestors. I thought you were a master, but it turns out you were just joking. Fang Yu said calmly, "Are you kidding?" "No, I never joke. If I say I'll take this book away today, I will definitely take it away." As he spoke, he grabbed the ancient book and held it in his hand, then he stood up from his stool, dusted off his trousers, and told his bodyguard, "Give him 100,000 yuan, and I'll take the book." The old man was stunned, then his face flushed with anger. "This is an ancient book passed down from generation to generation in our family. Only the destined one can take it away. You can't take it." Fang Yu sneered in his heart. "Destined one, the destined person, has died long ago, moreover, she died at his hands, without even a trace of her remains left. That's right, this ancient book was originally intended to be taken away by the god of war Chufeng, but the other party has already gone to hell. This is the last remaining opportunity in the book, the return of the god of war in the city. Because the book does not explain the origin of this old man, we only know that he will appear in this place today. That's why Fang Yu delayed it until today. This ancient book contains a secret method called blood explosion that can increase a warrior's strength in a short period of time. This method is similar to the one used by Nie Xiong and Chu Feng, but it is more sophisticated and will not cause any side effects on the body. For Fang Yu, who possesses perfect fighting skills, he has already achieved 100% control over his own strength, so this level of secret technique is useless. However, it can be used to pass it on to his subordinates, for example, Lei Chenjue, the 8 Iron Guards, and those elite warriors selected to undergo special training. They can all practice this secret technique and improve their strength. Fang Yu put one hand in his pocket and left without looking back, but a voice could be heard from afar. "Didn't your ancestral precepts say that this ancient book would eventually reach the hands of its destined person, no matter what means? Now that it's in my hands, doesn't that prove that I'm the destined person? This thing is destined to be with me." The old man was speechless. "I have absolutely no idea how to refute it. I just feel like I have 1,000 MMPs to say in my heart." But the burly man, who was as strong as an iron tower, stared at him fiercely. In the end, the old man shuddered, picked up the 100,000 yuan in cash thrown on the ground, packed up his stall, and left in shame. No ancestral teachings are as important as your own life. Fang Yu walked leisurely, intending to open the ancient book in his hand. At this moment, I suddenly felt a repulsion coming from the book, as if it didn't want to be opened by me, as if it had its own will. Fang Yu, however, looked indifferent. It seems that this book only recognizes Chu Feng, the son of destiny. But Chu Feng has long been dead and is just a dead thing. How dare it disobey itself? Buzz Fang Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. A huge amount of mental power surged out from his mind and suppressed the ancient book in his hand. The ancient book trembled violently, but soon, it stopped moving. A trace of energy remaining on it. It has been completely destroyed by Fang Yu's mental power. Snort. Fang Yu snorted coldly, opened the ancient book that recorded the secret method of blood explosion, and began to read it casually. At this moment, a young courier hurried past Fang Yu. Fang Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. What's going on? At this moment, the system's mechanical prompt sound echoed in my ears. Bite. New books open. The new book is titled, The Free and Easy Master in the City. This is the final installment of XX's Urban Trilogy. If you successfully clear the strategy, you'll receive a mid-level gift pack. Buzz, the information in the book descended from nothingness, filled Fang Yu's mind, and turned into his memory. Fang Yu turned around suddenly and looked at the back of the delivery man who had passed by him before. There was silence for a moment. A strange smile suddenly formed on the corner of his mouth. That's great. A new book has started, and I have the protagonist again. I can grab it now. Asterisk. Thanks to the little whip of a wild purebred key spirit, thanks to other tippers and all readers for their support, today's update is quite substantial. Please give me a reward. Chapter 127 Yilong, thanks to Zhang Zhengmo for the great certification. Fang Yu looked strange. I really didn't expect that the book would be open right now, and I would just meet the protagonist. But, what a pity. Fang Yu felt a little regretful as he sorted out the plot in his mind, because according to the information obtained in my mind, the plot of the book has officially begun. Now, here is the first act of the book. Therefore, the protagonist's halo has been fully activated, and he has good luck. Before depriving the protagonist's halo, he can no longer kill the protagonist, and even if he is lucky enough to kill him, he will not gain any villain value. He could only choose to slowly seize opportunities, change the plot, and kill the protagonist step by step. Fang Yu immediately ordered the bodyguards beside him, immediately keep an eye on the courier who just passed by. No matter where he goes, keep a close eye on him. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable, yes. Several burly bodyguards were startled and quickly hung behind the opponent, using the obstacles around them to secretly follow him. Feng Yu closed his eyes slightly. The Free and Easy Master in the City is still written by the author of the two books, The Master Going Down the Mountain in the City and The Return of the God of War in the City, and belongs to a trilogy under the same worldview. Of course, there is no connection between the front and back parts. The three protagonists are generally active in the same period and do not interfere with each other. However, there are some small intersections in the plot, which can be regarded as Easter eggs buried by the author. Yi Long, the protagonist of Xiaoyao Master in the City. He grew up in an orphanage and dropped out of school after graduating from high school. Because he had no skills, he became an ordinary courier, but one time when passing by a slum, Yi Long met an elderly man who was also helpless and living in poverty. Feeling a sense of sympathy, he often visited and took care of the old man, bringing him food and the like. And obvious, the old man's identity is not simple. The old man's name is Feng Xiaoyao. He was once the leader of Xiaoyao sect, one of the major forces in the martial arts world. He is a powerful master of the realm of transformation. However, during his reign, the Xiaoyao sect was destroyed by a coalition of enemies. He was the only sect leader who escaped from the entire sect. However, due to his serious injuries, although his true energy was still preserved, he was unable to take action. Feng Xiaoyao fled to Haiqing City and settled down in a secluded village in the city. The destruction of his sect had made him disheartened, and he had been living there for decades. After that, he met Yi Long and was taken care of by him for several years. Feng Xiaoyao discovered that Yi Long had a talent for martial arts and his temperament also met the requirements, so he took the opportunity to knock Yi Long unconscious and used the secret method of Xiaoyao sect to transfer all his true energy to him. As a result, Yi Long directly reached the Grandmaster level. Of course, Yi Long has no foundation in martial arts. If he directly bears such a powerful force, he will probably explode and die. Therefore, Feng Xiaoyao set a seal for that power and left a small opening. A very small amount of true energy will continue to flow out, improving Yi Long's body until the seal is completely lifted. After the seal is released, Yi Long's strength will enter a period of rapid growth. Of course, it certainly won't happen overnight. Otherwise, if the protagonist is invincible from the beginning, how can the book continue? Settings, all settings. Because all this happened after he was knocked unconscious, Yi Long himself was not aware of it. Although he noticed that his physical fitness was getting stronger, he was naturally a bit careless and attributed it to the result of his regular exercise. In addition, Xiaoyao Master is in the book city. The author also added some super rich elements. Yi Long is not only strong in personal martial arts, but also created a company, ran a business, drove a luxury car, hooked up with beautiful women, and kept showing off. Chapter 128, Pretending. But now that you've run into me, forget about all that. Feng Yu sneered, just be a good loser, until I crush you to death. He waved his hand and summoned the system, the strongest villain system host, Feng Yu. Personal wealth, 367.8 billion. Charm, 30 constitution, 143 skills, combat, perfect, soul capture, perfect, medical skills, Xintian medical canon, perfect, business management, proficient, villain value, 8100. Current trigger book, Free and Easy Master in the City. Feng Yu noticed something and asked in his heart, system, why didn't you tell me the protagonist's luck value this time? When opening the previous two books, the system would clearly tell him how much luck the protagonist had left, but this time, it didn't happen. The system quickly replied, host, since the 3 books you've opened are part of a trilogy set in the same time period, and you're currently in the 3rd book, the protagonist's plots and luck are entangled, so it's impossible to accurately calculate the protagonist Yi Long's luck. But when Yi Long's luck value is weakened to the extreme and his protagonist halo is stripped away, the system will issue a timely reminder. Is that so? Feng Yu frowned, then relaxed. Although it is a little troublesome, it will not have any impact on the overall situation. As for Yi Long, those who deserve to die will die anyway, and the ending will not change at all. Feng Yu browsed the plot in his mind. The first official plot begins. The protagonist is invited to attend a party with his high school classmates. On the one hand, this kind of class reunion is a chance to meet old friends and reminisce about the past, but on the other hand, after entering society, it is inevitable that people will become vain and snobbish. For those who are doing well, it is natural to show off their current living conditions and accept the envy and admiration of others. This kind of activity is inevitable. Although Yilong is just a courier, he has a strong sense of self-esteem and is naturally embarrassed to reveal his current true occupation and situation. According to the plot, he would take out several months' salary, rent an Armani suit, wear a fake Rolex watch, drive a rented Ferrari, dress up like a gentleman, and attend the class reunion in a high-profile manner. Oh, Fong Yu suddenly smiled strangely and called Long Han. Master, what are your instructions? Now, help me do something. Donghu community I in front of a villa. Yilong trotted out and wiped the sweat from his head. I'm so tired. Riding on his electric scooter, Yilong drove out of the villa. At a certain moment, the car suddenly stopped. He looked around. Strange, why do I feel like someone is staring at me? At this time, although Yilong had not yet been told by Feng Xiaoyao that he had inherited a powerful true energy, as the seal gradually weakened, the true energy that seeped out of it tempered his body, and his facial features had already become much sharper than those of a normal person. Is this an illusion? Yilong muttered, finally shook his head, continued riding his electric scooter, and left Donghu Villa. After delivering a few more orders, he did not continue working, but returned to his rented house, which was a one-bedroom apartment and very shabby. While Yilong took out the high-end Armani clothes he rented from the closet, put them on, and looked at himself in the mirror. He seemed very satisfied, as if he had really become a wealthy man with billions of assets. He didn't want to embarrass himself at the class reunion. When he was in high school, Yilong had many little girls as his fans because he was good at basketball and looked handsome. Naturally, many boys disliked him and wanted to take this opportunity to step on his face. Why Yilong snorted coldly, want to show off by hitting me in the face? Don't even think about it. He reviewed his current persona in his mind, and when the time was almost up, he left the cramped rental house, went downstairs, got in his rented Ferrari, and drove directly to the party location. The gathering place is set at the Bright Moon on the Sea. This is a very high-end dining and entertainment center in the city center. The consumption is very high. A meal for one person usually costs several thousand yuan. The working class basically cannot afford it. The door now. A lot of young men and women have gathered around. These people were Yilong's high school classmates. They had agreed to meet at the entrance of Haishang Minghua. After several years of separation, the classmates who once studied in the same classroom have opened up a huge gap. Some look a little shabby, while others look bright and beautiful. The focus of the crowd was a man wearing designer clothes and gold-framed glasses. Next to him was a white Highlander. Everyone was watching with envy on their faces and talking about him. Li Kwa, your car is worth at least several $100,000, right? Hundreds of thousands. Look carefully, this is a Toyota Highlander. If you want to buy this model, you'll need at least $1 million. Everyone gasped. For those of them who had just graduated a few years ago, $1 million? This was absolutely an unimaginable number. Li Kwa, you are so awesome. Li Taheo, you have to help me out from now on. Facing the expressions of admiration and praise, Li Kwa looked very proud, and then seemed to have thought of something, and said casually, "Hey, isn't Yilong here yet? I haven't seen him for so many years, I miss him so much." The surroundings were quiet, then came all kinds of disdainful criticism. Why bother with that guy? Hey, I haven't heard from that guy since he graduated. He must not be doing well. Hey, I chased Yilong back then, but now I feel a little regretful. I should have chased Li Kwa instead. Li Kwa, do you think I still have a chance now? Everyone knew that Li Kwa had disliked Yilong for a long time, but now Li Kwa was obviously doing well, so they naturally began to brag about Li Kwa and belittle Yilong sometimes. People are just so realistic. Li Kwa laughed triumphantly, and just then boom. The crisp roar of the engine was heard. A gray Ferrari came speeding like lightning and finally stopped in front of the group of people. Then, the window slowly rolled down. Why Yilong greeted everyone indifferently. Oh, you're already here? The scene suddenly became silent. Yilong's high school classmates were completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. Yilong was actually driving a Ferrari. That must have cost at least several million, right? Compared with Li Kwa's Toyota, it is completely not on the same level. Everyone looked at Yilong carefully. He was dressed in Armani and wore Rolex watches, looking like a rich man. Chapter 129. I clearly rented it today. Fuck, Yilong, you've really become rich. Is this true? Yilong said calmly and pretentiously, how should I put it? It's not bad. I just bought a villa in Donghu community recently and plan to move in the next few days. Hiss, Donghu community. Everyone was shocked again. Donghu community is one of Haicheng's famous wealthy areas. Wei Long actually bought a villa there. How terrifying. Great. Really great. Feeling the gazes of his high school classmates, especially the female ones, Yi Long felt as if he was floating in ecstasy. Is this what it feels like to pretend to be cool? Li Kuo's face was gloomy. At one point, he suddenly said with a forced smile, Yi Long seems to be doing well. He even bought a villa in the East Lake community. We've never seen a villa in the East Lake community before. How about inviting us to visit in a few days? Yi Long's heart trembled, but he still pretended to be calm. Okay, but it will take a few days. They are still under renovation. Oh, no problem. Li Kuo said with doubt in his eyes, I will remind you when the time comes. He didn't believe that Yi Long had really become successful. In the original book, Yi Long was suspected by Li Kuo because he was pretending to be rich and powerful, and he directly asked to visit his villa in Donghu community, but Yi Long knew it clearly in his heart that he is just a courier. Where did he get the villa in Donghu community? I was naturally very panicked. So Yi Long pretended to be calm on the surface and insisted on attending the class reunion, but he actually planned to leave immediately after the reunion and never contact these people again. After all, he couldn't afford to lose face in that situation. Just after the party, Yi Long's body was finally strengthened to a sufficient degree, the seal in his body was finally released, and his strength entered a period of explosive growth. The a cliched story of a hero rescuing a beauty, a young lady from a wealthy family was saved. In order to thank Yi Long, the other party directly gave him a bank card and a villa in Donghu community. So, Yi Long took the opportunity to stomp on Li Kuo's face and act very cool. At this time, Yi Long spoke again calmly, you guys go in first, I have to find a place to park the car. After all, it's a car worth millions. It would be bad if it gets scratched if it's parked outside. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Kuo's Toyota. There was provocation in his eyes. Li Kuo's face suddenly turned ugly when everyone was about to enter the Sea Moon. A man hurried over from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. The man walked straight up to Yi Long, bowed slightly, and said, Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Long? Yes, I am Yi Long. Yi Long was a little stunned. Who was this person and why did he know him? For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition. The man said politely, Finally, I found you, Mr. Yi Long. I'm from the Carlisle rental store. You ordered a one-day Ferrari rental from us yesterday, but didn't return it. We didn't detect that you had renewed your subscription, and our calls kept getting through, so we had to use the car's positioning system to find you. Silence. The whole audience fell into silence. Yi Long also fell silent, but he was already roaring madly in his heart. You are the one who rents the car, your whole family rents the car. Get out of here, hey. His mentality was about to collapse and he wanted to go crazy. How could a car rental company come to his door to ask for a car, asshole? But the man still maintained a slightly bowed posture, as if waiting for Yi Long's explanation. Feeling the strange looks from everyone, Yi Long was so angry that he felt dizzy. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, as if he had thought of something. He pointed at the man and roared frantically, You're talking nonsense. Damn it! I clearly ordered the Ferrari today, how could it be due soon? Chapter 130, sad and lamentable. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience suddenly became even more silent. The man was also stunned and took out his cell phone to look at it. Immediately, a look of realization appeared on his face. Sorry, sir, we heard from the store that we made a mistake. To express our apology, we will extend your usage time by 1 day. Well, enjoy your ride. Puff. There was already an uncontrollable chuckle coming out. At this moment, Yi Long's face had completely turned the color of liver. In the end, Yi Long drove away from the class reunion in a daze. When he came to his senses, he had arrived at the urban village. Why am I here? Yi Long was a little depressed, but after thinking about it, he said, Forget it, let's go see that old man. So, he bought a roast chicken from a roadside delicatessen, held it in his hand, parked the car, and walked through the complicated and chaotic alleys towards where Feng Xiaoya was. Yi Long didn't know, countless pairs of eyes, already lurking in the darkness, were fixed on him. One of them moved his lips as a voice entered the wireless headset, Master, the target has entered the old city and is holding a bag of roast chicken. In the distance, on top of an 8 or 9-story residential building, bite. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot. The villain's value is plus 500, and the protagonist's luck is minus 500. Fang Yu sat cross-legged on the edge of the rooftop, listening to the report from the other side with a calm expression. Keep watching, report to me at any time, and wait for my instructions, receive. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly to it can now be basically confirmed that Yi Long is going to find Feng Xiaoyao. After all, it is described in the original book that the other party's favorite food is roast chicken. However, the timing is a bit strange. This guy just lost face at the class reunion, so he should be sad. Why is he running here with nothing to do? Fang Yu thought about it, but was puzzled. Finally, a guess came to mind. Is it because I used my identity to let the people in the car rental shop expose Yi Long, cutting off his chances to act cool and slap others in the face? So the worlds will reorganize the plot and brought forward certain opportunities? He came here under the control of the will of an illusory world. This is the only reasonable explanation. As a veteran villain who has killed two protagonists, Fang Yu has gradually figured out some laws about luck and the will of the world. Fang Yu's expression was indifferent. Oh, the protagonist seems to be the son of destiny, blessed with everything, but when you think about it carefully, he is just a puppet controlled by the will of the world. What they do seems to be according to their own will, but is it really? It's pathetic and pitiful. In that case, let me help them get rid of it. At this time, the communication channel rang again. Master, the target has arrived at the destination. The location is, bang. As soon as the words fell, a Fang Yu's figure turned into an invisible afterimage and disappeared into the night. However, at the edge of the floor where he was originally located, the cement collapsed and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Only a low and cold voice remained, echoing in the original place. Just as we agreed before, do it. Chapter 131. Red Yi Long shuttled through the urban village, thinking of the embarrassing situation he had just encountered at the class reunion. His face turned red with anger and his lungs were about to explode. At a certain moment, he suddenly couldn't help it and kicked a dilapidated concrete pier next to him hard. At this moment, due to his agitated mood, the already shaky seal set by Feng Xiaoyao in Yi Long's body suddenly collapsed and was released. Boom! A huge amount of true energy circulated in Yi Long's body, driving his strength to skyrocket wildly. Almost in an instant, he broke through the barrier of external strength and advanced to the realm of internal strength. In the martial arts world, only those who have advanced their internal strength can be considered to have truly entered the realm of martial arts and be called a master. Yi Long kicked out and landed on the concrete pier. The huge concrete pier broke into pieces with a bang. Yi Long was startled and took a half step back. He shook his head and looked around to make sure there was no one else around. Then, his face was full of shock. Did I do this? You must be kidding. Yi Long didn't think he could do such a thing, so he stomped the hard concrete pier into pieces with one foot. However, I did have a strange feeling just now, as if a powerful force surged within me. Could it be that I suddenly opened up my Ren and Du meridians and became a martial arts master? Yi Long was a little confused and made random guesses, but after calming down, he gradually became excited. No matter what the reason was, he now possessed such terrifying strength. Was he still afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it? Just wait, sooner or later, I will be able to succeed. Yi Long's depression was completely gone. Excitedly carrying the roast chicken in his hand, he turned left and right and came to a place that was remote and shabby even in the urban village, and pushed the door open and went in. Who is it? So late at night. I saw a thin, wretched old man sleeping on the wooden bed in the room. At this moment, he sat up in a daze, with a look of impatience on his face. Old man, it's me. Yi Long placed the roast chicken on the dirty table and said, I saw you were here, so I brought you some roast chicken. Roast chicken? When Feng Xiaoyao heard this, he immediately became excited. All sleepiness disappeared from his body. He rushed to the table, picked up the roast chicken, and started to eat it without caring about his image. Hey, leave some for me. Yi Long said unhappily, but then waved his hand. Forget it. I'm in a good mood now. I won't bother with you. Let me tell you, I'm going to be rich. Developed? Feng Xiaoyao spat out a bone, raised his head, and glanced at Yi Long suspiciously. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly his expression changed. Well, your seal is broken? Yi Long was confused. Seal? What the hell is that? Feng Xiaoyao had already rushed to Yi Long's side, sensing him carefully. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, I actually solved it. Your talent is even better than I thought. Our Xiaoyao sect finally has a successor. Yi Long was even more confused. Old man, what are you talking about? I'm confused. Ahem. Suppressing his inner surprise, Feng Xiaoyao coughed and said seriously, don't worry, listen to me carefully now. I am the leader of Xiaoyao sect. Back then, he told everything. Why Yi Long's expression changed from confusion to shock, and finally to realization. No wonder my physical fitness has been getting better and better in the past few years, and my strength has suddenly increased just now. It turns out that it is because the old man passed on all the true energy he had cultivated throughout his life to me. Yi Long felt touched. Besides, he also knew what a warrior was. As well as some situations and conditions in the martial arts world. At this time, Feng Xiaoyao said with a serious face, are you willing to take me as your master and become the new leader of Xiaoyao sect? If you inherit this position, you must work hard for the restoration of Xiaoyao sect. I do. Yi Long bowed down without hesitation. Master. Are you kidding? At this time, why not agree? You'd be a fool not to agree. After all, Feng Xiaoyao passed on all his strength to himself, and as the leader of the Xiaoyao sect back then, he must know a lot of secrets, such as some martial arts secrets, and he can even give guidance to himself in the practice of martial arts. Besides, the Xiaoyao sect said that all its members were wiped out, but as a major force in the martial arts world back then, they might have some hidden tricks up their sleeves. So, no one would agree, as the protagonist. Yi Long is not stupid at all at this time. He analyzes the interests involved in almost an instant. While Feng Xiaoyao was excited and said yes repeatedly, the next moment, just as he was about to continue speaking, he frowned and said, disciple, you go back first today. I have some things to take care of here. Oh. Yi Long was a little confused, but still said, then master, I will leave first. Well, let's go. Feng Xiaoyao waved his hand while Yi Long left the dilapidated house directly. A minute after he left, Feng Xiaoyao finally stepped out of the house and said calmly, come out. There are 9 of us in total, which is quite a lot. Between words, the vulgarity on Feng Xiaoyao's face disappeared, his bent back straightened slightly, and he looked awe-inspiring, as if he had turned back into the famous master of the realm of transformation. He was wearing tattered clothes, but they rustled in the wind without any wind. Even though he had passed his true essence to Yi Long and fell from the state of transformation, his physical foundation was still there. With the insights he gained as a former grandmaster, even with injuries on his body, his strength was still comparable to that of a peak internal force. In the thick darkness of footsteps were heard. 9 people wearing black combat uniforms and with grim expressions walked out slowly. They were the first batch of 30 elite warriors who had been trained by the Iron Guards. Feng Yu planned to take this opportunity to test the results of the training. The others besides the 9 people did not come here, but stayed outside the urban village, closely monitoring Yi Long. However, as Yi Long's strength increases, these surveillance methods may no longer be effective soon. For these elite soldiers who have received special training, Feng Yu gave them a unified code name, Red. After that, all elites trained in the same way will become members of the Red Army and will be temporarily led by the Iron Guard. 9 Red Warriors approached step by step. They all held assault rifles with silencers in their hands and had expressionless faces. The place where Feng Xiaoyao lived was too remote and dilapidated, so the residents of the surrounding houses and alleys had already moved away. There is no one living around. Chapter 132 Kill Feng Xiaoyao. Finally it came out. Feng Xiaoyao snorted coldly, who are you? There was no sound, only the burning bullets answered him. 9 Red Warriors, take action. Day. Silently, bullets flew in like raindrops. Feng Xiaoyao flashed and disappeared from sight, but the 9 Red Warriors did not panic at all. Instead, they quickly gathered together and suddenly shot into the air. In midair, a figure suddenly stopped. As if violating the law of inertia, it suddenly fell to the ground. Fire! The moment Feng Xiaoyao fell to the ground, the 9 Red Warriors spread out again, pouring bullets into every angle without any blind spots. There were subtle deviations in the timing of their shooting to ensure that the guns would not stop firing when some of them were reloading. The bullet net attacked, and Feng Xiaoyao couldn't dodge in time, so he had to protect his vital parts with his hands. The bullet landed on his body, penetrated his skin, and blood flowed out, but it eventually got stuck in his muscles and did not hurt any vital parts. Roar! A murderous look flashed across Feng Xiaoyao's eyes. He didn't even dodge or evade, but directly protected his vital parts and crashed into me. The 9 Red Warriors' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated to dodge, while tongues of fire continued to burst out from their hands. However, their individual strength was only at the peak of external strength. so their speed was naturally not as fast as the opponent. Bang! A red warrior vomited blood and was knocked away. Once a hole was torn, the formation of the 9 people was directly destroyed, and then they were knocked down one after another, although the remaining people were still providing gunfire support, causing Feng Xiaoyao's attack to be greatly reduced. These red warriors, who were only at the peak of external strength, were still seriously injured. Feng Xiaoyao was filled with murderous intent. He was about to burst out, intending to kill. Just then, "Hey!" a long sigh sounded from behind Feng Xiaoyao, like the sigh of a ghost. Creepy. If Feng Xiaoyao was horrified, did I actually perceive it wrongly? There were not 9 people present, but 10. Who? Feng Xiaoyao turned around suddenly, and a big hand reached out from the darkness and grabbed his neck. Feng Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly widened, and for a moment, he was in extreme fear. He wanted to struggle and resist, but the big hand on his neck gently pinched. Boom! The terrifying power erupted from his body, like a mountain collapsing and thundering, destroying all resistance with ease and completely destroying all vitality in his body. The other person's eyes instantly became distracted and dazed, only a trace of disbelief remained. Feng Xiaoyao, die, bite. Congratulations to the host for robbing the protagonist of his opportunity. The villain's value is plus 1000, and the protagonist's luck value is minus 1000. In the book, Feng Xiaoyao's role is not just to pass his true energy to Yilong, he also helps him a lot afterwards, such as teaching him some secret techniques of the Xiaoyao sect. So Feng Yu was not surprised that he gained 1000 villain points. 9 red warriors all came to Feng Yu. Some were injured, some were not. But they all whispered, "Sorry, Master Feng, he and his men took precious potions, received instruction from 8 iron guards, and had an absolute advantage in numbers. Even with hot weapons in hand, they still couldn't deal with an old man." This made them look ashamed. Feng Yu did not speak, but his figure flashed and teleported to the side of several injured red warriors, injecting a stream of cold air into their bodies to relieve their injuries. "Thank you, Mr. Feng." Several people expressed their gratitude. After doing all this, Feng Yu smiled faintly and said, "No. Your performance today is already enough to surprise me. You did a great job. Those who are injured can go back and recover. You will all have rewards later." The 9 red warriors all breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yu waved his hand. "All right, those who are not injured, clean up the battlefield. Be careful not to leave any traces." "Yes." Several people began to clean up the battlefield. Feng Yu stood there, closing his eyes and thought, with joy in his eyes. No matter what, Feng Xiaoyao was once a master of the realm of transformation. Even though he had transferred all his true energy to the protagonist Yilong, who had fallen from the Grandmaster realm and was still injured, he was definitely not something that an ordinary person could deal with. The 9 red warriors at the peak of external strength, relying on their hot weapons, skilled coordination, and unique skills acquired through training, forced Feng Xiaoyao to adopt a combat method that would kill 1000 enemies but injure 800 of their own. This surprised Feng Yu greatly. The red warriors, who possessed certain martial arts skills and were equipped with modern weapons and fighting skills, displayed strength far beyond his imagination. This made Feng Yu begin to believe that warriors and technology are definitely not in opposition, but can complement each other. With the rise of firearms, the absolute dominance of warriors began to end. Even the once high-ranking masters of the realm of transformation chose to join the emerging big families and big conglomerates that held world power. Everyone thinks so. Sooner or later, warriors will become the dust of history. Even though Feng Yu's actions of killing his way through the army and punching the tanks in the northern border have shaken this concept, it is only a little bit. The warrior world simply believes that after this battle, the status of warriors will be improved and they can gain greater benefits from it. Feng Yu had different ideas. When warriors are fully armed and equipped with powerful technological weapons, what kind of combat power can they exert? He had a vague premonition in his heart. Perhaps what you think about will change the world to a great extent one day. Several red warriors have cleaned up the scene. Feng Yu was about to leave when he thought of something. I almost forgot. He rushed into the house where Feng Xiaoyao lived. The house was bare and there were few things in it, so after a quick search, he found a map under the bed. Sure enough, there is something. Feng Yu's expression changed and he began to browse carefully. According to the description above, the place recorded on this map is the location of the Xiaoyao sect's treasure, which is intended to prepare for situations where the sect is in danger due to foreign invasion. The person who originally got this map should be Feng Xiaoyao's apprentice Yilong, but now, it has fallen into Feng Yu's hands. It seems that the treasures of Xiaoyao sect are destined to be with me, Feng Yu said happily. then I will accept them without hesitation. I have to find an opportunity to take these things out later. Cool, there is nothing more satisfying than killing people and stealing treasures. Fong Yu folded the map that marked the treasure location and put it on himself, then walked out of the house, called the 9 Red Warriors, and left the urban village. Chapter 133, Good Intentions. The next morning, Yi Long excitedly rode his electric scooter to the urban village. Although the car rental shop promised to extend his stay by 1 day, he was too embarrassed to continue driving the Ferrari. After all, it was filled with his humiliating history. Of course, he was about to say goodbye to all that. Yi Long felt the explosive power in his body and felt full of confidence. In the internal strength stage, his strength would increase steadily until it reached the peak of internal strength. Even the barrier of the transformation realm would not stop him for long because of the huge true energy that had already condensed in his body. Soon, Yi Long arrived at the urban village, came to the place where Feng Xiaoyao lived before a master. He pushed the door open and was shocked to find that Feng Xiaoyao was not in the house. Ha? What's going on? Yi Long was a little confused. Feng Xiaoyao used to stay at home all day long. No matter when he came to visit him, he was always there. Why was he gone today? I stayed at Feng Xiaoyao's house and waited for a while, but he still didn't come back. Could it be? Yi Long's brows suddenly furrowed. Master, in order to avoid being overly dependent on him, simply left? Yes, that must be the case. The more Yi Long thought about it, the more likely his guess seemed to be possible. Feng Xiaoyao was warning himself that he must learn to face everything in the future alone and not rely too much on external forces. The future of Xiaoyao sect was in his hands. Yi Long sighed. Master, you have good intentions. Thinking this, he took a few steps back, kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, his expression serious. He said in his heart, when I have the ability, I will definitely restore Xiaoyao sect. Master, just watch. Having said that, he turned around and left resolutely. If Feng Xiaoyao still had a spirit in the underworld, he would probably rush back from the underworld, punch and kick Yi Long, and roar a traitor. At the same time, Feng Yu has been staying in the underground laboratory of Feng Pharmaceutical Group. Outside a room, Feng Yu paused, sensing the aura, a faint smile forming on his lips. This aura, Lei Qianjue is finally about to break through. Here it comes. A huge breath suddenly rushed up from the room into the sky. The ground outside was shaking slightly, and the surrounding vitality rushed in that direction frantically. For a moment, the vitality of heaven and earth around Feng Yu became thin. At a certain moment, a long howl suddenly came from the room, making people's eardrums buzz, with a threatening and oppressive force that made people tremble. In other words, the rooms in the underground laboratory are reinforced with alloys. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary room, it might be demolished directly. Crunch. The door of the room was opened. Lei Qianjue walked out in high spirits. He no longer had the haggard look of being seriously injured, but was full of surging vitality. Grandmaster of the realm of transformation, Feng Yu smiled and said, Congratulations. Lei Qianjue's eyes were filled with excitement. All of this was given by Master Feng, otherwise, how could I have this opportunity? As he spoke, he subconsciously waved his hand, and the surging true energy in his body could not help but be released outwards, rushing towards the ground. If this blow landed on the ground, it would probably create a big hole. At this time, Feng Yu waved his hand casually. The power suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lei Qianjue seemed a little embarrassed. He had just been promoted to Grandmaster and could not control the power in his body well, so he accidentally caused the power to leak out and almost made a big joke. Chapter 134, Teaching Secret Techniques. It was just a minor incident, so Feng Yu didn't take it too seriously. He quickly got down to business. By the way, I've recently recruited a group of warriors, and the number will likely continue to increase. I'll leave these people under your management, clear? Lei Qianjue nodded. Feng Yu helped him heal his injuries and advance to the Grandmaster level, so it was naturally impossible for him to just keep eating for free. It was only natural for him to help him with his work. In addition, from the fact that he spent a lot of money to recruit warriors, it can be seen that Feng Yu is an ambitious person who is not satisfied with the status quo. Lei Qianjue is indeed loyal and righteous, but he is not someone who is willing to be lonely. He also hopes to accomplish something big. In this respect, he and Feng Yu have the same goals. So Feng Yu turned around and said, Come with me. I'll take you to see them first. As he spoke, he brought Lei Qianjue to a spacious enclosed hall in the underground laboratory base. At this moment, there were 5 or 6 people practicing martial arts inside. The strength of these warriors is all internal energy. After all, if he didn't even have this level of strength, how could he have the nerve and courage to accept the Feng family's recruitment? However, most of these people have just started to learn internal energy, and the strongest one is only in the middle stage of internal energy. Their strength has reached the peak of internal energy, and they are considered strong in the entire martial arts world. The former northern god of war Chu Feng and his 5 generals were only at the peak of internal strength. However, even though they were at the peak of internal strength, there was a big difference in their strength. Saw Feng Yu coming, several warriors immediately stopped what they were doing and said politely, "Meet Mr. Feng." Feng Yu nodded, without any further ado, and pointed directly at Lei Chenjue and said, "From now on, he will be your new person in charge. You must obey his orders." Lei Chenjue said in a deep voice, "Everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Lei Chenjue." Several warriors suddenly looked suspicious. Feng Yu is their employer, and the conditions he offers are very generous, so these people naturally won't put on airs in front of him. But what qualifications does this guy named Lei Chenjue have to lead them? Feng Yu saw the disbelief and hostility in everyone's eyes, smiled faintly, and glanced at Lei Chenjue. His meaning was very clear. Lei Chenjue suddenly laughed grimly. He is not a pushover. He was once trained as an heir in layman. As the future leader of the sect, he naturally knows how to deal with this group of arrogant internal force warriors. The simplest way, of course, is to crush someone with absolute strength. Lei Chenjue took a big step forward. The aura of a martial artist at the transformation realm was fully revealed on his body. The internal force warriors who were recruited were suddenly filled with horror, feeling like they had turned into a dead leaf in the sea, drifting in the strong wind and in danger of capsizing and sinking at any time. Transformation, transformation. Several warriors were dumbfounded. Lei Chenjue said calmly, "Well, am I qualified to lead you now?" Several people hurriedly said, "Yes, of course." Oh my god, grandmasters of the transformation realm were rare in the entire martial arts world. And behind the Feng family, there was actually another grandmaster of the transformation realm? It was simply terrifying. Lei Chenjue said in a deep voice, "If you have any questions about martial arts training in the future, you can come and ask me. However, if anyone disobeys my orders, don't blame me for being ruthless." Said. A fierce glint flashed across Lei Chenjue's eyes. Of course, of course. How dare we not obey Master Lei's orders, several people said in panic. At the same time, he was also extremely surprised that he and others actually had the opportunity to receive guidance from a grandmaster of the transformation realm. Even for those large forces with transformation realm warriors in charge, not everyone can get such an opportunity. Seeing that Lei Chenjue quickly intimidated these unruly warriors with a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, Feng Yu couldn't help but nodded. After a while, Feng Yu called Lei Chenjue aside, then took out an ancient book from his arms. It was the one he had snatched from the old man playing chess. No, it was the ancient book he had bought that recorded the secret method of blood explosion. Lei Chenjue was a little confused at first, but after reading a few pages, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked shocked. It's very obvious, this ancient book records a secret method. Moreover, from Lei Chenjue's perspective, this is a very powerful secret technique. This secret technique called blood explosion can increase the strength of a warrior, and its most powerful aspect is that while the blood explosion secret technique is being activated, it does not hinder the use of other secret techniques. That is to say, effects can be stacked with each other. For a grandmaster of the transformation realm, it is already extremely difficult to further improve his strength, so at this moment, this secret method is even more precious. Lei Chenjue said nervously, "Master Feng, Feng Yu said calmly, "Since I'm giving it to you, just accept it. The stronger you are, the more useful it will be. And with this secret technique, your chances of revenge will be greater. If you die at the hands of your senior brother, my training of you will be in vain." Lei Chenjue was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, "Master Feng, if that's the case, I'll accept it. There is no need to express gratitude for a great favor. The only way to repay the other party's investment in him is through actions." Feng Yu remained silent. The reason why he gave the secret method of blood explosion to Lei Chenjue was naturally for his own benefit. The reason why it was not taught to the recruited warriors and the warriors on the red side was because the secret method of blood explosion was not something that everyone could use. Without the strength of at least the peak of internal energy, even if you got it, you could only watch helplessly. Give the secret method of blood explosion to Lei Qianzhu. Feng Yu entered another newly established combat training room. At this moment, shouts, and the dull sound of flesh colliding were heard from inside. Point 8 Iron Guards are training a new batch of Red Warriors. This batch of elite soldiers selected from Fong's security company has only more than 20 people, less than 30 people. Fong Yu has made it clear that what the Red Army needs is not ordinary people, but absolute elites, so the Iron Guard is very strict in controlling the selection criteria and will never allow unqualified people to fill in the numbers. Fong Yu did not go forward to disturb them, but just stood there with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the training in the battle room, thinking secretly in my heart. In the previous battle with Feng Xiaoyao, the Reds' performance was indeed surprising, but their flaws were also obvious. Fong Yu shook his head. Quantity. According to the feedback from Taiwei, the maximum number of Red people is probably around 150. After all, those who enter the Red are all selected from thousands. Not only do they need to have potential, but they also have to ensure loyalty. Naturally, there are very few people who meet these conditions. In addition, Fong Yu's current selection of Red members is limited to members within the Fong family, because he does not want any unstable factors to appear, and he needs to ensure that Red is a force that he can absolutely control in his hands. Loyalty, this is what he values most. Fong Yu pondered. 150 people is not a small number. We can distribute the subsequent potions to them for further strengthening. His expectations for Chais are not just to deal with the peak of internal strength, the ultimate goal is to hunt down the Grandmaster. Chapter 135 Wei Family Actions Roar. Tie roared angrily, accompanied by a violent whistling sound. Several punches were thrown out, and with a bang several Red Warriors whose movements were still a little immature were knocked away. Tai let out a long sigh, then noticed Fong Yu standing beside him. He was startled and ran over immediately. Master, why are you here? Fong Yu nodded. How is the training going? Tie said, it went quite smoothly. After all, we hand-picked these people, so they're quick learners and quick adopters. That's good. Fong Yu nodded, and then said, I have a task for you, Master, please give your instructions. Fong Yu pulled out the map he had found in Feng Xiaoyao's house and said, find a few people and go to this place. This should be where the treasure is buried. After confirming the exact location, bring back the contents for me, clear. Tie took the map, took a look at it, and then shouted, Old 8, come with me. We have a mission. The other 6, continue training these new recruits. Okay. Tieba responded lazily. The other 6 guards couldn't help but complain, brother, why do you get to take 8th sister, a beautiful girl, out with you while we have to stay in the cold combat training room, facing a bunch of stinky men? That's not fair. Tie glared at them unhappily, his expression fierce and his fists clenched loudly. Hey, are you itching for trouble again? Let's talk about fairness. Several people immediately shrank their necks and dared not say anything more. Fong Yu also laughed in silence. After explaining the task, he left the underground experimental base and took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor of Fong Pharmaceutical Company. Just then, the phone rang. Fong Yu glanced at the phone number and found that it should be the Red Warrior who was monitoring Yi Long. I picked up the call casually and asked, hello, what's going on? The reporter's voice was filled with confusion. Master, for some reason, the target's perception has suddenly become much sharper than before, so we have temporarily ended the surveillance, otherwise there will be a risk of exposure. Fong Yu frowned. Sure enough, as the true energy in his body was released, Yi Long's strength increased rapidly. It was already difficult for him to monitor Chenye's movements without any blind spots in 24 hours a day like he did. Martial arts mastered, IT can sense all kinds of peeping, even for the impending danger. One can have a premonition, especially after reaching the state of transformation. The sixth sense becomes particularly sharp. Even if missiles are used for bombing, one can vaguely predict it and dodge in advance with the help of powerful maneuverability. The only way is to carry out a large-scale cleanup and block all the escape routes of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm. Fong Yu finally said in a deep voice, in that case, let's retreat first. Be careful not to be discovered by the target, clear. The reporter replied immediately. After hanging up the phone, Fong Yu walked out of Fong's pharmaceutical company. Along the way, all the employees he met greeted him humbly, but he responded coldly. The special car stopped at the door of the company. Lung Han respectfully opened the car door for Fong Yu. After Fong Yu got in the car, Lung Han followed closely behind. After the car started slowly, he said, Young master, the Wei family plans to hold a dinner in 2 days and invite celebrities from Linzhou to attend. You have also received an invitation. Chapter 136 Yi Long? Thanks to Xiao Dongao for the great certification. Oh, the Wei family? A playful smile appeared on Fang Yu's lips. Since Wei Tianhao's death, although the Wei family tried their best to save the family, it inevitably began to decline. After all, Wei Ziki was still much inferior to Wei Tianhao. In contrast to this, under Fang Yu's leadership, the Fang family's power is expanding wildly, and there is already a tendency to threaten the status of the Wei family. By sending out invitations at this time, the Wei family obviously wants to re-establish its status and majesty as the #1 family in Linzhou, intimidate other small families, and reverse the Wei family's decline. If Fang Yu pinched his chin, however, what is the confidence of the Wei family in doing this? Leng Han looked at the silent Fang Yu, unsure of his thoughts. Master, should we go to the Wei family's dinner or not? Go, why not? Fang Yu smiled. How can we be absent from such an occasion? I want to see what Wei Ziki is up to. That's right. He paused slightly and said, the Song family has also received the invitation, right? Leng Han said, yes. Fang Yu didn't say much, he just took out his phone and made a call. As soon as the call was connected, Song Chaoyu's voice came from the other end. Is it about the Wei family? Wei Ziki invited Linzhou celebrities at this time. I'm afraid the matter is not simple. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted if Fang Yu's voice was a little cold. Song Jiayu, I recruited you because of your ability and intelligence, but I hope that these things can be reflected in your actions, rather than showing off your cleverness at a time like this. Do you understand? Put yourself in your place. Song Chaoyu's tone stagnated, but he still said slowly, I understand. What should we do about the Wei family's matter? Fang Yu leaned back slightly and said with a smile, of course we should wait and see. After all, we still don't know what the other party is up to. It won't be too late to decide how to act after all their cards are revealed. Come with me then. We never attend events together, and I almost forgot, you're my fiancé, that's all. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hello? At the Song family villa, Song Chaoyu looked at the hung-up phone and gritted his teeth. Asshole, but he took a deep breath and waved. A figure immediately appeared behind him. Miss, what can I do for you? Song Chaoyu said, get ready in advance, I want to attend the Wei family's dinner, yes. 2 days later, Dongha City, Wei family manor. In the dark night, the place is brightly lit and bustling with voices. Almost all the celebrities in Linzhou gathered here. Among them, there are even various big stars. These stars, who are usually in the limelight, are now trembling with fear. They smile in front of various big figures and dare not be presumptuous in the slightest. It seems to be the lowest level of existence. The scene was much more grand than the previous dinner parties held by the Fang and Song families. One can only sigh that the Wei family is worthy of being the #1 family in Linzhou. However, the atmosphere of today's dinner is secretly filled with a weird atmosphere. Of course, everyone concealed it well. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3, chatting with each other. Soon, the organizer of the banquet, Wei Ziki, the current patriarch of the Wei family, walked up to the crowd. Wei Zifan followed beside him. Wei Ziki looked around with a smile on his face. Everyone is almost here. So, suddenly a faint laugh came from outside. Patriarch Wei, aren't you a little too anxious? The hall was silent, crisp footsteps were heard, and Fang Yu strode in from outside. He was dressed in a high-end suit, with a lazy look on his face, a dignified aura, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Song Chaoyu followed closely behind, wearing a black dress with a golden ribbon corset, still looking mysterious and elegant. Wei Ziki's face looked a little unhappy. He really didn't notice that Fang Yu and Song Chaoyu hadn't arrived. The other party chose to break into the banquet hall at this time. Isn't this clearly intended to embarrass him? Fang Yu looked relaxed, without any sense of embarrassment at all. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. In Linzhou, with the decline of the Wei family and the rise of the Feng family, the confrontation between the 2 families has become un fait accompli. In this case, why bother with those empty things? Fang Yu ignored Wei Ziki's gaze and walked straight into the venue. He glanced around, but his expression suddenly froze. What's going on? He actually saw Yi Long?